I met a traveler from an antique land, who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown, and wrinkled lip, and sneer of cold command, tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Shelley, Ozymandias. Introduction. By Andrew Cockburn. Some fool back in the 90s excoriated Alexander in the leftish English weekly The New Statesman for being anti-American. The context, as I recall, was a paean to the supposedly radical initiatives of the Clinton administration, as contrasted with the moribund conservative regime in Britain. My brother, as readers of the present volume will shortly be reminded, never had any illusions about Clinton, his reports on that theme thus exciting the indignation of this transatlantic Clintonista. It may have been the very stupidest of all the insults hurled over the years at Alexander. From the moment he landed here in 1972, he embraced with arms flung wide what he called the vastness, the richness, the beauty, and the gross queries of America in all its thousand landscapes. His knowledge of those landscapes was profound, deepened over decades by wide-ranging and meticulously planned voyages of exploration into the hinterland, in which disparate samples of historical, biological, cultural, anthropological, and political interest were eagerly scanned and evaluated. See for example his description of Midland, Texas, as surveyed in July 2001. In a scant 900 or so words we learn about the incredible heat of the place, its economic position relative to neighboring Odessa, Audubon's condition at the time he painted his electrifying series on viviparous quadrupeds, the vulgar gossip that Laura Bush, wife of George W., had a racy 20s before settling down, a review of the Permian Basin Petroleum Museum does for hydrocarbons what the Uffizi does for Renaissance Italy, segueing into a history of oil in West Texas, the Bush family's unsuccessful efforts to make a big pile of money in same, a telling reminder that while grimy Odessa has been a contender for murder capital USA, the more upscale Midland is the rape capital of Texas. A few days later he has moved on to a knowledgeable analysis of the political and journalistic trajectory of Katharine Graham, erstwhile proprietor of the Washington Post. Many of us will never go to Midland and didn't know Mrs. Graham, but as with so much of the landscape that fell under Alexander's enthusiastic inspection, we need feel no loss. We can go there with him. He could get interested in anything or anyone, which is why he got on so well with children. Rarely did he encounter someone for whom he had no kind word whatsoever, though exceptions included Barbara Bush, wife of 41, mother of 43, one of the meaner women I'd met in a long time, and various highway patrolmen insistent that some ancient vehicle had managed to exceed the speed limit. His ferrety little eyes swivel around the back of the station wagon, linger on some cactuses I picked up in a nursery in Truth or Consequences, linger further on my Coleman ice chest and then came back to my car papers. The station wagon in question, a 1964 Newport, had spent the previous 6 years sitting in a field. A wood rat had built a nest in the glove compartment, and 3 of the 4 door locks were frozen. This was just one of the fleet of classics whose mechanical shortfalls were guaranteed to supply the necessary elements of chance and serendipity on his expeditions, connecting him to an archipelago of AAA tow truck operators, garage mechanics, motel desk clerks, barbecue chefs and other denizens of the hinterland he loved. It was a better way than most of connecting with various emotional wellsprings in the American psyche, as on the day we pulled into a gas station in eastern Oklahoma in a newly acquired '59 Chrysler Imperial convertible sometime in the early 1980s, and a fellow customer broke down in tears at the sight of the proud machine, exclaiming that was when America was worth something. You ought to take that thing to Detroit and park it outside Chrysler headquarters so they'd be ashamed of themselves. Traversing landscapes both beautiful and grotesque, Alexander's last book in no way stints on the scandal, those vulgar rumors about Laura B., for example, and political corruption as promised in his subtitle. In fact, it delivers far more, presenting future generations with a high-resolution view of the great pileup, the colossal wreck, of the system as it careened off the end of the 20th century and into the rocky landscape of the 21st. As such, it should be on the reading list of all school and college contemporary history courses, an honest chronicle from one who followed faithfully the injunction of the 19th century London Times editor quoted on this page regarding the role of the press and its prime duty of disclosure: whatever passes into its keeping becomes a part of the knowledge and the history of our times. So, fortunately, future students puzzled by the Gadarene rush of America's economic overseers into the credit bubble and consequent financial smash-up may note his reaction to Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin's February 1995 statement of intent to repeal the Glass-Steagall Act that had kept Wall Street vaguely honest since the New Deal. The Clinton administration, dominated in economic and financial matters by Wall Street's man Rubin, is now aiming to give banks and the securities firms everything they have yearned for. What followed, therefore, should not have come as a surprise. If in the future Mrs. Clinton is accorded treatment even more reverent than she receives today, it will be bracing to discover his trenchant comparison, early in 1996, between the then First Lady and the British Fabian reformer Beatrice Webb. There's the same imperious gleam, the same lust to improve the human condition until it conforms to the wretchedly constricted vision of freedom which gave us social worker liberalism, otherwise known as therapeutic policing. The Clintonite passion for talking about children as investments tells the whole story. That was before Monica Lewinsky came along to entertain us all and, as Alexander never tired of pointing out, save Social Security. In thrall to Wall Street, Clinton had been well on the way to privatizing the system, but dependence on congressional liberal Democrats, necessary for avoidance of impeachment, meant the bankers and gougers were balked of their promised booty. Normally harsh on Clinton, the ubiquitous hypocrisies of the affair elicited Alexander's militant support for the embattled president, not least in his savage condemnation of his former friend Christopher Hitchens following the latter's betrayal of his old friend Sidney Blumenthal. While the press reveled in Pecksniffian admonitions of the chief executive, Alexander was there to strike a more sympathetic, sadder note. Bill Clinton, leader of the free world, couldn't engage in a furtive embrace of a woman not his wife in the Oval Office because he thought the gardener would peer in the windows. For the pitifully few moments of semi-gratification he and Monica Lewinsky were able to indulge each other, the two had to seclude themselves in a windowless corridor, a love sight without even the close excitement of a broom closet. Sympathy gave way to outrage when Clinton took to bombing people. This was the coward's war, he wrote in June 1999 of the aerial war on Yugoslavia, bombing a country for 2.5 months from 30,000 feet. It was the liberals' war waged by social democracy's best and brightest, intent on proving once again that wars can be fought with the best and most virtuous of intentions. The companion volume to Hillary Clinton's It Takes a Village turns out to be It Takes an Air Force. Derision of such manifestations of hypocrisy was a recurrent theme in his writing, leading him now and then into interesting associations, and thereby inducing casual observers to label him a contrarian. This silly term, proudly adopted by some as self-description, denotes in reality a discard of principle in favor of reflexive posturing. That was emphatically not Alexander's course. Whether it was the fully informed jury association, a cause normally associated with the right, or the fashion for hate crime legislation, or the ethnic cleansing of 150,000 Serbs from Krajina in 1995, Alexander was always stimulated by his unerring scent for an injustice. Our father Claude used to say that his own lifelong radicalism was no less inspired by regular doses of the Magnificat in his public school chapel as from Marx, and my brother was no different, never really shifting his aim point from deserving targets. There was indeed a vast criminal class coming to its full vicious potential in the 1990s, he observed in 2002, a group utterly vacant of the most elementary instincts of social propriety, devoid of moral fiber, selfish to an almost unfathomable degree. The class comes in the form of our corporate elite. Such forthright talk became commonplace after Wall Street's collapse brought said elite into disrepute, but was not so fashionable in 2002. His contemporary musings on the inauguration of Bush-era monstrosities have a similarly percipient snap. Bush's initial post-9/11 speech to Congress, for example, was a declaration of lawlessness, with the concept of justice being reduced to that of the freedom to shoot the other guy on whatever terms America may find convenient. 2 administrations and 12 years of drone killings later, we can see how right he was. Anyone commenting on the contemporary political scene, as Alexander did with unflagging energy for 40 years, might possibly sound a little depressing at times. The wonder of his long road trip, ending in a cancer clinic in a small German town, is that we never want to get off the ride. Part 1. 1995. January 1st. 2. Daisy Cockburn. Last year a Mexican muralist with nothing to do was here, and so I got him to do an 18-foot by 8-foot ceiling mural on the roof of my garage become library. Roof meaning ceiling. I said it should more or less address the theme of the meaning of the universe. So there were horses on the vault of heaven, and then being Mexican he had a peasant crucified to a corncob, and lower down a great big skull, and lower down Adam and Eve looking really bummed out. Then some nice birds and an owl with wings extended. After a year looking at this, I bumped into Daniel the painter back from Mexico and said that I was Anglo-Irish, not Mexican, and so I wanted everything more bushy-tailed. The peasant not crucified but waving a machete, no skull, and Adam and Eve looking excited as though they were off on a lovely picnic. He digested all this with relatively good grace, and his wife wagged her head in strong agreement. I felt like Pope Julius telling Michelangelo to give up this idea of God handing Adam a formal note of contract and just have the hands reaching out. Know what I mean, Mike? Then what about, instead of the skull, the spirit of the eternal feminine? Daniel immediately wanted a Mayan-type woman crouching in eternal toil and suffering, so I said no and dug up a painting by Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Prosperia, one of those pre-Rafe girls, all eyes and raised shoulder and haunted mien, and said try this one for the pose. Then he needed a face, so I think you are going to end up on the ceiling of the library holding a Humboldt lily which he's made the size of a gladiolus. The lily will have to be curbed, and the eternal feminine is a bit at odds with everything else, so we'll have to see. I hope you survive the final cut, as they say in Hollywood. January 2nd. Dear Mr. Cockburn, you ask where Bill Clinton was during the Vietnam War, and I can tell you, he was spying on the anti-war movement. I was told this by an acquaintance of David Druiding, whose wife learned this from Hoyt Purvis. Hoyt Purvis was the chief of staff for Senator Fulbright during the Vietnam War. Bill Clinton worked for Senator Fulbright during the war and was found out to be spying on him. Mr. Purvis is currently the director of the Fulbright Institute of International Relations at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. Unclassified has speculated that Bill Clinton may have been working for the CIA while he was at Oxford, since other Rhodes Scholars are known to have done this. Edward G. Cubane, Austin, Texas. January 5th. The world has become a sadder and more boring place. On January 1st Gary Larson hung up his sketchpad, which means the end of the universe, as Larson has successfully managed to reconstruct it in the past decade and a half. Larson is not the first satirist to tell parables through beasts. But, before him, cows never had the sensitivities of Proust, nor dogs the wisdom of Solomon. There have been great painters of nature, but none with that exquisite precision which catches the taut excitement of an anteater as it sits in its burrow watching television and shouting, "Vera, come quick." Some nature show has a hidden camera in the Erickson's burrow. We're going to see their entire courtship behavior. Often the before and after narrative is obscure, as in the great cartoon showing a duck and one of Larson's patented mad scientists on a desert island, sinking ship in background, with the duck quacking triumphantly, "So, Professor Jenkins. My old nemesis. We meet again, but this time the advantage is mine. Ha. Ha! Ha! The joke comes out of the linking of the line from Old Kitch Thrillerdom to the abashed Jenkins, triumphant duck confrontation. But what were those past circumstances? And what will the duck do? There was an uproar in 1984 when Larson drew a cartoon of a woman shouting out of the window, "Here, Fifi! Come on! Faster, Fifi!" The eager little hound is dashing up the path, aquiver with doggy trust, but we can see that the dog door is stoutly barred on the inside and that Fifi is going to fetch up against it with a tremendous wallop, a wallop that was as nothing to the torrent of complaint from the sort of citizens you meet in the newsagents, buying birthday cards for their pets. Brooding on the fuss, Larson wrote, "The key element in any attempt at humor is conflict. Our brain is suddenly jolted into trying to accept something that is unacceptable." In one of his collections, The Prehistory of the Far Side, Larson offers what are purportedly childhood sketches saved by his mother from the kindergarten period of his career. These feature prison bars on the windows, slavering hellhounds, a father holding him above a crocodile's jaws and other fun scenes from the dark veil of infancy. In Prehistory, Larson offers some cartoons he never even bothered to send out for syndication. "Jesus rises from the grave," says the caption under a picture of a rather haggard Redeemer frying up some breakfast next to an open coffin and thinking, "I wonder what time it is. I feel like I've been dead for 3 days." January 11th. The duty of the press in over-roasted chestnut. For uplift we may turn to the editorials written by Robert Lowe for the London Times in 1851. He had been instructed by his editor to refute the claim of a government minister that if the press hoped to share the influence of statesmen, it must also share in the responsibilities of statesmen. "The first duty of the press," Lowe wrote, "is to obtain the earliest and most correct intelligence of the events of the time, and instantly, by disclosing them, to make them the common property of the nation. The statesman collects his information secretly and by secret means. He keeps back even the current intelligence of the day with ludicrous precautions, until diplomacy is beaten in the race with publicity. The press lives by disclosures. Whatever passes into its keeping becomes a part of the knowledge and the history of our times. It is daily and forever appealing to the enlightened force of public opinion standing upon the breach between the present and the future, and extending its survey to the horizon of the world. For us, with whom publicity and truth are the air and light of existence, there can be no greater disgrace than to recoil from the frank and accurate disclosure of facts as they are. We are bound to tell the truth as we find it, without fear of consequences, to lend no convenient shelter to acts of injustice and oppression, but to consign them at once to the judgment of the world. From which high-minded sentiments we may turn to the views expressed by Sir Melford Stevenson, who was a British High Court judge from 1957 to 1979. To a group of journalists discussing ethical procedures he remarked, "I think you're all much too high-minded. I believe that newsworthiness is a firm realization of the fact that there's nothing so much the average Englishman enjoys on a Sunday morning, particularly on a Sunday morning, as to read a bit of dirt. And that would be my test of newsworthiness." There is a curious synthetic halo around these people who are called investigative journalists. Now, so far as most courts are concerned, and I think most jurors, the concept of a journalist driven by moral fervor to investigate a public scandal is a lot of nonsense. He enjoys the comforting thought that he has a bit of moral fervor which is filling his pocket as well. And there are few more desirable positions in life than that. January 15th. The Polish director Andrzej Wajda writes in his little memoir about movie making, Double Vision, that once he started directing Hamlet and realized the whimsical, arbitrary quality of the plot, the hardest thing was to relate on stage the sequence of the events in proper order, from Hamlet's first meeting with his mother and the king to Fortinbras' victorious entrance in the final scene. That sequence of events could have been different if 1. Hamlet had come to terms with his uncle, the king. 2. He had refused to believe in his father's ghost. 3. He had not succumbed to Ophelia's charms. 4. He had succeeded in killing the king while he was at prayer. 5. He had not killed Polonius by mistake, thinking he was the king. Plus a whole lot of other ifs. And yet, Wajda goes on, we have to admit that Hamlet has a steel-like logic. One thing just inevitably leads to another. Wajda also tells a good story about something that happened the day the French left Algiers. People took to the streets and, in the course of events, still in a state of euphoria, arrived at the television studios. The gaping, empty studios, the television cameras and equipment scattered here and there, did not in the minds of the surging crowd seem to have any connection with what they conceived as television, that is, at least until the moment that someone in the know plugged in the cameras. Suddenly the blank screens of the monitors lit up, and the demonstrators saw their own bodies and faces on screen. At first they were amused. Then they were emboldened. Hey, we're on TV. They realized if they could see themselves on the monitors, the rest of the population could also see them on TV sets throughout the city. Maybe even further. They began to sing, dance, recite. The result was an uninterrupted television show that for once was completely authentic. It finally ended, as do all such spontaneous demonstrations, with the arrival of the police and armed officers. January 18th. Being without electricity for 4 days here in storm-lashed Petrolia gives one a keen admiration for gas-fired water heaters. I enjoyed the recovered memory of living by lamplight, which I did for a number of years when I was growing up in Ireland. After 6 o'clock in the evening until about 7 o'clock in the morning, life becomes a matter of moving through a darkened house from one small pool of warm light to another. I have 2 lamps. Unlike the hard-edged world of the light bulb, everything is imprecise in outline. Everything looks like one of those dark 17th or 18th century paintings. Most of my friends look better by lamplight too. Cooking becomes a different enterprise, based much more on smell or on the noise of a sizzle or a rolling boil. I'm fairly short-sighted, but in lamplight, it doesn't matter, because you can't see much anyway. This situation reminds me of a story I once read about endemic trachoma in the Egyptian village of Gamaliel. Trachoma is an infection that causes the inner surface of the eyelids to become chronically inflamed. In Gamaliel, people do not require conventionally normal vision to conduct their daily activities. Plowing, sowing seed, and harvesting don't require much vision. If there is some small task they are unable to do, their extended family does it for them, thus they do not perceive themselves as disabled. Early last Wednesday morning, as I felt my way around the house, falling over the cats, listening to hear if the water was boiling, Petrolia played a final joke. Amid the violent thunderstorm that was raging, with the waters roiling not far from my window, the earth decided to heave in a fairly modest 4.3 earthquake. February 10th. I was astonished to see Robert Hughes confess in the New York Review of Books that he and his wife watch the McNeil-Lehrer show every night. Imagine, day after day, week after week, year after year. Good night, Jim. Good night, Robin. I parroted McNeil and Lehrer once in Harper's and that was it for Louis Lapham. They never forgave him or me. Robin McNeil, should one man own another? McNeil, good evening. The problem is as old as man himself. Do property rights extend to the absolute ownership of one man by another? Tonight, the slavery problem. Jim. Lehrer, Robin, advocates of the continuing system of slavery argue that the practice has brought unparalleled benefits to the economy. They fear that new regulations being urged by reformers would undercut America's economic effectiveness abroad. Reformers, on the other hand, call for legally binding standards and even a phased reduction in the slave force to something like 75% of its present size. Charlene Hunter-Gault is in Charleston. Charlene. And so on. Bob is an old friend. We've fished together. We've even done that most intimate, secret of things, we went to a tax accountant together. Back in the mid-1970s we formed a mutual support group of 2, forcing ourselves to get abreast of the federal tax situation. At Jason Epstein's instigation, Mr. Hoffman of Garlick and Hoffman agreed to see us. We arrived at the appointed hour with our shoeboxes filled with bus receipts and other records. Mr. Hoffman looked over the fine red velvet suit Bob had donned for the occasion. Filing a joint return, he asked cautiously. March 1st. On Monday, February 27, as Wall Street was digesting morning headlines about the Barings disaster, Treasury Secretary Rubin rose to address New York securities traders at a savings bond lunch. His chosen theme was modernization, which in Wall Street parlance, and Rubin, former chief of Goldman Sachs, is a Wall Street man. Par excellence usually means the sweeping away of any regulatory inhibition on the power to make as much money as possible, as fast as possible. And thus it turned out. Rubin announced that the Clinton administration plans to overturn the Glass-Steagall Act, which separates commercial and investment banking. Separate legislation will allow banking, insurance ties. Glass-Steagall was signed on June 16, 1933. It was designed to restore confidence in the nation's banking system, reeling after a series of runs and panics. It established the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. In return for federal support for their liabilities, the banks were required to submit to regulation. Glass-Steagall forbade banks from short-term trading of most securities and from underwriting corporate offerings. Issuance of stocks and bonds was left to the securities industry. It's the aim of every captain of finance to preside over a universal financial institution where the velocity of capital can approach the speed of light. Banks want to get into the securities industry because there's extra money to be picked up in handling stocks, bonds, and kindred short-term EAs. Securities firms want to get into the banking business because it gets them access to the Federal Reserve payments mechanism, whereby the Fed stands behind banks as their lender of the last resort. The Clinton administration, dominated in economic and financial matters by Wall Street's man Rubin, is now aiming to give banks and the securities firms everything they have yearned for. March 3. Dear Mr. Cockburn. On March 29, 1994, my friend and associate, June Weinstock, was severely beaten by a mob in San Cristobal, Guatemala. Her attackers were fired to hysteria by rumors that Americans were abducting Guatemalan children and selling their organs. Apparently unaware of the rumors, she approached and spoke with children at a bus stop in town. Meanwhile, nearby, a distraught mother called out for her child who had become separated from her in a crowd. A street vendor joked that the gringa took him, for body parts. June is presently hospitalized in Anchorage, slowly convalescing from major brain damage, at present unable to walk, but beginning to recover speech. I have been investigating the background of this event concerning child abductions and the so-called organ trade. I have read several journalistic accounts of the event and its surrounding circumstances. Do you know any of the documented cases that are trackable to a source? In particular, autopsy evidence would be compelling. Sincerely, Coert Olmsted. The body part story has been circulating for years. In the early 1980s, the CIA even said that it was disinformation put out by the KGB to discredit America. At one time or another, many investigators from TV documentary programs and newspapers have tried to follow the body parts trail but haven't come up with much. The best discussion of the whole subject I've come across is in the Nancy Shepper Hughes's book about the Brazilian Northeast, Death Without Weeping, where she discusses the not baseless fear of poor women there that their children will be kidnapped by middle-class women without offspring of their own. The body parts fear surfaces there too. There are genuine accounts from all over the world, most recently India, of people selling one of their kidneys and so forth. Asset transfer. March 23. It turns out that the directors of Barings Bank knew perfectly well that Nick Leeson, their man in Singapore, was staking their future on some bets on the movement of the Japanese Nikkei index. Since Leeson had made them a lot of money the previous year, they thought he was going to repeat his achievement. Then, in the hour of emergency, the Barings directors turned to the Bank of England to bail them out. The bank's top man was away skiing in Switzerland, so the decision fell on the shoulders of his number two, whose interest that Sunday evening lay not in saving one of the oldest private investment houses in England, but in advancing his adulterous liaison with an Irish girl with whom he was enjoying intimacies on the carpet of the governor's office. So the second-in-command said no to Barings, which promptly went belly up, though its directors still voted themselves enormous bonuses. The Irish girl decamped to her native sod, whence she communicated details of the adultery to the British press, much to the discomfiture of the second-in-command's wife, Helen J., who said she would stand by him, though not to the extent of appearing in photographs with her treacherous spouse. I went out with the very nice Helen briefly in the mid-1960s. She and her twin sister Catherine were once taken as symbolic of a youthful Labour Party, poised to snatch control of the nation's destinies from the palsied Conservatives who had been in power for 14 years, until they met in defeat in 1964 at the hands of Harold Wilson and his Labour cohorts. The pretty J twins attended the Buckingham Palace garden party that year dressed in the Mondrianesque clothes of the French designer Courreges and were thought to be striking exemplars of the new, go-ahead age of social democracy that was about to unfold. Meanwhile their father, Douglas J., became president of the Board of Trade in the Wilson cabinet. Owing to his nympholeptic tastes he was known as Mucky Doug. I remember having enjoyable late-night drinks with Gareth Stedman Jones and the twins in their father's Hampstead Heath house when suddenly the door of the living room was flung open and there stood the cabinet minister, resplendent in his pajamas and flourishing one of those red dispatch boxes like a small suitcase in which cabinet members proudly carry home their papers. I hoped he was going to invoke the nation's business and he did, bellowing that he had the nation's business to attend to and would we please leave, which we duly did. Later Helen took up with Nicholas Tomlin, a well-known journalist who hired me as number 2 when he became literary editor of the New Statesman. The editor was Paul Johnson. Tomlin's adulteries with Helen tended to be the topic of his tipsy lunchtime reveries as we sat in some pub in Lincoln's Inn of the sort later immortalized in fiction by my sister Sarah Caldwell. "Everything's good if the fucking is good," Tomlin would mumble as he slurped his way through his staple lunchtime bottle of white wine. His literary editorship was meant to spell a new life instead of the investigative journalism by which he had made his name, exposing French shippers for mislabeling their vintages. But soon he wearied of the kingdom of letters and went off to cover the 1973 Yom Kippur War, and was killed by the wire-guided missile of what Paul Johnson described in his memorial speech as a Syrian savage. Now Helen is with the assistant head of the Bank of England, which shows you the trend of events in Blighty. March 29. Here and there in the midst of American society you meet with men full of a fanatical and almost wild spiritualism, which hardly exists in Europe. From time to time strange sects arise which endeavor to strike out extraordinary paths to eternal happiness. Religious insanity is very common in the United States. The soul has wants that must be satisfied, and whatever pains are taken to divert it from itself, it soon grows weary, restless, and disquieted amid the enjoyments of sense. If ever the faculties of the great majority of mankind were exclusively bent upon the pursuit of material objects, it might be anticipated that an amazing reaction would take place in the souls of some men. They would drift at large in the world of spirits, for fear of remaining shackled by the close bondage of the body. It is not, then, wonderful if in the midst of a community whose thoughts tend earthward a small number of individuals are found who turn their looks to heaven. I should be surprised if mysticism did not soon make some advance among a people solely engaged in promoting their own worldly welfare. From Why Some Americans Manifest a Sort of Fanatical Spiritualism. Chapter 12 of de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. April 12. An astoundingly silly quote from Antonio Gramsci, arguing that dumb toil can be liberating. Once the process of adaptation has been completed, what really happens is that the brain of the worker, far from being mummified, reaches a state of complete freedom. The only thing that is completely mechanized is the physical gesture. The memory, reduced to simple gestures repeated at an intense rhythm, nestles in the muscular and nervous centers and leaves the brain free and unencumbered for other occupations. Read that to the next person who complains about carpal tunnel syndrome. I knew Lenin was a fanatic tailorist, but it turns out AG was the same way. Gramsci came to this idiotic conclusion after considering type compositors whom he arrogantly supposed to be mechanistically transcribing without considering the text's often fascinating intellectual content. He wrote this about the same time the British type compositors at the London Daily Mail prompted the general strike of 1926 by refusing to typeset an article they regarded as anti-labor. April 14. In a significant shift in its admissions policy, Harvard University apparently no longer regards murder as a useful, even decisively impressive credential. When she was 14, Gina Grant killed her alcoholic mother, admitting to a South Carolina court that she struck her 13 times with a lead crystal candle holder. This was back in 1990. Grant pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter and spent 6 years in juvenile detention. Then a judge agreed that she could go north to Massachusetts and try for a fresh start under the supervision of her father's aunt and her husband. At first living with her relatives and then alone, Grant did extraordinarily well at Cambridge Rindge and Latin High School, getting straight A's, tutoring poor children, flourishing in the school's overall social life. Harvard offered her early admission. But now Grant's very achievements have turned back on her. The Boston Globe ran a story on Grant. The high school had recommended her as demonstrating unusual determination in overcoming obstacles. Publication brought a slew of newspaper clippings about the murder case, which had been widely publicized in South Carolina at the time. These clippings were sent anonymously to the Globe, and also to Harvard, which lost no time in snatching back the invitation of early admission. A spokesman for the university, Joe Wren, says that such an offer had been made under the Early Action Program for exceptional applicants but had been rescinded after careful consideration of new information that was not disclosed at the time of the application. Grant's lawyer says Gina thought the records of the case were sealed. When the Globe's reporter asked her about her mother, she'd answered that her death was a very painful matter she didn't want to discuss. Thus the new Harvard rule. Murderers, even those who passed through the legal system and emerged the other end, need not apply. Now consider the case of Hector Gramajo. At the time Grant was having that terminal confrontation with her mother, Gramajo was defense minister of Guatemala. He has superintended the counterinsurgency program of the early 1980s, during the presidency of Rios Montt, in which many thousands of Mayan Indians were slaughtered. Indeed, Gramajo was key in designing the entire program to eliminate all opposition, using tactics including massacres, selective murders, disappearances, and torture. Nor was he ashamed of his role. In a 1991 article in a Harvard journal called International Review, Gramajo was quoted by Wellesley professor Shearmer as telling her that he was personally in charge of a commission that devised the 70%/30% civil affairs program. "You don't need to kill everyone to complete the job," Gramajo confided. "We instituted civil affairs which provide development for 70% of the population while we kill 30%." Shearmer asked him how he came up with the numbers, and Gramajo answered, "One said 30% just for the sake of saying it. We said 30% so that the repression would be less." As he once told another interviewer, "I consider myself a product of the American educational system, since the beginning of my basic training." And indeed he had been part of a U.S. early action program to pick out youngcomers, shuttling them north to attend military schools. Gramajo's final year as defense minister did nothing to diminish his blood-spattered reputation. A dozen or so university students were kidnapped and tortured and their bodies dumped in various parts of Guatemala City. In November, Sister Diana Ortiz was kidnapped, tortured, raped and thrown into a pit with dead bodies and rats. Her life was only spared when it was discovered she was an American. By now Gramajo's name had figured in innumerable human rights reports, no doubt part of the general Gramajo file considered by Harvard, when its Kennedy School granted him a Mason Fellowship. It is not known whether Gramajo made full disclosure of his past on the entry form. Harvard had been advised of Gramajo's suitability by the U.S. Agency for International Development. Gramajo was clearly being groomed as a presidential candidate in the 1995 elections. He stayed a year at Harvard, studying public policy and graduating in 1991 in a ceremony marred only by the serving on him of a civil suit brought by the Center for Constitutional Rights, seeking millions in damages for the torture and killing of 9 Mayan Indians. A separate suit served a week later stated he was responsible for the abduction of Sister Ortiz. A federal judge in Boston is now considering a motion for a default judgment, brought by the CCR. April 20. Guilford. Here I am in the middle of the southern Vermont countryside, in a friend's farmhouse. No one around, and not a sound. Makes you realize how busy the Northern California country is. No matter where you are, there's always a chainsaw, some four-wheeler stuck, a dope grower peering at you from behind a tree. Something. Here, it's as if everyone's at work in town, which they are, or down in New York, and the countryside has been put away in mothballs till the summer. Very odd. Of course I may be more than usually sensitive to this because it's the empty farmhouse of my pal Andrew Cockburn, who died last year, and I haven't been here in 10 years. I began my tour for my new book, The Golden Age is in Us, last night in Amherst with a crowd of 200. A young man came up and informed me that when the Pentagon wished to summon its secret strategic reserve, it would get NPR to play the opening bars of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Doesn't this allow the possibility of confusion? I said to the young man. I mean, there are many people at NPR who might play the opening bars of Beethoven's Fifth not knowing it's a secret code. Are there standing orders at NPR not to play Beethoven's Fifth until they get an order from the Pentagon? And are the people in the elite reserve commandos the sort of people likely to listen to NPR, or are they ordered to listen by the Pentagon, which means the NPR's audience consists of commandos, which means the conservatives should support it? The young man looked depressed, so I felt sorry for him and said maybe there was something in it. He looked at me pityingly and said perhaps it was better for my peace of mind that I didn't know certain things. April 23. I drive to Storrs, in western Connecticut, where there's a big state campus and a good bookstore. After a talk and some book signing, I have dinner with a jolly crew, which includes a funny woman named Leslie Brody who recounts her time as Deputy Minister of Education in the White Panther Party. At one point she traveled to Paris to confer with the North Vietnamese, but misread the map of the metro and was late for her appointment. The North Vietnamese seemed put out, and would only talk in general terms about art and gardening. Also at the dinner was Mary Gallucci, whose grandfather won the triple jump, hop, skip and jump at the Intercalated Olympic Games of 1906. He was Irish, but since Ireland was still a colony, the British flag was raised during the medal-giving ceremony. He then swarmed up the flagpole and substituted the Irish flag, which was a pretty heavy thing to do in 1906. April 24. Hartford. Visited Mark Twain's house. The old boy lived in great, albeit rather heavy Victorian style. In the bookshop is the page compositor, the linotype machine in which he invested heavily and which bankrupted him. This, the last extant example, is a colossal piece of equipment, about 15 feet long. Twain loved type, having started hand-setting when he was 13. By the 1890s a skilled compositor could hand-set and justify about 1,500 characters per hour. The page compositor could manage 12,000. But the inventor mimed the human hand-setting, and the page was mechanically baroque. The Mergent Holler linotype appeared on the market at almost the same time and finished off the page in no time. Twain declared bankruptcy in 1894, and wrote Tom Sawyer and Pudd'nhead Wilson to start working off the debts, which he finished doing in 1898. Declining industrial cities always do well in terms of affordable spaces and reasonable cheap housing. I give a talk in a former typewriter factory, now called Real Artways, run by my friend Will Wilkins and devoted to avant-garde events. I remember a story Forrest, the chap who fixes my manual typewriters in Eureka, once told me. The Underwood factory in Hartford had a metal pressing shop where ropes affixed to the workers' elbows dragged their arms back as the press came down, ensuring they wouldn't be mangled. The factory had visitor tours. Then someone took a photo and in the end a Soviet newspaper printed it with the caption, American workers chained to their workbench. Tours were cancelled forthwith. May 10. It was when the Challenger blew up on national television in 1986 that the idea of counseling children in the wake of such disasters seems to have caught on. Of course it must have been horrifying for the students of Christa McAuliffe to see the explosion and know their teacher had died. Maybe they needed a quiet word. But children across the country? And what did the shrinks tell them? That O-rings freeze, presidential schedules require timely liftoff, accidents happen, it's time to move on? In my experience, kids are pretty realistic and most times rather enjoy a good disaster. They can take it. Maybe these occasional lapses into child counseling at moments of high national drama occur as substitutes for all the times children face mundane evil, and learn to accept it as part of the normal order of things, with no counselor at hand. Take the case of 8-year-old Marissa Means. Her dad Bill had been encouraged by his company, Structural Dynamics Research Corp., to bring her to the office as part of Take Our Daughters to Work Day celebrated on April 27 last. So Bill and Marissa arrived at company premises some 15 miles east of Cincinnati, Ohio, and went to his office. Not long thereafter, Bill, a systems engineering manager who had been with the company for 2 years, was called in by his supervisor and fired. Next thing they knew, Bill was clearing his office in front of his daughter, and then the two were escorted off the premises. Later, a company flack, Donald Newman, said the timing had been regrettable. What Marissa saw was not the work of a paranoid mass murderer as in Oklahoma, nor the frailty of equipment and judgment as with the Challenger. She saw a banal evil. The company that had invited her to bring a packed lunch and spend the day with her dad at work kicked him out. She saw her father humiliated, and she'll probably carry the memory for the rest of her days. May 17. Detroit. The Gunstock 95 rally held at Freedom Hill, in Macomb County, on a gusty Saturday in mid-May had been advertised to me by local leftists as a potential mini Nuremberg of a far-right crowd. I drove north from Detroit expecting to find grim-jawed patriots toting awesome armament and mustered in their camos in defense of the Second Amendment. The right of the people to bear arms most certainly was upheld with lusty cascades of rhetoric, but the mood was amiable and the crowd of some 2,500 keenly enjoyed the speeches. No guns were visible and camo was forbidden. Discreet ribbons identified patriots. The most bellicose-looking creature was a rather weary Doberman pinscher, Brutus, wearing a collar of M60 bullets. Photographers from as far afield as France, hungering for images of angry white rightists, fell upon Brutus with cries of joy. As I came in, a man from Putting People First was lashing away at Jeremy Bentham, the English utilitarian, as part of a multi-pronged assault on environmentalists. The environmentalists, the speaker shouted, make no moral distinction between a rat and a human being. The blame for this appalling downgrading in the status of the most magnificent of all creatures ever to walk the face of the planet, man, was duly traced to Bentham, who, though the speaker did not quote him directly, declared about animals in 1780 that the question is not, can they reason? Nor, can they talk? But, can they suffer? Bentham said that as with human slaves, animals should not be tormented. As the crowd, many of them young auto workers from the plants around the region, followed with commendable attention, the speaker showed how Benthamite thought led to Nazism. Among civilized states, the Germans were the first to end vivisection. Hitler treated his dog better than the Jews. And they call us Nazis. Of course, if anyone in that crowd had kicked poor old Brutus, the Doberman, on the grounds that Bentham was wrong and dogs don't suffer, he would have been torn limb from limb. I toured the book and pamphlet tables. They contained a variety of alluring material, starting with a thick, spiral-bound volume, entitled Lethal Laws, subtitle, Documentary Proof, Enforcement of Gun Control Laws Clears the Way for Governments to Commit Genocides. This extremely interesting history of attempted and actual genocides, starting with assaults on Japanese Americans in World War II, had as its tightly argued premise the proposition that gun control is the key to genocide, Genocides occur when leaders with sure cures for national problems ram new ideas down the citizens' throats. Ordinary technologies expand government power over citizens. The three authors, J. Simkin, Aaron Zellman, and Alan Rice, identify themselves as members of Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership, headquartered in Milwaukee. On the main stage, the organizer of the event, Michael Sessa, an intense man in his 40s, tried to abbreviate the lengthy speech he had, he told me later, sat up all night preparing. He was kind enough to hand it over. Most of it could have been delivered by a leftist in the late 60s without changing a comma. The name Martin Luther King, mentioned at the Gunstock rally by one of the speakers, got a cheer. Back in Detroit, leftist friends berated me for taking too friendly an attitude to the afternoon's proceedings. I told them we should have had our booths and literature up at the event, assuming the organizers would have let us. What's always missing from the populist right analysis is who actually runs the world. They say the Masons, or the Jews, or some other preferred candidate. But they always miss out on the corporations. Show them the Fortune 500 and they look blank. But these young workers should be getting decent radical analysis and some respectful attention. Tell someone he's a Nazi long enough, and he may just become one, just for the hell of it and as a way of saying F you to the powers that be. June 21st. A few years ago, my daughter and I visited the Huntington Library near Pasadena, California. Halfway down the spacious public gallery, replete with its Gutenberg Bible, Shakespeare folios, early maps, and other testaments to the rise of capitalism, there is a case containing a scrap of paper on which is a letter written by Andrew Jackson. The note is an injunction to massacre. He commands General John Coffee to destroy the Creek Indians in Tallahatchie, in the Mississippi Territory, and under a discreet officer, to envelop any Indians that may be spying on the southeast bank. You will in performing this service keep the greatest order and observe the greatest circumspection. Coffee descended upon the Creek Indians, murdered the braves, 186 in all, and captured 84 women and children. President Jackson adopted one of the orphans. There, in the case in the Huntington Library, is the order, with deletions and rephrasings scored on it by Jackson. Down the years it has carried the testament of individual responsibility and, though the author did not see it that way, individual guilt. It is not a record that, in the age of electronic, industrialized consciousness, would have survived. June 28. This year is the 325th anniversary of the day when the jurors in the trial of William Penn refused to convict him of violating England's Conventicle Act despite clear evidence that he had openly preached a Quaker sermon. The judge promptly incarcerated 4 of these jurors and they spent 9 weeks in jail, after which their release and exoneration established forever as English and American legal doctrine that it is the right and responsibility of the trial jury to decide both on matters of fact and the validity of the law in the specific case before it. These rights are enshrined in the 5th, 6th and 7th Amendments, along with other rights enumerated in or implied by the Constitution. Since I started to write about the Fully Informed Jury Association, it's been somewhat demoralizing to discover how many liberals and leftists actually fear juries, and think our affairs would be better conducted without them, preferring panels of experts or qualified persons passed through all the usual filtration systems to produce people of conventional thought and moral posture. I'm just about ready to junk the whole left/right taxonomy as useless and indeed an active impediment to thought and action. Why should we be dominated by a political labeling system based on where people sat in the Constituent Assembly in Versailles in 1789 with factions gathered to the right and to the left of the President's desk? July 5. I talked today to M.I. Red Beckman, who once wrote a little book, The Church Deceived, which contains anti-Semitic passages. A reporter in the Wall Street Journal, Wade Lambert, charged that such writings by Beckman somehow compromised FIJA, of which he is an active member. I talked with Beckman on the phone at some length. His central focus seemed to be the government's abuse of power via the IRS, which he termed a terrorist organization. A Christian, He thinks all organized religions and governments use people ruthlessly. He says many adherents of Judaism are slaves of Satan, but he says the same of adherents to other religions, particularly those assenting to a 501 relationship with the state. He was against the Vietnam War. He says the pendulum swung too far to the left and people like him are working to stop it swinging too far to the right. He says Hitler was a criminal, Reagan was a criminal. He thinks. But, so far as FIJA is concerned, what Beckman thinks and says is not the point. To denounce FIJA because Beckman supports jury nullification is like denouncing the Fifth Amendment because communists used it in the 50s. All over America, constituencies written off as hopelessly uneducable have been abandoned to their own resources to deal with American capital moving abroad. The farm crisis, oil politics, NAFTA, the IMF, and the World Bank can produce simultaneously militias in America and Chiapas. The left should get off its high horse and re-examine the real-life grassroots resourcefulness in America, to acknowledge that abandoned constituencies have fallen back on the Bill of Rights, and that this turns out to be a pretty good compass, and to think about joining in the defense of the jury. July 12. The shadowy one-world government the militias worry about is the Fed and the big banks both here and abroad, plus the IMF and the World Bank and other multinational financial institutions reaching broad agreement on tight money and favorable business conditions, meaning enough unemployment to ensure that employers have the upper hand. These days banker bashing or Fed bashing, which used to be a decent national sport, is taken to be uncouth in respectable circles as though one was somehow ranting about the Freemasons. Rep. Jim Leach of Iowa, chairman of the House Banking Committee, recently suggested that such attacks were tantamount to anti-Semitism. So now it's anti-Semitic to attack banks and bond houses? When I lived in England back in the 1960s, one could hear Prime Minister Harold Wilson denounce the gnomes of Zurich on an almost daily basis. He was talking about the international bankers who made life difficult for his Labour government. No one accused Wilson of being anti-Semitic. People knew he was talking about the behavior of bankers, not the behavior of Jews. July 14. Dear Bruce. Remember that fellow I warned you about from the San Francisco Chronicle? I think his name was Jerry Carroll. Back at the end of the 1980s, this Carroll invited me to have lunch at what he described as a good place to eat. This turned out to be one of the most expensive restaurants, the Campton Grill in San Francisco. When the bill came, he asked me to put up $50, on the grounds that he didn't have enough money and the newspaper would never stand for it. Then, when he wrote up the interview, he derided me for eating in costly places. I swore never to eat another lunch with an interviewer. Of course I forgot and agreed on a rendezvous with Jack Schaefer, the new editor of the San Francisco Weekly. We had what I thought was a perfectly amiable lunch at a place of his choosing, pleasant and by no means pretentious, called George's Global Kitchen, somewhere south of Market in San Francisco. I knew almost from the moment I sat down that Schaefer had already written most of the story in his head, that he'd figured out his angle and it didn't much matter what I said. But everything passed off calmly enough, and he even faxed me a friendly note a few days later saying he'd enjoyed it. Then the actual piece comes through the fax machine from the Ava. Here's how it began. If you've ever handled a venomous snake, you already know what it's like to chat with Alexander Cockburn. Not just your average poisonous Marxist reptile, Cockburn is all grins and hisses and eye contact and bared Irish fangs as he chomps his soft-shell crab sandwich at George's Global Kitchen. It's a giddy thrill to be inside the kill zone of the greatest living exponent of bilious journalism, and in my reverie I ponder the original Irish diaspora in which St. Patrick chased the serpents from the island, and for a moment fantasize that Cockburn himself is descended from a race of socialistic bog-trotting snake people who escaped Ireland to sting and paralyze capitalists such as myself. How can you win? I smile at the man and this becomes all grins and hisses and eye contact. Suppose I'd given him a more somber greeting. Then we'd have had all sullen stares and shifty glances and pursed lips as he self-righteously declined all nourishment. July 19. The marketing director of Verso, my publisher, calls. It is Wednesday. He has in his hand the New York Times book review for the following Sunday. The book review goes out early to subscribers in the book trade. He begins to read. I hear phrases like self-proclaimed Leninist, and await paragraphs about my addiction to Stalin, my forgiving posture toward the purges, my determination to evict all Jews in Israel into the sea. This is, after all, the New York Times. But no. It seems the reviewer, a fellow called Douglas Brinkley, billed as an historian at the University of New Orleans, actually likes my book, The Golden Age is in Us. Whether journeying to Key West, FLA, Humboldt County, California, Ireland, or Istanbul, Mr. Cockburn is a warrior/freethinker, armed with courage and gifted prose to cut down the hypocrisies of tyrants. He is a Marxist Mencken, a composite of comic poet Andrei Condrescu, the erudite Christopher Hitchens and the gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson. The marketing director tells me this is worth 500 book sales. I think to myself, maybe it's worth another $5,000 on the next book contract. By the last paragraph the review is calling me a life-loving anarchist, presumably having abandoned the self-proclaimed Leninism of the reviewer's beginning. I'm a quick learner. Still, the review concludes, many readers will be astonished to discover that the irrelevant left still has much to offer as we search for a utopian resolution to your tangled social problems. The Golden Age is in Us is a delightful reminder that the new left, which blossomed in the 1960s, has not completely withered and died. Better than waking up in bed with a dead policeman or a wet umbrella, as my father used to say. July 26. When I began work on this biography, I intended it to be a very favorable portrait, thus Sheldon, in the opening chapter of his new book, Graham Greene, The Enemy Within. Sheldon goes on to say that examination of Greene disclosed unsavory aspects of his character. So he reversed track and wrote a character assassination. This is an old rhetorical trick, in which the biographer sadly announces that in mid-investigation the scales fell from his eyes. In Sheldon's case the truth is more likely that with Greene dead and thus incapable of suing for libel, the time was ripe for a demolition job running counter to the official biography being slowly released in 3 volumes by Norman Sherry. Sheldon's book is substantively thin and pretty silly. Poor Greene can't do anything without being assailed for low motives and possible misbehavior. A trip to Africa in the company of his cousin Barbara adds up to inferences by Sheldon about Greene's conduct merely because the cousin wore shorts, thus displaying bare legs to her putatively ravenous relative who, as Sheldon prissily emphasizes, had a wife and child back in England. I have an interest in all this because my father, Claude, was a lifelong pal of Greene's, going to the same school and sharing in many escapades into their 20s and beyond. In his introduction to my father's final collection of his memoirs, Claude Cockburn sums up, Greene wrote, "If I were asked who are the greatest journalists of the 20th century, my answer would be G.K. Chesterton and Claude Cockburn. Both are more than journalists, both produced at least one novel which will be rediscovered with delight, I believe, in every generation, The Man Who Was Thursday and Ballantyne's Folly." Knowing of this friendship, biographers would beat a path to my father's door. I once heard a television interviewer solemnly ask him about Greene's assertion that he had been dead drunk every day of his first term at Oxford. "Well, I didn't notice," my father replied. "You mean, he wasn't?" "No, Greene is a very truthful man, and if he said he was dead drunk every day, he was, and the fact that I didn't notice it must have meant I was equally drunk." The transcript of this conversation turns up in Sherry's first volume, plus my father's gloss to the assiduous biographer on what heavy drinking meant at Oxford in the mid-1920s. I got up fairly early, 8 a.m. I would then drink a large sherry glass of neat whiskey before breakfast and drank heavily throughout the day. I drank approximately a bottle and a half of whiskey every day, exclusive of wines and beers. God, the amount of liquor one took on board. How the hell could I notice how much Greene had? I suppose I was 2/3 stewed the whole time. It seems to me I remembered everything perfectly alert and so on. In those days it was all right. Evelyn Waugh, my father's cousin and also at Oxford at that time, added helpfully that drinking is the greatest thing Oxford has to teach. Sheldon roots about, coming up with supposed dirt about Green's deviousness, penchant for dirty tricks and double crosses of a wife, mistresses, and friends. Under this sort of earnestly malicious scrutiny most people wouldn't look too good, and it takes an effort of will to turn aside from Sheldon's litany of presumptive encounters with women and young things of both sexes to remember that Green essentially had 3 serious relationships with women in his life: his wife, Vivian, Catherine Walston, the American heiress with whom he had a tortured life in the 40s and with whom he planned to have sexual congress behind every altar in Italy, and Yvonne Cleta, in whose company he spent much of the last quarter-century of his life. This is scarcely the helter-skelter progress of a committed Don Juan. Green's Catholicism is another irresistible opportunity for biographers to turn out page after page on guilt, the bite of conscience, the nature of evil and so forth. My father regarded Green's conversion in a more mundane light. I knew him before Vivian. Quite early on, Graham said to me that he had fallen madly in love with this girl, but she wouldn't go to bed with him unless he married her. So I said, well, there are lots of other girls in the world, but still if that's the way you feel, well go ahead and marry her. What difference does it make? And then he came back and said, the trouble is that she won't marry me unless I become a Catholic. I said, why not? If you're really so obsessed with this girl, you've got to get it out of your system. He was rather shocked, because he said, you of all people, a noted atheist. I said, yes, because you're the one that's superstitious, because I don't think it matters. If you worry about becoming a Catholic, it means you take it seriously, and you think there is something there. I said, go right ahead, take instruction or whatever balderdash they want you to go through. If you need this for your fuck, go ahead and do it, and as we both know the whole thing is a bloody nonsense. It's like Central Africa, some witch doctor says you must do this before you can lay the girl. And then to my amazement the whole thing suddenly took off and became serious and he became a Catholic convert. So I felt perhaps I'd done the wrong thing. Green wasn't that complicated a fellow, though the biographers have a vested interest in making him so. He loved elaborate practical jokes and often these were designed to cock a snook at authority, throw grit in the state machinery, as he once put it. What more estimable course for a writer? August 9. The Unabomber got several thousand words of his prose published at the start of August in the New York Times and Washington Post. Price of his admission, 3 murdered people, plus maimings, with threats of more to come. Of course you can find people with a much higher career body count, Henry Kissinger for example, in the op-ed columns. Bombing one's way onto the front pages is usually the last recourse of a president heading down in the polls. At all events it's not a practice to be encouraged. September 23. Most of the time people don't really read things, particularly opinion pieces by politicians. They see a couple of predictable phrases bowing and scraping at them, register a small blip on the brain scan and move on. I doubt whether anyone has ever read a piece by Henry Kissinger from start to finish. You see words like resolve, statesmanship and so forth and avert your eyes. The same is true of most TV punditry too. When my father was working in the Berlin office of the London Times, back in the late 1920s, he became irritated by the complacent obtuseness of the bureau chief and put a satiric report from our correspondent in Jerusalem on his desk. Small disposition here, cabled the correspondent, attach undue importance raised certain quarters result recent arrest and trial leading revolutionary agitator followed by what is known locally as the Calvary incident. The piece was obviously based on an off-the-record interview with Pontius Pilate. The bureau chief glanced through the dispatch, saw all the usual phrases and passed it on to London, where only the vigilance of a telex operator prevented it from appearing in the Times the following morning. September 27. When Bosnian Muslims are shelled, driven from their homes or murdered, the world weeps. When Serbs are driven from their homes or are discovered with their throats cut, eyes stay dry. When Serbs do the cleansing, it's genocide. When Serbs are cleansed, it's either silence, or an exultant cry that they had it coming to them. The largest ethnic cleansing of the entire war, the expulsion of the Serbs from the Krajina region now overrun by the Croats, is a topic virtually unmentioned in any news forum in the United States. At least 150,000 Serbs have now fled the Krajina, abandoning the homes in which they and their ancestors have lived since the 17th century. President Franjo Tuđman of Croatia bellowed coarsely from this freedom train that the refugees left so fast they didn't have time to take their dirty hard currency and their dirty underwear, language somewhat similar in timbre to Tuđman's diatribes about the Jews in his professorial writings. October 4. O.J. innocent. We the jury, to judge by most of the people I spoke to at the Petrolia store, at the post office and on the phone after the verdict, thought O.J. was guilty. Of course they, the real jury, found otherwise. The word nullification is now being wrongly thrown around for what the jury did. Don Doig of the Fully Informed Jury Association, which campaigns for the constitutional right of jurors to nullify, that is, to disregard law and the instructions of the judge, and to be told in advance of that right, put it thus: I believe that this verdict does not represent a nullification of the law against murder, but it may reflect the jury's distrust of the testimony of police and other prosecution witnesses. If the police are demonstrably racist, or if they routinely violate the rights of defendants, particularly if they're black, then there could well be legitimate doubts that the guilt of the defendant had been established beyond a reasonable doubt. So the guilty verdict went, not against Simpson, but against the Los Angeles Police Department, which has been on more or less continual trial since the beating of Rodney King. No juror has yet said so publicly, but I suspect that this decision against the police would include counts ranging from sloppiness, careless handling of evidence and botched procedures, to racism, as symbolized by Detective Mark Foreman's vicious reminiscences overshadowing all. Given Foreman, but much else besides, the evidence against the cops was at least strong as the evidence against Simpson. November 29. Here comes the Comprehensive Anti-Terrorism Act of 1995, otherwise known as H.R. 1710. Under its provisions, many of them sought for years by the FBI, the state will accumulate further vast powers abusive of privacy and due process. H.R. 1710 defines terrorism in terms so broad that offenses now treated as vandalism under state law would in federal law become terrorism. The use of a .22 caliber rifle to inflict substantial damage on a stop sign would become terrorism. Planning with one's friends, i.e., partaking in a conspiracy to shoot at the aforementioned stop sign, would become terrorism. Shooting at the stop sign and missing would similarly be terrorism, with all the fearsome sanctions attaching to any offense burdened with that description. Privacy, already severely eroded by predations upon the Fourth Amendment, would take another beating. Sections 302 to 304 and 310 of the bill would give the FBI access to an individual's bank accounts, credit cards, employment, and travel records, without a court order and without evidence of criminal activity. The target of such secret inquiries might never know of the FBI's scrutiny, or of the reasons that prompted it. The FBI could get data on an individual from a credit bureau merely by telling a judge that the target individual may be in contact with an agent of a foreign power. December 20. People are getting loonier all the time. Robin Chembalist, a columnist from Jewish Forward in New York, called me a couple of weeks ago to ask what I thought about the attack on me in the Voice literary supplement. The VLS isn't big in Humboldt County. Maybe nowhere else either west of the Hudson, since no one from anywhere in the country has called to exult or commiserate or even say they'd seen it. Soon a very, very long article by Michael Tolkien, the fellow who wrote Altman's The Player, came churning through the facts, courtesy of Chembalist. It was mostly about the Turner Diaries, with lunges at yours truly when the mood took him. Among my achievements, I'd driven him back to Judaism. Among my deficits, by quoting Bruce Cockburn's line, "If I had a rocket launcher, I'd express the unspoken impotence and hypocrisy of the left." I apparently hate liberalism because of its Judaism. Mostly Tolkien was ruminating sourly on the fact that if the Jews hadn't rejected the concubine Timnah, she wouldn't have ended up with Esau's son Eliphaz, who had grown up with his father's resentment and given birth to Amalek. You'll recall the Amalekites whom the Lord God enjoined the children of Israel to smite and utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and sucking ox and sheep, camel and ass. The divinely mandated genocide was duly performed, with Samuel himself finally hewing King Agag in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal. Apparently Tolkien feels all this could have been avoided if the Timnah crisis had been better handled. As things are, the book is the book of the order of Amalek. We cast them off, set them in motion, and wherever we're weak, there they are. So like the hound of heaven which pursued Francis Thompson to the Catholic Church, I have pursued Tolkien back into the synagogue he had abandoned. Most of what Tolkien wrote was either mad or incomprehensible, but he got furious when Chembalist told him she'd faxed me his ravings. I think a Jew sending it is a betrayal, she reported him in the foreword as saying. It's theoretically wrong for a Jewish paper to send it? He went on, if I'm trying to say something to fellow Jews, saying it in a language that may be difficult for non-Jews to understand, to bring it to the attention of non-Jews may be dangerous to the Jews. The effrontery and demented self-righteousness. Imagine, if I publicly berated a columnist for faxing one of my articles to a Jew. 1996. January 4. Animal rights people in Arcata, the buckle of the PC belt here in Northern California, are buying lobsters out of restaurant tanks and shipping them back up to Maine to resume their submarine existence, at least until the next bit of rotted herring in the next lobster trap attracts their attention. The Maine lobstermen say that the do-gooders should watch a lobster tearing up a crab before getting so worked up. The big scandal in the lobster world remains that of Ralph, the 37-pounder being weighed some years back in the Boston Aquarium when he supposedly made a convulsive leap from the weighing tray and cracked his shell on the floor. Tears streaming down their faces, the aquarium folk broiled up Ralph on the grill the next day, which just happened to be July 4th. Avenge Ralph. All power to the Soviets. In April 1933, soon after they came to power, the Nazis preoccupied themselves with determining the most merciful way to dispatch crabs and lobsters. In 1936 a law was promulgated decreeing that they were to be thrown into rapidly boiling water. Scientists at the Nazi Ministry of the Interior had produced learned research papers on the kindest method of killing. January 5. Troglodytes have been on my mind since I found in Breasted's History of Egypt that King Sesostris III was a devoted fort builder and named one such structure on the island of Euronardi, repulse of the troglodytes. According to the Britannica, their burial rites were peculiar. The dead body, its neck and legs bound together with withes of the shrub called polyurus, was set up on a mound, and pelted with stones amidst the jeers of the onlookers, until its face was completely covered with them. A goat's horn was then placed above it, and the crowd dispersed with manifestations of joy. January 12. In Humboldt County, where I live, in the Mattole Valley, a couple of hours' drive south of Eureka, the ranchers here run cattle on the hills, or the river bottom or the King Range, which is controlled by the Bureau of Land Management. The sheep have come and mostly gone. Here it's cattle, raised and grazed and shipped off to the feedlots. I suppose my house goes through a couple of sheep, a pig, and a hindquarter of a cow each year. The pig would be one raised by a 4-H kid. Cisco Benamans was the best so far from around Ferndale, an hour over the hills, and killed and cut up by a local butcher. The cow for the last 2 years was called Moki, raised by Michael Evanson. At a Christmas party last year I ate a good piece of beef, said so, and Michael told me it was from Moki and sold me a hindquarter. He gave me this little piece of Homeric history about her origins, which go back to the early 1970s, when a number of counterculture folk headed north from the Bay Area and settled in southern Humboldt. Michael bought Moki's grandmother as a day-old calf in a Fortuna auction in 1972. She gave good milk in Michael's 3-cow dairy. At the age of 16 or 17, she'd had 14 calves and earned retirement. She died in the pasture of natural causes at the age of 22. Her last calf was a heifer, who herself had 14 calves. Michael sold her to a couple that wanted a milk cow, and he got back the calf she was about to have. So the animal you had part of was that calf that came to me. I was out of milking and dairy by then. I had very few animals and the pasture was in perfect condition. About 60 acres. When I first got there we figured about 15 acres a cow, but after we reseeded it, this dropped down to 10. When you reseed a balanced diet, with perennial and annual grasses, so the soil is always alive with something. A lot of variety. It was a mix Fred Hurlbut, a rancher in Garberville, developed. My animals were slaughtered in winter and the butcher thought they'd been on grain. I don't grain feed animals. Too concentrated and unbalanced. My animals always had choices, in the kind of grasses to eat and where to sleep. I had cross-fencing, but they were generous enough pastures and choice. I had goats in the 1960s and they really taught me animals like choices. They let you know when they're not happy. There have never been any diseases on my place. Bullocks I'd slaughter after about 2 years. I don't lie to my animals. I tell them the only way I know, using English, that I'm going to slaughter them. I give them as much love and care as I can. Then, when they're slaughtered they will be part of my body, part of your body. You do the same in your garden. The couple I sold Moki's mother to are hippies living east of the Eel River. She's a midwife and he grows lettuce. They're new settlers, and they were the ones who called the calf Moki. I never sent any animal to a commercial slaughterhouse. Moki was 4 and she was breaking fences and wandering. I used a 30.30 and shot her behind the ear, out through the eye. Michael is off red meat now. A friend of his, the late John Iris, who started the Wild Iris Institute for Sustainable Forestry, got bone cancer when he was fairly young. In the military he'd worked in missile silos in Europe, and with nuclear warheads in Vietnam. He lived in Bryceland and went on a macrobiotic diet. Michael joined him, eating fish and chicken, but nothing from the nightshade family, for example tomatoes or potatoes. No milk, no red meat, even though I had a freezer full of beef and a cow I was milking. I felt better. I'm realizing now my life has changed because I no longer have twice daily contact with cows. I wouldn't say life is more peaceful. It became more turbulent. So much for versions of pastoral in the Mattole Valley. Most people don't have the option of getting Greg Smith to kill them a lamb. Probably most people wouldn't want to cut it up. Someone in the supermarket in Garberville the other day went to the manager and complained because the meat counter man had some blood stains on his apron. But even so, there are options. If you don't like the thought of debioc chickens sitting in a wire box all their lives, don't buy them. Figure out if you can have a meal that squares with ethical standards you can live with, or even vaguely aspire to. If you don't want to eat a piece of an animal tortured by hog barons, then cut up by prisoners. Aside from campaigning against such cruelties and conditions, ask yourself, is there a way out, at a level that goes beyond eating the pre-fall diet? January 17. I was sad to see ROTC being kicked around the paddock as targeting poor minority students, the armed forces' favorite cannon fodder these days. Come on, fellows. Where else is the reserve army of the unemployed supposed to end up? There's nothing wrong with a bit of military training, particularly if it might open up some avenue of employment, not to mention self-esteem, among people otherwise destined to be hamburger flippers, crack runners, or whatever. I'm for a citizen army. Abolish Annapolis Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy, and West Point, and install a draft, no exemptions. The Pentagon is the U.S. economy's last line of defense, never forget it, and probably the only way that any money will get redistributed to the deserving. 99% to Lockheed and the other big firms, 1% to basic training, ROTC, and so forth. The only way many kids can get anywhere near college is on military scholarships. As in many other societies in history, the armed forces do offer an avenue for advancement when all else seems closed. January 24. Hillary Clinton is one of nature's blue stockings. The prime do-gooder blue stocking of all time was probably Beatrice Webb, who with her husband Sidney fostered the political tendency known as Fabianism, very influential in the evolution of the British Labour Party. The Fabian view was that under the expert guidance of enlightened intellectuals such as the Webbs, society would gradually evolve toward maximum efficiency, good drains, good trains, sound economic management, with the state judiciously presiding over all. Beatrice was a stringent supervisor. As a child I used to listen to Malcolm Muggeridge, a close friend of my father, describe his visits to the Webb household, where he was courting Beatrice's niece, Kitty. Beatrice would order Sidney to go for a jog before lunch. The wretched man would trot off down the driveway, with Malcolm lumbering after him. No longer under the scrutiny of Beatrice, he would dodge in behind the barn, invite Malcolm to recline on a bale of hay and spend the next hour talking about the future of the world. Then they would have to sprint back up the driveway to where Beatrice would lay her hand on Sidney's brow, ascertaining from the perspiration that improvement, in this case physical, had indeed taken place. Time and again, reading Hillary Rodham Clinton's It Takes a Village, I was reminded of Beatrice Webb. There's the same imperious gleam, the same lust to improve the human condition until it conforms to the wretchedly constricted vision of freedom which gave us social worker liberalism, otherwise known as therapeutic policing. The Clintonite passion for talking about children as investments tells the whole story. Managed capitalism needs regulation, and just as the stock market requires somewhat theoretically these days the Securities and Exchange Commission, so too does the social investment require social workers, shrinks, guidance counselors and the whole vast army of the helping professions, to make sure the investment yields a respectable rate of return. The do-good progressives at the start of the century saw the family, particularly the immigrant family, as a conservative institution, obstructive to the progressive goals of society and the state. So, they attacked it. Then their preferred economic system, consumer capitalism, began to sunder the social fabric, and so today's do-gooders say that the family and the children, our investment, must be saved by any means necessary. When the FBI was getting ready to incinerate the Branch Davidians, they told Janet Reno the group's children were being abused. "Save them," she cried. They went at it and all, including the children, were burned alive. January 25. The best review of HRC's book is written by a man now dead, Christopher Lasch, in his Haven in a Heartless World, The Family Besieged, published in 1977. The lesson Lasch draws in all his books is that radicalism did triumph in the United States. But it was not the radicalism of Marx or any kind of socialism. Instead, what triumphed was the radicalism of the helping professions, transforming the state into the engine of therapy, because the no longer surprising fact is that therapy and bureaucracy have considerable affinity, each seeks rationalization, each is hierarchical and, above all, each is authoritarian. Hillary the helper, self-disclosure is anathema to her. The reticence that has landed her in the present troubles with the special prosecutor may well stem as much from childhood as from the prudence of a power broker from Arkansas. Early in her book she writes with elegiac warmth about playing softball and kindred sports, all under the watchful eyes of parents. Then, a couple of pages later, she remarks sharply that in reality, our past was not so picture-perfect. Ask those who grew up in the picture-perfect houses about the secrets and desperation they sometimes concealed. That's as near as she gets to saying anything interesting about herself. January 31. Lady Olga Maitland, Member of Parliament for Sutton and Cheam, visits the proud nation of Turkey. She and her husband are sitting at a sumptuous outdoor banquet when the Turk next to her unzips his trousers. "Robin," she hisses to her husband, a phlegmatic barrister, "he's produced Mr. Mouse." Robin motions for her to be quiet, and the Englishman's great fear to avoid making a scene. "But Robin," Lady Olga whispers, "Mr. Mouse is standing at attention." "Just ignore it, dear," her husband advises, and it will go away. And do you know, Lady Olga later reports to her friends with great excitement, when we finished lunch 2 hours later, Mr. Mouse was still standing at attention. February 7. Suddenly it's the trust crisis. Important national institutions like Harvard, the Washington Post and the Kaiser Family Foundation began collectively sinking their teeth into the matter sometime last year, and at the end of January the Post fired off a 6-part series decked out with doleful front-page headlines such as "In America, loss of confidence seeps into all institutions," and graphs about public trust with the trend lines all pointing down. Cut your way through the thick underbrush of graphs and pizza slice graphics in the Post series and you find something simple. It's as if P.T. Barnum set forth across the country to see if one was still being born each minute, got to the edge of the Midwest, looked around and then muttered to himself with drawn features, "No suckers." The Post rests its whole waning trust thesis on a couple of vignettes in part 1 of its series. In the opening paragraph, Janice Drake, mother of 3 in Detroit, doesn't trust the neighborhood teenager who fails to pull his pants up properly. In paragraph 2, 18-year-old Lori Miller of Madison, Wisconsin, says she never knows who the next Jeffrey Dahmer might turn out to be. Drawing on this database, paragraph 3 says we've become a nation of suspicious strangers, and this is why we've lost confidence in the federal government. If Janice Drake had told the Post she puts in 3 hours a week running errands for old folk and young Lori said she relied on her friends for emotional backup, we wouldn't have had a crisis. The one thing the Post, Harvard, the Kaiser Family Foundation and all the hired professors can't face is that the correct premise for an independent citizenry is not to trust government, not Pericles in ancient Athens, not Bill Clinton now. And, across the last 30 years, government has willfully forfeited such scant reservoirs of trust as might have remained. During the Civil War, 13 states announced drastic no confidence in federal government. The people in these 13 states simultaneously exhibited great trust and confidence in each other. There is one group the American people most definitely don't trust, namely the people who survey them, usually at 6:30 p.m. when they're sitting down to eat. People perform for surveys. They pretend to be Roseanne, or Archie Bunker or Eddie Murphy or Beavis and Butthead. They don't trust professors and pundits, who repay them by claiming they trust no one. February 12. 2. Daisy Cockburn, Chloe Cockburn, Patrick Cockburn, Olivia Ruspoli Wild, Andrew. Subject, Dr. William Cockburn. Bill Cockburn seems to have had a sound view on causes of scurvy. The citrus fruit cure was obviously a cover story put out by Seamen's Union. From a book about the search for a cure for scurvy by David Harvey, Cockburn, who trained at Edinburgh and Leiden, was a very influential, conservative snob who had been physician to the fleet and who had made a great deal of money in private practice, largely by promoting his electuary, a doubtful cure for dysentery. This potion, which he kept secret, had been obtained in Italy. He claimed it had been used to cure Pope Clement XI in 1731, and despite complaints from Admiralty commissioners, his patron, Admiral Sir Cloud Esley Shovel, promoted its widespread use in the Navy. Despite his influence, his dull, inflexible approach resulted in a lack of conspicuous medical progress during his career. He was described as an old, very rich quack and is ironically the only naval physician to be buried in Westminster Abbey. Cockburn's big contribution to the processional discussion of scurvy was that it was caused by congenital laziness among the sailors. He did admit that fresh vegetables might help those already sick, and had even witnessed the efficacy of lemons, but on serious preventative measures he had nothing new to say. February 14. Here's a little parable from Oregon about the lesser of two evils. At one point in the U.S. Senate race between Ron Wyden and Gordon Smith, there was a Green candidate called Lou Gold. Then, as the race came down to the wire, the Green establishment in Oregon told Gold that every vote counted and, if he stayed in, his third-party candidacy could throw the race to the man of darkness, Smith. So Gold stood down. The Oregon Green establishment took out ads saying it was a choice between the despoilers and protectors and that a vote for Wyden was a vote for the temple of nature. Wyden rewarded these expressions of support with stentorian speeches to the effect that the Clinton logging plan, under whose auspices old growth is falling and the spotted owl going to its long home, wasn't cutting enough. In the end, Wyden beat Smith by 1.5%. The Green vote put him over the top. Now he's saying that since he represents all the people of Oregon, including the chainsaw faction who voted for Smith, he wants to lay Oregon waste, the same way Smith promised. February 21. For my harsh remarks about Hillary Rodham Clinton's book It Takes a Village, I am taken to task by Ruth Rosen, Prof of History at UC Davis. According to Rosen, writing angrily in the Los Angeles Times, anyone who is publicly savaged by William Safire and yours truly must be doing something right. Rosen thinks that attacks on HRC are not simply politics as usual, and that HRC is the kind of strong woman that weak men love to hate, a brilliant woman who makes mediocre men feel incompetent. The left's attacks on HRC stem from a more visceral misogyny, and that even today, there are still some liberal men who cannot grasp the radical nature of what they call women's issues. Rosen says that, like Jane Addams and Eleanor Roosevelt, Hillary Clinton believes that a truly humane society places children, not corporations, at the center of its economic agenda, and that she's the perfect scapegoat because she has a moral compass and is not afraid to follow it. The one thing Dr. Rosen couldn't bring herself to do was read HRC's book. Admiring Hillary usually depends on such omissions. Look at her book, or her commodity trades, or her membership on the board of an incinerator company, or her treatment of the employees of the White House Travel Office, and you like her less. HRC's resume, it seems to me, contains the bankruptcy of a certain strain of feminism, the same way her husband's resume, in this single person, encapsulates the bankruptcy of the Democratic Party. February 22. Last week it was Peter MacKay's turn to be on the losing end of the libel wars. In the London Evening Standard he wrote up a much-discussed recent event in which Gore Vidal had been lunching at the River Café in Hammersmith. These modish restaurants feature flagons of olive oil. Mistaking such a vessel for a beaker of wine, Vidal took a swig, and then did a predictable amount of spluttering and gasping. Recovering himself, Vidal finally snarled to the wide-eyed company, "You let me do that? You want me to die because then Edmund White will be king fag." White went round Paris and later Key West telling the story with great delight, but Vidal was not pleased with a slightly florid account of the episode that appeared in MacKay's column. He duly instructed his legal representatives in London, Biddle & Co., to threaten savage litigation on the grounds that this defamatory story made him look ridiculous and shamefully rude about the excellent White, that in fact the amount of olive oil had been trifling, the discomfort transitory, and the occasion lunch, not dinner, as MacKay's item had inferred. MacKay offered to fly to Ravello and do a long and flattering profile of Vidal, with disclaimers of the episode cunningly inserted into the text. But Vidal declined. He has been holding out for a public retraction in the Standard, plus an appropriate sum to mitigate the usual intense pain and suffering, probably around $3,000 or $4,000 worth. February 26. Dear Sir. In a highly misleading piece in the last issue of your review, Gerald Clark, the biographer of Truman Capote, pays pious homage to the film of Beat the Devil as a small comic masterpiece, as original now as it was in 1953. In the excerpt you publish from Capote, the shooting script, Clark gives the impression that the script was all the work of Capote. He graphically describes his hero on the Amalfi Coast wearing an overcoat that fell almost to his ankles, with a long lavender scarf flapping behind it, rushing down to the set every morning with dialogue he had spent the night writing. In reality, Beat the Devil, the cast of which included Humphrey Bogart, Gina Lollobrigida, Peter Lorre, and Robert Morley, is a faithful rendition of a novel written by my father Claude Cockburn and published in Britain in 1953. I do not know what Capote was doing with his nights, but writing an original script for Beat the Devil was not one of them. In reality, my father had sold the film rights to the book to John Huston, an old friend of his, for sterling 3,000 at a moment when he was living in Ireland and in serious need of money. Claude had been denounced by Senator McCarthy as the 84th most dangerous red in the world and had therefore considered it prudent to publish his novel under the nom de plume James Helvig. The credits for the film when it appeared announced that the screenplay was by Truman Capote from a novel by James Helvig. Since nobody had heard of Helvig and Houston did not want to rush round in the America of the early 1950s publicizing the fact he was in fact the notorious ex-communist Claude Cockburn, this has led to subsequent confusion. Beat the Devil was later republished twice under my father's real name, but the belief that Capote had written it has never died. It has been amusing, if somewhat irritating over the years, to watch admirers of Capote see evidence of his literary skills pulsating in every word of the dialogue in Houston's film. For admirers like Mr. Clark, Capote provided words that were completely fresh. In reality, Capote's contribution was limited to a few concluding scenes which had to be altered at the last moment. My father was in Ireland and Capote, who happened to be available in Italy, was pressed into service. In subsequent years, as the film acquired a cult following, Capote did nothing to contradict exaggerated accounts of his own connection with the movie. Sincerely, Patrick Cockburn. 2. Patrick Cockburn. Subject, piece on Beat the Devil in Guardian. Very good. Gore Vidal, who of course loathed Truman C., told me about a year ago that the lines not taken from BTD were supplied by Robert Morley. February 28. The love of our newspapers for free trade surely has something to do with the fact that although there has been fearsome attrition in the journalistic profession, at least the lost jobs here aren't reappearing south of the border at a fraction of the cost. The day that column writing is subcontracted to high school students in Guatemala, I expect to see a turnaround on the trade issue among the opinion-forming classes. Free trade is a class issue. The better off like it, their stocks go up as the outsourcing company heading south lays off its workforce. The worse off see the jobs disappear. You don't have to be an economist with a PhD to figure out what is happening. At the start of this year, Walmart reported its first loss in 99 quarterly earnings reports. It seems Walmart's customers were unable to afford the luxury items on which the store makes its best margins. As long as people can't afford to shop at Walmart for anything more than the bare essentials of existence, Pat Buchanan will find people ready to vote for him. March 6. In 1922, in the wake of the 1921 treaty by which the British ceded the bulk of Ireland, assassins killed General Sir Henry Wilson, one of Britain's top military commanders, as he was entering his house in Belgravia, London. My mother, walking to school at the age of 8, was an eyewitness. The British took the assassination as a Hamas-type attempt by Irish Republicans to undermine the treaty. They conveyed their view to the infant Irish Free State government, which then unleashed an artillery barrage upon Republicans holed up in the Four Courts, destroying the building which housed the National Archive, including every Irish certificate of birth and death. Coincidence, my mother, having watched General Sir Henry fall to Fenian bullets, went home and reported the episode to her parents. It turned out well for her. She had been in London against her will, removed from Myrtle Grove, formerly Walter Raleigh's house, in the town of Youghal in Ireland. Here she was enjoying a happy childhood under the supervision of her grandmother, Edith Blake, a woman with nationalist sympathies. But her parents wanted her to come to London and go to school. With Wilson's murder they were now terrified that as a witness she might attract unwholesome attentions, of the police, Republicans, and so on. She was sent back to Myrtle Grove. 50 years later she was telling the story to a new friend, Veronica Anderson, mother of Perry, who grew up in Waterford, 45 miles to the east. Veronica listened and then said, "Did you see a milkman?" "No," replied my mother, very surprised. "Neither did I," Veronica agreed. Newspaper accounts of Wilson's shooting had featured a plucky, but imaginary, milkman who chased the assassins. As a little girl Veronica had also been walking to school in Belgravia that day, at that time. I suppose the vulgar Marxists would merely murmur, "Class is destiny." March 21. Plain English, at Bodmin Assizes, In the 1930s, Mr. Justice Wright had to pass sentence upon an elderly agricultural laborer who had been found guilty of deplorable bestiality. In somewhat indistinct tones his lordship announced, "Prisoner at the bar, the jury have convicted you, on the clearest evidence, of disgusting and degrading offences. Your conduct is viewed by all right-minded men with abhorrence. The sentence of the court is that you be kept in penal servitude for 7 years." It was obvious that this diatribe had not been audible to the prisoner, who had stood with his hand cupping his ear, straining to learn his fate. Therefore, the judge said, "Warder, repeat to the prisoner the sentence of the court." The task was beyond the warder's powers, but he did his best, shouting at the condemned felon, "His lordship says you are a dirty old bastard, and he's put you away for 17 years. Whereupon his lordship observed, "Warder, I have no objection to your paraphrasing my sentence, but you have no power to increase it." Michael Gilbert tells this story in his Legal Anecdotes. A Scotch friend tells me of a man in Dumfries who somehow became a magistrate for a day in the local court. A shoplifter was brought before him and the evidence of guilt was clear. The magistrate for a day assumed a grave face, leaned forward and addressed the prisoner, "Hamish McTavish, you have been found guilty of the crime of shoplifting. It is my duty to inform you that on a set day you shall be taken from this place to another place and there hanged by the neck until you are dead, and may God have mercy on your soul." McTavish fainted dead away and the clerk whispered incredulously to the magistrate of the day that he had no right to impose such a sentence. I know," he said, "but I've always wanted to say that." March 27. Ralph Nader put up a good performance on Meet the Press last Sunday. Tim Russert, "But people are going to say, Ralph Nader, in the end this is a real world. Would you prefer to have Bill Clinton or Bob Dole sitting in the Oval Office, because one of those two men are going to be the president?" Nader, "I would prefer neither in the real world." Russert, "It wouldn't bother you if you woke up in November and said, Bill Clinton was not re-elected today because he lost the state of California to Bob Dole and the reason was that Ralph Nader siphoned off 6% of the voters who would have voted for Bill Clinton?" Nader, "If that happens to Clinton because he refuses to adopt a very important campaign finance reform, he deserves it." Russert, "And if he embraced some of your issues that you're talking about this morning, you would be, then, reluctant to challenge him all the way through to November?" Nader, "Not at all. Politicians always need an opposition that stays to its convictions and holds them to their promises." March 28. Just because the Nazis were keen on animal rights, this doesn't mean that all animals' rights activists are Nazis. The Nazis were keen on alternative medicine too, but this doesn't mean that the homeopathy and alternative medicine crowd are Nazis. See Robert J. Lifton's interesting paragraphs in The Nazi Doctors. Perhaps the most severe conflict between the Nazi biomedical vision and the traditional medical profession was in relation to non-medical healers, known as healing practitioners and healers. These groups generally stress the outdoor life, natural foods, and overall reorientation in living. They often flouted established medical practice and sometimes treated serious diseases with dubious therapies. Long active in Germany, these healers appealed to the regime's biological romanticism and mysticism and found their strongest supporter in Deputy Party leader Rudolf Hess, the most intense biological mystic in the Nazi inner circle. In 1939, as a lasting expression of its relationship to the nature movement, the Nazis opened a new hospital outside Munich that was to epitomize many of the principles of the new German medicine, for example, common dining halls, outdoor bathing pools, special indoor physical therapy centers, and recreation centers. These features would aid physical and mental rehabilitation, prevent diseases of civilization, and strengthen natural forces of resistance to disease that were both physical and psychological. Not a hospital, it was a house of health. May 2nd. Alone at interest is the only known thing in the entire universe that does not suffer entropy. It grows with time. All other things, ourselves included, fade and die. Those of you maxed out on your credit cards but still making those monthly payments at some outrageous rate know this as well as I. Those first 3 sentences came from an informative letter that Stan Lusby of Otago, New Zealand, sent to one of my favorite newspapers, Catholic Worker, a while back. Lusby commenced his discussion of capitalism with some personal disclosures. He had, Lusby confided, known all his life that lending money at interest was intrinsically wrong. I came late in life to Christianity, and it was a great source of comfort to verify my intuition through scripture, although I am now deeply enmeshed in debt, having listened to my peers and not the word of God. Lusby then supplied a succinct history of the origins of the very word capitalism. The word capitalism comes from capitale or head count of the slaves. I followed the line of word discovery further, after reading the New English Bible, for it referred to Nebuchadnezzar investing Jerusalem with his troops. Vestment means clothing that one puts on, but investment implies that one has been cloaked in. It was the Roman word for a military operation for the taking of slaves. Clearly, such a military operation called for a minimum physical injury to a saleable commodity, and what we now call siege tactics were deployed. The military word captain refers to the one who counts the heads of slaves. It is used in both the land and marine branches of military. Out of starvation, the defenders capitulated. On the long march back to Rome, the captain carved the daily head count into a horizontal component of the scaffolding of the tent in which the captives were housed at night. Even today, such a piece of scaffolding is still known as a ledger. To prevent the slaves breaking away, they were tied with a piece of leather called a bond to a long pole termed a bank. That word survives to this day in the expression a bank of oars, coming, as it does, from the galleys which were powered by slaves. Lusby should have added that the word also survives as the bank, to which we are held captive by the long thong of debt. May 8. On April 18, Israeli shells crashed into a United Nations compound, manned by Fijian soldiers, at Qana in southern Lebanon. They were 155 mm shells with M732 proximity fuses which detonated each round 7 meters above the ground, causing maximum casualties and what the military calls amputation wounds. They were fired from new American-made M109A1 howitzers, which need a forward spotter for precise targeting. Inside the compound itself, the approximate area of a city block, there were 2 buildings crammed with Lebanese villagers fleeing Israeli bombardment. Only these 2 structures, a chapel and a meeting hall, were destroyed. Nothing else in the compound was seriously damaged. No UN people were hurt. Estimates of the dead have edged up to around 105, but no one really knows. Did the Israelis know that refugees were in the compound? Yes. Some 48 hours before the massacre, a senior member of the UN staff in southern Lebanon had told an Israeli general that the UN was protecting 5,000 refugees in all its compounds, including Qana. May 9. The Nation magazine held a meeting on the 50s last week, at Town Hall in New York. A decent number of people, many of them of mature vintage, showed up. The last time I visited Town Hall was back in 1983, and that was another Nation event about the 1950s, in the form of an evening about the Rosenbergs. By the 3rd millennium maybe we'll hit the 60s? The big news about the recent evening was a strong attack on rock and roll. The onslaught was made by Fred Hell Ehrman of the Weavers, a group temporarily put out of business by the 1950s blacklist. Hell Ehrman, advanced in years but spry, denounced rock and roll as mindless and devoid of content, and held it no accident that it coincided with the worst years of the cultural blacklist. He singled out Bill Haley and Rock Around the Clock for specific abuse, and even essayed a kind of Shabbat cry. In response, Allen Ginsberg, also on the platform, cried out in apparent solidarity with Little Richard, "Awap bam boom." I was at school when the film of Rock Around the Clock was banned in Britain as being liable to madden youth and cause attrition of moral fiber. In 1975 my brother Andrew was working in London for a TV program on the year 1955. The film revolved around the memories of two men, George Melly and Derek Taylor, of 1950s Liverpool. George, very sensibly, was rather reticent on specific details of his own experiences. Derek, later press agent for the Beatles and a very nice man all round, had met his wife-to-be, Joan, at a dance in New Brighton, the leisure destination across the Mersey from Liverpool. Andrew thought he would recreate the occasion and rented the relevant dance hall for the occasion, asking the Vintage Rock and Roll Appreciation Society to furnish Teddy Boys, for a quid pro quo of beer plus the screening. Gratifying numbers of Teddy Boys turned out in their thick crepe solace, drainpipe trousers, drape jackets, and greased hair with duck's arse capillary deployment. Many of them were now mature in years themselves, with young UNS 3 generations in one case also garbed in proper 50s style. Andrew and his team screened rock around the clock. The crowd rose to the occasion, dancing in the aisles during the screening and then doing what was to be expected of any audience in such circumstances, viz., they destroyed the movie theater and then moved down the main street smashing every window. The next day Andrew had to put about £2,000 worth of banknotes into a paper bag and walk down the same street, paying off the shopkeepers. May 22. The hysteria about teen violence is more than matched by the alarms about a pubescent rutting boom, with children having children and children giving one another AIDS. Bill and Hillary seldom stop sermonizing on this. Adults listen agog to the boastful lies of teenage boys and then rush to judgment. In 1970, 20% of boys and 4% of girls in junior high schools claimed on self-reporting surveys to have had sex. In 1992 the figure had risen to 27% of boys and 20% of girls. And if rising legions of pubescents were sexually active, how come the pregnancy rate among 10 to 14-year-olds hasn't similarly skyrocketed? In 1976, 3.2 babies, abortions, and miscarriages per 100 junior high school girls, in 1988 3.3. Amid this supposed junior high sexual revolution, 98% of the girls arrived at age 15 never having been pregnant. Junior high students must be America's most skilled condom deployers. 7th graders should be enlisted to hold seminars for U.S. grown-ups, who sport the industrial world's highest rates of unplanned pregnancy. Just 1% of all births in the United States each year and 8% of all teenage births involve partners under 18. From the point of view of both pregnancy and AIDS, the riskiest option for teenagers is to have sex with adults. Prudent teenagers should stick to their own cohort. Responsible for these misrepresentations have been core liberal nonprofit groups such as Planned Parenthood, the Children's Defense Fund, and the Urban Institute, all massaging the Clinton administration's Blame Kids First strategy. In the small print of its technical reports you'll find Marian Wright Edelman's Children's Defense Fund, of which Hillary used to be a board member, mentioning the role of adult misbehavior, abuse, and/or impregnation in connection with teenage mothers, but not in the fund's PR campaigns. Similarly, Planned Parenthood and the Alan Guttmacher Institute hype the epidemic of 1 million teenage pregnancies every year, ignoring 70 years of birth statistics showing that, in the main, teenage mothers have adult partners. On the bottom line here is sotto voce Malthusianism. Much of the screaming at teenagers about condoms, pregnancy, and AIDS risk is a way of saying don't ever have children if you're poor. May 29. The liberal prostration before Clinton is unprecedented. When Jimmy Carter veered right in the late 1970s, the unions put together the Progressive Alliance and Teddy Kennedy ran as the radical challenger. The only challenge now is from Ralph Nader, and he doesn't seem to be putting much heart into his run in California under the Green Party label. Former California Governor Jerry Brown, who now has a talk show on Pacifica, is saying that when he interviewed Nader recently, the latter didn't even mention he was running for president. Meanwhile, the New York Times Magazine gave Clinton a warm kiss in the form of a profile by its White House correspondent, Todd Purdom. Specimens from the Herogram: he is charming, informal, PC profane as he sips ice water and searches face to face for approval, his beefy hands and long, oddly delicate fingers cutting the air. Even after announcing that he is losing his voice, he talks for 30 more minutes. The performance is, in the end, overwhelming. White House correspondents tend to find almost any president overwhelming. The late John Hersey even managed to be overwhelmed by the executive majesty of my favorite commander-in-chief, Gerry Ford. The New York Times Magazine ran the Hersey piece almost exactly 20 years ago. Nothing much changes in the relation between press and power. Probably the greatest fawner has been Time's Hugh Sidey. Back in the early 60s he had a piece in Life about JFK headlined, "He eats up news, books at 1,200 words a minute." All over America people rushed to sign up in speed reading classes. Fatalities were recorded as word sprinters blew their cerebral cortices. In 1994 Sidey admitted to the Washington Post, "I haven't any idea how fast he read. The figure was kind of hooked up." July 17. News just in from England, it turns out George Orwell was a police narc. In 1949 he supplied a Secret Service unit based in the British Foreign Office with just the sort of lists Senator Joe McCarthy flourished a few years later. Orwell, then dying of TB, gave Celia Kerwin of the Covert Information Research Department 86 names of people he regarded as crypto-communist or fellow travelers. One of the names was former Labour Party leader Michael Foot. Orwell's biographer, Bernard Crick, is quoted in The Guardian for July 12 as saying Orwell had kept a notebook of suspects, in which many were plausible, a few were far-fetched and unlikely. Of course, once Orwell had played the informer, Big Brother opened files on them, however far-fetched or unlikely they may have been as commie collaborators. Let's see what Orwell lovers have to say about this. The revelations about Orwell's blacklist came in the form of documents released at the British Public Records Office last week. The papers show that the Information Research Department was particularly keen to promote Animal Farm. One Foreign Office official in Cairo remarked that the idea is particularly good for Arabic in view of the fact that both pigs and dogs are unclean animals to Muslims. July 28. At least in the old days Bob Dole used to have suavity and aplomb. He flicked insults at his enemies with a caddish leer. Now his barbs have all the force of marshmallows, and he whines just like another loser, Mondale, a dozen years ago. He got into trouble for trying to claim that cigarettes aren't addictive. Now it's true that the word addiction is seriously overworked. The trouble really took off when the 12-steppers took the stupid position that even one teensy sip made you an alcoholic, as debased on the ladder of self-indulgence as the man who puts down half a bottle of gin before breakfast. The AA crowd didn't invent alcoholism. That came somewhere in the 1890s when the self-respecting drunkard or sot was transmuted into the pitiful, helpless alcoholic. Throughout most of its etymological and semantic career, addict had a judicial connotation, as in to deliver over formally by sentence of a judge, which is the first definition in the Oxford English Dictionary, published in the early 1930s, but depending on work done 50 years earlier. Morphine was what brought addict to its modern, pejorative meaning. The supplement to the 1930s OED, published at the same time, has addict defined as one who is addicted to the habitual and excessive use of a drug, as in morphia addict. People like Sherlock Holmes, shooting up his 7% solution, brought the word to its new, low station, though Orientalists would probably claim that after the Opium Wars of the mid-19th century, in which the British forced the Chinese to accept imports of opium, the imperial power developed the notion of the addicted Chinese masses to excuse their own low behavior. August 7. A Democratic president has just destroyed a big chunk of the New Deal, and not one major Democratic figure has defected because this president destroyed the tiny protections for those down on their luck, for children, for single mothers, for immigrants between jobs, who have been paying taxes for maybe 10 or 20 years. Donna Shalala didn't quit. Robert Reich didn't quit. Peter Edelman of HHS did quit. Marian Wright Edelman cancelled a demonstration before Clinton's decision because I didn't want to be Sister Souljah, then issued a bitter statement, but she didn't say she was shifting her support to Ralph Nader. Ron Dellums's office was saying that he understood Clinton's need to hold the center. Barney Frank said that Clinton had done more for the poor than Ralph Nader. Here, for the third time in 30 years, we have a historic opportunity for the rallying of left forces beyond the Democratic Party. It happened in 1968 with Eugene McCarthy, and in 1984 and 1988 with Jesse Jackson. Now we have another chance. And who steps forward as our public champions? Bernie Sanders, the independent hot air factory from Vermont, requests everyone to vote for Bill Clinton. The Labor Party, born in Cleveland a month ago, insisted that no Labor candidates be fielded for the foreseeable future, and further stipulates that no Labor affiliate field independent candidates. Prominent Labor Party folk are simultaneously on the Democratic National Committee. Unions active in promoting the Labor Party have made a deal with the Democrats that the Labor Party will do nothing impertinent or subversive, such as actually run candidates against Democrats. From day one, with all that nonsense about doing nothing till 100,000 advocates are signed up, the entire Labor Party effort has been an exercise in demobilization, achieving the miracle of a third party that is the wholly owned subsidiary of the party it is challenging. This leaves us with Ralph Nader, who has the public status, the knowledge, and the right political instincts. August 21. Back in 1980, I spent a day on Senator Ted Kennedy's campaign plane amid his futile effort to wrest the Democratic Party nomination from Jimmy Carter. We flew to South Bend, Indiana, to get a photo op of Kennedy with some steel workers in front of a smokestack. Then we rushed to Nebraska to get another shot of the senator in front of a grain elevator, with farmers. Back then to New York to line up the next day's opening shot, which would be the senator eyeballing urban devastation in the South Bronx. I suggested to Kennedy's press man that it would surely be more a rational use of everyone's time and money to have a central campaign studio in the Washington suburbs, entrusted to one of the big theme companies. Here the essential theme rides of American electioneering could be permanently installed, under appropriate corporate logos. Campaigning politicians would be able to use the facility, getting the corporations to pick up some of the tab and collecting the balance from the press corps. The Convention World Theme exhibit mounted by the Republicans last week found its home most appropriately in San Diego, where techniques of theming and artful manipulation of space find expression at the famous zoo. Old-fashioned zoos had animals pacing about in cages, with labels giving information about their origins and the Linnean category of the denizens. The human visitors gazed from a safe distance. It was thus with political conventions, where informed commentators would discuss the social anthropology of state delegations which would in turn often defiantly display themselves in vulgar shows. These days zoo staging has transmuted from older modes of confinement, whether the cages or moat enclosures derivative from romantic painting designed by the German Carl Hagen back at the start of the century. The trend now pioneered by John Coe and Grant Jones, who constructed the Woodland Park Gorilla exhibit in Seattle in the mid-1980s, is called landscape immersion, with visitors enveloped in the appropriate habitat of the exhibit. As Melissa Green put it in an interesting article for The Atlantic for December 1987, describing Woodland Park, there are no fences or walls against which to calculate depth, and the visitor's peripheral vision is deliberately limited. Wider vision might allow a visitor to calculate his position and give him an inappropriate glimpse of something at odds with the affecting gorilla experience. Convention World this month in San Diego showed that the Republican impresarios have taken all this to heart. There was no moat between podium and audience. Landscape immersion was so complete that when, for example, Republican Asian Americans were being themed, TV onlookers were allowed no peripheral vision of the white human landscape surrounding the relatively few Asian Americans present. SeaWorld, owned by the Anheuser-Busch Corp and host to about 4 million visitors a year, same as the zoo, was a favored venue for convention events, nourished by the kitsch atmospherics of Purity and La Mer, with dolphins and orca recruited with behavioral techniques to exhibit the fundamental harmony of creation, under corporate auspices. SeaWorld is non-union, with minimum wage levels for the attendants. In the polar bear exhibit, 3 of the bears had salmonella poisoning and were confined to what the guide brightly termed their bedrooms. This meant compulsory overtime for 18-month-old Chinook, who was putting in 13-hour days. I thought Chinook looked frayed and angry, but the guide insisted the cub was doing a real good job in exhibiting polar bearishness to the audience. Chinook could do with a union rep same way poor Dunda the elephant needed one a few years back when it was discovered she was being savagely beaten for disciplinary infractions. Don't snarl, organize. Every now and again orangutans organize an intifada. The last was in 1990, when the Bornean apes carefully built up reserves of rocks and caused $570,000 worth of damage to the 1.5 glass. September 11. When I was 16 I developed a passion for the Baroque and in my enthusiasm hitchhiked part of the way by barge up the Rhine. Price of the ride, playing chess with the captain to Würzburg to admire the bishop's residence with its ceilings by Tiepolo, which supposedly prompted Napoleon to say that if he could not be Emperor of France he would want to be Bishop of Würzburg. I made my journey in 1957 and now find from his very fine article in the Catholic Worker of July 1996, that Gordon Zahn was there at the same time. Zahn recalls how, at 9:20 p.m. on March 16, all the bells of Würzburg began to ring, a reminder of the time, 12 years earlier, when British bombs hurtled down, destroying 85% of Würzburg in 20 minutes and killing 3,000 men, women, and children now buried in a common grave in Würzburg cemetery. The bishop's palace was heavily damaged, though the Tiepolo ceilings were spared. Würzburg had no military significance. There was no reason for the raid, beyond the desire to exterminate and destroy. Like myself, Zahn had walked about Würzburg back in that 1957 spring, brooding on the apocalypse 12 years before. He'd been a wartime conscientious objector, and reflected on his Würzburg visit that the bombing must be described as a work of calculated barbarism and the slaughter of its inhabitants as calculated murder. But this piece in the Catholic Worker discusses a new memoir, The Withered Garland, by the RAF commander Peter Johnson, who led that raid. After reading The Withered Garland, Zahn now confesses that impossible though it may have seemed then, I believe that, were Peter Johnson and I ever to meet, we could be good friends. Johnson's father was a captain in the British Navy, killed in 1914, at the very start of World War I, in a German submarine attack. Young Peter grew up with a great hatred of Germans. World War II found him in the Royal Air Force. In 1942 he applied to join Bomber Command. Here he was soon furnished with vivid evidence of the moral context for his activities. Soon after he had assumed active command of his squadron, a visiting high-up from London was inspecting photographs of the results of a raid on Dusseldorf. The VIP woofed with satisfaction, "Capital, capital. This is really getting somewhere. I do congratulate you." Johnson looked over his shoulder and got a glimpse of the photos. I had never seen anything like them. Seen through the stereoscopic glass, the detail was staggeringly clear, showing just rows and rows of apparently empty boxes which had been houses. They had no roofs or content. This had been a crowded residential area, long streets of terraced houses in an orderly right-angled arrangement, covering virtually the whole of the 6-inch square photograph. There were one or two open spaces, but the chief impression was just those rows and rows of empty shells, a huge dead area where once thousands of people had lived. There were no craters, simply those burnt-out houses. Johnson began to have reflections and doubts. He wondered why incendiaries were necessary in the raids on the Krupp's munitions works at Essen and Kiel. "Nothing but the end of the war," he wrote in an undelivered letter intended for a girlfriend killed in a German raid on London, "can stop the destruction of practically every city in Germany." Johnson was beginning to fathom the fact, as Zahn writes, that though Hitler may have proclaimed and boasted of the Third Reich's commitment to totaler Krieg, it remained for British and American air power to develop, perfect and practice it without moral restraint. Johnson evokes British bombing policy, in particular dehousing, introduced by Lord Cherwell, scientific advisor to Prime Minister Winston Churchill. It was reckoned that a ton 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on a town center would destroy 40 buildings and a house 1 to 200 people. Factoring in rates of warplane production, it was happily computed by Charwell and his men that soon a third of the entire German population would be turned out of house and home. In February 1942, Lord Portal, Chief of the Air Staff, declared that operations should now be focused on the morale of the enemy civil population and, in particular, of industrial workers, adding later, "I suppose it is clear that the aiming points are to be the built-up areas, not for instance the dockyards or aircraft factories." Churchill, with his usual bluntness, called upon the Minister of Aircraft Production for an absolutely devastating extermination attack by very heavy bombers. Assigned, on the morning of March 16, 1945, the target of Würzburg, Johnson did ask, "Why? Bit of railway junction," he was told. Johnson wondered what to do. He could refuse to order his squadron into this mission, which would mean court-martial and maybe execution. It would not prevent the raid and, Johnson reflected, would mean his wife and children would get no pension. He inquired again about the merits of the target, and was told by the intelligence officer with great irritation, "I've said it's an important railway center and also there are thousands of houses totally undamaged, sheltering tens of thousands of Germans. I hope that will not be the case tomorrow, which will be another nail in the enemy's coffin." Johnson led the raid. 3,000 died and Würzburg was almost completely destroyed. There were too many bodies for nails and coffins. Just a big hole for all in the cemetery and, later, a chronicle of the raid with 87 pages listing the victims by name and former address. Zahn remembers his verdict of 1957, about the bombers being barbarian murderers. After reading Johnson's memoir, Zahn writes now of the officer in charge. "A barbarian? After reading his memoir I can no longer make that judgment." The sensitivity of the undelivered letter, the struggling with his conscience growing ever more intense as the nature of the air war became clearer, these reveal a concern about, and respect for, moral considerations and limits meriting credit, even admiration. A murderer? Harsh though the judgment may be, it is hard to see what other term would be appropriate for the action itself, the slaughter of 3,000 civilians, including women and children, in a war already won. Obedience to orders, even seen as a sworn duty, cannot justify engaging in what he believed, worse still, what he knew to be an action contrary to the law of war, the murder of an entire city and its population. Zahn takes Johnson's book as an act of contrition that could awake other consciences. In any event, the final judgment is not ours to make, but we can pray with some confidence that the heavenly bookkeeper will take full account of the sincerity and, in his boundless mercy, forgive. September 25. Sioux Falls. Here I am, in South Dakota, with the express and only purpose of covering Republican Senator Larry Pressler with the slime of innuendo, aimed at providing just that marginal twitch in public opinion which will ensure the victory of his Democratic opponent, a conservative Midwest Democrat named Tim Johnson. And who knows? Johnson's eviction of two-term incumbent Pressler could, at only a modest level of unlikelihood, mean the recapture of the Senate by the Democrats, a return to the best we can hope for gridlock in the U.S. Congress. I'm here to hurl slurs at Pressler at the request of my old friend Jim Aburezk, who served as U.S. Senator for South Dakota between 1972 and 1978 before quitting in disgust because he couldn't get anything done. Jim, Lebanese by family origin, was born on the Rosebud Indian Reservation where his father and mother ran a store, and in course of time became a populist politician and certainly one of the most radical denizens of Congress in this century. In the mid-1970s his bill proposing vertical divestiture of the oil companies, meaning they couldn't simultaneously own oil wells, tanker fleets, refineries, and gas stations, failed in the Senate by only 3 votes, marking the high water point in post-Watergate legislative exuberance. The oil companies, led by Texaco, promptly doubled their purchase orders on Congress. Jim, now practicing law in Sioux Falls, mostly on behalf of a Yankton Indian tribe, has one failing: a loyalty to the Democratic Party that is invulnerable to the repeated rebukes of history. He's a lesser of two evils man, and when driven into a corner starts the traditional keening about appointments to the federal bench. Jim nourishes a particular contempt for Pressler, partly because this nincompoop took over the Senate seat Aburezk had held throughout the 1970s. Mentally frail and morally inert, Pressler is a man long and widely derided in Washington as an imbecile of fantastic proportions. Jokes about Pressler have haunted him from the beginning of his congressional career, when he bucked the Watergate crash for Republicans and won a House seat in 1974. All the above facts about Pressler, ranging from his incredible stupidity to speculation about his supposedly meandering sexual preferences, have for many years been a source of ribaldry and gossip in Washington and South Dakota. Only the ordinary voters have been spared the truth, with newspapers, radio, and television respectfully displaying the words and deeds of their senior senator. Hence Jim Aburizk's plea that I hurry east. I did his bidding. On the appointed day in Sioux Falls, September 19, I faced a grueling schedule of 2 morning radio shows, an address to the City Club, a speech at the University of South Dakota's Vermilion campus, addresses at 2 bookstores, Zanbros and Barnes & Noble, plus sidewalk encounters. At each opportunity one derided Pressler. On one radio show a listener called in to ask whether the fact that my father Claude had once written for the English Daily Worker might perhaps have affected my view of the senator. At the City Club, Mrs. Pressler's daughter by a previous marriage rose to denounce my treatment of her stepfather. The local newspaper reported that she quavered words of denunciation of my brutality before sitting down amid stifled sobs. That may be, but she was seen 10 minutes later clambering into her car with a Pressler supporter, roaring with laughter. Kevin Schieffer, Pressler's former chief of staff, exhibited the imbecility of his boss by insisting on a lengthy exchange carried on public radio about the substantive evidence for my allegations. Pressler rushed out a statement saying that I was trying to ruin his life and that I was a tool of the Johnson campaign. When it was all over, the local Gannett paper, the Argus Leader, carried the charges and editorialized that I had failed to prove them. But perhaps, out there my words will have found their mark, sufficient to make the difference. Jim Aburizk pronounced himself satisfied. October 2nd. Like a death ship, its sails hanging limply off the spars, campaign Dole drifts ever deeper into a Sargasso Sea of disaster. Dole campaigns on the crime issue and the Justice Department reports that violent crime is down 10%. He hammers the Clinton economy and the Bureau of the Census announces that real income for the average American went up for the first time in 6 years, and that the number of Americans living in poverty dropped from 36.4 million, a tidy total, to be sure, by 1.6 million. Things are so bad for campaign Dole that the columnist Mary McGrory reckons its shining moment came when Bob fell off a platform in California. October 4th. Ever since leaving South Dakota, I've been moving westward in the 72 Imperial, noting the effects of political campaigning on the landscape. Bad. Driving into Yellowstone from Cody, the road was ripped for 60 miles, with several hundred bulldozers, loaders, oilers, dump trucks, and graders massed along terrain that looked like the plain of jars after 4 years of American bombing in Laos. This is Senator Alan Simpson's annual contribution to the economy of Wyoming, with millions poured into the effort to build something resembling the New Jersey Turnpike from Cody through to Old Faithful, then out the other side to West Yellowstone. After a night under canvas in sub-freezing temperatures in Yellowstone, never my favorite park, I turned southward into the Tetons, finally entering the town of Jackson Hole, a horrible spot now favored by President Bill, who told Vernon Jordan not so long ago that he much preferred it to Martha's Vineyard, since it was impossible to get pussy in the stuffy Massachusetts resort. Jackson Hole probably reminds Clinton of Hot Springs. October 9th. Back in 1991, when outing was a hot topic, I wrote about the matter and got the opinions of my friend John Scagliotti, maker of the famous historical documentary Before Stonewall. The test for outing, John said, should be: has the person benefited from being in the closet in careerist terms, in the sense of actively pretending to be something he or she is not? There's a difference between a passive closet, in which you simply survive and hope for the best, and the active closet, which involves putting on a heterosexual mask and promoting yourself as such, which is in ethical contradiction to your actual life. You've made the choice. You're living an actual lie, bringing girls to the company ball and so on. So, think about a gay actor who has made the decision to advance his career by pretending to be heterosexual. But by doing that he is insulting and oppressing all those who are already out. Take Barry Diller, who is in a position of enormous power at Fox. Why doesn't he push for a gay and lesbian TV show, which I could produce, which would be a gay version of In Living Color? Now, no one wants to out little people, gay teachers, and so on unless gay teachers are publicly anti-gay, but I would out people who are gay and yet are promoting heterosexuality. I believe as a general proposition that people should come out. It would be better for them. But at the same time I understand that such a public coming out might hurt or confuse children, parents, etc. But just as there's a difference between being passively and actively in the closet, you can be actively or passively out. In the former, you are publicly espousing a case, and in the latter, passive case, you are attempting to live a gay or lesbian life within the limits of what's possible for you and not too hurtful to parents, children, etc. One of the reasons straight people don't understand outing is that they don't understand what it's like to be gay. It's all more complicated than they think. J. Edgar Hoover used the gossip columnist Walter Winchell to out commies. Gossip usually has a repressive function in the mainstream press, which is why outing has to remain a subterranean, countercultural activity. Yet even in the counterculture, or at the level of the offbeat and unofficial, gossip always has the twin function of being liberating, letting the sunlight in, and repressive, in the sense of exposing the personal and the private, naming names and hurting people. Gossip represents visible fault lines at the social surface, reflecting subterranean, gradual shifts in our social attitudes. Although the liberating and repressive functions are both at work, given the structure of media ownership and control, the repressive function is usually dominant. November 6. It's all over, thank God. The American people took one last lingering look at the options, breathed the deepest of sighs, and mostly decided to stay at home. The stay-at-homes always win. One big factor militating in Clinton's favor was something virtually unmentioned, the end of the Cold War. For almost half a century this was all important. A president had to demonstrate he could defend the republic by all means necessary, including nuclear obliteration of the planet. If the Soviet Union had existed in 1992, George Bush would have been re-elected. By 1991 it was all over and America was ready for a draft dodger in the White House. Dickie Morris's genius was to stick the Republicans with all their truly unpopular causes and co-opt all the rest for Bill Clinton. It worked like a dream. As for Bill, I along with 30 million Americans of Irish descent liked what he did for Gary Adams. November 13. It's just like the man said, vote for the lesser of two evils and you get both. Or, vote for Clinton and you get the other one free. Hardly had the polls closed before Clinton was saying that he's likely to appoint the man Dole he'd spent the previous 6 months reviling to be in charge of a bipartisan commission to re-evaluate Medicare, a program he'd spent the previous 6 months hollering that Dole would destroy. And people wonder why the citizenry is cynical. The whole point of democracy is not to have bipartisan government. Goodbye to the soccer moms, altogether the silliest confection of the entire campaign. In the end the soccer moms, deemed Clinton's secret weapon, voted for him less than other female cohorts. Biggest enthusiasts for the man from Hope were elderly widows and young single mothers, far too frazzled to care about soccer. Judging from the ones I know, the soccer moms voted for Nader. What next? Across the past 3 elections the press has given us Joe Sixpack, the Reagan Democrat, the angry white male, and most recently, the soccer mom. Aging boomers. In Humboldt County about 20% of the voters went either for Parrott or Nader. In Mendocino the percentage was a bit higher. In a straw poll of 2,000 high school kids in Humboldt, over 25% went for a third-party candidate, which is a comfort. There's not much to console oneself with otherwise. Large portions of the nation's affairs are now being run by three men from Alaska. Appropriations, the powerful committee that Hatfield used to run, will now be under the sway of Ted Stevens, who really would drill through his mother if he thought there was oil in substrates below her coffin. Energy policy is under the sway of Alaska's junior senator, Frank Murkowski. In the House, natural resources are overseen by Rep. Don Young, a former trapper and riverboat captain whose congressional office resembles a cheap Ketchikan taxidermy, its wall covered with the skins of Alaskan grizzlies, the lacquered corpses of king salmon and severed heads of Roosevelt elk and Sitka black-tailed deer. Young does have a certain charm. Animal rights advocate Mary Tyler Moore once read a poem about the cruelty of steel-jaw leg-hold traps before the Merchant Marine Subcommittee, on which Young was serving. Accompanying Moore was Cleveland Amory, who periodically inserted a pencil into a trap, causing it to snap shut. The moment was highly charged, and Young, as a hunter, trapper, and taxidermist, realized dramatic action was required to turn the tide. His solution was to place his hand in a trap he had brought along and then begin calmly to question a witness as though nothing unusual had occurred. "I never told anyone, but it hurt like hell," Young later confided to a congressional aide. November 14. Goodbye, Larry. The only incumbent U.S. Senator turned out of office was, yes, you've guessed it, Larry Pressler of South Dakota. I claim the victory. He went down by about 5,000 votes, against the trend in the state, where Republicans mostly carried the day. Before I traveled to Sioux Falls at the invitation of Jim Aburesk, Larry was running even with Tim Johnson. After my slurs on his character, his standing briefly rose, as Dakotans made a show of standing by their man, then sank steadily as solidarity was overwhelmed by rank prejudice. I am responsible for the Democratic majority in the Senate. Take that, you work within the system types. November 20. In the early 1970s, Mobil decided to fight back against the consumer lobby, denouncing it for price gouging in the wake of the oil shocks of 1973. The company's boss, William Tavularius, and his vice president for public relationships, Herb Schmertz, decided to capture just the sort of middle and upper income support sought by Texaco 30 years earlier with opera sponsorship. Schmertz did this by successfully placing Mobil commercials on public television, while simultaneously winning for himself the reputation of being the most munificent patron of culture since Lorenzo de' Medici. He managed this amazing feat by getting Mobil to sponsor Masterpiece Theater on PBS. Schmertz, the patron, and Stan Calderwood of the PBS station WGBH in Boston, the original object of his patronage, deserve credit for turning public television into the prime corporate showcase. Indeed, many of America's cultural furbishments turn out to be the gifts of oil men deeming it necessary to daub perfume on their profit statements. After minions of John D. Rockefeller caused state troopers in Colorado to incinerate striking miners, their wives, and children in the Ludlow Massacre of 1914, Rockefeller hired a journalist, Ivy Lee, to improve his abysmal public standing. Lee threw himself inventively into the task. Young John D. Rockefeller Jr. was dispatched to Colorado to mix with the miners and project concern. Soon the press was praising the common touch of this plutocrat mingling with the ordinary folk. Meanwhile, Lee told John D. Sr. to lavish a few of his millions on charitable projects and to give dimes to children. Soon the old robber's name was practically synonymous with the philanthropic impulse. It seems to work, and then it all falls apart. Just when a gratified citizenry is listening to Texaco's operas or goggling at Mobil's Masterpiece Theater or rambling through some Rockefeller-endowed museum, it all goes wrong. A tanker runs aground. The price of gas shoots up. And then the people remember what they never really forgot: they hate big oil. November 21. As Warren Christopher packs his files and prepares to quit the State Department, one man in particular exults and cries good riddance. He is Kinsey Marable, purveyor of rare books at an excellent bookstore by that name situated at 1525 Wisconsin Avenue in Washington, D.C. When Christopher became Secretary of State in the far-off dawn of the Clinton era, he was granted a Secret Service bodyguard. Christopher's Georgetown house stands on Volta Place, which runs off Wisconsin. From Marable's bookstore one can look up Volta Place, though the view is partially obscured by a fine old maple tree directly outside Marable's premises. Reviewing security arrangements for Christopher, the Secret Service concluded that a potential assassin could clamber up into the leafy maple, seclude himself amidst its foliage and then, at leisure, take a potshot at the Secretary of State as he emerged from his house. So they mutilated the tree, sawing off its branches. The maple promptly began to die, and with each leaf it shed, the fury of Kinsey Marable waxed ever more fierce. He phoned the State Department. He wrote harsh letters to Christopher, pointing out the needless amputation of the maple. Finally, last Halloween, he dressed up in a short skirt, applied makeup, clapped a blousy wig on his head and teetered up to Christopher's front door on high heels. He rang the bell and the bodyguard opened the door. "I'm here," shrilled Marable. "Mr. Christopher sent for me because his wife is out of town." "Mr. Christopher is out," the bodyguard snarled, and slammed the door. It's Marable's hope that stories of Christopher's closet queendom will soon circulate inside the Beltway, doing harm to the reputation of the pinstriped lawyer. December 2nd. Sir James Goldsmith made millions by getting out of the stock market in 1987 because he thought it was going to be announced that mosquitoes could carry AIDS. He thought this would cause worldwide panic and the stock market would collapse. Many a tycoon's reputation for omniscience rests on faulty data. Back in the fall of 1987, there were indeed fears on this score. I wrote on August 22 of that year, a time when I was living in Key West, "People are worried about getting AIDS from mosquitoes." I've not heard of any authoritative conclusion either way. Watching the possibly lethal bugs buzz about makes one realize how people felt about mosquito noises in the heyday of yellow fever. I read somewhere recently that between 1819 and 1839 the British Army had a death rate of 483 per thousand men on station in Sierra Leone. Those lucky enough to possess a copy of The Golden Age is in Us will find this entry on page 5. I phoned my old friend Edward J. Epstein that same day in August 1987 and told him the fears of Key West. Since Ed was a boon companion of Goldsmith's, he passed the word along and the tycoon acted with all due dispatch. 1997. January 3rd. I see the word underclass a lot. On the issue of poverty, here's a bracing quote from Thomas Carlyle. "One of the ominous characteristics of this reforming age, the custom of addressing the poor, as a permanent class, assumed to consist ordinarily of the same individuals. Just as in Jamaica I might address myself to the Negroes. Now if this have a sound foundation in the fact, it assuredly marks a most deplorable state of society. The ideal of a government is that which under the existing circumstances most effectually affords security of the possessors, facility to the acquirers, and hope to all. Poverty, whatever can justify the designation of the poor, ought to be a transitional state, a state to which no man ought to admit himself to belong, though he may find himself in it because he is passing through it, in the effort to leave it. Poor men we must always have, till the redemption is fulfilled, but the poor, as consisting of the same individuals. Oh, this is a sore accusation against any society. And to address an individual as having his interest merged in his character as one of the poor, his abiding interest. The poor can have, ought to have, one interest only, viz., to cease to be poor. But to call the man who by labor maintains himself under human conditions and comforts, who by labor procures himself what is needful for him and his essential affections, a pauper, to designate the sum total of such laborers the poor. Oh, if this be not a foul misuse of words, if there be a ground in fact for it, it is in the same proportion a dire impeachment of both church and state, such as would warrant a revolution. For that country must have a canker at the core. January 15th. Day of Repentance, The Salem witch trials took place in the spring of 1692. 10 girls, aged 9 to 17, had met that winter in the house of Samuel Parris, pastor of the Salem Village Church. After learning palmistry and other crafts from Tituba, Parris's West Indian slave, they accused Tituba and 2 old women of bewitching them. Hysteria spread rapidly. The trials began, and when they were done, 19 had been hanged and 1 pressed to death for refusing to plead. 4 years passed, then the colonial legislative body of Massachusetts adopted a resolution calling for a day of repentance and fasting in memory of the victims. The bill was drafted by Judge Samuel Sewell, who had presided in the Salem trials, and who invoked the late tragedy raised among us by Satan and his instruments. This week there's an echo ceremony in Salem, exactly 300 years after the first day of repentance. It's been organized by Carol Hopkins of San Diego, who sat on a grand jury in that city a few years ago and realized the dreadful injustices being inflicted on innocent people in the satanic abuse hysteria sweeping the country in the 1980s and the 1990s. Present in Salem this week are many of the people thrown into prison on the say-so of tots whose testimony was coerced and perverted by therapists, social workers and mountebanks. Bobby Fignier will be there. He was held without bail in Florida for over a year when he was in his early teens, on the say-so of Janet Reno, at that time the state attorney of Dade County. Fignier was ultimately acquitted, as were others railroaded by Reno in her crusade against child abusers, which gave her a national reputation. Kelly Michaels will be there. So will Peggy and Ray Buckey, victims of the infamous McMartin proceeding, the longest and most expensive trial in U.S. history. On the night of January 13, the Candlelit Walk proceeds to Salem's memorial to the witch trial victims. The 14th is the 300th anniversary of the Day of Repentance. These days, Hopkins says, the Salem-style persecutors don't talk much about satanic abuse in daycare centers. In fact, they're keen not to raise it. They've moved on, to the recovered memory nonsense, and to facilitated communication. January 22. I've long since learned to expect little or nothing from an inaugural speech. It's like looking for good prose on an insurance form. But Clinton's bathos oozing from my radio last Monday was so oleose that I began to sit up and pay attention. It was useless. When I tried to take notes, my pen slithered off the page, as if it had grease on it. All I could inscribe was a formula phrase about hope and civility not being in government but in ourselves. We don't need civility. We need civilization, which is something far different. The ancient Greeks were civilized. They had fiery debates, which were far from civil. The Melian dialogue, put by the historian Thucydides in the mouths of the Melians and the Athenians about to overwhelm them, is one of the glories of the world. It is also an uncivil, harsh evocation of the political realities of imperial power. Bipartisanship is another fraud word, which reminds me of the anthropologist Laura Nader's brilliant phrase which skewers both civility and bipartisanship: coercive harmony, meaning the notion that if you don't button your lip, don't fall in behind the limp standard of bipartisanship, you are a nutty exceptionalist, best ignored or put onto a daily dose of Thorazine or Haldol. And how cousining a word is this community, with its agreeable intimations of the village, the meeting hall and the amiable ethic of all for one and one for all. But America is not a community. It is a nation encompassing faction, partisan interest, the powerful, the weak, the rich, the poor, with a future to be brokered out of the crucible of fierce antagonisms. Clinton's sloppy, tired phrases limp through the reality of America like an obese Sunday jogger waddling down the road. He talks of challenges and of bridges, but the challenge of what? A bridge to where? A couple of days before the inaugural, I was one of the speakers at a fundraiser for Bear Lincoln, an Indian from the Round Valley Reservation in Mendocino County, Northern California, who is now facing death penalty charges brought by the Mendocino District Attorney, arising out of a lethal exchange of gunfire on April 14, 1995, which left 2 Indians and 1 sheriff's deputy dead. The circumstances are hazy in the extreme and the capital charges against Bear Lincoln outrageous. At the fundraiser, Tony Serra, Lincoln's defense attorney, talked uncivilly, rudely, about the constitutional realities in America in 1997, which make it harder and harder for ordinary folk to be confident they will find any justice in the courtroom. Serra began with the separation of powers. Gone. No longer do judges have discretion in sentencing. The mandatory guidelines tie their hands, and force them to put someone away for 10 years who they know deserves a year at most. With prosecutors framing charges to fit the guidelines, denying bail and then recruiting an army of snitches rewarded with cash or reduced charges or reduced prison time, what chance have accused persons got if they have the rashness to plead innocent? The last best hope of the accused, Serra went on, is the jury, and here too constitutional rights are on their way to the scrap heap. In California, Governor Pete Wilson, malign in this as in all his political instincts, pushes for majority verdicts. The cornerstone of the jury system is firstly the right to nullify, i.e., set the law aside if the jurors' consciences require it, and second, the right of one juror to stand alone and prevail. Bring in majority verdicts, 10-2, 9-3, and it's all over. The Fourth Amendment, protecting citizens against unreasonable searches and seizures. Virtually a dead letter, Serra said. I know this well enough, since every fall the California Highway Patrol men in Humboldt and Mendocino counties regard it as their right to stop and search every car or truck driven by persons they conceive, after a couple of glances, to be possibly involved in the marijuana business. Step by step we head into the police state, the most recent milestone being the incredible U.S. Supreme Court decision that when imposing sentences, judges can take into consideration charges on which the jury has found the accused innocent. These are the uncivil realities of our time. March 12. Katharine Graham, Empress of the Washington Post Company, has had the pleasure of seeing her personal history reviewed in grossly flattering terms by normally clear-eyed types such as Julia Reed and Nora Ephron. And even if Nora Ephron felt ties of friendship precluded anything but warm praise, she could at least have hinted in her New York Times review that KG has moved rightward across the political spectrum over the years. Someone who was on good terms with Harry Bridges, the famous Red Dock Worker Union leader in San Francisco in her youth, and with Warren Buffett and Nancy Reagan in her mature years, has most surely headed somewhere. The thing about the book that irked me was her cavalier treatment of Larry Stern, who gets a couple of brief mentions as a Post reporter. In fact, Larry, who died at the age of 50 while jogging on Martha's Vineyard, was a marvelous reporter and editor at the Post and contributed immensely to its strength in the 1980s when the Post made its reputation. These days, under the deadly editorship of Len Downey, it's hidebound and dreary, which is exactly what I remember Larry predicting would happen, not long before he took that fatal jog in the late summer of 1979. The last noise linking Larry to the Washington Post building was that of breaking glass. After his death there was a big and emotional memorial up on the roof of the Post building. At its climax, Ben Bradley, still the editor, took his glass and threw it violently against the wall in a grand gesture of farewell. Hundreds of other people promptly did the same, and I remember KG looking on sourly as the mound of glass shards grew higher. At that same memorial I learned some new facts. Larry had once been on a boat with another Post reporter, George Lardner, and two girls, and had successfully proved that the ferry crossing between Edgartown and Chappaquiddick could be swum in darkness by journalists as well as senators. And he invented the term credibility gap. I made some post-mortem trouble for him by writing an obit in which I said he was not one of those pallidly objective souls who need a route map to get from a gas shortage to Exxon headquarters, and that he had been a Trotskyist in his hot youth. The Reds under the bed crowd seized on this as fresh evidence for their nutty theory that the Washington Post really was a radical conspiracy. March 19. Hall's wife patted the bed and instructed me to display the mutilation. Hillary exclaimed, "God," and immediately began performing oral sex on me. Apparently aroused by the carving in my vagina, Hillary stood up and quickly peeled out her matronly nylon panties and pantyhose. Uninhibited despite a long day in the hot sun, she gasped, "Eat me, oh, God, eat me now." I had no choice but to comply with her orders, and Bill Hall's wife made no move to join me in my distasteful task. Hillary had resumed examining my hideous mutilation and performing oral sex on me when Bill Clinton walked in. Hillary lifted her head to ask, "How'd it go?" Clinton appeared totally unaffected by what he walked into, tossed his jacket on a chair and said, "It's official. I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed." This excerpt is from what was billed late last year by its disseminators as the hot book of the season, Transformation of America Through Mind Control, which lacks the simple punch of the old Olympia Press titles eager 16-year-olds like myself used to buy in Paris back in the late 1950s. Some were written by Akbar Del Piombo, who was in fact a jolly New York Jew whose last name was Rubin, a good artist who needed to make ends meet. Transformation is according to the bibliographic details on the facts by Kathy O'Brien with Mark Phillips. As can be seen from the excerpt above, the authors have diligently conflated conspiracy and porn in a manner that is highly entertaining. You'll also note that the aim is not to arouse the reader, but to make a political point about the Clintons, and this takes us back to the glory years of political pornography, which were during the French Revolution. There's a good account by Lynn Hunt in the concluding chapter of the 1993 book she edited for Zone, called The Invention of Pornography, Obscenity and the Origins of Modernity, 1500 to 1800. Between 1774 and 1788, the eve of the Revolution, the number of titles in the genre of political pornography rose steadily and, according to Hunt, took off after the Revolution burst in 1789. Les aristos were portrayed as impotent, diseased, and of course debauched. The central figure was Marie Antoinette. Hunt describes one very pornographic pamphlet called L'Autrichienne en Goguettes, i.e., the Austrian's Frolics. Marie is portrayed in embraces with her brother-in-law, the Comte d'Artois, and with her favorite, the Duchesse de Polignac. Hunt says that in these pornographic pamphlets the Queen was often depicted as a lesbian and that in them sexual degeneration went hand in hand with political corruption. Counterpoised, most often only implicitly, to the degenerate aristocrat and the sodomitic priest of the ancient regime was the healthy love of the new patriots. In my cousin's house in Ireland there's a portrait of Marie Antoinette done by an elderly Frenchman from memory, for my great-grandmother. He'd been a page boy at Versailles. Maybe he was cherubin, though the portrait is dignified. I wonder if there was a spasm of political porn in England in the Thatcher years. Certainly many cherished sexual fantasies about her, mostly of an S/M variety. The late Pablo Escobar, of the Medellin cartel, once told his friend Mario Arango, who passed it on to my brother Andrew, that he thought Thatcher the most desirable woman in the world. March 26. One of the more radical minds in America left us last week. Colonel John Boyd died in Florida at the age of 70, and though the U.S. Air Force honored him Thursday, March 20, with a funeral in Arlington, complete with guard and flypast, there are doubtless many souls in the Pentagon relieved that so troublesome an intellect is no longer on active service. When people want to make a gesture toward military strategic thinking, they usually come up with a couple of quotes from Sun Tzu or von Clausewitz. Boyd's was not a widely known name among the general public, but among theorists of conflict he was unrivaled. It is no exaggeration to set him on the plinth next to Sun Tzu. No one challenges received ideas without being an incendiary soul, and Boyd's first sign of mutiny against the militarist tradition came in late 1945 in Japan. As an enlisted man in the occupying U.S. forces, Boyd became irked at the fact that his fellow conscripts had to sleep without blankets on the freezing floors of abandoned Japanese hangars, while their officers luxuriated in pleasant circumstances, indifferent to the condition of their men. With the tactical daring that was to characterize his career, Boyd led his fellows in burning down the hangars. Threatened with disciplinary retribution, he held up a copy of the Uniform Military Code, which he had taken the time to study, and pointed out that though he might be guilty of arson, the officers had breached one of the fundamental tenets of the code, that they had to take care of their men. An embarrassed silence was followed by the dropping of all charges against Boyd and the subsequent provision of warm blankets. Boyd flew missions over Korea, and here is where his ideas first began to take form. As he pondered the reason for the better kill ratio of the American F-86 fighter plane over the theoretically superior Soviet MiG-15, it occurred to Boyd that the U.S. plane's advantage lay in the fact that the pilot had a far better field of vision from his cockpit, and that though the MiG-15 could perform discrete maneuvers more efficiently, the F-86 was superior in transitioning from one maneuver to the next. Thus germinated Boyd's concept of the underlying patterns of conflict, and how the upper hand in any conflict could be obtained. Boyd summarized this in a mnemonic, OODA, or as he called it, the OODA loop, with the letters standing for observation, orientation, decision, and action. Key here is the ability to run through the OODA loop, or a series of these, quicker than your foe. Boyd had noticed that as an opponent is continually outlooked, he becomes progressively disoriented and eventually loses all ability to respond rationally. This loss was most vividly demonstrated by the fact that outlooked fighter pilots sometimes simply flew into the ground. When he was a fighter pilot instructor at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada in the 1950s, Boyd, applying his own principles, became known as 42nd Boyd, by reason of the standing bet he had with any pilot that he could beat them in a mock dogfight in 40 seconds or pay $40. He never lost. Put in these schematic terms, Boyd's OODA loop might seem to be simply a common-sense precept, like many a military mnemonic. But the radical implications became apparent when Boyd applied the concept to the design of aircraft, which is where he began to tread on some sensitive toes. The military and its prime partners, the defense contractors, were mighty happy with the orthodoxy that a plane that was a faster, more heavily armed and more freighted with complex gadgetry was the proper weapon to procure. The more complex the plane, of course, the more contented were the arms builders, as they pocketed the taxpayers' dollars. Boyd conceived of a simple lightweight fighter plane appropriate to his doctrine of OODA loop maneuverability. The Pentagon high brass and their business allies resisted bitterly. Boyd deployed his strategic and tactical ideas in a brilliant campaign of bureaucratic warfare. With allies in what became known as the fighter mafia, Boyd captured the attention of James Schlesinger, Secretary of Defense, in the early 1970s, and persuaded him to back their vision, which ultimately took the form of the F-16. All through the 1980s the Boyd reformers fought their battles through the Armed Services Committees and through thousands of patient explanations to sympathetic journalists who were furnished with the headline-making exposés about fake tests and kindred lies of the arms lobby. Boyd, by now out of uniform, became an underground hero in Washington, delivering his ideas in what was known as the Boyd Briefing. In its ultimate form this briefing took 13 hours to deliver, as Boyd gave enthralled audiences, often military officers, what amounted to a unified field theory of human activity, ranging from the tactics of fighter combat to the rivalries of economic and political systems. The briefings were open to anyone interested. Among the keenest students of Boyd were a bunch of young Republicans, including Newt Gingrich, who lost no time in inviting Boyd to lecture at the Republican Campaign Academy, Gingrich's staff college. Though Boyd would have been equally willing to instruct Democrats in the art of war and maneuver, not a single one ever bothered to show up at his talks. Boydians would say that they certainly paid a price, as the Democrats were consistently outmaneuvered in the early 1990s. Boyd had that rare talent, relentless intellectual focus on the task at hand. To hear him dissect tactics employed at the Battle of Leuctra, when the Thebans beat the Spartans in 371 BC, was as overwhelming as to hear him discuss the relevance of Gödel, Heisenberg, and the second law of thermodynamics to human behavior. Beyond all that, Boyd was an honest, modest, populist who never lost his humanity amid a life devoted to the consideration of war. April 9. Maddened by what she regarded as my insufficiently alarmed posture on the population crisis and my censorious remarks about coercive family planning, a woman from the Santa Cruz area on California's Central Coast accuses me of ignorance, prejudice, and hypocrisy. Reading further into her letter I find Carol Fuller's final defiant charge: I don't know anything about Mr. Cockburn personally other than he is an aging Marxist, British aristocrat, but I would bet he has numerous children raised by a variety of wives while he gave us the benefit of this thoughtful political analysis. So much for Santa Cruz. Aging, I grant you. None of us, Carol Fuller included, has figured how to get round that one. Marxist? These days I'd say Marxish, the way Jonathan Miller used to joke in Beyond the Fringe when someone asked him if was a Jew and he'd say, well, Jewish. British? Not so. Irish by nationality, Irish-Scottish by blood. Just 2 wives, which is probably well below the average, and 1 daughter. So there are my credentials for talking about population. I'm a mongrel underbreeder. The best and brightest have always been the most assiduous advocates of population control. The gung-ho, can-do spirit of these fanatics was embodied by Reimert Ravenholt, a director of USAID's population program. Like a spring torrent after a long, cold winter, the United States has moved with crescendo strength during recent years to provide assistance for population and family planning throughout the developing world, he wrote in 1973. In a 1977 interview in which he said that his agency's goal was to sterilize 1/4 of the world's women, Ravenholt warned that a population explosion, by supposedly causing a fall in living standards in the South, could spark revolt against the strong U.S. commercial presence in the Third World. The policy underlying Ravenholt's exuberance was National Security Study Memorandum 200, commissioned and prepared in 1974 when Henry Kissinger was head of the NSC. In a prefiguring of the present empowerment nonsense, case planners stressed that the U.S. should help minimize charges of imperialist motivation behind its support of population activities by repeatedly asserting that such support derives from a concern with the right of the individual to determine freely and responsibly the number and spacing of children. The true concern of the study's authors was maintaining access to Third World resources. NSSM 200 worried that the political consequences of population growth could produce internal instability in nations in whose advancement the U.S. is interested. In extreme cases where population pressures lead to endemic famine, food riots and breakdown of social order, the smooth flow of needed materials will be jeopardized. April 16. Zoid Lives. The place, the Joyce Theater, New York. The date, Monday, April 7, 1997. The occasion, a fundraiser for Dance Theater Workshop, honoring the Jerome Foundation of Minneapolis. The big event, after an hour of fiddle-faddle the stage darkens. Slowly from the ceiling lowers a yellow window frame, which comes to rest about 30 inches above a blood-red mat. From stage right enters my dear friend Elizabeth Streb, in blood-red spandex. She is wearing swimming goggles and a mien of high purpose. She takes several long strides to upstage center, 16 feet from the frame. The audience is now looking through the dangling frame at Elizabeth, who executes a pop turn to the left, now facing the crowd. After a lengthy period of spiritual preparation, in which a profound silence falls upon the perplexed audience, she starts her run toward the frame, issues a sharp war cry and dives headfirst through what turns out to be glass. There is an explosion of shards, a perfect hole, and Elizabeth lands safely in a perfect line on the mat, her movement moment triumphantly achieved. The new dance is called Breakthrough. Meanwhile the wealthy donors mustered in the front 2 rows delicately and nervously dust the glass from their prosperous bodies. June 18. Down in Los Angeles a couple of weeks ago I passed swarm after swarm of bicyclists whizzing down the Pacific Coast Highway, and it wasn't long before I realized this was an AIDS charity ride, all the way from San Francisco. Later I met someone who'd been to the triumphal concluding ceremonies. Mayor Riordan was there, and when someone wheeled in the riderless bicycle reprising the riderless horse at big-time national obsequies with boots of the departed one shoved backwards in the stirrups, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. The kitsch thing with the riderless bike sent me straight back to a chapter, The Kitchification of AIDS, in Daniel Harris's The Rise and Fall of Gay Culture, just published by Hyperion. Starting with the famous Benetton ad of a man obviously dying of AIDS under a cheap print of Jesus calling from the other side while his parents clutch and sob, Harris observes accurately that in a little over a decade AIDS has become so thoroughly commercialized that the marketing of compassion now sustains a number of flourishing cottage industries, such as those represented in Under One Roof, the gift store housed in the San Francisco headquarters of the Quilt. Those in charge of marketing the disease have attempted to place its primary commemorative monument within the context of a wholesome tradition of American history, to turn it into a kind of faux antique, an artifact from a phantasmal Arcadia. In this mythic, prelapsarian America, AIDS is stripped of its stigma as the scourge of depraved homosexuals and endowed instead with the integrity of a bucolic community in which good-natured rustics of unspoiled simplicity produce their handicrafts in a utopic atmosphere of democracy and cooperation. July 16. In the old days of not so long ago, there was no mistaking about the transition from poor to rich when you traveled from Cork to London. The roads around Cork were full of Ford Escorts and low-end Toyotas. A BMW in the smaller towns was a rarity. These days the square in my old hometown of Ewell, 30 miles east of Cork, is chock-a-block with BMWs, Autos, and Mercedes. There's money around. In 1996 the Irish Republic produced more wealth per head of population than the UK. Only a quarter of a century ago, by the same measure, gross domestic product in Ireland was half that of England. The natural instinct of an Irish person with title to a field and $50,000 spare in the pocket is to build a bungalow, preferably faced off with pebble dash or concrete or raw, liverish sandstone. Something, in fact, whose prime aesthetic function is that of not at any price resembling an old Irish thatched cottage. The result, particularly in the west of Ireland, has been the imposition of ribbons of these ugly buildings along the coast and inland rural roads, while simultaneously the country towns are being abandoned by those with the money to build and the patience to commute, usually at lethal speeds. In another decade or so, the Irish countryside will no longer exist and the place will have transmuted into a sort of suburbia in ruin. Concrete is the outward and visible manifestation of affluence. My village of Ardmore, at the west end of County Waterford, has its Business Development Council busy devising ways of showing that the place is on the cutting edge of progress. The beautiful cliffs now sport dreary guideposts, benches, concrete steps. Public lavatories and then perhaps a heritage center will soon finish off one of the loveliest vistas in Europe. People are better off than they used to be, but in many ways the place has gone downhill. In the late 1950s you could walk clear across Dublin in the middle of the night and be reasonably confident nothing untoward would occur. I did so many times. Not anymore. Dublin is in the midst of a heroin plague, and desperate addicts hold up shopkeepers, brandishing syringes of blood they claim to be AIDS infected, threatening a lethal jab at the slightest sign of resistance. There are plenty of thieves in the countryside, too, many of them very violent. I can remember my friend Gareth Brown developing an appetite for traditional Irish music that led him to found Claddagh Records, which first showcased the chieftains. In the late 50s he'd come to stay and drag round his vast reel-to-reel tape recorder to one cottage after another, while old ladies droned their way through all 96 verses of The Walls of Limerick. These days much of this tradition of music has degenerated into awful Celtic kitsch, a new age o-music stew. July 23. It pains me to say it, but English food at least in London has truly improved. I took my daughter to a restaurant in Knightsbridge. It was pretty fancy, with a bizarre mix of distressed green walls, Balthus-type art, and big plates done in the constructivist manner with Russian words on them. I ordered fish soup and pig's foot, and felt a father's burst of pride when my daughter ordered oysters and the pig's foot too. When they arrived, the pig's feet lay starkly, one on each plate next to a little cloud of mashed potato. I sliced in, and there was no resistance. A normal pig's foot has about 30 pieces of bone and cartilage. This had none. Instead it had braised sweetbreads and a chicken stuffing. The only piggish thing left in our feet was the braised skin. They were very good. The maitre d', in an accent that veered oddly between Parisian French and East End Cockney, swore he ate them for breakfast every day. July 30. My brother Patrick phones from Israel. Patrick is the London Independent's correspondent in Jerusalem, having spent much of the last quarter century working first for the Financial Times and then for his present employer throughout the Middle East. What was irking Patrick was the utter predictability of most press photographers. He'd been out covering a confrontation in Hebron between Israeli soldiers, fundamentalist settlers, and Palestinian kids throwing rocks. The sole ambition of these photographers, Patrick said, is to get behind the kids throwing the rocks, and get their shot at the precise moment the rock leaves the kid's hand and arcs toward the soldiers. And it's true. We've all seen that shot 1,000 times. Meanwhile, Patrick went on, not far from these kids is the school where the girls come out and walk down the steps and there are settler women screaming at them and spitting at them, guarded by Israeli soldiers in case one of the Palestinian schoolgirls tries to retaliate. Not a photographer to be seen, even though it was a wonderful opportunity for a dramatic photograph that told a story. Since I was writing about the scene, I went over to the photographers massed behind the rock-throwing kids and told them that if one of them photographed the scene at the school they would be assured of a sale of that photograph to my newspaper. Not one of them would do it. Not one of them wanted to leave off taking exactly the same photograph that they have all taken thousands and thousands of times. August 1st. 2. Daisy Cockburn. CC, Patrick Cockburn. Subject, Dark Days for Nigel. Jail time for scientist guilty of trap making. By court reporter. A former mod scientist who set a man trap in his garage has been given an 18-month jail term. The judge also ruled there should be an extended license period in respect of the sentence as he thought 53-year-old Nigel Cockburn was potentially very dangerous. Earlier this month, Cockburn, of Clonmar Avenue, Orpington, was convicted at Maidstone Crown Court of setting lethal booby traps at the garage in Wood Street, Swanley. He had set the traps after suffering a spate of burglaries. The trap was found after police were called to a garage fire on July 10 last year at a row of 3 dilapidated cottages Cockburn owned in Wood Street. One of the traps injured an army explosives expert called in to investigate after a quantity of ammunition was found there by police and fire crews. Captain Ian Swan of the Royal Logistics Corps suffered arm injuries when he opened the door to a shed and had to raise his arm to block the device as it swung at his head. The judge sentencing Cockburn said Cap Swan could have been blinded. The recorder Mr. Christopher Wilson told Cockburn, "The nature of your former occupation makes you potentially very dangerous. You are an expert in counter-terrorism and have considerable experience in dealing with explosive devices." A microwave oven which had its door removed and had been wired at the back to be permanently on was also found in the shed. And the court was told in 2004 Cockburn had also wired up a door to the mains in order to shock intruders. He claimed he had been burgled 20 times in 14 years and the police had not done anything about it. Cockburn was said to have told police he would kill burglars if he had the chance. He was sentenced to 12 months for assault causing actual bodily harm, 18 months for setting a man trap, and 3 months for possessing ammunition without a certificate, to run concurrently. Cockburn, who worked for the mod for 36 years, had denied the charges but was found guilty. He was cleared of wounding with intent. September 3. The short century of the common man begins and ends with the royal passing, in 1914, the murder of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand at Sarajevo, and now, 3 years shy of the millennium, the death of Princess Diana. The Diana cult, for what else can we call it, offers her as the people's princess, but this is merely the sleight of hand of the old fairy tales, where the prince most admirably displayed his royal essence by moving among his subjects as a commoner. The British wanted a love story, and it began well, before turning into vulgar soap opera as so many love stories do. Too bad a good fairy wasn't on hand to warn young Diana about the future that fateful day when Prince Charming came and knocked on her door. In the end she only truly seemed to come into her own when in the company of people in worse shape than herself. She would glow, as though the proximity of imminent death and suffering lent a steadying hand, a comfort to her fraught existence. No wonder she took such an interest in minefields. As she bent down to embrace a little boy, oblong handbag elegantly raised to shield her cleavage from the photographers. It was obvious that she did not mind the paparazzi, in fact needed their constant attention, but on terms she hoped to be hers. That's how everyone in show business wants it. Probably Dodie snapped, "Lose them," to the chauffeur, who obediently ran the car up to the fatal 121 miles per hour. Dish surely knew, far better than Dodie, that paparazzi were inescapably part of the terms of her trade and gave her comfort and meaning, as surely as did her encounters with the dying and the maimed. September 5. This time around President Bill spent his time on Martha's Vineyard in the house of real estate developer Richard Friedman. I'm unclear whether this is what was once the proud home of Robert McNamara, where Clinton stayed back in the year of the Somali fiasco, and from which redoubt he ordered the attempts to murder Mohammed Aidid, the late capo of Mogadishu. I remember visiting in the early 1980s. The house had a commanding view of Great Beach, a stretch of sand usually covered with lawyers and wreathed in fog. As he led our party down the cliff path and onto this bleak expanse, McNamara's face darkened. He had, he said, tried everything. He'd sought relief in the courts and from the most resourceful fixers of Edgartown. Every stratagem had failed. We wondered what he was talking about. As we gained the beach itself, McNamara stretched out a hand, shielding his eyes in eloquent despair. All around us was a pride of nudists, cocks and tits akimbo. It turned out that McNamara had taken these nudists below his house as a personal affront, with a depth of passion equaling his attempts to wipe Vietnam from the face of the earth. But the nudists had held their ground, had indeed prevailed. Eventually McNamara sold the house and moved away. John Belushi moved in. September 10. My daughter called last week from London, saying that the entire nation had gone insane. I faxed her a couple of pieces I'd written about Diana, and she said that if this sort of cold-eyed commentary were read out on the streets of London, the author would be torn apart by the crowd. She also said she was grateful, and glad to see the old man had a spark of radicalism left in his bones. As he dandled me on his knee, my father used to tell me the story of how he and some trusty comrades sabotaged King George V's Jubilee back in the 1930s. They ascertained that the route of the procession ran down Fleet Street. 3 days before the parade they dressed as workmen and told newspaper offices on both sides of the street that they were city employees stringing up banners. They slung one across the street with "God Bless Our King" written on it. On the day of the actual parade, they returned and found the crowd so great they could scarcely get near the string they had run down from the banner and around the corner into an alley. Eventually a partner in crime got on my father's shoulders and pulled the string. The banner fell open, to reveal the words, 25 years of hunger, misery, and war. They heard a gasp and great bay of rage from the crowd on Fleet Street, and took to their heels. When they saw the newsreels, everything had gone even better than they had dreamed. The news cameras were right behind the King's coach and caught the banner perfectly as it fell open. I saw it myself about a decade ago, and it was odd to see the jerky horses in the old footage, and the commotion, and remember Claude's role. Down the years it's been easy to forget until the Diana insanity how irreverent the British were about royalty not so long ago. In the 1950s, my family was very friendly with the late Malcolm Muggeridge, who wrote a piece about the royal family for an American magazine. I think it might have been the old Saturday Evening Post, or perhaps Look. By today's standards, Mug's piece was tame to the point of invisibility. He wrote things like, "Even her friends say Queen Elizabeth can be dowdy and a frump." But the roof fell in. At the time Muggeridge had a big job at the BBC. He was promptly dropped. People travelled great distances to dog horseshit on his country house in Robertsbridge, Sussex. His son John had just been killed in a skiing accident, and Malcolm's wife Kitty got plenty of letters from people saying how glad they were this had happened. September 11th. A photograph is by definition a moment seized from time, and the seizure can remove context in a way that might not exactly be unethical, but does damage the truth. Photographers tend, alas, to think in clichés. Refugees must never laugh. Hungry children must never smile. Someone once told me that Walker Evans's famous black and white photographs of the Okies fleeing the Dust Bowl, printed in James Agee's Let Us Now Praise Famous Men, didn't exactly do justice to the humanity of these Okies, shown by Evans as invariably grim. The contact sheets apparently showed laughter as well as tears, exuberance as well as despair. The patron saints of photojournalism all manipulated grossly. Photography is, almost always, manipulation. Take the famous photo of young love in Paris, the boy and his girl kissing with abandon. Turns out it was set up. Or take Henri Cartier-Bresson's equally famous picture of the batty old woman wagging a flag somewhere in the American Northeast on July 4th. Turns out Henry set her up with the flag. So the picture was a lie. Unethical. Most assuredly. That's the nature of the beast. September 17th. First one friend of mine and then a second developed arrhythmia last week. One of them told me that what with the irregular heartbeat he was worried about having sex on the ground he might croak on the job. It's a fear that often besets the older man with any sort of pain between Adam's apple and belly button. I referred my pal to a study by M. Bueno cited in an essay by Hackett and Rosenbaum called Emotion, Psychiatric Disorders, and the Heart, published in Heart Disease, edited by Eugene Braunwald, published in 1980. The Bueno essay is alluringly titled The So-Called Coition Death, published in something abbreviated as JAP. J. Leg. Med 17:330.1962, though why the Japanese should be so interested in this I'm not sure, since their rates of heart disease are remarkably low owing to the huge intake of sashimi and seaweed. On the other hand, Japanese executives are in the habit of dropping dead from overwork. Coital death is unusual. Weno's study showed that coition accounted for 0.6% of endogenous sudden deaths. Most of these occurred in the context of extramarital screwing. Males in that situation were on average 13 years older than their companions and 1/3 were drunk at the time. Of course, this fear of dying while fucking is connected to the notion that the latter activity involved a great expenditure of physical effort. Not really. One study by Hellerstein and Piedman reckoned that the equivalent cost in oxygen of maximal activity during intercourse approximates 6 calories per minute. During foreplay and afterplay about 4.5 calories are consumed. I'm not sure what afterplay involves now. In the good old days it meant lighting a cigarette, puffing on it and blowing lazy smoke rings in the air, sort of, while trying to persuade the love partner to get up and mix a gin and tonic. Hellerstein and Friedman conclude that the demand placed on the heart by sexual intercourse is equal to that of a brisk walk around the block or climbing a flight of stairs. No big deal really. We should all try it more often. At least that's what I told my arrhythmic friend. October 8th. My favorite forger is still the amiable German who did the Hitler diaries in the early 1980s, though the old ladies who managed to sell their forged Mussolini diaries twice run him a close second. When he finished dashing off the Führer's daily reflections into a series of cheap notebooks, he decided their authenticity would be improved if Hitler's initial were embossed on the cover. So he hastened off to the stationery store to buy some letter set, only to discover that the letter A had run out. He decided to use F instead. So each notebook had FH. Not a single one of the experts noticed. One of Princess Di's ancestors fell for a forgery by an Italian called Joseph Vella, who claimed in 1794 he'd unearthed the 17 lost books of the Roman historian Livy. His story was that he'd got them from a Frenchman who'd stolen them off a shelf in Santa Sofia in Constantinople. They were, Vella said, in Arabic, which was not implausible, since the Arabs translated classical works, which is how many were saved. Vella persuaded Di's ancestor, Lady Spencer, to put up the money for a translation into Italian, and quickly made a specimen page, which he claimed was the whole of the 16th book of Livy's history. Now Vella got the bit between his teeth and reported another great find, the ancient history of Sicily in the Arabic period, across 200 years, plus all the correspondence between the Arab governors of Sicily and their superiors in Africa. The King of Naples showered Vela with medals and other gratuities, including a pension. There was a problem. The only Arab text he had was a book about Mohammed. But though his knowledge of Arab orthography was scant, he inserted dots, curlicues and similar flourishes that looked like Arab script. When he published a facsimile, further praise was heaped upon him for translating these illegible scribbles. Vela said he'd almost lost an eye after poring over the manuscript, and the view was he should get a higher pension. Vela's work was published throughout Europe, until finally an Orientalist examined the manuscript, declared it to be the history of Mohammed and family, and Vela went to prison. October 15. I've been following the gastronomic excursions of Vogue's Jeffrey Stingarten with increasing concern. The man is out of control. October's Vogue features him in an excursion to Rome as the climax of an obsessive 3-year quest to make pizza bianco and pangenizzo. The former is a kind of bread, a bit like focaccia, and pangi is a wholemeal bread. Stingarten's approach evokes the single-mindedness of a Mars shot as prepared by the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena. He notes his arrival time in Rome. He scuttles to his target bakeries to measure and collate, oblivious to the charms of the city, or indeed of his companion, soon one surmises bored to distraction by her employer. It's all a bit reminiscent of someone engaged in sex with eyes fixed not on the beloved but on some Masters and Johnson diagram of neural responses. Stingarten represents the ultimate triumph of positivism. He races to collect samples of Italian flour, malt, and water for later analysis in U.S. labs. He reports excitedly that one Italian manufacturer had overestimated the protein content of its flour by nearly 3%. Enraptured by such triumphs of U.S. lab analysis, Stingarten has nothing to say about the vital gluten levels in the flour that are both a feature of the flour and a consequence of the way in which the dough is kneaded. Such omission is emblematic of Stingarten's approach, which sees bread making as an activity akin to manufacturing rocket fuel, rather than as the outcome of an interaction among domestic yeasts, wild yeasts, and variabilities in wheat strains and water. Fermentation involves not just the introduction of domesticated yeasts, but also the chance invasion of wild ones. Bread is a living thing that involves both. As anyone who regularly bakes bread well knows, bread becomes better not purely as a function of technique or careful measurement and proper ingredients, but rather because the kitchen becomes progressively colonized by wild yeasts. This is why European bakeries, somewhat messy than the sterile kitchens of this country's commercial U.S. bakers, produce better, tastier bread. The dough-encrusted towel, the unsterile bowl all play their part in providing a haven for wild yeasts. Stingarten describes how his researcher, Martina, begins to pale as he outlines his scientific endeavor. By the time my oration has finished, Martina's nutty skin has turned a ghostly white. At least she has grasped the heavy responsibility that now weighs upon her handsome shoulders. Actually, Martina was grasping the dreadful truth that she had to spend the next several days with an idiot thinking that science alone can capture the ineffable. November 5. One of the Republicans' problems is they've always overstated the case against Clinton, so they've devalued the currency of abuse. Now no one pays any attention and Bill's popularity ratings remain high, whatever dirt laps about his knees. The thing to do is wait until he's dead and then let him have it. This is what happened to the Roman Emperor Nero. The sweaty plebs of Rome liked him. He was populist in political tilt, snoot the upper crust senators and threw terrific parties, to which the ordinary folks were invited. But history took its revenge, in the form of the denunciations of Nero by Tacitus, Suetonius, and the rest, propagandists for the Roman upper crust. But the Christians hated him too, for obvious reasons. Then after nearly 2,000 years of maltreatment by these mythographers, poor Nero got chewed up again by the French religious mythographer Ernest Renan, who depicted him in pitiless terms as the Antichrist. Eagerly reading Renan was a Polish nationalist, Henryk Sienkiewicz, who wrote Quo Vadis, serialized in Gazeta Polska between 1894 and 1896, earning him the Nobel Prize in 1905. Nero got excoriated once more, not only as the great beast, but also as somehow the proto-foe of Polish nationalism. The first Quo Vadis came in 1901, and by 1912 Enrico Guazzini produced the third adaptation, running for a full 2 hours and blessed with incredible success, including a premiere at the Royal Albert Hall in the presence of King George V, and in New York, where it was the first film ever to play in a Broadway theater. With Guazzini's Quo Vadis, the new medium reveled in long shots and pans around crowds enjoying the martyrdom of Christians, under the supervision of Nero. By now, Quo Vadis was becoming a weapon of the Catholic Church in Italy in its battles with the new secular state, and once again Nero proved useful in his beastliness. Next came DeMille's The Sign of the Cross in 1932, once again offering the easy contrast between the depravity of Charles Laughton and the Christian purity of Murcia. Nero's doom was sealed in 1951 with the release of Mervyn Leroy's Quo Vadis, when he was represented by Peter Ustinov in all his foreign decadence, set against the manly strength of Robert Taylor and the American way. So Nero stood for Stalinism and everything foul. The voiceover at the start of the movie talks about AD 64 as a period when the individual is at the mercy of the state, and rulers surrender their subjects to bondage. But simultaneously the hounding and suicide of the novelist Petronius is taken by Maria Wyke as an allegory of Hollywood blacklists. November 19. Nannygate is winding down. At its height it represented the fiercest stress to Anglo-American relations since the War of 1812, when my ancestor Admiral Sir George Cockburn burned down the White House, then hastened along to the National Intelligencer to avenge himself on the press which had treated him roughly. Sir George told his men to destroy the newspaper's type fonts, saying, "Be sure that all the C's are destroyed so the rascals cannot any longer abuse my name." Woodward wasn't a nanny but an au pair. Back in the 1950s in Britain the au pair was usually a Swedish girl. The headmaster of my boarding school had two, the only females under the age of 30 in our fastness in Perthshire. Fitzpaine and I faced expulsion for having tea with them in the headmaster's study at a time we thought the man was safely absent on some official function. The nanny was the pivotal figure in male upper-class character formation. Mothers were seen once a day for about 30 minutes, when the youngster was brought down from the nursery quarters to be displayed in the drawing room. After the onset of boarding school at the age of 8, these contacts between mother and offspring shrank to the 4 months vacation time. The son and heir's maternal substitute was of course the nanny, in Churchill's case along with many others the only woman such men loved. Heirs to large estates would get their own back on mummy by booting her out into the dower house, a structure sometimes converted stables detached from the main house. Among the many anguishing rites de passage was the transition from care by nanny to supervision at the boarding school by matron, in my case an austere figure in starched white who would line all us little boys up and then, one by one, have us come forward so she could briefly cup our testicles in her chill hand. There might be useful employment for Emerald prosecutors here. There was a successful restaurant in London in the 1980s in which waitresses were dressed as nannies and matrons and barked fierce commands like "Eat up your carrots, young man," at a clientele whimpering with pleasure at this temps retrouvé. After matrons' ministrations we would head off to chapel and once a term have the pleasure of hearing the headmaster announce that we would now sing the 136th Psalm, verses 1 to 6. We would naturally look at the omitted verses which concluded with the psalmist's delighted cry, "Blessed be he who taketh the little children and dasheth them against the stones." I should note that in my case contact with Mama was extended far beyond the half-hour display at cocktail time, since she bred horses and we all rode a lot though we feared the dangers of the chase. How we yearned for snow and ice in the winter months, which meant riding was off, instead of which we would hear the exuberant, ominous cry, "Lovely day for hunting." November 23. Behind every fortune lies a crime, Balzac wrote, and no doubt that was true in the case of the Steele dynasty of Jones and Laughlin, in Pittsburgh. But the Laughlin side of that enterprise produced James Laughlin, who shunned the family business in favor of publishing and launched New Directions, the most sustained presentation of good writers in the history of one publishing company, Pound, William Carlos Williams on down. I said to my friend Ben Sonnenberg, the day after Laughlin died last week, that it was probably one of the most culturally productive uses of surplus extraction in the history of American capitalism. Ben suggested the melons, but that's because Ben is an Anglophile and loves those 18th century paintings of horses the Mellon family purchased out of Gulf oil loot. Think of what some of the other American fortunes have produced, from Singer sewing machines to the New Republic. I asked Ben, who used his patrimony to found Grand Street, whether he thought crime lay behind his dough, and he said that alas, it wasn't a fortune. I suppose tidy sum would better describe it? Ben Sonnenberg Sr., the famous publicist, wanted to have written on his gravestone, "At least I never took a cent from Joe Kennedy or Howard Hughes." His house was number 19, Gramercy Park South, and Ben Jr. once told me his father's butler sneaked out late one night after his master's death and planted the urn under some bush in the square itself. We turned to discussion of another productive fortune, that of Pirandello's father, who was in the sulfur business on Elba, enabling young Luigi to get on with his writing. Last week I saw Pirandello's final play, The Mountain Giants, at the La Jolla Theater, well acted and staged by students in the theater department of the University of California at San Diego. It is a wonderful piece of work and not, so far as I could see, particularly unfinished as it is usually described. Ben Jr. said that in the years when he'd been active in New York theater he'd tried endlessly to get The Mountain Giants produced there, but without success. Then he told me a good joke. Grasshopper goes into bar. Bartender: "Good Lord, we've got a drink named after you." Grasshopper: "Why would you call a drink Bob?" November 26th. Oswald's Tale. Dear Mr. Anderson, Alexander Cockburn, ever obstinate, is of the opinion that JFK's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, shot the president because he believed, not without reason, that this deed would help save the Cuban Revolution. Oswald disagreed. From his arrest until his summary execution, Oswald spent almost 48 hours in police custody. Reportedly, 12 of those hours were spent in interrogation by state and federal police. There are no stenographic or taped records of these interrogations, and Oswald was denied legal representation. However, memoranda by some of the investigating officials were published in the Warren Commission report. These officials report that Oswald vehemently denied shooting either the president or Officer J.D. Tippit, and two of these officials also report that Oswald expected Cuban policy to remain unchanged with the death of JFK. According to Inspector Thomas J. Kelly of the Secret Service, said there would be no change in the attitude of the American people toward Cuba with President Johnson becoming president because they both belonged to the same political party and the one would follow pretty generally the policies of the other. Also present, Captain J.W. Fritz, of the Dallas Police Department writes, someone of the federal officers asked Oswald if he thought Cuba would be better off since the president was assassinated. To this he replied that he felt that since the president was killed that someone else would take his place, perhaps Vice President Johnson, and that his views would probably be largely the same as those of President Kennedy. Sincerely yours, Jock Penn, Petaluma. P.S. Alexander Cockburn urges Alex Cox to concentrate on making a decent movie for once, instead of uttering Malthusian heresies. Cox's latest movie is more than decent. The Winner, now on video, appears at first to be a lame neo-noir pulp fiction knockoff, but hang in there and Cox's nihilistic apocalyptic allegory will get to you. If you like Dr. Strangelove, Grosse Pointe Blank, Natural Born Killers, and King of Kings, The Winner is your meat. Alexander Cockburn replies. If we proceed with my view that Oswald was a rational assassin, it's not likely that he would have told the authorities cited by Penn that he killed Kennedy to save the Cuban Revolution. He would have said as he did that he didn't kill the president and that it would make no difference to U.S. policy toward Cuba that JFK was dead. A pro-Cuba Oswald would certainly not wish suspicion to be directed toward Cuba. But in fact with the death of Kennedy, the efforts to kill Castro so hotly promoted by Jack and Bobby diminished. Oswald was right in his calculation. December 3rd. One area in which British journalism is indubitably superior is in the writing of obituaries. Sometimes the New York Times will produce something readable, even piquant, but jaunty frankness about the departed one is not tolerated. Every now and again, down the years, I've shouted a few insults at some freshly tamped grave, and the disrespect invariably provokes outrage. The quality English newspapers, by contrast, have turned obituaries into an important sector of their coverage. In this respect, the Independent and the Daily Telegraph are particularly well edited. Before me this Friday, November 28, is the Telegraph's obituary of Dan Farson, covering 2/3 of a page of this respectable broadsheet, read mostly by an upper and middle class conservative audience. Farson was a famous homosexual drunk, emblem of London's Old Soho, whose pubs and restaurants my father took me to in the early 1950s. I suppose an equivalent in terms of mise en scene and boozy louchness would have been the Old Lion's Head in the Village, which I never knew. Dan was the son of Negley Farson, a famous U.S. correspondent who wrote for the Chicago Daily News in the early 1930s, reporting from Europe. His memoirs, Way of a Transgressor, often turn up in the second-hand bookshops. Dan made his living as a photographer and journalist. The Telegraph's obituarist evoked his life with humor and bracing honesty. The obit begins in traditional style and then rapidly changes tempo. Daniel Farson, who has died aged 70, was a talented television journalist, writer, and photographer. He was also a nightmare drunk. I doubt you'd get such a lead in the New York Times. From that opening, the anonymous obituary keeps up an ebullient tempo of reminiscence. He never lost his hair, which was fair. In old age he presumably dyed it. He would go off at nights to such places as a pub nicknamed the Elephant's Graveyard. It was some surprise that, with his alarmingly risky sex life, he had not been murdered. Over and over again Farson's assaults on London meant drinking all day, picking up a rent boy and very often being robbed by him at his hotel. He was barred from several hotels for trivial offences such as being found with his trousers round his ankles in the corridor. One Sunday afternoon in the Coach and Horses, an angry rent boy came into the pub and tried to shame Farson into paying for his afternoon services. Farson was shameless. "But you didn't bloody do anything," he shouted back. "And I bought all the drinks." With such anecdotes, the obituarist not only offers good entertainment but draws a vivid picture of the old Soho, frequented by painters such as Lucienne Freud and Francis Bacon, about whom Farson wrote a book called The Gilded Gutter Life of Francis Bacon. The old Soho, where Karl Marx also lived his Soho life in terms once excitedly described by a Prussian spy, is certainly dead and gone. Farson's obit concludes, "On the day of the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales, Farson went to the Coach and Horses in Soho, straight from a trip to Sweden. He stood at the bar, noisily impersonating a friend, Sandy Fox, bursting into tears. Behind him young people told him to shut up because they were trying to hear the speech of Earl Spencer on television. Such had become the Bohemia that he was shortly to leave for the last time." December 4. The British Public Records Office is releasing 70-year-old material, including Home Office files on Lord Alfred Douglas, aka Bosie, Oscar Wilde's young lover. In 1923 Douglas was jailed for criminal libel of Winston Churchill, having alleged in a pamphlet that Churchill had accepted a bribe from a German-born financier named Sir Ernest Cassels, to publish a misleading report about the Battle of Jutland. For this Bosie pulled 6 months. While languishing in Wormwood Scrubs prison, Douglas wrote to Excelsis, a reprise on Wilde's De Profundis, written in Reading Jail. The jailers confiscated this and never gave it back, on grounds that it repeated the libels Douglas had been imprisoned for. Douglas bitterly contrasted his treatment with the more generous attitude toward Wilde, when Oscar Wilde wrote in prison a filthy and blasphemous screed entitled De Profundis, which consisted largely of abuse of myself and others then living, and contained an apology for every kind of vice and abomination. The Home Office made no difficulty at all about allowing him to take out his Miss. While it was denying Lord Alfred Douglas's request, the Home Office was also upholding a ban on Radcliffe Hall's pioneering lesbian novel, The Well of Loneliness. The Home Secretary, Shooter Ada, was sympathetic, noting carefully that the perversion which it is supposed to celebrate is more widespread than commonly thought. But the ban lasted until 1968. And after 60 years the Home Office has released papers showing that David Lloyd George, Prime Minister in 1917, successfully sought the release of Alice Weldon, a suffragette who had tried to poison him on the grounds that World War I, for which she apparently held Lloyd George partly responsible, had slowed the cause of women's rights. Weldon had engaged in arson and sabotage in the feminist cause. She was a former postmistress who ran a second-hand clothes shop in Derby, fighting her battles with her daughter Hetty at her side. Alice got 10 years for trying to poison the PM, a lenient sentence by modern standards. But Lloyd George had her released after a brief period on the grounds that her incarceration was a PR disaster and she was unwell and might die in prison. December 17. Edward said, passing through London on his way to India, gave a talk at an event sponsored by the New Left Review and the London Review of Books on coexistence. Edward's point was that after the wreckage of Oslo and the poison of Netanyahu and the Into the Sea with them irreconcilables, it behooves intellectuals in the Jewish and Arab diaspora to talk about coexistence inside Israel/Palestine. The intellectuals mustered for the occasion, such as George Steiner, agreed, though one can ask, why just allocate the great task to Jews and Arabs? What about the rest of us, mongrels though we mostly are? Later, everyone gathered at one of those functions the liberal/left excel in organizing, in the narrow, noisy basement of an indifferent restaurant, offering dank meatballs to be eaten with one's fingers. I sat down next to Edward to say hello and almost immediately a man I'd never previously met and didn't recognize rose up and addressed me directly. Allow me to say I think you are a fucking asshole. Before I could ask for clarifying evidence, he dashed from the restaurant. It turned out to be Salman Rushdie. Rushdie was presumably still simmering from criticisms, richly deserved, that I made about him for his disgusting behavior after the Shavaz massacre. Some Turkish secularists had gathered in the town of Shavaz to make a public reading from Rushdie's satanic verses. The same sort of Islamic fanatics as support the fatwa against Rushdie then set fire to the hotel in which the secularists were staying, and more than 30 were burned to death. Rushdie promptly denounced the secularists as acting in a manner he had not authorized. It was a chicken-hearted display. This happened a few years ago. The Islamic arsonists have just been convicted. December 29. 2. Patrick Cockburn. Subject: Bad King John, proto-Islamo-fascist. Did you know he seriously considered becoming a Muslim? I'm reading R.W. Southern's Western Society and the Church in the Middle Ages, Volume 2 of the Pelican History of the Church. In it Southern notes that King John of England, while excommunicated by the Pope for nearly 4 years, gave serious thought to becoming a Muslim. The steps King John took in this direction were recounted in detail by a contemporary chronicler, Matthew Paris, laid out in Chronica Majora, ed. H. R. Lourdes, in R.S. 1874, 2, 559-64. I'm getting hold of this vital text which will no doubt be in Latin, unless Lourdes translated it. 1998. January 7. The Kennedys never go quietly, do they? Somehow it's beyond their powers. And if you had to define an Kennedy manner of passing, Michael's would surely be it. Here we had a phalanx of Kennedys, plus entourage, skiing downhill in mass formation, a menace to all others on the slope and for good measure tossing a football between them, with Michael videotaping with his other hand. The assassination buffs are agog. For them, the question is, who moved the tree? A home video taken by a German tourist the day before the fatal encounter shows the tree at least 15 feet east of its final rendezvous with the speeding Michael. January 9. How frail a thing is human memory. On New Year's Day the New York Times ran an AP story about a settlement between the Quaker Oats Co., MIT, and some former students. The students were among 100 boys, many of them wards of the state, who were the unwitting objects of research in the 1940s and 1950s when they were fed cereal containing radioactive materials. In the last week of 1997, Quaker and MIT agreed to pay over $1.85 million to the plaintiffs. The way AP reported the story, Quaker and MIT had lured the boys from Fernald School in order to prove that the nutrients in Quaker oatmeal travel throughout the body. Quaker's aim was supposedly to match the advertising claim of its deadly corporate rival, Cream of Wheat. This is by no means the whole story. In 1949 the parents of boys at the Fernald School, some of them mentally retarded, were asked to give consent for the children to join the Fernald Science Club. The boys were then the unwitting objects of experiments, supervised by the Atomic Energy Commission, in partnership with Quaker Oats, in which they were given radioactive oatmeal. The researchers wanted to see if the chemical preservatives in cereal prevented the body from absorbing vitamins and minerals, with the radioactive materials acting as tracers. They also wanted to assess the effects of radioactive materials on the kids. The AP story missed the AEC's role altogether, which is just how the AEC, now the Department of Energy, would have liked it. There are many experiments from that era that sound like a continuation of the Nazis' researches in the labs at Dachau, which is scarcely a coincidence since the CIA spirited out many of those same Nazi scientists, bringing them to work for the AEC and other bodies in the paperclip program, as the CIA codenamed it. To give just one other of these experiments, in 1963, 131 prisoners in Oregon and Washington had their scrotums and testicles exposed to 600 roentgens of radioactivity. They had given consent, but were not warned of the cancer risk. Later almost all of the prisoners were given vasectomies or were surgically castrated. The doctor who performed the sterilization operations said they were conducted to keep from contaminating the general population with radiation-induced mutants. In defending the sterilization experiments, Dr. Victor Bond, a physician at the Brookhaven Nuclear Lab, said, "It's useful to know what dose of radiation sterilizes. It's useful to know what different doses of radiation will do to human beings." One of Bond's colleagues, Dr. Joseph Hamilton of the University of California Medical School in San Francisco, said more candidly that the radiation experiments which he had helped oversee had a little of the Buchenwald touch. January 12. A fellow I know recently shared a sports box with President Bill and mentioned they had a friend in common. This friend was a woman, now an academic Bill had had a big thing with many years ago, before he met HRC. Bill launched into fond reminiscence, misty-eyed and affectionate. As he listened, the fellow realized that Bill had absolutely no self-consciousness in his nostalgic reverie. He felt, the fellow said later, that if he'd asked Bill whether he had a kink in his cock, the president would have launched off on this topic with equal enthusiasm and lack of restraint. All the while Bill was rambling on about his former girlfriend, members of Bill's entourage were sticking their heads into the sports box, asking the press did he want to talk to this fat cat or that fat cat who were offering huge sums to the DNC. This is the man's life. No wonder he didn't want to stop talking about his old flame. January 14. Girls love to talk dirty, given half a chance. 2 days after Representative Bono had his last and positively final encounter with that tree in the Tahoe Basin, California newspapers were full of ominous stuff about mandatory helmets for skiers. I read this in the San Francisco Chronicle in our local store and remarked to R&A, the two women behind the counter, that in any given 24 hours in America there must be at least a dozen fatalities involving people falling out of bed while screwing, bashing their heads on the floor, etc., etc., and that the way things were going we'd soon all have to wear helmets before getting it on. The girls lit up. And mandatory knee pads against carpet burn, cried A. And mandatory pads against tile burn in the shower, shouted R merrily. A couple of minutes later they were laughing about doing it in airplanes. Racy stuff. I headed for the door, ears a tingle. January 15th. The big New Year's resolution is the same one I always make. Really good tax records. This time, for $15 I bought a diary which has a whole page for each day. January 1st was a snap. I put the miles I drove in my car, plus charitable dispensations, plus cost of meals and brief reason why they could be counted as business-related entertainment. Then I put down the cost of all my newspapers. I entered check numbers, totals and deductible disbursements. I spent several minutes thinking how easy tax preparation will be in February 1998, and about the chagrin of the IRS auditor when he realizes that this time he's met his match. I even called my brother and handed him a short lecture on the importance of proper record keeping. It took a whole day January 2 for reality to creep back into my life. The virtuous, one-page per day diary is grim to behold, so I bought a nice little Mexican diary, with plenty of demotic iconography and almost no space for anything except for a couple of phone numbers a day. A spiral wire holds the flimsy pages, and if 1997 is anything to go by, somewhere in July 1998, I'll lose the first 3 months of the year. I'll fall behind in my estimated quarterly payments. I'll have to guess the miles driven. So, 1998 will be a year when, as with other years, I pay enough in interest and penalties to hold the B-2 bomber program together single-handed. All the same, the Air Force has come to rely on me and I'd hate to let them down. February 17th. Many people go through life rehearsing a role they feel that the fates have in store for them, and I've long thought that Christopher Hitchens has been asking himself for years how it would feel to plant the Judas kiss. And now, as a Judas and a snitch, Hitchens has made the big time. On February 5th, amid the embers of the impeachment trial, he trotted along to Congress and swore out an affidavit that he and his wife, Carol Blue, had lunch with White House aide Sidney Blumenthal last March 19 and that Blumenthal had described Monica Lewinsky as a stalker. Since Blumenthal had just claimed in his deposition to the House impeachment managers that he had no idea how this linking of the White House stalker stories had started, Hitchens's affidavit was about as flat a statement as anyone could want that Blumenthal has perjured himself, thus exposing himself to a sentence of up to 5 years in prison. At the very least, Hitchens has probably cost Blumenthal about $100,000 in fresh legal expenses on top of the $200,000 tab he's already facing. Some friend. And we are indeed talking about friendship here. They've been pals for years and Hitchens has not been shy about trumpeting the fact. Last spring, when it looked as though Blumenthal was going to be subpoenaed by prosecutor Starr for his journalistic contacts, Hitchens blared his readiness to stand shoulder to shoulder with his comrade. Together we have soldiered against the neoconservative ratbags, Hitchens wrote in The Nation last spring. Our life has been, and remains an open book. Do your worst. Nothing will prevent me from gnawing a future bone at his table or, I trust, him from gnawing in return. This was in an edition of The Nation dated March 30, 1998, a fact which means given the Nation's scheduling practices that Hitchens just writing these loyal lines immediately before the lunch. Hitchens now says he thinks it was on March 19, at the Occidental restaurant near the White House whose conversational menu Hitchens would be sharing with these same neoconservative, right-wing ratbags 10 months later. The surest way to get a secret into mass circulation is to tell it to Hitchens, swearing him to silence as one does so. His friends have known this for years. As a compulsive tattler and gossip, Hitchens gets a frisson I'd guess to be quasi-sexual in psychological orientation out of the act of tattling or betrayal. This brings us to Hitchens' snitch psychology, and the years of psychic preparation that launched him into the affidavit against his friend Blumenthal. Like those who question themselves about the imagined future role, would I really leap through fire to save my friend, would I stay silent if threatened with torture? Hitchens has, I feel certain, brooded constantly about the conditions under which he might snitch, or inform. A good many years ago we were discussing the German Baader-Meinhof gang, some of whose members were on the run at the time. Hitchens, as is his wont, stirred himself into a grand little typhoon of moral outrage against the gang, whose reckless ultra-leftism was, he said, only doing good to the right. If one of them came to my front door seeking shelter, Hitchens cried, I would call the police in an instant and turn him in. Wouldn't you just, I remember thinking at the time. I've often thought about that outburst since, and whether in fact Christopher was at some level already in the snitch business. Over the past couple of years the matter of George Orwell's snitching has been a public issue. Orwell, in the dawn days of the Cold War and not long before his own death, compiled a snitch list of commies and fellow travelers and turned them over to Cynthia Kerwin, a woman for whom he had the hots and who worked for the British secret police. Now, Orwell is Hitchens's idol, and he lost no time in defending Orwell's snitch list in Vanity Fair and The Nation. Finally, I wrote a Nation column giving the anti-Orwell point of view, taking the line that the list was mostly idle gossip, patently racist and anti-Semitic, part and parcel of McCarthyism. Bottom line, snitching to the secret police wouldn't do. Hitchens seemed genuinely surprised by my basic position that snitching is a dirty business, to be shunned by all decent people. Then, in the middle of last week, he snitched on Sydney. Why did he do it? I didn't see him with Tim Russert on Meet the Press, but apparently he looked ratty, his physical demeanor not enhanced by a new beard. I have read the transcript where, as I anticipated, Hitchens says he simply couldn't let the Clinton White House get away with denials that they had been in the business of slandering women dangerous to them, like Monica, or Kathleen Willey. There were couple of moments of pure Hitchens. Only Hitchens could charge someone with perjury and then sneer that the object of his accusations was contemptible for having a legal representative. And only Hitchens could publicly declare Blumenthal to have lied to Congress and then with his next breath affirm in a voice quivering with all the gallantry of loyal friendship that I would rather be held in contempt of court than testify in any separate court action brought against Blumenthal. Did Hitchens really think things through when he told the House impeachment people toward the end of last week he was willing to swear out an affidavit on the matter of the famous March lunch? Does he think that with this affidavit he will reverse the whole impeachment tide and bring Clinton down? Or is he, as Joan Bingham told Lloyd Grove of the Washington Post, merely trying to promote a forthcoming book? A woman who knows Hitchens well, and who is inclined to forgive, has suggested that the booze has finally got to him and that his behavior exhibits all the symptoms of chronic alcoholism, an impulsive act, dramatically embarked upon and, in the aftermath, only vaguely apprehended by the perp. It's true, Hitchens does drink a staggering amount with, as all acquaintances will agree, a truly amazing capacity to pull himself together and declaim in a coherent manner while pints of alcohol and gallons of wine are coursing through his bloodstream. But he does indeed seem only vaguely to understand what he has done to Sydney. On Sunday, February 7th, he was telling one journalist that he still thought his friendship with Sydney could be saved. By Tuesday, he was filing a Nation column, once again reiterating his friendship for Blumenthal, intimating he'd done him a big favor, blaming Clinton for everything he, Hitchens, was doing to Blumenthal and concluding with a whine of self-pity that the whole affair would probably end with him, Hitchens, being cited for contempt of court. Perhaps more zealously than most, Hitchens has always liked to have it both ways, identifying himself as a man of the left while in fact being, as was his hero Orwell particularly toward the end of his life, a man of the right. There is the final question, is Hitchens making it all up, about the March 19th lunch? Blumenthal says he has no recollection, and adds, as all agree, that there had already been hundreds of references in the press to Monica being a stalker, and he may just have repeated to Hitchens and Blue what he'd read in the papers. It was a month, remember, when the White House was being very careful in what it was saying about Monica because they were uncertain which way she would jump and didn't want to anger her. Joe Conason, of the New York Observer, certainly an eager recipient of White House slants at the time, says he spoke to Blumenthal in that period and Blumenthal refused to talk about Lewinsky at all. It's true, Hitchens can be a terrific fibber, but, short of willful misrepresentation, maybe, Amid this insensate hatred for Clinton, he remembered the conversation the way he deemed it to have taken place rather than the way it actually happened. In his own affidavit, Hitchens did not say that Blumenthal had directly cited Clinton as describing Lewinsky as a stalker, and on CNN he tagged only Blumenthal as describing Monica thus. Yet, in her affidavit, filed after her husband's from the West Coast where she has been staying, Carol Blue said that Blumenthal had indeed cited Clinton as describing Lewinsky as a stalker and also as crazy. It seems extraordinary that Hitchens and Blue couldn't get their affidavits straight, and it seems that Blue's affidavit was filed purely with the intention of further damaging Blumenthal, which indeed it has. Hitchens has done something despicable. It wasn't so long ago that he was confiding to a Nation colleague, in solemn tones, that for him the most disgusting aspect of the White House's overall disgusting behavior was what they have done to my friend Sidney. He's probably still saying it. Hitchens always could cobble up a moral posture out of the most unpromising material. March 4. As far as chemical and biological weapons are concerned, Saddam Hussein is a repeat offender. He has used them against his neighbors and on his own people. Madeleine Albright, Secretary of State. By Albright's criteria, Saddam has a way to go to catch up with the United States. In 1942, U.S. Army and Navy doctors infected 400 prisoners in Chicago with malaria in experiments designed to get a profile of the disease and develop a treatment for it. Most of the inmates were black, none were informed of the risks of the experiment. Nazi doctors on trial at Nuremberg cited the Chicago malaria experiments as part of their defense. In 1947, the U.S. Army put on its payroll Dr. Shiro Ishii, the head of the Imperial Army of Japan's biowarfare unit. During World War II, Dr. Ishii had deployed a wide range of biological and chemical agents against Chinese and Allied troops. He also operated a large research center in Manchuria, where he conducted bioweapons experiments on Chinese, Russian, and American prisoners of war. Ishii infected prisoners with tetanus, gave them typhoid-laced tomatoes, developed plague-infected fleas, infected women with syphilis, performed dissections on live prisoners, and exploded germ bombs over dozens of men tied to stakes. In a deal hatched by Gen. Douglas MacArthur, Ishii turned over more than 10,000 pages of his research findings to the U.S. Army, avoided prosecution for war crimes, and was invited to lecture at Ft. Detrick, the U.S. Army Bioweapons Center in Frederick, Maryland. In 1950, the U.S. Navy sprayed large quantities of Serratia marcescens, a bacteriological agent, over San Francisco, promoting an outbreak of pneumonia-like illnesses and causing the death of at least one man, Ed Nevins. A year later, Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai charged that the U.S. military and the CIA had used bioagents against North Korea and China. Zhou produced statements from 25 U.S. prisoners of war backing his claims that the U.S. had dropped anthrax-contaminated feathers, mosquitoes, and fleas carrying yellow fever and propaganda leaflets spiked with cholera over Manchuria and North Korea. Secretary of State Dean Acheson dismissed Zhou's accusations as being based on the coerced confessions of brainwashed POWs. Acheson blamed the outbreaks of disease in northern China and Korea on the communists' inability to care for the health of the people under their control. But in the fall of 1952, an international commission looking into the matter produced a 700-page report supporting Zhou's claims. The report noted that the insects found in the vicinity of the U.S. leaflet drops were not native to the region. The commission noted a striking similarity with the techniques perfected by Dr. Ishii during the Japanese occupation of Manchuria. From 1950 through 1953, the U.S. Army released chemical clouds over 6 U.S. and Canadian cities. The experiments were designed to test dispersal patterns of chemical weapons. Army records noted that the compounds were used over Winnipeg, Canada, where there were numerous reports of respiratory illnesses, involving cadmium, a highly toxic chemical. In 1951, the U.S. Army secretly contaminated the Norfolk Naval Supply Center in Virginia with infectious bacteria. One type was chosen because blacks were believed to be more susceptible than whites. A similar experiment was undertaken later that year at Washington, D.C.'s National Airport. The bacteria was later linked to food and blood poisoning and respiratory problems. Savannah, Georgia, and Avon Park, Florida, were the targets of repeated Army bioweapons experiments in 1956 and 1957. Army CBW researchers released millions of mosquitoes on the two towns in order to test the ability of insects to carry and deliver yellow fever and dengue fever. Hundreds of residents fell ill, suffering from fevers, respiratory distress, stillbirths, encephalitis, and typhoid. Army researchers disguised themselves as public health workers in order to photograph and test the victims. Several deaths were reported. In 1981, Fidel Castro blamed an outbreak of dengue fever in Cuba on the CIA. The fever killed 188 people, including 88 children. In 1988, a Cuban exile leader named Eduardo Arocena admitted bringing some germs into Cuba in 1980. 4 years later, an epidemic of dengue fever struck Managua, Nicaragua. Nearly 50,000 people came down with the fever and dozens died. This was the first outbreak of the disease in Nicaragua. It occurred at the height of the CIA's war against the Sandinista government and followed a series of low-level reconnaissance flights over the capital city. This is not to mention atmospheric nuclear testing. May 20. Ron Ridenour died on Sunday, May 10, at the age of 52. He'd been playing handball, having told friends he'd probably had a few too many margaritas the night before. Then he sat down against a wall, turned blue and died. It reminds me too sharply of another journalist, my friend Larry Stern, whom Ron also knew, who went jogging at about the same age and keeled over. Journalists should take an arm's-length attitude toward immoderate physical exercise. I met Ron in New Orleans back in 1988. We talked about my lie and how he'd heard about it, investigated it, and finally brought the massacre into the light of day. Ron's point was always that my lie was an operation, an act of policy, not an aberration. Above my lie that day were helicopters filled with the entire command staff of the brigade, division, and task force, from 7:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. It takes a long time to kill over 600 people. Then on the 30th anniversary of my lie, this last March, I talked to him again, about Hugh Thompson, Lawrence Cockburn, and Glenn Andreatta getting soldiers' medals for their action in saving some civilians that day. I asked him how he'd feel if someone offered him the medal. I didn't save any lives, he said dryly. Ron was far too well-mannered to say it, but I knew he must have felt that there was something altogether too symmetrical and phony about the sudden discovery of Thompson as my last lone American hero, matching the prosecution of Rusty Calley as my last lone American villain. May 27. I called my publisher, Verso Books, the other day and found its executive director, Colin Robinson, agog over the success of Verso's 150th anniversary edition of Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto. He'd already sent me the sleek little book with its introduction by the British historian Eric Hobsbawm. I told Colin waspishly it looked like an espresso, or maybe latte table book, with its somber, stylish cover design of a red flag by the Russian émigré artists Komer and Melamed flapping over a black background, Marxism without hope. Robinson wasn't irked at all. He said Verso had printed 25,000 copies and they were selling like hotcakes. The publicity had been gratifying. He'd nearly persuaded Barney's to do a window display of fashionable models, all with copies of the manifesto poking from their handbags or pockets. On his desk, he boasted, were great piles of excited articles that had run in the U.S. press, all touting the new Marx craze. I don't like Verso's edition. It looks like a memento rather than a manifesto. The old Moscow publishing house booklet which I read back in the late 1950s looked like it meant business. It was aimed at people who wanted to overthrow capitalism, and said so right away. Hobsbawm says the proletariat is a failure and maintains that these days the prime countervailing force is environmentalism. Not the environmental movement, please note. The movement, which springs in part from utopian socialism, implies action and struggle. Hobsbawm seems to see environmentalism as prudently managed capitalism on a global scale, with social engineers nicely equipped with the appropriate degrees in charge. Back in 1958, the American sociologist Louis Fuhr introduced his edition of the Manifesto, writing that the revolutionary intellectual of the 30s has been replaced by the managerial intellectual of the 50s, and with this change in social temper the philosophy of Karl Marx would be consigned by many persons to the museum of their youthful indiscretions. In 1998 these same managerial intellectuals want to manage the entire planet, and Hobsbawm, who had a few youthful indiscretions of his own, sees barbarism as the only alternative to such planetary supervision by credentialed, scientific professionals. So Versos is a manifesto without class struggle, without revolution. How different an attitude to history than Marx's. In his last edition of the manifesto, in 1882, he excitedly used news of the class struggle in Russia and America to adjust his revolutionary gunsights. His aim remained true, as did his commitment. But to divorce the manifesto from revolution, as does Hobsbawm, is indeed to produce a Marxism without hope. Marx merely becomes a preface to the great German sociologist Max Weber, who once described capitalism as mechanized petrification embellished with a sort of convulsive self-importance. Many reviewers of Versos' manifesto have tended to see it as a celebration, admittedly acerbic, of global capitalism, sweeping away all hindrances to the basic task of accumulation. Both the neoliberal New Yorker and conservative Times Literary Supplement have praised Marx for his perspicacity and overall up-to-dateness in seeing which way capitalism was headed, while saying that where he truly messed up was in his revolutionary politics. Marx gets whacked with words like Promethean or utopian, to show how he sent communism off down a blind alley. September 16. The more minutely we are able to examine the private side of vastly powerful public persons, the more pity we should feel for their condition. For many years the Emperor Franz Joseph, leader of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, used to try to get an extra kettle of hot water brought along miles of corridors in his palace to warm his bath. His orders were given a respectful hearing, then ignored. Bill Clinton, leader of the free world, couldn't engage in a furtive embrace of a woman not his wife in the Oval Office because he thought the gardener would peer in the windows. For the pitifully few moments of semi-gratification he and Monica Lewinsky were able to indulge each other, the two had to seclude themselves in a windowless corridor, a love sight without even the close excitement of a broom closet. The Starr Report, released on September 11, on the intimacies of the President and the White House in turn, must surely rank as one of the most bizarre documents about the sex life of a public person ever given to the world. 1,000 years from now, cultural anthropologists will marvel at the insensate detail of its portrait of what happened when a president in his late 40s was seduced by a rich girl from Beverly Hills. The Starr Report is Clinton's legacy, as striking a symbol of our time as was the scaffold of Louis XVI to the late 18th century. This is not to undercut the demented nature of the Starr Report, which has as eerie a feel to it as a proceeding from the Spanish Inquisition or one of those court sessions from the Middle Ages when animals were placed on trial for heresy. To us, in the late 20th century, it is unfathomable that serious people should have considered putting a pig or a goose through the rigors of the judicial process. A century from now our descendants will surely marvel at an age ours when millions and millions of dollars were spent to determine that the President and Ms. Lewinsky enjoyed 10 bouts of oral sex in 2 years, attended by 2 orgasms per partner across that entire time. Even adding in the bouts of phone sex, it certainly doesn't add up to a fulfilling relationship. The sparsity of sexual fulfillment makes a previous White House incumbent, Warren Harding, look like Casanova by comparison. Nor was Bill Clinton's comportment entirely gross. He was tempted, infatuated. He told Monica he'd had hundreds of affairs in his youth, but that now, after 40, he had been trying to commit himself more strongly to his marriage. They exchanged gifts. In the words of the report, he told her he enjoyed talking to her. She recalled him saying that the two of them were emotive and full of fire and she made him feel young. In the end she turns into the spoiled girl from hell, storms the White House, spurns jobs secured for her by the president and Vernon Jordan. And of course she led him badly astray by swearing that she'd never, ever told a soul. Editorial moralists have sprung to their high horses. The New York Times spoke of reading the Starr Report with a heavy heart and churning emotions. This is like saying one reads Judith Krantz with a heavy heart and churning emotions. The dalliance affair is far too serious a word between Clinton and Lewinsky simply won't sustain the burden of moral reproof being placed upon it. It's like treating Edward Lear as if he was Homer. It's clear enough now that Kenneth Starr did Clinton a huge favor by confining himself so relentlessly to the president's sex life. Not even a whiff from the stagnant marsh of Whitewater riffles his pages. A report which is designed to evict a president by means of impeachment surely has to have some urgency to it, some sense of great misdeeds of state, the boding darkness of Macbeth. You can't send round to Congress a report in the style of Midsummer Night's Dream and expect those folks in Congress to muster the seriousness of statesmen and stateswomen pondering high crimes and misdemeanors. It just won't wash. As things are, the American people once again seem to be displaying themselves as mature adults, endowed with a sense of realism, unlike the opinion formers who have been howling as though the president molested a child in its pram. On February 19, 1996, so Independent Counsel Starr discloses to us, the president was closeted with Monica in the Oval Office, telling her they could still meet but that there could be no more kino-odling. In the midst of this tete-a-tete he took a call from one of the Fangel family, powerful Florida sugar barons who at the time were battling the idea that they should have to pay any money to compensate for the damage to the Everglades attendant upon their sugar-growing activities in Florida. Even as Clinton was talking to Fangel, Al Gore was agitating for such a levy. By the end of the conversation we know there was one, and can surmise there were two, satisfied parties. The sugar baron and the president, each man efficiently serviced. But Ken Starr wasn't writing about this happily consummated relationship, which is why Americans won't take this report seriously. They understand the difference between petty moral dereliction and political corruption. October 7. Driving through Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, and out across the northern plains, it's clear enough, in jokes and derision at the Blue Noses, that the cavortings of Bill and Monica and the maneuvers of the Republicans and Democrats have been good for America. It's been marvelously cathartic for people to have had to talk so long and so loudly about blowjobs, orgasms, infidelity, and privacy. Nothing has been more ridiculous than the whinings of parents about how to talk to the kids about it all. Kids who've watched 45 deaths a day on American TV their whole lives are experiencing a marked elevation in the quality of their cultural consumption by listening to accounts of Bill and Monica's sexual encounters, such as they were. One thing is certain, as the network correspondents like to say at the wrap-up point. The car mechanics of America are for Bill. The '64 Chrysler New Yorker I'm driving developed serious gas feed and overheating problems at 5 p.m. in central Indiana the afternoon I was due to give a talk about my and Jeffrey St. Clair's book Whiteout, in a bookstore in Chicago, at 7 p.m. Rodney Sheets, owner and manager of One Stop Auto in Columbia City, flung himself into the emergency, but still had time to deride at some length Henry Hyde. This was Quail Country, and at intervals Rodney would chat with several of his children who were running in and out of the shop. So here was a devoted parent and advocate of family values, possibly a former Quail voter, but still thinking the uproar is ridiculous. It was the same in Milwaukee, where Peggy and Dennis of Lakeshore Mobile took up the work Rodney had not had time to finish. If Bill's future was in their hands, Bill would be safe. A word about mechanics. In the late 1940s and early 1950s many Americans got screwed around by car salesmen. The odium carried over to mechanics. Theirs is not the most trusted profession in the charts, albeit not nearly so low as journalists and politicians. But as the owner of 10 old cars from the 1950s and 1960s, all of which at various times I've driven around or across the country, and in all of which I've been beleaguered by various grave setbacks and crises, I've only had about 4 unsatisfactory encounters with mechanics in which I could say I've been seriously hard done by. This yields an I was screwed statistic of a fraction of 1%. Set this against the risk factor associated with encounters with academic people and the entertainment industry and you will agree, mechanics are as honest a bunch as the unpaid staffers of the Catholic worker, which is saying a great deal. October 10th. Fall is always the best time to meander around the country. Across the Midwest the corn is being harvested. The browns and golds of stubble and still standing stalks warm those vast flat or slightly undulating vistas. In Chicago, we stayed in Danny Postel's and Tom Petrolis's nice apartment in Rogers Park, $600 a month, a pleasant mixed ethnic neighborhood, small lakeside park and public beach available for dips in Lake Michigan, which I took. We looked at the map. The decision, as always, is whether to head southwest along Old 66, or straight west through Iowa and Nebraska, or take the northerly routes through the Dakotas. This time we aim to go along Upper Missouri, right under the Canadian border, maybe go through Glacier National Park. The old Lewis and Clark route, more or less. About 100 miles along 94 from Minneapolis we came to Sauk Center, an ESPIDA sign for the Sinclair Lewis Interpretive Center. Lewis was born in Sauk Center, which he offered to the world as Gopher Prairie in Main Street, the novel published in 1920 that made his name. Fortunately the Info Center has not yet found the money to transform itself into an interactive learning experience in the modern manner, replete with audiovisual aids and the indispensable computers. In fact, the center is an old-fashioned small museum with fading photographs and photostats of Lewis's working manuscripts. Some of these were detailed plans Lewis drew of his fictional towns, plus his real estate maps of the inhabitants' precise locations and their family histories. Every time he visited a graveyard, he'd take down names for future use. The center, unsurprisingly, presented Lewis as a man of letters, gravely posed in tweeds. The only indication that he might have been somewhat of a rip snorter was a photograph of Marcella Powers, the young aspiring actress with whom Lewis began a 5-year relationship in 1939, when she was 18 and he was 54 and still married to Dorothy Thompson. From her later letters, Marcella, who died in 1975, seems to have been a lively and intelligent person. My father, who met Lewis in Berlin in the late 1920s, recalled Red Lewis as a boozer of formidable proportions. I'd forgotten how good a writer Lewis was. This is America, he wrote in the epigraph to Main Street. Main Street is the climax of civilization. That this Ford car might stand in front of the Bon-Ton store, Hannibal invaded Rome and Erasmus wrote in Oxford cloisters. What old Jensen the grocer says to Ezra Stowbody the banker is the new law for London, Prague, and the unprofitable Isles of the Sea, whatsoever Ezra does not know and sanction, that thing is heresy, worthless for knowing and wicked to consider. To give some longer sense of perspective, the Interpretive Center also has an interesting photograph of a Viking altar stone into which Norsemen, wandering across the prairie, drilled 4 holes to support a canopy under which a priest had celebrated Mass in 1362. Bishop George Spetz rededicated the stone in 1975. We left the Interpretive Center and headed for Sauk Center's greatest pride, Main Street, though the citizens were naturally furious when the novel was first published. Now the banner on Main Street says, "A view of the past, a vision of the future." October 15th. Orwell's shit list. Dear Mr. Anderson, in Alexander Cockburn's recent frenzied attack on George Orwell and his now infamous shit list, he quotes Peter Davison as saying that Cockburn's father was Orwell's political foe. The following might be of interest to those fans of the deadly ideological wars of the 1930s and 1940s. Cockburn's father, Claude Cockburn, was a communist who Graham Greene called one of the 2 greatest journalists of the 20th century. Unfortunately, the one collection of his work that I've seen, Cockburn in Spain, doesn't live up to this accolade. The book is a collection of Cockburn's Spanish Civil War dispatches to the Communist Daily Worker. Here's a taste. The POUM, acting in cooperation with well-known criminal elements, and with certain other deluded persons in the anarchist organizations, planned, organized and led the attack in the rear guard, accurately timed to coincide with the attack on the front at Bilbao. In the past, the leaders of the POUM have frequently sought to deny their complicity as agents of a fascist cause against the People's Front. This time they are convicted out of their own mouths as clearly as their allies, operating in the Soviet Union, who confessed to the crimes of espionage, sabotage and attempted murder against the government of the Soviet Union. Note Claude Cockburn's party line reference to the Moscow show trials. Orwell, of course, fought with the POUM. In his vivid and moving memoir of the Spanish Civil War, Homage to Catalonia, Orwell responds to the communist propaganda attacks, including some produced by Cockburn, directed against the POUM. Ironically, Orwell went to Spain with the intention of enlisting with a communist unit. He still planned to join one until the POUM, which had been labeled Trotskyist by the communists, was attacked in Barcelona and its leaders purged. Anyone interested in the details should read Homage to Catalonia, in which Orwell refers to Claude Cockburn by his daily worker pseudonym, Frank Pitcairn. Interestingly, Alexander Cockburn, in The Golden Age is in Us, quotes a section of a review of a book about Roger Hollis in which his father, Claude, figures prominently. Roger Hollis, if memory serves, was the head of MI5, roughly the British equivalent of the FBI, and is now suspected of being a long-time Soviet mole. It appears, according to the review, that Claude Cockburn was under the protection of Hollis. Cockburn and Hollis were at Oxford together, but Hollis concealed their association and kept Cockburn's file in his personal safe. And Hollis has been accused of refusing to provide evidence to wartime witch hunters who wanted to prosecute. Hollis is also accused with involvement in furthering Cockburn's activities. Was Claude Cockburn a Soviet agent? Did he dutifully name names to his superiors? If so, what happened to their sorry asses? Perhaps, when Claude Cockburn's Russian, American, and British intelligence files are released, it may be time for another round of righteous indignation. As far as I know, Orwell never had a secret agenda. His political views and his political loyalties were out in the open. I suspect that Orwell would have given the same assessments of the same people to anyone who asked. Also, according to Cockburn, the list displays Orwell as suspicious of Jews, homosexuals, and blacks. This is an interesting statement coming from a journalist whose Mossad file is probably as thick as Noam Chomsky's. Moreover, when I sent an earlier version of this letter to the Ava in September 1996, it wasn't printed because Alexander Cockburn was unable to respond. Cockburn, it seems, was busy fact-baiting in the Dakotas. As I recall, Cockburn outed some senatorial candidate who Cockburn later took partial credit for defeating. But, of course, Cockburn was only battling hypocrisy. Sincerely yours, Jock Penn, San Rafael. Alexander Cockburn replies, anyone who wants to test Graham Greene's high estimate of my father's work should read his memoirs, issued under various titles including A Discord of Trumpets, I Claude, In Time of Trouble, and Cockburn Sums Up. A Discord of Trumpets shows up from time to time in second-hand bookstores here, or on internet sites. Cockburn in Spain was a reissue of Reporter in Spain, my father's dispatches from the Spanish Civil War for the Daily Worker, written under the name Frank Pitcairn. There were good things in that collection, and stuff that reads badly now. It was done at great speed during the Spanish Civil War to rally popular support for the Loyalists, and sold in great numbers and translations around the world. He believed in the treason trials then. So did a lot of other people. Later, he ceased to believe in them. In 1946 he stopped working for the party. Unlike Orwell, he didn't rush to secretly squeal, on his comrades to the British Secret Service. There's enormous myth-making about POUM and Spanish anarchism today. I don't think my father, in hindsight, would particularly modify his views. Penn uses a passage from Golden Age very disingenuously. A friend of my father is describing, and deriding, the views of a right-wing nut, to the effect that Roger Hollis was a Soviet agent. Penn alludes to the views of the nut, views which were held by a particularly nasty bunch of ultra-right-wingers in the British intelligence establishment, but doesn't disclose the context. I dimly remember some earlier, even more stupid letter from Penn. Perhaps I said it was too stupid to publish, not that this warning infallibly deters the mighty editor. I do remember with pride my excursion to South Dakota in 1996 to point out to the citizenry that Senator Larry Pressler was a hypocrite. The citizenry evidently agreed, in the only upset of a Republican senator that year. I don't understand the paragraph about the Mossad. Orwell certainly was suspicious of Jews, blacks, and homosexuals. My father was a communist agitator. No, he didn't send Orwell-type lists to Moscow. October 16. Hucksterism in the name of good causes is now as embedded in the liberal life and mind style as hookworm in the foot of an African child. Today, at the level of symbolic action, a person of progressive temperament can live in a bubble bath of moral self-satisfaction from dawn to dusk. Take that morning cup of coffee. Maybe it comes courtesy of the self-congratulatory Thanksgiving coffee, or Equal Exchange, an outfit in Boston which, as its name suggests, claims it has smoothed out the inequitable wrinkles in the coffee trade between the Third World and the First. The coffee is perhaps consumed at a table made of choice hardwood certified as having been harvested under sustainable forest practices. The coffee machine is powered by green electricity offered by working assets. And who knows? The coffee pot was perhaps acquired with a nation credit card. Take Equal Exchange. Here is a nonprofit in Massachusetts that makes the very big claim that it is rectifying the iniquities of first/third world trade in coffee beans. Feed your soul as well as your body, the outfit's ad proclaims in the New Yorker, raising the battle standard of fairness. They buy direct from small farmers, they say, thus eliminating the middleman. No, they haven't. They've taken over the function of conscience middleman from the ordinary first world coffee brokers, and there's really very little evidence that the third world growers, as opposed to the soul-fed coffee drinkers at first world tables, do better because Equal Exchange is doing the brokering. They buy from grower co-ops, Equal Exchange boasts. But so do ordinary first world coffee brokers, paying the same prices. But if Equal Exchange is having little or no impact on conditions of production in the third world, it certainly is having an effect, a baneful one, on small local businesses across America. Equal Exchange flies a buyer from a first world co-op grocery store on a 2-week jaunt to Costa Rica, courtesy of the American taxpayer. The group tours the coffee fincas and a good time is had by all. On return, the buyer might expand the coffee rack of Equal Exchange, with bins provided by Equal Exchange. This means less business for the small local roaster, local salespeople, local distributors. Lo and behold, what do we have but the conscience industries equivalent of General Foods or Procter & Gamble, with the nonprofits executives scarcely paying themselves starvation salaries. Start with the word sustainable. These days fundraisers and grant writers string it round each sentence like an adjectival fanny pack, bulging with self-congratulation. Mostly, the term is meaningless or a vague expression of hope. In the case of timber, it's a haphazard and often highly debatable designation that amounts to little more than a vague pledge that the timber is not virgin old growth. Working assets offer of green power has been an astounding piece of effrontery, since the consumer has not the slightest way of knowing whether the electricity thus provided comes from solar or nuclear, or hydro, or coal-burning generating stations. The nation's credit card offers a low interest charge, to be sure, but you'd better not be late with your payments. Imagine singling out a major oil company as morally in good standing. It's far less rational than pumping Amoco's gas because Johnny Cash stands behind the product. At least that's an aesthetic decision. World Wildlife thus singled out Shell for praise last year, the same oil company in whose interests, absent any bleat of protest by Shell, the Nigerian generals hanged Ken Saro-Wiwa and his companions. And imagine giving Mitsubishi, as Rainforest Action Network did, the opportunity for this prime destroyer of Asian forests the chance to hang a good behavior sign around its neck. The problem here is that because there's barely a left and certainly no politically left party, fake politics have taken over. Morris Dees of the Southern Poverty Law Center has raised an endowment of almost $100 million with which he's done very little, meanwhile frightening elderly liberals into ponying up contributions with the fantasy that the heirs to Adolf Hitler are about to come marching down Main Street, lynching blacks and putting the Jews into gas ovens. The fundraising of Dees offers a banefully distorted view of the American political landscape. There isn't a public school in any county in the United States which doesn't represent a menace to blacks 1,000 times more potent than what remains of the KKK. As for B. Sanders, whose fundraising letters this election time have once again been touting Congress's only independent progressive socialist, his latest achievement has been to give the cold shoulder to delegations traveling all the way from Texas to Vermont to challenge the conscience complex in one of its most self-satisfied redoubts. Sanders has been prominent among those in the Northeast congressional delegation on trying to export the region's nuclear waste to a poor, largely Hispanic community in Texas, Sierra Blanca. The only merit in dumping the waste there as opposed to, say, Burlington, is that the people in Burlington are richer and have more clout. When the Sierra Blancans turned up in Vermont, Sanders put out the word that he would quit any platform graced by any of their members. If you truly like independence in Congress, better by far to send your money to Ron Paul, who acts upon his proclaimed beliefs, unlike Sanders. November 18. So it turns out Kessler was a rapist. I can't say I'm surprised. It's bracing to have one's dislikes confirmed, and since I've always thought Arthur Kessler was a shit, I hastened to get back to my sister-in-law, Janet Montefiore, who had phoned me with the news. Why wasn't she surprised? Jen, a prof of English Lit with a prodigious memory, quoted something a disobliging Kessler had written about a woman in his essay In the God That Failed. She was a puny, plain girl whom I had never seen before, but the deliberately slatternly way in which she was dressed and her provocative air in walking in betrayed her at once as a comrade. She was the neurotic, Cinderella type, the frustrated bourgeois girl turned voluntary proletarian which abounded in the German party. The disclosures about Kessler as a rapist come from David Cesarini's new book, Arthur Kessler, The Homeless Mind, excerpted recently in the London Daily Telegraph. The most graphic description is of Kessler's attack on Jill Craigie, a filmmaker and wife of Michael Foot, well-known socialist and, for a brief period, leader of the Labour Party. It was 1951. Kessler was still married to the Englishwoman Mama Paget. On May 4, Kessler called up and said he wanted to go to a pub. Craigie said Michael was away but finally agreed to take Kessler on a little tour of Hampstead, at the conclusion of which Kessler insisted she give him lunch. Craigie recalls that while he was helping her wash up, Kessler suddenly grasped my hair, he pulled me down and banged my head on the floor. A lot. Kessler was very, very violent, but Craigie managed to struggle free and rush outside. She thought of going to the police station nearby but, in Cesarini's words, she was scared that such a recourse would lead to awful publicity for her and Michael. She would be accusing a world-famous novelist of rape, they had been on a pub crawl and she had admitted him into her home by herself. It didn't look good. She hoped that Kessler would leave, but he didn't. Having no money and no exact idea of what she should do, she went back inside. It was a move that was, as she recalled, rather stupid of me. Kessler attacked her again, gripping her by the throat. Craigie was frightened he would kill her. In the end I was overborne. I was terribly tired and weakened. There's a limit to how much strength one has and he was a very strong man. And that was it. As he was leaving, Kessler said, I thought you always had a bit of a yen for me. Craigie insists she had given Kessler not a bit of encouragement, but reckons that the practiced way he embarked on his assault suggested it was part of a pattern. Richard Crossman, another prominent member of the Labour Party, later told Craigie and Foot that Kessler was a hell of a raper, Zita had a terrible time with him. Cesarini writes that Kessler had beaten and raped women before, over the next few years it would be almost a hallmark of his conduct. Kessler's enthusiasm for rape was matched by his aversion to abortion. In The Lotus and the Robot, he deplored the slaughter of the unborn with its concomitant ill effects on women, the supposed effect of Western decadence on Japan. As Cesarani remarks, his comment on abortion is a grotesque example of hypocrisy. Cesarani was alluding to Kessler's refusal of Elizabeth Jane Howard's request that he use a condom while making love in a canoe. She became pregnant, and Kessler went into a state of panic, she said. The idea of having children was anathema to him. She had an abortion, and afterward called Kessler because she had no food and was too weak to shop. He came over, exhibited scant sympathy and told her, "You'll get over it." Remembering the bit about the neurotic, Cinderella type, we find Cesarani quoting Kessler on his taste in women, "I always picked one type, beautiful Cinderellas, infantile and inhibited, prone to be subdued by bullying." Just so, he seems to have bullied his third wife into a suicide pact with him, which included dispatch of the family dog. He was 77 with leukemia and Parkinson's, she was 21 years younger. There's a thread between Kessler's tastes, rapes, and passage with communism. Joanne Wipajewski sent me a few other quotes from his essay. "I was running after the party, thirsting to throw myself completely into her arms, and the more breathlessly I struggled to possess and be possessed by her, the more elusive and unattainable she became." Maybe post-communist Kessler wrote those words, then went off and raped a Cinderella type, just to feel better and get his own back on the party. 1999. January 13. Listening to someone on CNN the other day describe the ceremony surrounding day one of the impeachment process, I realized that at last America has its answer to British royal coronations. Wolf Blitzer, or one of his CNN colleagues, had exactly the same hushed intonation that Richard Dimbleby used to describe proceedings in Westminster Abbey, and here comes Black Rod, carrying the ewer of holy oil, in a tradition that has continued unbroken since Richard II. And now the group of 13 Republicans presenting the charges against President Clinton is entering the Senate chamber in a tradition unbroken since Andrew Johnson. As I've always maintained, every presidency should have its impeachment, to begin on the Thursday following the first weekend of every third year in each presidential term. Under this practice, Bill Clinton would have already survived his first impeachment back in 1995. It's wonderful to see how Clinton of all people has reinvested the presidency with historical dimension. The other day at the post office I actually heard two people arguing about Reconstruction. January 20th. Bill Clinton's most torrid love affair has always been with the 21st century and with his own role in ushering it in. And as so often in the past, the Republicans showed at Tuesday night's State of the Union that they have no coherent strategy for dealing with the relationship. The president said that it was his hope that in the new millennium no older American would live in fear of penury or hunger. The Democrats applauded and the cameras turned to Republican House Majority Leader Dick Armey, who sat grimly with arms folded. The president hailed America's fighting men and women and looked forward to a more peaceful world. The camera picked up the empty seats of Republican legislators like Henry Hyde, who'd chosen to stay away. One could see the Republicans' desperation not only in Armey's graceless pose and in Hyde's contemptuous absence, but also in the formal party response to Clinton's address by House Republicans Jennifer Dunn and Steve Largent. In the old days they would have showered any Democratic president with ribald invective about tax and spend liberalism, but Clinton spiked those guns long ago. So Dunn and Largent used most of their allotted spans prattling about their normalcy, their children. Perhaps the idea was to strike a contrast with the satyr of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, but if so, it didn't work. To beat Bill Clinton at the game of launching America into an even more prosperous future, you need an orator of equivalent effrontery and political hucksterism, like Newt Gingrich. But Newt, who loves gassing about the 21st century as much as Bill, is gone, and the Republicans are clearly in dire straits. To watch them these days is like watching a gambler mortgaging everything to one rash bet. In the Republicans' case, it's the hope that after a year of steadily mounting evidence to the contrary, some new disclosure, some toxic affidavit from Jane Doe, an appearance by Monica Lewinsky as witness at the Senate impeachment hearings, will turn the tide. Maybe it will happen, but the chances seem dim. Meanwhile, Clinton's speech Tuesday night shows the political mess they're in, quite aside from the unpopularity of their attempts to kick Clinton out of office. If there's a president who has managed to touch more political buttons in one speech, it's hard to recall him. For the Liberals and the AFL-CIO, there was the president's call for the minimum wage to go up by $1. For Wall Street, there was a gesture to the great goal of privatizing Social Security and handing it over to the mutual funds industry. Law and order types got the pledge to keep people in prison till they are drug-free, and the military got its promise of a hike in defense spending. Women heard language about an ending of discrimination and a female president, and gays got a pledge on hate crimes. To be sure, Clinton's speech was ripe with brazen affronts to reason and justice. His proposed reform of Medicare included an injunction to sick old people to be smart shoppers. He permitted himself a populist sneer at international trade agreements and then threw in a plea for presidential fast-track authority to make them. The man who spoke in emotional tones about humanizing international trade agreements is the same Bill Clinton who once helped to push through the inhuman multilateral agreement on investments. One could go on like this, with a radical riposte to every second paragraph in Clinton's lengthy address. America's precious heritage. This is the administration that's throwing the rest of Alaska's Arctic plain to the oil industry. But here again, the Republicans have saved Bill Clinton from the insistent criticism from the left he deserves. Who among liberals and leftists wants to be on the same side as the Republican House managers? Rhetorically speaking, the president does well when he is in peril. It was the same last year, just after the Lewinsky scandal broke. One simply has to admire his resilience. After all the narrow shaves and premature political death notices down the years, Clinton clearly believes in a visceral sense, far more profound than balanced political assessment, that he's going to make it. This brash life force shines through, and to judge by the polls, most Americans admire such determination to survive on the political stage. And here again is the Republicans' problem. Clinton's greatest love, for the future, is one beyond the scope of Ken Starr's investigations. And since they have bet all on Starr, what can they do? February 17. There are two ways to look at Bill Clinton's persecution, both of them valid, one inspiriting and the other dismal. The inspiriting truth about the long scandal, terminated by senatorial acquittal of the president last Friday by a simple majority on both counts, is that Puritanism was vanquished. This is truly a glorious victory. Puritanism runs through America with as dark a trail of misery as in other societies cursed with its oppressive shadow. Clinton was truly saved by the ordinary people. The elites would have finished him off months ago. And what the ordinary people have been saying is that they do not accept the premise that presidents and politicians have to be moral exemplars. The ordinary people have stated clearly life is messy, but that getting in that sort of mess is not an impeachable offense. The dismal aspect to Clinton's travails concerns the rise of the prosecutorial state, whose shadow ordinary people dislike as much as they do Puritans. I stand to receive $1,000 from an East Coast publisher, Russ Smith, who bet Bill would go, though I shall have to wait until Clinton steps down at the end of his term. That publisher has conceded that if Clinton is struck dead by a meteorite or run over by a car, my victory will stand, since our bet is about the president's survival of the scandal, not any bolt from heaven. I also stand to get another $250 from an unwise associate of this publisher. Even in the final week of impeachment, there were offers to wager even more money, coming from right-wing conspiratorialists with the devout belief that a fresh wave of scandals will lay Bill low. March 15. Whose independence? Dear Bruce. During the recent Senate trial of Bill Clinton, few journalists invested so many words in the defense of Bill Clinton than Cockburn. Yet, now that Clinton under cover of NATO has taken small baby steps towards stopping an ongoing genocide, Cockburn wants Clinton impeached. What gives? In his despicably titled Sieg Heil, NATO, Cockburn asserts that Kosovo is an integral part of Serbia. He also asserts that whatever is happening in Kosovo is an internal affair of sovereign Serbia and therefore nobody else's business. So NATO's military actions against Serbia are illegal. Another example of shameless American gangsterism. What's funny is that Cockburn's idea of what constitutes international law and order matches Henry Kissinger's. It is a view shared by that old drunk running Russia and by the bent-over little Stalinists running China. In fact, about every blood-soaked dictator in the world agrees that national sovereignty is a license to kill off whatever restless ethnic minority that happens to be plaguing them. Then Cockburn departs from such company to blame Clinton and the US for failing to stop the recent genocides in East Africa. Cockburn can blame us if he wants to, but why doesn't he blame the Organization of African Unity or the United Nations? And if some sinister Western power is behind all of the bad things that happen in this world, then Cockburn should blame the massacres on the French and not us. Cockburn assails NATO for usurping the rightful authority of the UN. Yet, given the UN's disgraceful record as peacekeepers and abject inability to mount any type of military action, why would NATO want the UN's help? If you were trying to work out a will with your family, why would you invite your deranged distant cousin? I respectfully decline to dip my beard into the intricate goulash of Balkan politics. But I do know genocide when I see it. When I was in Vietnam, I developed a grudging respect for the Viet Cong. Soldier to soldier, I had to admire their courage, discipline, and willingness to sacrifice. I've been watching the Serbian army operate for years, first in Slovenia, then in Croatia, then in Bosnia and now in Kosovo. What I see is a ragtag bunch of neo-Nazis whose depravity is matched only by their cowardice. In this sorry human catastrophe there is plenty of blame to go around. But for this war and war it will be, we can put the blame squarely on the Serbs. In their attempt to exterminate a people so they can take over their land, they have forfeited their claim to the land. The end game for the Serb invaders of Kosovo should be, disband and disperse, be killed, or be captured. For the regime of Milosevic and his butchers, there should be extinction. For the Kosovars, whose blood now waters their ancestral lands, independence. B. Patterson. Boonville. Alexander Cockburn replies, this is the true yawp and blare of the demented, power-mad assholes who got us into Vietnam, and ended up killing over 2 million people. Invincible ignorance married to overweening arrogance. Start with Patterson's concept of sovereign rights. I assume, on his first come theory, that he will raise no objection when an Indian kicks him out of his house in Boonville. Next move to Patterson's theory of foreign relations, which owes everything to the ethos that exterminated Indians here, namely an end game brusquely characterized as disband and disperse, be killed, or be captured. And behind that, the even brusquer and indubitably final solution, extinction. Of course Patterson apes the CNN brigade, which relentlessly devalues the word genocide. The Serbs aren't committing genocide. If they were, there would be no refugees. The common estimate of deaths in Kosovo before the NATO bombing started is 2,000. Genocide? Give me a break. The UN's role as peacekeeper will always be only as good as the dominant powers permit it to be. There have been some successes and many failures. That doesn't vitiate the infinite superiority of the UN as, at least in outline, a world forum, as opposed to NATO, which is an aggressive, regional military alliance. And as for the UN's abject inability to mount any type of military action, the eviction of Iraq from Kuwait in 1991 was a UN action. Bush spent months cementing a UN alliance against Saddam. It's a mark of the accelerated trend of the US toward international gangsterism that the NATO bombardiers have steered clear of any UN forum. Before calling the Serbs neo-Nazis, Patterson should read a little history. Hitler invaded Serbia in World War II and more than 1 million Serbs lost their lives, many of them in Jasenovac, a concentration camp run by the Croats. And the Serb fighters for whom Patterson displays such contempt still managed to tie down several Nazi divisions for years. March 29. It was Jeff Friedman, sometime in the mid-1980s, who urged me to call Lin Turgeon for advice and counsel on Eastern European economies. Lin, he explained, was a prof of economics at Hofstra and an original thinker. I talked to Lin the first in hundreds of such conversations and swiftly realized he had the quality, so admired by harried columnists, of expressing ideas in clear, unpatronizing terms. Lin was a passionate Keynesian, which sometimes lent an unguarded edge to his discussion of Hitler's economic policies or Reagan's military deficits. Across a decade or so of phone calls, he gave me an education in the economic history of the 20th century that was always bracing. Lin wasn't a lively writer, and surely his many friends learned to dread his mimeographed accounts of his journeys through Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. He was relentless in reporting the price of potatoes in the local markets. In conversation he was often droll, rendering history as both drama and parable. A conversation could slide from myths about the consequences of Weimar inflation, Britain's policy on the gold standard, to Hitler's Keynesianism, to Bretton Woods, to Mariner Ecclesiastes, to Leon Kaiserling's evolving of military Keynesianism in the Truman era, to the Kennedy arms spending spree, to Volcker's spell at the Fed, to the factors that finally did in the Soviet Union. Even if, down the years, one got to know Lin's themes and peeves, there was always something to be learned. His books, among them The Advanced Capitalist System and Bastard Keynesianism, were tonic too. Lin was polite in disposition and manner, a radical. His mother lived to be 100, and I thought he'd be around for years, but cancer took him off at the age of 76 in early March. He navigated an intellectual and analytic course that, over the years, left him far more often right than wrong. March 31st. It's bracing to see the Germans taking part in NATO's bombing. It lends moral tone to an operation to have the grandsons of the Third Reich willing, able, and eager to drop high explosive again, in this instance on the Serbs. To add symmetry to the affair, the last time Serbs in Belgrade had high explosive dropped on them was in 1941 by the sons of the Third Reich. To bring even deeper symmetry, the German political party whose leader, Schröder, ordered German participation in the bombing is that of the Social Democrats, whose great-grandfathers enthusiastically voted credits to wage war in 1914, to the enormous disgust of Lenin, who never felt quite the same way about Social Democrats ever after. Whether in Germany or England or France, all social democratic parties in 1914 tossed aside previous pledges against war, thus helping produce the first great bloodletting of our century. Today, with Social Democrats leading governments across Europe, Schröder, Blair, Jospin, Prodi all fall in behind Clinton. This is, largely, a war most earnestly supported by liberals and many so-called leftists. Bernie Sanders has voted aye, and in London Vanessa Redgrave cheers on the NATO bombers. There's been some patronizing talk here about the Serbs' deep sense of grievance at the way history has treated them, with the implication that the Serbs are irrational in this regard. But it's scarcely irrational to remember that Nazi Germany bombed Belgrade in World War II, or that Germany's prime ally in the region, Croatia, ran a concentration camp at Jasenovac where tens of thousands of Serbs along with Jews and Gypsies were liquidated. Nor is it irrational to recall that Germany in more recent years has been an unrelenting assailant of the former Yugoslav Federation, encouraging Slovenia to secede and lending determined support to Croatia, in gratitude for which Croatia adopted, on independence in 1991, the German hymn, Danke Deutschland. So much for Serb feelings about Germany. Serbia has some reason to feel similar resentment toward the United States. The biggest single ethnic cleansing of the mid-1990s in the former Yugoslavia was conducted by Croatia under the supervision of the United States, whose military generals and CIA officers issued targeting instructions to Croatian artillery for the ethnic clearing. The targets were Serbs, living in Serbian territory, in the Krajina. Heading the Croatian cleansers was President Franjo Tudjman, who has rehabbed Nazi war criminals. Yet somehow it is Serbia's Milojevic who is demonized here as Hitler. April 14. Just like the blacks and Hispanics we've been reading about lately, I get pulled over once in a while by the cops and it's clear they think I'm a possible drug transporter. I make a distinction here between the pretext stops and the speeding offenses. Drive over 75 miles an hour regularly and you'll get a ticket once in a while. And since everyone in America except people carrying high explosives drives at some point over 75 miles per hour, everyone in America at some point gets a ticket. I commute fairly regularly between Petrolia in Humboldt County and Berkeley, a distance of about 350 miles. The other day I was driving a 1964 Newport station wagon north and was astounded suddenly to see a red light go on behind me, somewhere near Ukiah, and a pissy young CHP officer, on the short side, come around to the passenger door, hand on holster. By the time a police officer reaches the passenger door, any prudent driver should already have license, registration, and proof of insurance held between finger and thumb, with both hands high on the driving wheel and no sudden movements, thus hopefully averting what we may term the Diallo effect. I did everything wrong, the reason being that the Ziploc bag holding my papers was under the driver's seat, and so, contrary to procedures just outlined, I was bowed down with my head under the steering wheel trying to find the bag. The officer stared tensely as I finally surfaced with the bag and leaned over to try and get the passenger door open. This is a station wagon that had been sitting in a field for the preceding 6 years. All the door locks, except for the driver's side, had frozen. There had been a wood rat nest in the glove compartment, which was why the papers were under the seat. The passenger door handle broke when I tried to wrench it open. Finally I got the passenger window down. The cop said, as though already testifying in court, that he had been heading south, rounding a bend, and had seen me come the other way, overtaking a car as I did so, in the outside lane. At this point a CHP officer will usually have sized you up, figured you are no major menace to civilization, not drunk, and computer check on license pending maybe not the big catch of the evening. Courteous behavior by the driver usually yields rewards, with the ticket written up for 72 miles per hour instead of a reckless driving citation for going over 90. I was polite, peppering my remarks with "officer." It got me nowhere. "I'm going to my car to write the citation," he snapped. His costume was the blue fatigue jumpsuit that the French riot police used to wear back in the 1960s. He had a particularly large gun. Off he trotted to run my license, and after 5 minutes came back with a ticket accusing me of driving at 78 miles an hour, a speed which, he remarked, he would have thought this old car incapable. "Did you just eyeball the car or get me on the radar?" I asked, and he, rather too quickly, said radar. This seemed to me intrinsically unlikely, given the circumstances. The problem here is that the California Highway Patrol has organized things so that now local counties get a larger cut of the fine. If no one drove over the limit in California, there would be an immediate cash crunch in the administration of the state. Speeding here is a civic duty. The fines are getting higher and higher too, with add-ons and extra penalties and special taxes and fines of one sort and other, so that running an amber light can see the offender writing out a check for $150 by the time it's all over. The pretext stops, as related to the drug war, are of a different order. 3 years ago I was taking a 1972 Imperial two-door hardtop, known to the conoscenti at the time as a hardtop convertible, across the country, and was driving along Interstate 90 through Montana. Not far out of Butte I could see the state trooper behind me. He kept his car just to my left rear so that my natural reaction, looking to keep an eye on him in my left side mirror, was to run a little further right to the edge of the inside lane. Suddenly his light went on. The trooper, a trim 28-year-old with a slightly less trim 26-year-old trainee beside him, said that I had driven across the inside white line of the interstate verge. This was the pretext. If possible, though, these days they tell you urgently to stay in your car, get out and stand at an equal setting with the cop. This I did. He hemmed and hawed a bit and after a while asked if I was carrying large sums of money. I laughed and said I wish. By this time we'd gravitated to the back end of the car and he was looking hopefully at the trunk. Was I carrying arms? Absolutely not. Truth be told, I remember I had half a bottle of gin in the trunk and wondered whether it was illegal in the state of Montana. Now, there are a million ways he could have got me to open the trunk, even without a search warrant, starting with a simple statement that he feared for his life. But instead he blurted out hopefully, "Are you carrying large amounts of drugs?" No, well, though I was unshaven, wearing dark glasses, beautiful Daria in the passenger seat and driving a boat, he didn't order me to open up. Maybe it's because I'd told him I was a writer. He saw a red stain on my ringers and cried out, "Is that blood?" I said no, it was ink, and showed him the fountain pen, and that broke his spirit. April 21st. Strange are the ways of men. It feels like only yesterday that the New York Times was denouncing President Bill as a moral midget, deserving of the harshest reprobation for fondling Monica Lewinsky's breasts. And today here's the New York Times doling out measured praise to the same president for blowing little children in pieces. The Times last Thursday had pictures of those dead refugees on its cover, bombed by NATO's aviators. Editorial page editor Howell Raines staked out the Times' official view that for now, NATO must sustain and intensify the bombing. What a weird guy Raines must be. Kiss Monica's tits and he goes crazy. Bomb peasants and he shouts for more. Maybe some corner of Clinton's brain reckons that bombs on Serbia will extinguish Monica Lewinsky from popular memory. But what man of mature judgment and compassion would not prefer to be remembered by the Star Report than by bomb craters and dead bodies? Many people thought Clinton would be the first president who would somehow prefer Star's volume as his epitaph, however embarrassing. But no. Like all the others, he wants craters and corpses as his requiem. Memoirs, I took the grave decision to request punitive, not I took the delightful decision to reach for her magnificent breasts. What a Puritan culture we live in. April 28. Now concerts of Marilyn Manson and KMFDM have been cancelled. President Clinton will probably propose law soon banning long black coats and making it an indictable offense to use the word Gothic. In his radio broadcast last Saturday, Clinton said piously amid celebrations of the violent NATO alliance that every one of us must take responsibility to counter the culture of violence. The government must take responsibility to counter the culture of violence. In terms of hypocrisy, this is on par with Clinton telling little kids in a school in Anacostia to conduct themselves in an upright moral fashion not long before he was unzipping his pants for Monica L. There'll be further vindictive assaults on the rights of young people, who as usual will incur collective guilt. Meanwhile, the obvious lesson that war breeds violence will be carefully ignored. By now, mandatory apologies for what happened at Columbine High are incumbent on Marilyn Manson, video game manufacturers, Hollywood, publishers of Mein Kampf, and the Internet. The only people who apparently don't have to apologize are the US military and their civilian overseers who trained and paid the pilot dad of one of the teen killers, who sent F-16s over the funerals in Littleton, who are now pounding the Serbs each day and night, who mint the currency of violence. No, so far from Columbine High School in Littleton is Fort Carson Army Base, where they practice invading countries like Serbia. One of the families of the killers had a breadwinner retired from the military. This is Harris's dad. His mother works at a gourmet food shop. Mr. Colbald is a geophysicist and Mrs. Colbald works with the disabled. Colbald Jr. drove a BMW. If the parents had been single mothers on welfare, or hippies, or in a small religious sect, we surely would have been inundated with preachments against single mothers, hippies, and religious sects as trainers for mass murder. But there's been a certain embarrassment about the parents of Eric Harris and Dylan Colbald, who appear to have embodied the suburban American dream. Commentators have fastened onto the fact that one of the two youths had a personal website espousing an addled philosophy of violence. Those were the words of the New York Times editorial writer, either Howell Raines or one of his stable. Yes, the same editorial team that espoused an addled philosophy of violence a few days earlier, suggesting that NATO intensify the bombing of Serbia. Perhaps NewYorkTimes.com was the website the kid had on his computer. May 26. In mid-May, the British government moved with frantic speed to disable the website on which a former disgruntled MI6 officer posted the names of British intelligence agents. Too late. On May 14, the Larouchis posted the list, heading it with the statement "The MI6 Factor in the Murder of Princess Diana," and announcing that the Larouchis' Executive Intelligence Review had already identified 3 MI6 agents as suspected culprits acting on behalf of the House of Windsor, under the personal order of Prince Philip. The Larouchis claim that Sir David Speeding, head of MI6, was ordered presumably by Prince Philip and his consort to murder Diana and her consort. Toward this end he sent his assistant to Paris, along with other MI6 personnel. May 30. It seems that Bill Clinton's staff schedules 3 hours each day for the commander-in-chief to read books and make phone calls. Michael Kaufman disclosed this in the New York Times last Saturday. At least these days Clinton is getting a bit more honest in describing his reading habits. In 1992, he tried to pretend that he liked nothing better than to curl up with the infinitely tedious meditations of Marcus Aurelius. Now he admits straightforwardly that he likes Walter Mosley, Sue Grafton and Jonathan Kellerman. June 2. In the final months of World War II, the Nazis tried to delay the advance of the Allies by opening the dikes in Holland. The man issuing this order was the German High Commissioner in Holland, Seyss-Inquart. By the end of 1944, about 500,000 acres of land had been flooded, leading to what historian Gabriel Kalko called the most precipitous decline in food consumption any West European country suffered during the war. Of the 195 Nazis indicted at Nuremberg, Seyss-Inquart was one of 24 sentenced to death. Seyss-Inquart merely opened dikes in Holland. Kalko, who commented on that consequent fall in Dutch food consumption, was testifying about this German war criminal at the Vietnam Tribunal, convened by Bertrand Russell in 1967 to hold hearings into U.S. war crimes in Indochina. Kalko told the tribunal how the U.S. Air Force had bombed the Tok San Dam near Pyongyang. The plan was to destroy the irrigation system supplying 75% of North Korea's rice farms. A subsequent U.S. Air Force study of the bombing of the Tok San and Chasan dams noted, these strikes, largely passed over by the press, military observers, and news commentators, constituted one of the most significant air operations of the Korean War. Of these deeds, the U.S. Air Force historian remarked equably that the timing was aimed to be devastating in its psychological effect, when the exhausting labor of rice transplanting had been completed, but before the roots had become firmly embedded. The bombing of the North Korean dams was a rousing success. Water bursting through the holes in the Tok San Dam made by U.S. bombs scooped clean miles of valley below, with the added bonus of not only wiping out the rice paddies but also drowning Korean civilians in underground shelters. The U.S. Air Force study exulted that to the communists the smashing of the dams meant primarily the destruction of their chief sustenance, rice. The Westerner can little conceive the awesome meaning that the loss of this staple food commodity has for the Asian starvation and slow death. Another study detected Oriental fatalism in the way the North Koreans carried on desperate repair efforts without regard for the delayed action bombs also dropped around the target area. Similar successful assaults were made on dams in Vietnam. In 1969, Henry Combe, a New York Times reporter, recounted how there had been a dam south of Hue blasted by American jets to deprive the North Vietnamese of a food supply. Combe returned later to find that the paddies had then been destroyed by salt water encroaching from the South China Sea. June 9. The sole purpose of the bombing was to demonstrate to Serbia and to the world NATO's capacity to bomb, thus killing nearly 2,000 civilians, destroying much of Serbia's infrastructure, and prompting the forced expulsion and flight of around 1 million Kosovars. Wars have been triggered by the friendliest of excuses and prolonged on the slightest of rationales. This was the Cowards' War, bombing a country for 2.5 months from 30,000 feet. It was the Liberals' war waged by social democracy's best and brightest, intent on proving once again that wars can be fought with the best and most virtuous of intentions, the companion volume to Hillary Clinton's It Takes a Village turns out to be It Takes an Air Force. Americans who had supported Bill's right to remain president even though he had kissed Monica Lewinsky began to turn sharply against him when he bombed Serbian schools. Here in the US the war found almost all Democrats in Congress marshaled for war. The heroic exceptions were 26 Democrats in the House, led by Dennis Kucinich of Ohio, himself of Irish-Croat ancestry, who leagued with a majority of House Republicans twice to deny Clinton legitimization for his war. Most liberals favored the bombing. Gross was the spectacle of Susan Sontag brigading herself with Zbigniew Brzezinski and Madeleine Albright in terming this bombing campaign a just war. June 30. A 15-year-old girl attending a very ritzy liberal arts school in the Northeast told me last week that 80% of the kids in her class were on Prozac, Dexedrine, or Ritalin, either separately or in combo. The pretext used by the school authorities for the legal prescription of these drugs is attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. The student is asked 3 questions along the lines of: do you find yourself daydreaming or looking out the window during the school? Say yes, as 100% of all kids around the world throughout all human history will obviously do if they are truthful, and the kids' parents are urged to give the school a go-ahead to pump in the brew of uppers and antidepressants. At this particular school, my informant told me, there's also a flourishing under-the-counter market in the same drugs. She herself had resisted the school's urgings to take Ritalin, but said that there is heavy pressure to do so, not least because a student on Ritalin or Dexedrine can, according to one theory, get perked for the brief period of an exam to perform better than a student who is drug-free. She gave a here-trending description of a friend who had, by dint of the usual preposterous questions, had been diagnosed as having AD, and who had been pushed into taking Ritalin and Prozac by the school and her parents, much against her will. Previously a vivacious and jolly young thing, she is now strung out, morose, thoroughly dispirited and probably on the way to expulsion. Eric Harris, one of the Columbine killers, was on Luvox. Like Prozac, Zoloft, and Paxil, Luvox is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor or SSRI. The idea is to change the amount of serotonin reaching the brain and thus prevent depression. Kip Kinkle, the kid from Springfield who shot his parents and 2 students to death, was on Prozac. One particularly gloomy view of Ritalin comes from the Drug Enforcement Agency, which issued this statement after a 1996 conference on ADHD and Ritalin: the use of stimulants for the short-term improvement of behavior and underachievement may be thwarting efforts to address the children's real issues, both on an individual and societal level. The lack of long-term positive results with the use of stimulants and the specter of previous and potential stimulant abuse epidemics give cause to worry about the future. The dramatic increase in the use of in the 1990s should be viewed as a marker or warning to society about the problems children are having and how we view and address them. July 7. Back in the age of innocence, in the 1950s, kids ordered up their firepower out of catalogs and you'd see students heading to school on bus or subway, toting guns they'd be using later that day in the ROTC drills. Back then parents fretted over the horror of comics and switchblades. Let little Albert dip his nose too deeply into the blood-drenched comics being put out by publishers such as William Gaines of Mad Magazine fame, and he'd surely be set on the slippery slope of crime and slaughter. In fact, Gaines was hauled before a committee run by that tireless grandstander, Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee, who also held famous hearings at the time into racketeering and the mob. Here's an extract from the transcript of the committee's encounter with Gaines, as it appears in Frank Jacobs's very funny The Mad World of William M. Gaines, published by Bantam in 1972. Gaines is being questioned by Heber Beezer, one of the committee's counsels. Beezer, is that the sole test of what you put in your magazines, whether it sells? Is there any limit of what you wouldn't put in your magazine because you thought a child shouldn't see or read about it? Gaines: no, I wouldn't say there is any limit for the reason you outlined. My only limits are bounds of good taste. What I consider good taste. Beezer: then you think a child cannot in any way, shape, or manner, be hurt by anything that the child reads or sees. Gaines, I do not believe so. Beezer, there would be no limit actually to what you'd put in magazines. Gaines, only within the bounds of good taste. Kefauver, here is your May issue. This seems to be an arm with a bloody axe holding a woman's head up which has been severed from her body. Do you think that's in good taste? Gaines, yes, sir. I do, for the cover of a horror comic. A cover in bad taste, for example, might be defined as holding the head a little higher, so that the blood could be seen dripping from it, and moving the body over a little so that the neck of the body could be seen to be bloody. Kefauver, you've got blood coming out of her mouth. Gaines, a little. Kefauver, and here's blood on the axe. I think most adults are shocked by that. Now here's a man with a woman in a boat and he's choking her to death with a crowbar. Is that in good taste? Gaines, I think so. Hancock, how could it be worse? Hennings, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it is really the function of our committee to argue with this gentleman. Jacobs reports that Gaines more than held his own in the initial hours of testimony, but then faded abruptly, seeming harassed and defensive. The reason was that he'd ingested a bracing dose of dexedrine, thinking he'd ride through the session on its coattails only to find that the drug's effects had worn off abruptly, leaving him high and dry. July 9. One of the joys of talking to Larry Pratt, president of the Gun Owners of America, is that one can hear Charlton Heston denounced as a cocktail-swilling, brie-nibbling Hollywood sellout, only too delighted to betray the Second Amendment if it means he gets his face on network TV and taken seriously on Capitol Hill. And it's true. Heston's NRA collapsed in the wake of the Columbine killings in Colorado. Only a combo of House conservatives and liberals was able to beat back the recent gun bill. Even so, Pratt still fears that another House bill could get conferenced with New Jersey Senator Frank Lautenberg's Senate Bill 254, which could introduce laws making it all but impossible for gun shows to continue to operate. Liberals hate gun shows, regarding them as the seedbeds of all that's wrong with America. This is nonsense. Gun shows do of course attract people eager to exercise their Second Amendment rights, collect or exchange various types of firearms and so forth. They are also vibrant rendezvous for important elements of popular American culture. They are anti-government, genuinely populist and lots of fun. Which is why the better element, Lautenberg in the lead, wants to do them in. Pratt's solution to the schoolyard killings, let the teachers bear arms, just like they do in South Africa, where one instructor recently gunned down a bellicose student. Pratt also faxed me an interesting recent study on urban delinquency, put out by the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention in 1994. This was a survey of delinquency in Rochester, Pittsburgh, and Denver, tracking delinquency pathways, as affected by drugs, school attendance, parental oversight, gang membership, and so forth. The study shows clearly enough that one way of keeping kids out of trouble is to let them carry legal guns. Out of 1,000 boys and girls surveyed in Rochester in the early 1980s, some 7% of the boys owned illegal guns by the 9th and 10th grades. Legal guns are held by 3%. There is a strong correlation between illegal guns and delinquency and drug use. 74% of the illegal gun owners commit street crimes, 24% commit gun crimes and 41% use drugs. Then the Justice Department study continues. Boys who own legal firearms, however, have much lower rates of delinquency and drug use and are even slightly less delinquent than non-owners of guns. July 14. Gore and George W. are alike as two peas, right down to the same slightly dazed look that comes of having big-time politicians as fathers and interesting encounters with powerful drugs in their formative years. I don't know anything about Gore's mother, but Barbara Bush was one of the nastier women I've ever interviewed. Maybe there's a difference here. In fact, a debate between Al and George W. on the subject of their parents might be the sole means of putting together an exciting debate in 2000. Imaginatively staged, with both men injected with sodium pentothal, and moderated by Geraldo Rivera and Gail Sheehy. Such an encounter might scrape off the dreadful rime of banality that cakes their public personae and reveal the wounded egos beneath. As a force capable of reinvigorating our political DNA, the left is in terrible shape. The radical right, which has contributed 80% of the political energy in the country for the past 20 years, is almost as impotent, although more healthily endowed with a hostility to state power. The left will never break away from the Democratic Party to any important degree, since the institutional ties between Labor and Democrats will never allow it. Who else might precipitate a reinvigoration of the system? July 21. You would have thought that after Chappaquiddick the Kennedy clan would have imposed a permanent ban on any visits, or attempted visits, to Martha's Vineyard. The problem in that family seems to be an incapacity to assess odds properly or absorb the lessons of the past. So here we have John, arriving late with his wife and sister-in-law at that airport in New Jersey, calling it wrong. He must have known he would have to land at dusk or after. He knew he would have to rely on his eyes, since he didn't know how to fly on instruments. At this point a prudent person would have thought twice. A prudent person wouldn't have skied down a slope, playing a ball game and holding a video camera. A prudent person. It's a miracle half the ruling class isn't wiped out around Martha's Vineyard every year. That hateful island is often shrouded in fog, normal commercial flights are cancelled and the rich then whistle up charter flights, often with pilots either weary or half drunk. Even the ferry from Woods Hole isn't entirely safe for the bigwigs. Back in the Vietnam-era, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara was nearly wrestled over the side by an anti-war zealot. I'm not sure what the exact averages are, per person mile flown, but small planes are unwise forms of conveyance. Helicopters are even more lethal. Even so, the last time, back in the early 1980s, I was on Martha's Vineyard, I was desperate for escape, so much so I declined even to wait for the ferry. Instead I chartered a small plane, instructing the pilot to fly myself and my daughter to Keene, New Hampshire. That's the sort of effect the island has on one. August 11. Steve Levitt, an economist at the University of Chicago, and John Donahue III, a law prof at Stanford, have been circulating a paper reported in the Chicago Tribune on August 8 arguing that the legalizing of abortion in the early 1970s has contributed to the falling crime rate in the 1990s. Indeed, they claim that legalized abortion may account for as much as half the overall crime drop between 1991 and 1997. Levitt says abortion provides a way for the would-be mothers of those kids who are going to lead really tough lives to avoid bringing them into the world. The authors cite statistics from 5 states that legalized abortion before the Roe v. Wade decision of 1973. These 5 states with high abortion rates in the early 1970s had greater crime drops in the 1990s. The Trib's story quotes Corey Richards, a policy wonk at the Guttmacher Institute, as saying, "This is an argument for women not being forced to have children they don't want to have. This is making the point that it's not only bad for the women, but for children and society." So, from the social engineering, crime-fighting point of view, the reintroduction of the death penalty in 1977 had the legalization of abortion in 1975, the Roe v. Wade decision as its logical precursor and concomitant. And the death penalty for undesired embryos has had the advantage of being a lot more certain, and cheaper to administer, than the death penalty for undesired adults. I don't think it's the way the women's movement put the choice issue back in the early 1970s, but I can certainly imagine Hillary arguing for abortion as socially therapeutic. August 20. Nabbed back in March for speeding in my 1964 station wagon. I finally made it to traffic school last week. Under California law you can thus shield your rashness from the insurance companies, provided there's at least an 18-month interval from your last citation. Down the years, here in the Golden State, I've been to a few such sessions, which have to last 8 hours. My first such school, back in the late 1980s, was in Riverside, on the eastern margin of the greater Los Angeles area. The composition of the 30-odd people was 50% white, 50% black. At all classes the initial routine is for each person to divulge name and cause of citation. In the Riverside class almost all the blacks said they'd been cited for going a few miles over the limit, in urban areas, 30 miles per hour instead of 25. So reasonably enough, all the blacks thought they'd been framed. Almost all the whites had been caught speeding on the highway, doing 70 and over. They all thought they'd been breaking the law. My next class, in Santa Cruz, was run by a California Highway Patrol officer who spent most of the session giving us useful hints on how to avoid being caught speeding. In Berkeley a couple years ago, our class was run by a former alcoholic who underwent visible nervous breakdown throughout the 8-hour session, saying the breakdown was prompted by his daughter's driving skills and her indifference to her father. As he issued our certificates he tearfully thanked us for sharing. The class in Eureka last week was run by a former cop from San Diego, who divides his time between running a driving school and representing tax deadbeats before the IRS. He offered a torrent of statistics. The most dangerous time to drive, Friday evening, closely followed by Saturday night, closely followed by Sunday night. The safest day is Tuesday. The last 24-hour period in California in which no one was killed on the roads was on May 1, 1991. Amid this deluge of numbers he paused to review the best way to deal with the officer as he approaches your car. It's best, he said, to have your hands up on the wheel. The instructor plunged into cop's eye view about what it was like to approach a car. Death could be waiting. There was no job, he told us, more perilous than that of the police officer. I told him I didn't think this claim was true, that in fact police work is among the safer occupations, that the likelihood of being killed in the line of duty was exceedingly slim. He held his ground, but the figures support my view. If you tot up the numbers of local police, sheriff's deputies, state police, special police, and all sworn officers both full and part-time, the total in 1992 was 661,103. The total of police killed accidentally and feloniously in that year across the country was 129, which seems to be about average in any year. This gives a death rate per 100,000 cops of 20, most of whom are probably killed in car crashes. The rate of death per 100,000 in coal mining was 38 in 1995, making it the riskiest job, followed by other forms of mining, oil and gas extraction, agriculture, forestry and fishing. If cops walked more and drove less, they'd probably have their death rate, putting them on par with people in the electrical, gas and sanitary services, at 8 or so per 100,000. That wasn't my only tussle of the evening in the traffic class. We tangled again on the subject of drunk driving. After reciting the savage penalties meted out to those caught driving under the influence of alcohol, the instructor gave an impassioned speech in favor of the pillory of public ridicule and contempt, meaning in this instance that convicted drunks would have to display an orange license tag. I told the class I thought penalties for drunk driving were already out of hand, at least for those who had caused no harm. This intervention was badly timed, because the instructor completed the class by showing a half-hour movie about a teenage drunk who killed a young woman, and his consequent remorse. I felt as though I had somehow argued that the teen drunk killer should have been levied a $10 fine and then handed back his driver's license. The big disclosure of the evening is that the American Psychiatric Association is putting road rage into its next edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, meaning that this nebulous category has now been okayed by shrinks as a bona fide condition, amenable to insured treatment by antidepressants and kindred potions. Having made road rage official, the shrinks can now begin to coin money off it. September 22. Now it turns out that the greatest writer of the 20th century, with the possible exception of Flann O'Brien, was nearly put on trial as a traitor after World War II. No, not Ezra Pound, but P.G. Wodehouse. Last week the British Public Records Office released files showing that the Director of Public Prosecutions, Sir Theobald Mathew, thought that a trial of Wodehouse would be a tricky prospect, but said that if Wodehouse ever comes to this country, he should be prosecuted. In the event, Wodehouse lived in the U.S. continuously from 1944 on. Wodehouse broadcast from Germany in 1941, having been marched off to an internment camp in Upper Silesia after the Nazis invaded France, and came across the writer working away in his house at Le Touquet, writing one of his very best novels, Joy in the Morning. After he'd spent 11 months in the internment camp, American friends saw a photograph of him and worried about his somewhat emaciated appearance. Wodehouse was soon released and taken to Berlin, where he accepted the request of Werner Plack, a German foreign ministry official he'd known slightly before the war, that he do some broadcasts to America about his experience in the internment camp. The 5 talks were sequestered by the British authorities for many years. When they were finally released, they turned out to be slightly labored, knockabout reminiscences in a jocular vein. Wodehouse evidently enjoyed internment life, as did many Englishmen who, like Wodehouse, regarded public school as the high point of their lives. Wodehouse could conceivably be faulted for poor judgment, but he certainly didn't deserve the vicious campaign launched against him in the British press. Of course, Wodehouse was saying nothing that wasn't also entertained by many in the Western governing elites who had always yearned for Hitler to invade the Soviet Union, and who had been pro-fascist in the 1930s, at a time Wodehouse was making fun of British fascists with his portrait of Oswald Mosley, memorably satirized in the form of Sir Roderick Spode in another of Wodehouse's best books, The Code of the Worcesters. Many years ago I wrote an intro to a Random House reissue of this novel. Wodehouse wrote his best stuff in the late 1930s and 1940s. Bertie Wooster remains his greatest creation. Wodehouse was an extraordinary technician. His public school, Dulwich, also gave us Raymond Chandler. Both of them emigrated here, and forged prose styles that made use of a highly formalized mannerism, while remaining a supple and fluid language, like Shakespearean English. October 13th. From the typographical clamor raised in the New York Daily News, you'd have thought New York press columnist George Samouli had been caught committing satanic abuse in a daycare center. But it turned out that Samouli's great crime was to have taken too many books. 580 is a number that shows up in the press reports out of the New York University Library, and been remiss in giving them back. The News and other newspapers have exultantly noted that Samouli faces an overdue fine of $31,000, plus charges of grand larceny and possible jail time. John Beckman, described as a university spokesman, strutted through the news stories like some frontier sheriff twirling his 6-gun, "Don't mess with NYU librarians." Some of the news stories noted that among the books held by Samouli was Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. It's well known that only Hungarians have the fortitude to grapple with this exhausting work. The last person I know to have read it thoroughly was my dear friend Nicholas Crasso, a student of Lukács who fled Budapest for England in 1956. We spent a lot of time together in the mid-1960s, and Nicholas was forever quoting from the Phenomenology, which he said was best studied under the influence of LSD. Poor Nicholas fell asleep reading one night, and died in the smoke caused by the cigarette that fell from his drooping hand. Hegel was probably on the bed somewhere, probably the London Library's copy. What a fitting way for a copy of the Phenomenology to go. Another of the books cited by the news stories, this particular one was on the AP Wire, was Thoughts on Machiavelli. So, how many other NYU students have any interest in Leo Strauss? A simple test. If Samouli pleads innocent and opts for a jury trial, as I very much hope he will, let his attorney make a pile of the books in the courtroom, and then, let the jurors note how many times these books had been checked out before the erudite Samouli got his hands on them. Probably most of them sat ignored, awaiting the moment NYU decided to sell them off to a book broker. NYU should be glad and thank Samouli for freeing up its shelf space. Samouli may be charged with grand larceny. 2 or 3 centuries ago, the standard was simple: stealing books is not a crime unless the books are sold. There's no evidence Samouli was popping along to the Strand to flog off editions of Hobbes. He held those books for admirable reasons, such that a jury would understand. He needed them for the same reasons my shelves groan with volumes I may never get to, may never reread. To surrender them is to confess that, yes, I may die before I get around to reading Hegel properly, or all the dialogues of Plato, or all Balzac's novels, or all the volumes of Motley's Rise of the Dutch Republic. I may die before I write the column or the essay or the book that requires absolutely that these books be instantly to hand. November 1st. Riding the BART across to San Francisco, I heard two young black women who'd presumably got on the train at North Richmond, deep in conversation. Girl number one, when I first heard something, my baby started to wake up, so I was patting him on his back, and we were talking for a few more minutes, and then I heard, no, no, I ain't got nothing, I ain't got nothing. Stop. Then I said, don't that sound like Tony, and my brother said, nah, girl, and I said, yes, it does, so I jumped off the couch and by this time they were already by my front door. Then I heard, oh man, come on, I ain't got nothing. Then I said, Rich, get out there and help. So I opened the door and he was laid down on my front doorstep. Girl number two, was he on his knees? Girl number one, no, on his butt, kinda to the side with one of them on him with a shotgun pointed him and the other one was in front of him with a gun, so when I opened the door he put the gun in my face and I said, oh shit, and shut the door. Girl number two, you looked at him and he looked at you? Girl number one, yes, I looked right at him. Then I shut the door back, and I got stuck. I was stuck. I didn't know what to do. I said, oh my god, shit. Then I locked my door and heard someone say, take off you coat, punk, what yo got in yo pockets, and Tony said, I ain't got nothing, and they were hitting him. Then I don't know if he got up by hisself or if they pulled him up and they keep saying, give me what you got, punk. Tony said, I ain't got nothing, please don't kill me, don't shoot me. Then they said, stop crying like a little bitch, 2 times, then what the fuck is you looking at, 2 times 2, and then Tony said, please, don't kill me, don't shoot me, and one said, shut the fuck up. Bop, bop. Girl number two, what's bop bop? Girl number one, a gun was fired and I didn't hear Tony no more. November 3rd. The Day of the Dead, aka Halloween, posed the usual dilemma, what to wear. For many years, back in my New York days, I would rent an alligator's head from a store called I Think Animals Into People. It was heavy, but striking. Low types thought it amusing to stub out their cigarettes in my papier-mâché jaws. My brother Andrew used to caper on the dance floor as a penguin and his wife Leslie as a bear. Up in Petrolia, in the backwoods of Northern California, alligator jaws are hard to come by, so for the past few years I've been hauling out black tie, tails, and top hat. But this year I was down in Berkeley and tails seemed too normal for dancing at Ashkenaz to the California Cajun Orchestra. In the end Barbara and I went as a pair of gypsies, 2 of 7 I spotted in the course of the evening. Also popular were Arab sheiks, nondescript Dracula lookalikes, earth goddesses too numerous to count, plus a dazzling cocktail waitress in fishnet tights, gripped all too firmly by a fellow in cut-price monster rig. Lucky brood. Those habituated to the Baroque turnouts of the West Village or of the Castro, across the bay in San Francisco, will say this was pretty tame, and so it was. Half the point of the fancy dress is its comforting predictability: pirates, gypsies, Marie Antoinette, a couple of Abe Lincolns, a quartet of fortune-tellers and the usual coven of witches. As a boy I was seldom out of skirts, either my school kilt or at home, a Victorian evening dress of which I was extremely fond, though my parents never evinced quite the same enthusiasm. Great was their relief when I laid aside the petticoats and bustle and pulled on the drainpipe pants and drape jacket of a mid-50s rocker. November 24th. Amid the latest batch of Nixon tapes there's a ripe one from May 13, 1971, recently described by James Warren in the Chicago Tribune. Discussing welfare reform with Haldeman and Ehrlichman, the president snarls about the little Negro bastards, before remarking indulgently that I have the greatest affection for them, but I know they're not going to make it for 500 years. The leader of the free world and his senior advisors then drift into a chat about homosexuality, occasioned by the president's viewing of an All in the Family episode featuring Archie's son-in-law, described by the press as obviously queer, wears an ascot, but not offensively so. Nixon: I don't mind the homosexuality, I understand it. Nevertheless, goddamn, I don't think you glorify it on public television, homosexuality, even more than you glorify whores. We all know we have weaknesses. But goddamn it, what do you think that does to kids? You know what happened to the Greeks. Homosexuality destroyed them. Sure, Aristotle was a homo. We all know that. So was Socrates. Nixon: you know what happened to the Romans. The last 6 Roman emperors were fags. Let's look at the strong societies. The Russians. Goddamn, they root them out. Mention of the morally robust Soviet Union prompts Nixon to contemplate its decadent antithesis, Northern California. He tells Ehrlichman, San Francisco has just gone clean over. Nixon: it's not just the ratty part of town. The upper class in San Francisco is that way. The Bohemian Grove, which I attend from time to time. It is the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine, with that San Francisco crowd. I can't shake hands with anyone from San Francisco. It's funny to think of Nixon at the Bohemian Grove summer bash on the Russian River, brooding about the fall of Greece and Rome, aghast at the annual review in which the flower of California's ruling class lumbers on stage in tutus and melon-stuffed bras. Imagine his apocalyptic ravings to Ehrlichman if he could have foreseen the most exciting political race in this premillennial season, in which a black man and a homosexual are battling it out in a runoff for the mayoralty of San Francisco, a contest in which neither skin color nor sexual orientation is the paramount issue. December 1st. If a few thousand New York Times readers found themselves munching turkey with an extremely high salt content, it was surely the fault of that swag-bellied gourmandizer, R.W. Apple Jr. A few days before Thanksgiving, the Times ran a long piece by Apple describing a private dinner prepared for himself and his wife by Alice Waters, owner of the famous Berkeley restaurant Chez Panisse. The meal in question, a promo for Waters, was a Thanksgiving menu, and, as so often in the case of Apple's food essays, left one amazed at the fact that his liver is still working. He should certainly bequeath it to the Smithsonian. What caught my eye in the Waters recipe as relayed by Apple was the stipulation that the turkey be brined for 72 hours. Now, I brine meat from time to time, meaning one submerges the piece of beef or pork in a solution of salt, sugar, and a few spices. One can also add sodium nitrite, to add a pleasing pink color to the meat, though health nuts say the saltpeter is a no-no. A week or so in the brine will give a 4-pound chunk of meat a thoroughly salty taste, and even 3 days will definitely tilt it over into the well-salted category. But one can also brine pork just for 24 hours to give the meat an almost imperceptible zing, and this is surely what Waters had in mind with her turkey. I brined a 20-pound turkey raised by one of my neighbors, and was lifting it out of the crock, preparatory to spit roasting it, when guests arrived from the Bay Area. I told them my suspicions about Apple's 72-hour edict, and they immediately reported that they'd been reading a recipe by Waters in one of the San Francisco papers, advising a 24-hour turkey brining period. I've not yet run across a cookbook that advises a longer time. The spit roasting, incidentally, was a great success. The turkey revolved over its bed of coals and, even though the chestnut stuffing all fell out through the truss stings, the brined bird was hailed by our party of 13 as the finest they'd ever consumed. It could have been the brine, or the spit roasting, or the turkey's pleasant circumstances, a wild hillside rich in seeds, summer grasshoppers, and fall apples, or of course a mixture of all three. December 8th. Beyond the wildest hopes of the street warriors, 5 days in Seattle brought us one victory after another. the protesters initially shunned and denounced by the respectable inside strategists, despised by the press, gassed and bloodied by the cops and National Guard shut down the opening ceremony, prevented Clinton from addressing the WDO delegates at the Wednesday night gala, turned the corporate press from prim denunciations of mindless anarchy to bitter criticisms of police brutality, and forced the WDO to cancel its closing ceremonies and to adjourn in disorder and confusion, without an agenda for the next round. In the annals of popular protest in America, these were shining hours, achieved entirely outside the conventional arena of orderly protest and white paper activism and the timid bleats of professional leadership of big labor and environmentalists. This truly was an insurgency from below in which all those who strove to moderate and deflect the turbulent flood of popular outrage managed to humiliate themselves. December 29. People wearied of millennial summings up even earlier than they got bored with Y2K. Jeffrey St. Clair and I did put together our counterpunch list of what we reckon to be the best, or most influential, non-fiction books of the 20th century first published in English. Adamic's Dynamite, Architectural Standards, A Potter's Manual, Gertrude Jekyll on Gardening, Learning from Las Vegas, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Desert Solitaire, I Claude. All in all, about 120 books, at least half of which are out of print. Probably the ones on our list I look at most frequently are the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica and the Oxford English Dictionary. Those who imagine the OED to be a 19th century publication should know that by 1900 only the volumes covering A, B, C, D, E, F and H had been published. As a reader has already pointed out to us, the 13th edition of the Britannica is even better than the 11th, containing all the material in the earlier one, plus useful stuff on World War I. I'd like to say that a century producing the 11th edition and the OED can't be all bad, but then again in both cases the animating force behind these vast projects was 19th century energy and intellectual style. People deploring the 20th century usually imagine themselves in some more leisured epoch, maybe chatting with Dr. Johnson in a Fleet St. tavern or attending one of Sophocles' plays in classical Athens. But on the law of averages one would more likely have been a half-starved peasant, then and now. I thank my own stars I was presented to the world in the 20th century, in 1941, by a Scottish doctor in a kilt angered at having his fishing interrupted by my mother's labor. This was near Inverness and my father was in London, pondering how to get us out of that era's version of Y2K, which was Hitler's impending invasion. But Hitler never did make it, even though one of his rockets did for our house. The century has been good to me. So let's wave out the millennium gracefully with a hearty adieu. Onward. 2000. January 15th. Back in 1979 Tim Hermatch, now fearless leader of the Native Forest Council and breathing the righteous air of Eugene, Oregon, was a businessman seeking commercial advantage. In 1979 the search took him to Little Rock, Arkansas, where his associate Tookie McDaniel said the swiftest way of getting a certificate of origin necessary for a rebar deal was by conferring personally with the new governor of the state. In short order a dinner was arranged with young Governor Bill at the Little Rock Hilton. Tim recalls that they were scarcely seated before Bill was greeting a pretty young waitress in friendly fashion, putting his hand up her dress while announcing genially to the assembled company, "This woman has the sweetest cunt in Little Rock." Tim, an Oregon boy by origin, tells us he listened with burning ears and mouth agape as Bill talked of womanhood in terms of astounding crudity. Badinage notwithstanding, some business was transacted. Hermatch tells us that Governor Bill very openly, nothing shy about it, said words to the effect that our end-use certificate would cost about $10,000, said transaction being of a personal, informal nature. Since ours was a $2 million deal, we didn't care, Tim recalls. Governor Bill also informed Hermatch that they should go to the Stevens Bank the following day to complete all necessary arrangements. These tractations concluded, Governor Bill repaired to the Hilton's nightclub with boon companions, where they cavorted lewdly with sundry flowers of Little Rock before repairing to bedrooms in the upper regions of the hotel. January 26. Before his election as State Attorney General in 1976, Bill and Hillary had lived in Fayetteville, instructing youth at the University of Arkansas. To celebrate his marriage, Bill had bought a small house, much disliked by his bride. Great was her relief when the voters' nod compelled their removal to Little Rock. Now the small house on California Boulevard had to be rented to supplement the modest income of Arkansas's chief legal officer. Here's an account of Bill as landlord from a woman who, back in those years, was the best friend of one of the first tenants to pay, in person, the monthly check to the state attorney general. In his self-appointed role as property manager, Bill Clinton personally set the qualifications required to rent the property. Chief among them was the requirement to be young, attractive, and blonde. Landlord Bill would show up regularly at 9 a.m. Saturday mornings, the day of any home Razorback football game. He would invite one of the young renters to attend the game with him, then spend the rest of the afternoon and evening with them, exploring matters of mutual interest. Bill developed a particularly keen interest in our source's friend, who happened to be from Dallas, of striking appearance and a cheerleader for the Razorbacks. Bill's Saturday morning arrivals at the house on California Boulevard were not welcome to the cheerleader. Nor were what she described as his incessant gropings. Despite her reproofs, Bill persisted, with such obstinate pertinacity that eventually she transferred to Texas A&M, and men of greater subtlety and refinement such as College Station is deservedly famous for. Now we're in 1983 and Bill is back in the governor's mansion in Little Rock, following the awful interregnum, after the voters had banished him from office at the end of his first term. The bearer of our story here is the son of an Arkansas Democrat state legislator who passed his formative years in the Dog Patch State, and at the period we are now discussing, in the town of Fayetteville, where he was an officer in the university's student government. In this capacity he helped plan a conference of student government officers throughout the state college and university system. Among the invitees were many of the big names in Arkansas's political life, including Governor Bill and also Jim Guy Tucker. What's a student conference without a party? Our friend tells us he had taken particular care to invite Governor Bill since he was notorious throughout Fayetteville as being a devotee of marijuana, and our friend was eager to get stoned in such illustrious company. Both Clinton and Tucker signaled that they would gladly attend the gathering. The conference opened with a formal speech by Governor Bill, and our friend noted that the attention of Arkansas's chief executive wandered somewhat during his oration, his eyes seeming to drift with increasing frequency to a nice-looking young woman sitting in the front row. Our friend left to make preparations for the party, which indeed turned out to be a most genial occasion. Joints were fired up. Jim Guy Tucker gracefully declined the offer of Ozark homegrown and responded to inquiries about Governor Bill's whereabouts with the news that Bill would assuredly not pass up revelry such as this. But the hours flew by and Bill didn't show. Then our friend encountered a young woman from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock who asked if she could get a ride home to the hotel, confiding, "I don't know how to say this, but my roommate's not here. I think she's with the governor." Our chivalrous friend drove her to the hotel and then, next morning, met her at a conference panel and asked how things had gone. She said her friend had not shown that night. An hour later who should appear but the attractive young thing our friend had seen the previous day drinking in the governor's honeyed words in the front row. She was wearing the same clothes. Her roommate greeted her with welcoming cries, and in the girlish glow of confidence that followed, she boasted of prolonged and intimate tractations with the governor. Some liberals take the odd view that Bill has let down the 60s. Robert Scheer, now a syndicated columnist based at the Los Angeles Times, opted for this line. Scheer wrote at the end of January that if the allegations about Lewinsky were true, then it was yet more evidence that Clinton persists in letting his generation down by betraying the sexual revolution that contained its greatest promise. Sex in the countercultural 60s, according to the brazen Scheer, aspired to be a union of equals recognizing the sensual needs of women as well as of men and shunning the privileges of male power that had dominated the sexual history of this country. Wrong. The big complaint of the countercultural women in the 60s was that the radical males, particularly leaders like Bob Scheer, were sexist pigs. That's why we got the women's movement that cranked up in 1969. Against this sentimental evocation of caring 60s males recognizing the sensual needs of women, Scheer pilloried Bill as an unimaginative and indeed mechanical exponent of vintage retro redneck sex. Scheer should go back and read Jennifer Flowers's delightful tell-all memoir, Passion and Betrayal, before he gets so snooty. February 7. A cop would probably say it's unfair, just coincidence, but the news stories are coming over the brow of the hill, shoulder to shoulder, and they do spell out a larger message. The police chief of Los Angeles, Bernard C. Parks, announces his department's reckoning that 99 people were framed by disgraced ex-officer turned informant Rafael Perez and partners. Parks is calling on De Gil Garcetti to dismiss the cases en masse. Illinois Governor George Ryan suspends his state's imposition of the death penalty, declaring that he cannot support a system which has proven so fraught with error. Since 1977, Illinois has executed 12 and freed 13 from death row after their innocence had been conclusively established. In New York, 4 officers are going on trial for fatally riddling an unarmed man, Amadou Diallo, with 41 bullets. A generation's worth of wars on crime and of glorification of the men and women in blue have engendered a culture of law enforcement that is all too often viciously violent, contemptuous of the law, morally corrupt and confident of the credulity or complicity of the courts. Those endless wars on crime and drugs have engendered not merely our 2 million prisoners but a vindictive hysteria that pulses on the threshold of homicide in the bosoms of many of our uniformed law enforcers. A lot of cops are walking time bombs. Even soothing words spoken to them in a calm voice can spark a red gleam in their eyes. God help you if you're black. The other day a black man in LA described the time he spent each day figuring out routes across the city to reduce his chances of getting pulled over, maybe beaten, maybe framed, maybe imprisoned. Police work is far from being one of America's more dangerous occupations, but cops assiduously cultivate that impression. Police funerals are getting to be on a par with the obsequies of European royalty 50 years ago. Recently 2 San Francisco policemen crashed in their helicopter during a routine maintenance flight. Their funeral was attended by a huge throng of police from across California, state officials, and the mayor of San Francisco. Would a city engineer or maintenance woman get this kind of send-off, even if their jobs demonstrated a higher statistical risk? The press feeds obsessively on these fallen hero rituals. On January 12 in Unity, Maine, 6-year-old triplets died in a house fire. County Sheriff Robert Jones, also a part-time fireman, was filling a tanker with water a couple of blocks from the blaze when he collapsed and died. It was his 48th birthday. He got a hero's send-off, with massed ranks of state cops in attendance. True, Sheriff Jones might have been on the brink of bold deeds, possibly even entailing the supreme sacrifice, but that seems a frail peg on which to hang a state funeral. These ceremonies have always been demonstration rituals designed to protect the cops' budgetary appropriations and boost their overall image. At least some of this often lethal cop edginess surely comes from a fractured sense of class status and function. After all, most police come from the working class and the vast majority shift class loyalty in the course of duty. Historically, this switch was recognized and fostered, especially during the time of police union organizing. In the early industrial period, police wages began to run at about double those of similarly unskilled workers, and this doesn't even take into account bonuses for strike breaking. Better working conditions meant greater allegiance to semi-military organization. Yet despite such job perks for cops, morale often lagged. One of the grander ideas for the necessary morale boosting came from big city mayors, elevating cop death to the status of near sainthood by flying the flag at half-mast and cajoling entire city staffs to turn out for a blue funeral. March 6. In Monroe, Louisiana, Kathy Looney, 29, convicted of abusing 3 of her 8 children, was ordered at the end of February to undergo medical sterilization or face lengthy jail time. District Judge Carl V. Sharp issued a 10-year suspended sentence and placed Looney on 5 years of probation. I don't want to have to lock you up to keep you from having any more children, so some kind of medical procedure is needed to make sure you don't. Looney's lawyer asked the judge to reconsider. The eugenic impulse is always lurking. These days it's surfacing once again, not only in old-fashioned coercive sterilization such as that imposed by the Louisiana judge but in programs of genetic improvement, using all the new splicing technologies. During the years when Americans were being involuntarily sterilized as part of a multi-state eugenics program dating back to 1907, what did the leading medical journals here have to say on the topic in their editorials? The editorial record of the New England Journal of Medicine in the early 1930s was awful. Editorials lamented the supposed increase in the rate of American feeble-mindedness as dangerous and the economic burden of supporting the mentally feeble as appalling. In 1934 the journal's editor, Morris Fishbein, wrote that Germany is perhaps the most progressive nation in restricting fecundity among the unfit, and argued that the individual must give way to the greater good. But by the mid-1930s, particularly after the report from the Neurological Association and energetic interventions by the chairman of its special committee, Abraham Myerson, the New England Journal had a change of heart and declared that sterilization laws to prevent propagation were unwise and sterilization should not be mandatory. The Journal of the American Medical Association followed the same curve. In 1974 U.S. District Court Judge Gerhard Gesell said that over the last few years, an estimated 100,000 to 150,000 low-income persons have been sterilized annually in federally funded programs. The late Alan Chase quoted this in his great book The Legacy of Malthus, and noted that the U.S. rate equaled that of Nazi Germany, where the 12-year career of the Third Reich after the German Sterilization Act of 1933 saw 2 million Germans sterilized as social inadequates. Gesell pointed out that though Congress had decreed that family planning programs function on a voluntary basis, an indefinite number of poor people have been improperly coerced into accepting a sterilization operation under the threat that various federally funded benefits would be withdrawn. Patients receiving Medicaid assistance at childbirth are evidently the most frequent targets of this pressure. Starting in the early 1990s, poor women were allowed by Medicaid funding to have Norplant inserted into their arms. Then when they complained of pain and other unwelcome side effects, they were told no funding was available to have the Norplant rods taken out. April 14. I got an invitation to speak a couple of months ago from an outfit called antiwar.com, which is run by a young fellow called Justin Raimundo. Antiwar.com is having its second annual national conference March 24 and 25, and we'd like you to be the luncheon speaker, Raimundo wrote. The conference will be held at the Villa Hotel, in San Mateo. The theme of the conference is Beyond Left and Right, the new face of the anti-war movement. We have invited a number of speakers spanning the political spectrum. Confirmed so far: Patrick J. Buchanan, Tom Fleming, Justin Raimondo, Kathy Kelly, Alan Bach, Rep. Ron Paul, representatives of the Serbian Unity Congress, and a host of others. Raimundo seasoned his invite with a burnt offering, in the form of flattery, always pleasing to the nostrils. All of us here at antiwar.com are big fans of your writing. We met, once, at a meeting during the Kosovo War where you bravely took up the fight for the United Front Left-Right Alliance against imperialist war. We can promise you a small honorarium, a lunch, free admission to all conference events and a good time. As a seasoned analyst of such communications, my eye of course fell sadly upon the words small honorarium, a phrase that in my case usually means somewhere between $150 and $350. Being a libertarian, Justin had boldly added the prospect of a good time. Leftist invitations rarely admit this possibility in formal political communications, even in the distant days when the left supposedly had a lock on drugs and sex. I said I'd be happy to join in such an enterprise, and in due course got some angry emails from lefties who seemed to feel that any proximity to Buchanan is a crime, even if the subject was gardening. I chose the '67 convertible as properly defiant of the auto safety lobby and headed south from Berkeley. This was most emphatically a shirt and tie, skirt and nice shoes crowd. Justin Raymondo was draped in the sort of grey pinstripe favoured by London gents when they want a holiday from blue. But all the same the folks were unmistakably libertarians, not Democrats or Republicans. Democrats would have been more casual, Republicans far more assertive. From the podium I gazed out at white faces, seeing only two black countenances, one of them unmistakably that of yet another liberal bet to hate, Lenora Fulani. Their amiable hilarity at my sallies reminded me of Goldsmith's lines in The Deserted Village about the pupils of the country schoolmaster. Full well they laughed with counterfeited glee at all his jokes, and many a joke had he. Can we unite, I asked the crowd, on the anti-war platform? We have already, in the case of Kosovo for example. But where would you as libertarians want to get off the leftist bus? A leftist says capitalism leads to war. Capitalism needs war. But you libertarians are pro-capitalism, so you presumably have a view of capitalism as a system not inevitably producing or needing war. Lefties have always said capitalism has to maximize its profits, and the only way you can maximize profits in the end is by imperial war, which was the old Lenin thesis. I think the old categories are gone. I see no virtue to them. I see Bernie Sanders listed as an independent socialist in the US Congress. I see what Bernie Sanders has supported, starting with the war in Kosovo. And then I see Ron Paul, on the other hand, writing stuff against war which could have been written by Tom Hayden in 1967. Driving back to Berkeley with $300 in cash in my pocket, I mentally toasted antiwar.com. Alas, not many leftists will ever want to have much to do with them. April 18th. At the end of April we'll have arrived at the 25th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War, when the last fugitives clambered into helicopters at the U.S. Embassy compound in Saigon. For years the anti-war left was told to be embarrassed about the 60s, put through re-education rites designed to elicit the confession that excesses were committed, mistakes made. Of course mistakes were made, starting with the failure to stop the war 8 years earlier, in 1967. We misread the larger calendar. After Tet, after the May-June events in Paris, we thought revolution was around the corner. The Tet Offensive of 1968 remains one of the great moments of the 20th century, even though one can see in retrospect that General Giap's desperate throw signaled the fact that the Americans had indeed been successful in exterminating the National Liberation Front in South Vietnam. We make mistakes all the time, again and again, however much we try to draw the correct lessons. Big deal. History isn't like a bus, conveniently carrying a destination sign above the windshield. Every time I go to a political gathering on the left, it's filled with people, self included, who have made mistakes about the way history was headed, about the vulnerability of capitalism, but who were on the right track all the same. The most mistaken people of all are those so frightened of making mistakes they end up missing the right bus when it finally comes round the corner. May 9th. Barbara had that coy, breathless, somewhat defiant way of coming into the house that told me the whole story. I knew she was about to tell me she'd just found a dog, just caught sight of the one and only. Actually Barbara, aka Barbara Yaley, was good about it. She said she was about to get a dog and that my inevitably favorable opinion would be duly taken into account. Jasper was at that point in time on display by the Milo Foundation of likely dogs rescued from the shelters before they get the needle. In Berkeley the Milo Foundation musters the dogs on 4th St, a couple of blocks north of University Avenue, every other weekend. We headed off to 4th St, and in short order headed back with 40 pounds of dog, a stray from up north in Laytonville where the ranchers dump whole litters of border collies by the side of the road. By the look of him Jasper was part border, part lab, plus those self-important whiskers that tell you that terrier is in the genetic splice. Okay, I think he's a terrific dog, and, well aware that he'd been nose to nose with the Reaper, Jasper thinks we're terrific too. Who says endless gratitude becomes cloying? These days, when we're in Berkeley, we load up Jasper and head down University, over I-80 and onto what was once a proud garbage dump, then North Waterfront Park and now Cesar Chavez Park. It's one of the most beautiful vantage points in the Bay Area. Due west across the water is the Golden Gate Bridge, then swinging one's gaze south, the towers of downtown San Francisco, the Bay Bridge, and due east the Berkeley Hills. 17 acres of this pleasing expanse are available to off-leash dogs, an incredible achievement of Berkeley dog lovers who spent about 7 years of delicate political maneuvering to secure, last year, pilot project status for the off-leash area. To win it they had to surmount fierce opposition from the Audubon Society, the Sierra Club, and the Citizens for an East Shore State Park, eager to seize the acreage of Cesar Chavez Park and add it to their domain. State parks in California have never yet held off-leash areas. The whole off-leash thing cranked up nationally about 5 years ago. I can't verify my instinct here, but I think it has been at least in part the consequence of organizing work of midlife radicals bringing the war home, discovering that winning a little legroom for Fido is one cause whose fruition is something we might see in our own lifetimes. The usual gripes of the anti-off-leash forces? They try to seize the high moral ground by giving us the old either/or. Why should we be seeking playgrounds for dogs when we aren't giving them to children? Answer: civilization is not a zero-sum game. Let's have both. Kids and dogs. Dog poop. Dogs on leashes do it as much as dogs running free, and surveys show that, once they win their off-leash area, dog lovers self-police with all the vigilance of a neighborhood committee of public safety in the Paris of Robespierre and Saint-Just. The off-leash area in Cesar Chavez is probably the cleanest acreage in the East Bay. A dog that can run free is a happy dog, uplifter of domestic morale. Owners are healthier too, dashing along after dogs like Jasper. May 16. Now it's Al Gore, crime fighter, outlining his plans in a recent speech in Atlanta. The erstwhile dope smoker from Tennessee fears the erstwhile cocaine user from Texas has the edge on the crime issue. Hence his dash for the low ground. Among the Atlanta pledges, the minute he settled into the Oval Office and signed a pardon for the former incumbent, President Gore will be calling for 50,000 more cops and for allowing off-duty cops to carry concealed weapons. No, it's unlikely President Gore will endorse medical marijuana, despite his erstwhile post-Vietnam therapy with opium-laced marijuana in the days when he worked for the Tennessean. In the words of his friend John Warnock, Al smoked as much as anybody I knew down there, and loved it. Among Gore's other big plans to combat crime, he wants to target telemarketers who prey on seniors. What about telemarketers who prey on people sitting down to dinner? Gore knows all about addiction. His sister Nancy, as he reminds us from time to time, was killed by cigarettes, unable to kick the habit even as she was breathing with one cancerous lung. He also knows about congenital dispositions. His wife, Tipper, is a depressive. He knows about therapy too, having communed with shrinks when he was having the midlife sag that partly prompted his 1992 book Earth in the Balance. June 18. We're just about 31 years away from the Great Stonewall Riot, which set the tone for years of defiant gay insurgency. So where's the spirit of defiance today? Here's a clue. In early June, we were able to read in our national newspapers that about 60 gay employees of the CIA were joined by a busload of intelligence workers from the National Security Agency for an event designed to evince gay pride. Present were top officials, including George J. Tenet, the Director of Central Intelligence. Addressing the gay spooks was Barney Frank, the noted gay republic from Massachusetts. Taste the ironies. The gay spooks, albeit proud, were still unidentifiable, and then returned to their tasks of planning the sabotage of the Cuban economy, the undermining of Libya, and other staples of the agency's daily fare. How would the Stonewall rioters of the late 60s have reacted to that? Gays have always had an uneasy relationship with the state and with the authorities, for sound reasons. Down the decades they've been hunted, entrapped, arrested, sentenced, persecuted. With increasing vigor and effect since Stonewall they've fought back. But now we have the repugnant spectacle of many prominent gays and gay groups oblivious to this long history. Take the death penalty. There's no more glaring expression of the inequities of race and class than the manner in which the death penalty is operated in our society, yet many gay rights groups have been silent on capital punishment, including the richest and biggest of them all, the Human Rights Campaign. They're mute as the state hauls off the poor and the black to die, and save their lungs for hate crime laws, for longer prison terms, for more repression by the state. Listen to Richard Himes, of the New York City Gay and Lesbian Anti-Violence Project. Hate crimes legislation would remove the decision-making process regarding plea bargaining and reduced or dismissed sentences out of the judge's hands because they set a benchmark of punishment for each offense which cannot be pleaded, bargained away or dismissed. In other words, the zeal to deal with anti-gay violence now leads to advocacy of laws which threaten justice, due process, and civil liberties. Years ago, a great criminal court judge in Detroit, Justin Ravitz, explained the criminal justice system as America's only working railroad. And now many gays are toiling to make sure that the railroad runs on time, even on overtime. About half the states now have hate crime laws that include language on sexual bias. Not a word in any of those laws in any of those states will stop a gay person being attacked, not a word will reduce discrimination in our society, not a word will erode the repression against which those Stonewallers fought 31 years ago. July 18. A Democrat in the White House is no guarantee of a liberal on the court. Gerald Ford picked John Stevens, one of the court's current liberal champions and indeed the only justice to rule against two oil companies in one of the recent batch of Supreme Court decisions. Nixon's nominee, Harold Blackmun, wrote the Roe v. Wade decision. 20 years later, Bush Sr.'s nominee, Souter, probably the most liberal justice today, wrote the Planned Parenthood v. Casey decision in 1992, reaffirming the essential holding of Roe v. Wade, and arguing that choice was now installed in the national culture. The court echoed that view in its recent upholding of the Miranda Rule. And why had choice become thus installed? Why was the essential holding being reaffirmed? Through the activity of social movements, through the political pressure of millions of people. The idea that our moral fabric, the tenor of our culture, the texture of our freedoms derive from the U.S. Supreme Court, and therefore somehow depend on whom Gore or Bush may or may not nominate, is ludicrous. The U.S. Supreme Court, like all ruling state institutions, bends in a benign direction only under the impulse of powerful social movements. Throughout the nation's history, the U.S. Supreme Court has generally been a reactionary force, and it will no doubt be so whether Gore or Bush is elected in November, or whether the Democrats or Republicans control the Senate. A partial exception was the Warren Court, which had the coincidence of three great justices, Black, Douglas, and the Eisenhower-appointed William Brennan, and which was prompted by the rise of the civil rights movement and the political assertion of black people to try and head off more drastic social explosions. In so doing, it buttressed a federal government that was unflinchingly hostile to the interest of working people, minorities, and the environment. Reynolds v. Sims, in 1966, turned many rural counties into Third World latifundia. August 30. In AD 193, the Roman Praetorian Guard murdered the Emperor Pertinax and proceeded to auction off the imperial throne to the highest bidder. Until this year, the most strenuous emulation of this feat by the U.S. military came in 1980, when the Joint Chiefs of Staff took bids on the White House from the ramparts of the Pentagon. Despite fierce bidding by Jimmy Carter, the chiefs had no hesitation in accepting Republican pledges and in proclaiming that only Ronald Reagan would keep the empire strong. We are in the climactic moments of the 2000 auction. September 22. The collapse of the government's case against Wenholy last week represents one of the greatest humiliations of a national newspaper in the history of journalism. One has to go back to the publication by the London Times of the Pigot forgeries in 1887 libeling Charles Stewart Parnell, the Irish nationalist hero, to find an equivalent debacle. Yet not a whisper of contrition, not a murmur of remorse, has as yet agitated the editorial pages of the New York Times, which now righteously urge the appointment of a politically independent person of national standing to review the entire case. No such review is required to determine the decisive role of the New York Times in sparking the persecution of Wen Ho Lee, his solitary confinement under threat of execution, his denial of bail, his shackling, the loss of his job, the anguish and terror endured by the scientist and his family. On March 6, 1999, The Times carried a report by James Risen and Jeff Gerth entitled "Breach at Los Alamos," charging an unnamed scientist with stealing nuclear secrets from the government lab and giving them to the People's Republic of China. The espionage, according to a security official cited by Risen and Gerth, was going to be just as bad as the Rosenbergs. 2 days later, Wen Ho Lee, an American of Taiwanese descent, was fired from his job. Ahead of him lay months of further pillorying in a racist witch hunt led by The Times, whose news columns were replete with further mendacious bulletins from Risen and Gerth, and whose op-ed page featured William Safire using their stories to launch his own calumnies against Wen Ho Lee and the Clinton administration. Guided by Safire, the Republicans in Congress pounced upon the Wen Ho Lee case with an ardor approaching ecstasy. By the spring of 1999, their effort to evict Bill Clinton from office for the Lewinsky affair had collapsed. They needed a new stick with which to beat the administration, and the New York Times handed it to them. In Safire's insinuations, the Clinton White House was an annex of the Middle Kingdom, and the transfer of U.S. nuclear secrets merely one episode in a long, dark narrative of treachery to the American flag. Former U.S. Senator Warren Rudman went on NBC's Meet the Press and declared flatly, "The agenda for the body politic is often set by the media." Had it not been for the New York Times breaking the story of Chinese espionage all over the front pages, I'm not sure I would be here this morning. The most preposterous expression of the Republican spy crusade against the Clinton administration came with the release of the 900-page report named after California Rep. Christopher Cox, filled with one demented assertion after another, including the memorable though absolutely false claim that the stolen information includes classified information on 7 U.S. thermonuclear warheads, including every currently deployed thermonuclear warhead in the U.S. ballistic missile arsenal. Yet Risen and Gerth's stories had been profuse with errors from the outset. Their prime source had been Notre Trolloc, an embittered security official in the Department of Energy intent upon his own vendettas within the DOE. Risen and Gerth eagerly swallowed his assertions. From him and other self-interested officials they relayed one falsehood after another, that Wen Ho Lee had failed a lie detector test, that the Los Alamos lab was the undoubted source of the security breach, that it was from Los Alamos that the Chinese had acquired the blueprint of the miniaturized W-88 nuclear warhead. Had the New York Times launched its campaign of terror against Wen Ho Lee at the height of the Cold War, it is quite likely that Wen Ho Lee would have been swept to his doom, most likely with a sentence of life imprisonment amid vain efforts of his defenders to get the scientist a fair hearing. It is doubtful that U.S. District Judge James Parker in New Mexico would have had the courage to denounce the Justice Department for a shabby case and to order the release of Wen Ho Lee after harshly criticizing the 59-count government indictment and the demeaning, unnecessarily punitive conditions in which Wen Ho Lee had been held. But we are no longer amidst the fevers of the Cold War. And though the Pentagon has wanly tried to foment a budget-boosting campaign to suggest that China represents a fearsome military threat, it has not been taken with any great seriousness. The exaggerations of Chinese might are simply too egregious. So, in these post-Cold War years, Wen Ho Lee did have his sturdy defenders. Some were government officials evidently appalled by the Times campaign. Some commentators, most notably Lars Erik Nelson of the New York Daily News, were scathing about the case against Wen Ho Lee. In July of 1999, the New York Review of Books published a long piece by Nelson which explicitly criticized the witch hunt and noted the malign role of the New York Times. Nelson pointed out how many of the supposedly filched secrets had been publicly available for years. By September of 1999, the New York Times had evidently entertained sufficient disquiet to publish a long piece by William Broad which decorously, though without any explicit finger-pointing, undermined the premises of Risen and Gerth's articles. None of this helped Wen Ho Lee escape terrifying FBI interrogations in which an agent flourished the threat of execution. He was kept in solitary, allowed to exercise 1 hour a day while shackled, kept in a constantly lit cell. Even near the end, when it was plain that the government's case was falling apart, U.S. Attorney General Janet Reno's prosecutors successfully contested efforts to have Wen-Ho Lee released on bail. And when Judge Parker finally threw out almost the entire case, the prosecutors continued to insist, as has Reno, that their conduct had been appropriate throughout. The New York Times, without whose agency Wen-Ho Lee would never have spent a day in a prison cell, perhaps not even have lost his job, is now with consummate effrontery urging an investigation of the bungled prosecution. In an extraordinary breach of conventional decorum, the President of the United States has criticized his own Attorney General for the way Wen-Ho Lee has been maltreated. Yet the editors of the New York Times can admit no wrong. Risen and Girth are not required to offer reflections on the outcome of the affair. When the forgeries of Richard Pigott, described in the 1911 edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica as a needy and disreputable Irish journalist, against Parnell were exposed, he fled to Madrid and there blew out his brains. The London Times required years to efface the shame of its gullibility. Would that the New York Times was required to admit equivalent error. But it won't. Next year it will no doubt preen amid whatever Pulitzer Awards are put its way by the jury of its friends. This is no-fault journalism. September 24. Newt Gingrich had the first take on George W.'s pick for Veep. Dick Cheney is even more conservative than me. Leave it to the Bush crowd to allow the Democrats to resurrect Gingrich once more in their campaign ads. Of course, Newt has always been misclassified by the political taxonomists as a conservative. Underneath the bluster, Gingrich is a closet neoliberal and a technophile, fully marinated in the argot of third-wavism and cyberspeak. It's not surprising that he and Al Gore are both disciples of Alvin Toffler and Carl Sagan and share the belief that getting urban America wired up to the internet is a fast track out of poverty. November 2nd. A political culture is under siege. Hear the panic as the waters pour into Atlantis. Jesse Jackson cries out that our very lives are at stake. Paul Wellstone quavers that George W. Bush will repeal the 20th century. Martin Peretz, owner of the Gore-loving New Republic, writes furiously that nativism represents the emotional satisfaction of the American left at the expense of the social and economic satisfaction of women, blacks, gays, and poor people in America. Somewhere in the third week of October the Gore crowd woke up to the clear and awful thought that they might not make it, that maybe it wasn't their time anymore and that the man to blame is Ralph Nader. Gore had bombed in the debates. The Greens had organized a whole string of Nader super rallies across the northern half of the country from Seattle and Portland, through the upper Midwest to New York. In Minnesota Nader was polling over 10% on some counts. In Washington, Oregon, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Maine, maybe even California, Nader could make enough of a dent to put Bush over the top. And so the Get Ralph campaign began in earnest. I've always seen Ralph as our Robespierre, having to make do with class action suits instead of the guillotine. Years ago the late Jim Good, at that time editor of Penthouse, used to look across the piles of pin UPS with a shudder of distaste and snarl at me, "Alex, is your hate pure?" "Yes, Jim. Ralph's hate is pure. He'd no doubt prefer to be running at over 30%, but short of that, the privilege of being able to influence the race in at least 6 states is exactly what Nader had been waiting for all along, the power to remind the Democratic Party it can't take for granted the progressive slice of the country. Even if the Nader/Green run vanishes off the margin of history by the end of the year, it still will have given many young folk a taste for the excitements of radical political organizing. People carry such hours and days with them for the rest of their lives, as the inspiring leaven in our business as usual loaf. November 9th. Yes, Nader didn't break 5% nationally, but he should feel great, and so should the Greens who voted for him. Their message to the Democrats is clear. Address our issues, or you'll pay the same penalty next time around. Nader should draw up a short list of Green non-negotiable issues and nail it to the doors of the Democratic National Committee. By all means credit Nader, but of course Gore has only himself to blame. He's a product of the Democratic Leadership Council, whose pro-business stance was designed to regain the South for the Democrats. Look at the map. Bush swept the entire South, with the possible exception of Florida. Gore's electoral votes came from the two coasts and the old industrial Midwest. The states Gore did win mostly came courtesy of labor and blacks. Take Tennessee, where voters know Gore best. He would have won the election if he'd carried his home state. Gore is good with liberals earning $100,000 to $200,000. He can barely talk to rural people, and he made another fatal somersault, reversing his position on handguns after telling Tennessee voters for years that he was solid on the gun issue. Guns were a big factor in Ohio and West Virginia too. As for Nader holding the country to ransom, what's wrong with a hostage taker with a national backing of 2.7 million people? The election came alive because of Nader. December 13th. On the one hand, the calls for closure, finality and national unity. On the other, Justice John Paul Stevens's bitter summation: in the interest of finality, however, the majority effectively orders the disenfranchisement of an unknown number of voters whose ballots reveal their intent, and are therefore legal votes under state law, but were for some reason rejected by the ballot counting machines. Although we may never know with complete certainty the identity of the winner of this year's presidential election, the identity of the loser is perfectly clear. It is the nation's confidence in the judge as an impartial guardian of the law. Part 2. 2001. January 18th. Joanne was recently traveling in a limo from Baltimore to a town in West Virginia and fell into conversation with the driver, who related some of his ferryings to and fro of various bigwigs. One of these was Hillary Clinton. "An ornery woman," the driver commented. "And what a mouth on her." The driver went on to describe an occasion on which he was driving the First Lady and a couple of her female friends through a poor area of Washington, D.C. They passed a beggar, and as they did so the First Lady expressed her disgust for the mendicant, adding he wouldn't be a bum if he had a piece of ass. The driver was able to shed no light on how or why she had arrived at this conclusion, stunned as he was by the coarse nature of her observations. Then they passed two young black women with babies. "There go two welfare cases. They make me sick. They're too lazy to work," said Senator Clinton, champion of mothers and children everywhere. January 28th. Attending the annual Texas Monthly Bash, George W. was asked what he and Bill Clinton had talked about in their White House photo op. George W. described how he had asked Clinton why Al Gore was taking his defeat with such poor grace. "It's been 8 years, Clinton genially replied, "and we still haven't figured out Al." Bill added hastily, "But he's been a great vice president." February 5th. Oklahomans are selective in their grief after a mass killing. They took about 80 years even to make official acknowledgement of the scores of dead blacks slaughtered in the Tulsa race riots, while fiercely denying reparations. Nor is the Oklahoma City site a simple memorial. Funded by us taxpayers, it offers an institute for the prevention of terrorism. But if Oklahomans refuse to confront McVeigh's motives and rationale, what credentials can their institute have for any preventive strategies? There's something ghoulish about the way Oklahomans are remembering their 168, from the repellent architecture and commemorative furniture of the site, to the icky blather about survivors and closure, to the nature of this supposed closure, focused on killing more people, or McVeigh, whose jury they entertained as though it was a victorious football team, and whose execution they have been drawing lots to attend. There are plenty of references in the memorial literature to Oklahoma City as part of the American heartland. From that heartland have gone forth across the world Oklahoma lads who have, in government service, dropped bombs, gone on terror missions like Bob Kerrey's, participated in dreadful campaigns of extermination. Now, if they were to visit the memorial, would not a survivor of one of those missions, a Vietnamese or a Salvadoran say, perhaps feel that some expression of empathy with other acts of terror was in order? Face it, there are plenty of survivors around the world, bereft of their parents, brothers, sisters, kids, because some Oklahoman kit out in one of the national uniforms pressed the button, pulled the trigger, lit the fuse. But no, the memorial specifically offers a definition derived from USC Title II Section 265F of terrorism as politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combatant targets by subnational groups. Note definition excludes irrational acts, purely criminal and economic activities or acts committed by nation-states. McVeigh made some of these points, and to say that he has the better of the argument with the Oklahoma memorial is not in the least to apologize for what I described as his evil act, it's to say that the memorial offered me kitsch rather than dignified and considered sorrow. February 15. Bill Clinton now proposes to establish an office in Harlem, on 125th Street, scarce more than a few stone throws away from where Gore delivers homilies to journalism students in Columbia University. Each has found his appropriate setting, the defeated Veep pouring banalities about journalism and politics into the ears of ambitious high flyers already sending their resumes and clips to the New York Times, Clinton the moral reprobate fleeing a blizzard of criticism for auctioning a pardon to a billionaire crook by setting up shop among the poorer folk, rolling out a real estate boom in the area. February 18. Late last week a senior pollster in Clinton's inner circle spotted a journalistic acquaintance in a Georgetown supermarket and pinned him against his shopping cart with a vibrant diatribe against Gore. "How," the pollster hissed, "can we explain that Gore was unable to run on the Clinton economy, unable to mention millions of jobs created through the Clinton 90s?" She answered her own question. Because to do so would have meant mentioning Clinton's name and Gore couldn't bring himself to do that. Why not? The answer, the pollster said, went far back before the Lewinsky affair that so troubled Al and Tipper. It seems that Al has always felt that it was he who actually won the 1992 election, bailing Bill out of all his problems over draft dodging and Gennifer Flowers. Through Clinton's 2 terms, Al's conviction that he rather than Bill should buy rights by sitting in the Oval Office throbbed painfully in his psyche. Result, he never spoke to the boss and couldn't bear to ask him to help in those last desperate campaign days. March 3. A few weeks ago I found myself at a small theater in Soho, attending what had been billed to me as a recreation of Weimar and the world of Sally Bowles. This same Sally Bowles, as first created in a short story by Christopher Isherwood, then in I Am a Camera, a stage version that transmuted into cabaret, was based on Jean Ross, my father's second wife, a charming woman. Naturally, I've always taken an interest in the fictional versions of her time in Berlin. The production in Soho turned out to have nothing to do with Berlin and everything to do with Giuliani, since the strippers ousted from gainful employment in their usual premises were regrouping under the banner of art. In fact, it was a big relief not to listen to pastiche songs in the manner of Kurt Weill. It was the occasion of the much-heralded snowstorm that menaced New York the day of George Bush's inauguration, so the audience of 6 was heavily outnumbered by the strippers. The acts were okay, though not particularly rousing. The star of the evening didn't take off so much as a petticoat, being a magician who, since we're on the subject of Weill, looked slightly like Lotte Lenya in her cameo appearance as the KGB officer in From Russia with Love. She ogled the sparse audience gloriously as she bumbled her way through her tricks. Jean Ross was a gentle, cultivated and very beautiful woman, not a bit like the vulgar vamp displayed by Lisa Minnelli. Jean died before her time at the age of 62. Her daughter Sarah, my half-sister, wrote wonderful detective stories under the name Sarah Caldwell, among them The Shortest Way to Hades, The Siren Sang of Murder, Thus Was Adonis Murdered, and, posthumously published, The Sibyl in Her Grave. Before she turned to crime, Sarah was a barrister, and a very good one. She used to negotiate my contracts with Verso and I'd pay her by taking her to lunch at the Ritz. As in any other venue, she'd light up her pipe, then when waiters rushed up to protest, fling the thing into her handbag, from which smoke would soon begin to wreath our table. Sarah felt strongly about Isherwood's use of her mother, and wrote a piece about it in the British weekly, The New Statesman, in the mid-1980s. Her mother Jean, she wrote, never liked Goodbye to Berlin, nor felt a sense of identity with the character of Sally Bowles, which in many respects she thought more closely modeled on one of Isherwood's male friends. Sarah's point was that Isherwood, supposedly so avant-garde, was actually very conventional. The convention does not permit an attractive young woman to have much in the way of intellectual accomplishments, and Isherwood follows it loyally. There is nothing in his portrait of Sally to suggest that she might have had any genuine ability as an actress, still less as a writer. My mother, on the other hand, was at least talented enough as an actress to be cast as Anitra in Max Reinhardt's production of Peer Gynt, and competent enough as a writer to earn her living, not long afterwards, as a scenario writer and journalist. Above all, the convention requires that a woman must be either virtuous or a tart. So Sally, who is plainly not virtuous, must be a tart. To depend for a living on providing sexual pleasure, whether or not in the context of marriage, seemed to the ultimate denial of freedom and emancipation. The idea so deeply repelled her that she simply could not, I think, have been attracted to a man who was rich, or allied herself permanently to anyone less incorrigibly impecunious than my father. She did not see the question as one of personal morality, but as a political one. The pipe smoking did in Sarah in the end, presumably causing the cancer in her esophagus that killed her at the age of 60, last year. I knew her best at Oxford in the early 60s, where she intrigued successfully to have women admitted to the Oxford Union. She was always exclaiming about so-and-so's wonderful profile, pursuing dons with this particular asset. One don was known for watching television, and Sarah, amid the ashes of her love, sent him this verse. I cast aside my modesty, I laid aside my shame. And on my knees I offered love, or something much the same. You brushed my powder from your sleeve, with elegant precision. And murmured, conversation is killing television. March 8. In Intelligence Committee rooms on Capitol Hill and in briefing sessions in the FBI, CIA, and other redoubts of the national security establishment, the air now quivers with gloomy assessments of the secrets compromised by the FBI's Robert Hanssen, a senior official who stands accused of working for the Russians since 1985. If you believe the FBI affidavit against him filed in federal court, Hanssen betrayed spies working for the U.S., some of whom were then executed. Among many other feats, he allegedly ratted on an entire technical program of enormous value, expense, and importance to the United States, which turns out to have been the construction of a tunnel under the new Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. He trundled documents by the cartload to dead drops in various suburbs around Washington, D.C., often within a few minutes' walk from his house. It's amusing to listen to the U.S. counterintelligence officials now scorning Hanssen for lack of tradecraft in using the same drop week after week. These are the same counterintelligence officials who remained incurious across the decades about the tinny clang of empty drawers in their top-secret filing cabinets, all contents removed on a daily basis by Ames and Hanssen, who deemed the use of copying machines too laborious. In just one assignment, the CIA later calculated, Ames gave the KGB a stack of documents estimated to be 15 to 20 feet high. Hanssen was slack about tradecraft because he knew just how remote the possibility of discovery was. The only risk he couldn't accurately assess was the one that brought him down, betrayal by a Russian official privy to the material he was sending to Moscow. April 5. Gallup, NM. Drive across the United States, mostly on Interstate 40, and you have plenty of time to listen to the radio. Even more time than usual if, to take my own situation, you're in a 1976 Ford 351 ton, plowing along at 50 miles per hour. By day I listen to FM. Bunked down at night, there's some choice on the motel's cable systems, all the way from C-SPAN to pay-as-you snooze filth, though there's much less of that than there used to be, or maybe you have to go to a Marriott or kindred high-end place to get it. By contrast, the choice on daytime radio, FM or AM, is indeed a vast wasteland, far more bleak than the high plains of Texas and New Mexico I've been looking at for the past couple of days. It's awful. Even the religious stuff has gone to the dogs. I remember 20 years ago making the same drive through the Bible Belt and you'd hear crazed preachers raving in tongues. These days hell has gone to love. Christian radio is so warm and fuzzy you'd think you were listening to Terry Gross. By any measure, and you don't need to drive along I-40 to find this out, radio in this country is in ghastly shape. Since the 1996 Telecommunications Reform Act, conceived in darkness and signed in stealth, the situation has got even worse. 20, 30 years ago broadcasters could own only a dozen stations nationwide and no more than 2 in any single market. Today the company Clear Channel alone owns more than 800 stations pumping out identical muck in all states. Since 1996 there's been a colossal shakeout. Small broadcasters can no longer hack it. 2 or 3 companies with 8 stations each control each market. Bob McChesney cites an industry publication as saying that the amount of advertising is up to 18 minutes per hour, with these commercials separated by the same endless, golden oldies. On I-40 in Tennessee alone I listened to Help, at least 16 times. April 10. So far as rape is concerned, because of the rape factories more conventionally known as the U.S. prison system, there are estimates that twice as many men as women are raped in the U.S. each year. A Human Rights Watch report in April of this year cited a December 2000 Prison Journal study based on a survey of inmates in 7 men's prison facilities in 4 states. The results showed that 21% of the inmates had experienced at least one episode of pressured or forced sexual contact since being incarcerated, and at least 7% had been raped in their facilities. A 1996 study of the Nebraska prison system produced similar findings, with 22% of male inmates reporting that they had been pressured or forced to have sexual contact against their will while incarcerated. Of these, more than 50% had submitted to forced anal sex at least once. Extrapolating these findings to the national level gives a total of at least 140,000 inmates who have been raped. May 8. Liberals have massed to defend Bob Kerrey, usually by saying that he was just a grunt following orders. In the Los Angeles Times, Bob Scheer announced that Kerrey is a good man and that the fellow who should be in the dock is Robert McNamara, who wasn't even Secretary of Defense when Kerrey lined up those women and babies in Tonfong and had his unit of SEALs machine gun them at a range of 10 feet. On Fox, Christopher Hitchens, implacable foe of the war criminal Kissinger, had similar kind words for Kerrey. Combs, what's your view on Bob Kerrey? Hitchens, of Bob Kerrey? Well, he's my president, in fact, since I teach at the new school, and I think he wouldn't have made that bad a president. I know him slightly. I like him very much. But look, none of the people he killed were raped. None of them were dismembered. None of them were tortured. None of them were mutilated, had their ears cut off. He never referred to them as gooks or slopes or afterwards. So, for one day's work in a free fire zone in the Mekong Delta, it was nothing like as bad as most days. Why does Scheer say Kerrey is a good man and Hitchens confide to the Fox audience that I like him very much? There's far more evidence to say Bob Kerrey is an evil man. His political career offers meager evidence to back any plea that Kerrey improved the human condition, and if we are to say that he is a good man solely because he voted against the war on Iraq, then we have to call Sam Nunn good too, and we doubt that even Scheer would want to do that. Kerrey's an admitted war criminal. Just listen to his disgusting disclosures to Dan Rather in 60 Minutes too, Monday night. Rather, if in fact it did happen. If there was an old man, an old woman and 3 children being killed. Was it or was it not within the rules of engagement for you and your men as you understood it, if necessary, to kill those people? Kerrey, yes, again, I don't know how you're gonna cut this tape, but I don't have any doubt that the people that we killed were at the very least sympathetic to the Viet Cong. And at the very most, were supporting their efforts to kill us. Rather, old men, women, and children. Kerrey, yes, I mean, the Viet Cong, in a guerrilla war, the people that get caught in the middle are the civilians. And the Viet Cong were 1,000% more ruthless than any standard operating procedure that any American GI or Navy SEAL had. Last month you didn't know that Kerrey had left a ditch full of civilians behind him and accepted a medal for an action that read officially phrased 21 v. Kia. That means 21 Viet Cong, killed in action. So a liar as well as a killer, since he knew the figures were falsified. This month you do know. So perhaps by the water cooler or in the corridor we hear, "Oh hi Bob." Shit happens, right? June 10th. What happened to trout? Of all the farm-fed fish they're the most tasteless. Order one in a restaurant these days and you get something tasting like blotting paper. It was different once. Listen to the French writer, Jean Genot in La France à table. Never with butter, never with almonds, that is not cooking, it is packaging. With the exception of Truite and Blue, nobody knows how to cook a trout. It is the most unfortunate fish on earth. If an atomic bomb destroyed the world tomorrow, the human race would vanish without ever having known the taste of a trout. Of course, I am no more talking of tank-bred trout than I would give a recipe for cooking a dog or a cat. So, a fine fat, or several fine fat, trout from the river, fresh, gutted, scaled, etc. A frying pan previously rinsed out with flaming wine vinegar. Make this empty pan very hot. Into this very hot pan, a mixture of water and virgin olive oil. Let it boil fast. Add a bouquet of thyme and nothing else whatsoever except 2 crushed juniper berries and some pepper. Reduce the mixture, and when there is nothing but a centimeter of fast boiling liquid left in the pan, put your fine fat, or several fine fat, trout gently into the liquid. Do not turn the fish over. Cover the pan and boil 1 minute, then 3 minutes very gently, and serve. This rapid boiling of oil and water is the way to make bouillabaisse, which is fast food, the way fish should always be. Get the mix boiling, just like Genot says, then throw in your firm-fleshed fish like bass or snapper with the smaller stuff 5 minutes later. Take it all off after another 3 minutes, put a slice of bread in each soup plate, a dish of aioli in the center and go to it. When I was a schoolboy in Scotland I used to catch little, pink-fleshed burn trout, roll them in oatmeal, then fry them. Hard to forget. A couple of years ago, on a pack trip in the Golden Trout Wilderness in the California Sierra, I moodily noted the lack of any trout in a stream of high repute and was told that biologists from the state's Fish and Game Department had decided the resident trout were alien and poisoned them with rotenone. If they'd introduced trout with the correct birth certificates, they hadn't survived. Fish-wise, the stream was dead for the next year, and we're now told by our friends Tim and Odette Larson, who regularly pack mules into the wilderness, there are trout back seemingly identical to the ones purged by Fish and Game. July 20th. I love scrubby old state highways, warm with commercial life. Highway 90 runs from Florida through Alabama and Louisiana, then on across Texas. I got onto it at Mobile and trundled westward into New Orleans, in time to go along and pay my respects to John Sinclair, formerly of the MC5 and now one of the city's prime musical figures, notably on his radio show. The night I got into town Sinclair was presiding over a benefit at the House of Blues, on Decatur St. for Coco Robichaux, to whom some disaster has befallen. Robichaux was wearing a bright purple suit. Sinclair is tall and has a goatee beard, which juts out, a bit like Don Quixote's. Sinclair told the crowd that a year earlier he and his wife had been grateful recipients of the proceeds of a similar benefit. Later he told me that the Coco Robichaux benefit was the third in a recent series of fire recovery events, starting with Eddie Bo's fire in what Sinclair thought to be 1999. Jerry Brock, my wife Penny and some other people organized a benefit for Eddie and his sister Veronica, which brought a lot of people together and helped raise money so Eddie could get back on his feet. Then our own house burned up in January 2000 while we were out of town, and we would have been completely devastated if Jerry Brock and Bill Taylor hadn't quickly put together a benefit concert at the House of Blues with music by Eddie Bo, Snooks Eaglin, Deacon John, Wild Magnolias, Treem Brass Band, John Cleary, Kermit Ruffins and the Barbecue Swingers, James Andrews, John Mooney, Coco Robichaux, and others. The show raised $12,500 at the door and another $7,500 in donations and sales of donated items that night, which allowed us to replace all our equipment, furniture, and household essentials and get back on our feet after the fire. Then Coco's apartment caught fire just before Jazz Fest this year, and Del Long put together this benefit at the House of Blues to help him recover. The musicians in New Orleans also play at benefits for people who need help with their medical bills and other catastrophes, and generally everybody helps take care of each other when trouble strikes. There are very few of us in the New Orleans musical community who have any resources outside of what we're hustling up to get through the week or the present month. Few have insurance of any kind, let alone medical or fire insurance, so there's what I call the people's insurance when your friends get together and raise money to help you out. It's a beautiful thing. It is indeed. I listened for a while, then went off to the Hotel Richelieu, and listened to a couple of new arrivals speculating on the career of the wily Cardinal. I've never had time to explore the Bayou country southwest of New Orleans and resolved to spend a day doing that. 90 took me west towards the turn off to Abbeville. Encouraged by its sign, I stopped at a roadside cafe, Bedeau's in Alamance, Louisiana. For its soups the menu featured crab stew, shrimp stew, seafood gumbo, and chicken and sausage gumbo, all at $5.50 a bowl or $3.50 for a cup. Plus soft shell crab when in season for $10.95. Heartened by seafood gumbo and soft shell crab and a bill under $20, I continued along 14 and soon saw a pickup, with a sign saying live crab at 4 p.m. A jolly Cajun fisherman showed me 2 boxes, big ones in the right go for $7 and the smaller ones $4. I asked for 3 large ones, figuring I could boil them up in my motel room on an electric plate stowed in the Plymouth Belvedere for just such purposes. "That'll be $2," said the fisherman, looking a bit scornful. "It turns out it's $7 a dozen." So I bought a dozen and cooked them in my room in the Sunrise Motel on 90 on the edge of Lake Charles, letting them cool overnight and keeping them in my Coleman ice chest for dinner the next evening. But that last night in Louisiana I had crawfish etouffee in a diner at Creole, which is the intersection of 82 and 27. This was after a beautiful back road drive through sugarcane, sudden surprising vistas of shipyards, more cane, endless bayous, with the sun tilting down over the vast panorama of wetlands. I only had one really inedible meal between Landrum, South Carolina, and Petrolia, Northern California, a horrible plate of supposedly Mexican food in Truth or Consequences NM. In that place in Creole, everything turned out right. Amidst Cajun oil riggers or fishermen belching and cursing over their Budweisers, I had a great plate of crawfish in peppery rice for $10 and got back on the road with an optimistic outlook on the human condition. I stopped in the Sunrise Motel and fell asleep amidst the fragrance of the boiled crabs. July 22. In Columbus, Texas, Jerry McKeskey's barbecue sign announces 7 days without barb makes 1 week. In the old days that probably would have read makes a man weak. Not anymore, and there were plenty of sisters chowing down. McKeskey's walls were profuse with the relics of innumerable hunting excursions, mountain sheep, bear, moose, deer, bobcat. Mr. McKeskey himself, elderly and formally attired, moved from table to table, thanking the truckers, commuters, and tourists for coming by. Old world courtesy, and we all felt the better for it. I headed northwest again, planning to spend the night in Abilene, but suddenly saw a sign for Midland, and resolved to pay my respects to the childhood home of George W. Bush, not least memorable as the place where he later lived with his bride, the divine Laura. You can see why George Bush doesn't believe in global warming. Having grown up in West Texas summers, he doubtless believes it can never get any hotter. It was 1:01 at 8:30 p.m. as I stopped to ask directions to Motel Row from the inhabitants of a Dairy Queen, 2 girls on an outing from Odessa, and a solitary goth in traditional black garb. Since Laura is the nation's first librarian, I thought it only right to visit Midland's library, and was searching for it when I passed a building labeled Museum of the Southwest and stopped for a look. The first room had Audubon's prints of Texas animals from his last book, Viviparous Quadrupeds of North America, published between 1845 and 1848. Audubon died 3 years later. They are marvelous, and some of them, such as the ocelot and jaguar, so lively looking that you'd swear the artist had sketched them from life. But by that time in his life Audubon rarely moved from his house on the Hudson, to which specimens arrived in various stages of putrefaction, sometimes pickled in rum. There are 2 other splendid special collections in the Midland Library, devoted to genealogy and petroleum. In a break from poring over Romer's Texas, I chatted with the curator of these collections, to be told that Laura Bush, née Welch, had worked as a librarian in Austin. In Midland she'd been a teacher. I've heard vulgar gossip about Laura's racy 20s before she settled down, and I thought there perhaps a tinge of disapproval in the voices of 2 ladies in the genealogy section when they discussed local history with me and made mention of the Welch girl. I rounded out the Midland visit with an excursion to the truly tremendous Permian Basin Petroleum Museum on Interstate 20, which does for hydrocarbons what the Uffizi does for the art of Renaissance Italy. The museum's entry is framed by 2 oil pumps, like triumphal griffins. Here is to be found the famous map by O.C. Harper, done in 1924 and reckoned to be one of the most outstanding feats of reconnaissance geology in history. Harper accurately deduced the whereabouts of the vast oil resources of the Permian Basin of West Texas and eastern New Mexico. A year later other geologists, scouts and land speculators were rushing to Midland and had soon, as an oil man later recalled in a news story of the 1950s displayed in the museum, married all but a few of the single girls who had finished high school and a few who had not. Whirlwind courtships of 2 weeks to a month prior to the wedding were not uncommon. The few remaining eligible single young girls had but to decide with whom and how many dates they would have each evening. The young women were outnumbered about 6 to 1 by the single young men. By 1928 just one oil field, the 1,100-foot Deep Yates, was rated as having a daily production potential of 2.2 million barrels a day, just under the daily national consumption at that time of 2.6 million a day. George Bush Sr. arrived in 1948, later recalling that we all just wanted to make a lot of money quick. The time I interviewed her back in 1980 I thought Barbara Bush one of the meaner women I'd met in a long time, and looking at the photos in the oil museum you could see why she might have been bitter. To ship out from the East Coast first to broiling, oil-sodden Odessa and then in 1950 to broiling, oil-sodden Midland must have been a jarring experience. George Sr. never did make a big pile out of oil and neither did George W., who spent the 50s in Midland as a boy and returned there between 1975 and 1986 to try to make his pile. It was hard to tear myself away, but the place closed and I drove down the interstate to seedy and depressed-looking Odessa, which one year edged Miami to become murder capital of the USA. The notorious aggressions of a slice of Odessa's citizenry probably accounts for the fact that the nearby, more prosperous and classy Midland County is Texas's rape capital on a per capita basis, according to Ms. Betty Dickerson of the Midland Rape Crisis Center. So much for the timeless values Bush claims to have imbibed in West Texas. Leaving Odessa I passed a sign for the Harvest Time Church, Jesus knows that life can be hard as nails, then, to the right, black on gold and red, the more urgent, eternity, it's hell without Jesus. July 25. Joe Pulitzer famously said, "A newspaper has no friends." Looking at the massed ranks of America's elites attending Katharine Graham's funeral in Washington last Monday, it's maybe churlish to recall that phrase, but it's true. At least in political terms Mrs. Graham had way too many friends. Her newspaper had its hour when she had real enemies, when Nixon's Attorney General was screaming his famous threat, and when Nixon was threatening to pull her company's Florida TV licenses. The twin decisions, concerning the Pentagon Papers and Watergate, that made Mrs. Graham's name as a courageous publisher, came at precisely the moment when, in biographical terms, she was best equipped to handle pressure. She'd had 8 years to overcome the initial timidities that bore down on her after Phil Graham's suicide left her with a newspaper she resolved to run herself. Yet the amiable but essentially conservative bipartisanship that had the notables of each incoming administration palavering happily in her dining room hadn't yet numbed the spinal nerve of the Post as any sort of spirited journalistic enterprise. In late 1974, after Nixon had been tumbled, Mrs. Graham addressed the Magazine Publishers Association and issued a warning: the press these days should be rather careful about its role. We may have acquired some tendencies about over-involvement that we had better overcome. We had better not yield to the temptation to go on refighting the next war and see conspiracy and cover up where they do not exist. She called for a return to basics. Journalists should stop trying to be sleuths. In other words, the party's over, boys and girls. It's not our business to rock the boat. Did Mrs. Graham privately strong-arm her staff to follow her line? But editors and reporters are not slow to pick up clues as to the disposition of the person who pays the wages, and Mrs. Graham sent out plenty of those. Mrs. Graham had plenty of reasons, material and spiritual, to find excessive boat-rocking distasteful. The family fortune, and the capital that bought and nourished the Post, was founded in part on Allied Chemical, the company run by her father Eugene Meyer. Perhaps because rabble-rousers had derisively taunted her as Capone Kate after a bad Allied Chemical spill in the James River, we remember a hard edge in her voice when she deplored those fucking environmentalists. Privately her language was salty. In the early 1980s she associated increasingly with Warren Buffett, the Nebraska investor who bought 13% of the Post's B stock and who was then riding high as America's most venerated stock player. Graham became a big-picture mogul, pickling herself in the sonorous platitudes of the Brandt Commission, on which she served. I do remember a very strange evening in a Washington nightclub with Lally Weymouth in the late 1970s in which Mrs. Buffett formally displayed her arts as a torch singer, followed with almost over-conspicuous attention by Mrs. Graham and Mr. B. Former Mayor Marion Barry had some pro forma kindly words for Katharine Graham after her death, but I've always thought that one decisive verdict on the Post's performance in a city with a major black population came with that jury verdict acquitting Barry on a cocaine bust. Those jurors knew that the Post, along with the other powers that be, was on the other side from Barry, and we've no doubt that firmed up their assessment of the evidence. In that quarter, for sure, neither the Post nor Mrs. Graham had an excessive amount of friends. September 12. Did Osama bin Laden outwit U.S. intelligence agencies in a deadly game of decoy or double bluff? 3 weeks before the attack of September 11, security at the World Trade Center was abruptly heightened. 6 weeks before the attack, a U.S. Army base in New Jersey was placed on top security alert. As regards the heightened security at the Trade Center, we are told that according to a businessman working in World Trade Building No. 7, security was heightened 3 weeks ago, including the introduction for the first time of sniffer dogs and the physical search of all trucks prior to their being waved into the entrance from the street. The U.S. Army base in New Jersey is the Arsenal at Picatinny. At the start of July, the Arsenal was placed at a very high state of alert, with some staff locked in their offices for a period. Set this information against the fact that Osama bin Laden, now prime suspect, said in an interview 3 weeks ago with Abdelbari Atwan, the editor of the London-based Al-Quds Al-Arabi newspaper, that he planned very, very big attacks against American interests. So, was there an attempted attack sometime in August, or was it merely a feint by the bin Laden units, to prompt an alert, then a relaxation of U.S. security procedures? The Pearl Harbor base containing America's naval might was thought to be invulnerable, yet in half an hour 2,000 were dead, and the cream of the fleet destroyed. This week, within an hour on the morning of September 11, security at 3 different airports was successfully breached, the crews of 4 large passenger jets efficiently overpowered, their cockpits commandeered, and navigation coordinates reset. In 3 of the 4 missions the assailants succeeded probably far beyond the expectations of the planners. As a feat of suicidal aviation, the Pentagon kamikaze assault was particularly audacious, with eyewitness accounts describing the Boeing 767 skimming the Potomac before driving right through the low-lying Pentagon perimeter, in a sector housing planning and logistics. The two trade center buildings were struck at what structural engineers say were the points of maximum vulnerability. The phrases faceless coward and faceless enemy have been bandied about. The lust for retaliation traditionally outstrips precision in identifying the actual assailant. The targets abroad will be all the usual suspects, Rogue states. The target at home will be the Bill of Rights. The explosions were not an hour old before terror pundits like Anthony Cordesman, Wesley Clark, Robert Gates, and Lawrence Eagleburger were saying that these attacks had been possible because America is a democracy, adding that now some democratic perquisites might have to be abandoned. What might this mean? Increased domestic snooping by U.S. law enforcement and intelligence agencies, ethnic profiling, another drive for a national ID card system. The aftermath of the attacks did not offer a flattering exhibition of America's leaders. For most of the day the only Bush who looked composed and in control was Laura, who happened to be waiting to testify on Capitol Hill. Her husband gave a timid and stilted initial reaction in Sarasota, Florida, then disappeared for an hour before resurfacing at Barksdale Air Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, where he gave another flaccid address with every appearance of bring on tranquilizers. He was then flown to a bunker in Nebraska, before someone finally had the wit to suggest that the best place for an American president at a time of national emergency is the Oval Office. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld remained invisible most of the day, even though it would have taken him only a few short steps to get to the Pentagon press room and make some encouraging remarks. When he did finally appear, the substance of his remarks and his demeanor were even more banal and unprepossessing than those of his commander-in-chief. At no point did Vice President Cheney appear in public. Absent national political leadership, the burden of rallying the nation fell as usual upon the TV anchors, all of whom seemed to have resolved early on to lower the emotional temper, though Tom Brokaw did lisp a declaration of war against terror. One of the more ironic sights was Dan Rather talking about retaliation against bin Laden. It was Rather, wrapped in a turban, who voyaged to the Hindu Kush in the early 1980s to send back paeans to the Mujahideen, which ushered onto the world stage such well-trained cotters as those now deployed against America. The eyewitness reports of the collapse of the two trade center buildings were not inspired, at least for those who have heard the famous eyewitness radio reportage of the crash of the Hindenburg Zeppelin in Lakehurst, New Jersey, in 1937, with the anguished cry of the reporter, "Oh, the humanity, the humanity." Radio and TV reporters these days seem incapable of narrating an ongoing event with any sense of vivid language or dramatic emotive power. The commentators were similarly incapable of explaining with any depth the likely context of the attacks. It was possible to watch the cream of the nation's political analysts and commentating classes, hour after hour, without ever hearing the word Israel, unless in the context of a salutary teacher in how to deal with Muslims. One could watch hour after hour without hearing any intimation that these attacks might be the consequence of the recent Israeli rampages in the occupied territories that have included assassinations of Palestinian leaders and the slaughter of Palestinian civilians with the use of American aircraft, that these attacks might also stem from the sanctions against Iraq that have seen upward of 1 million children die, that these attacks might in part be a response to U.S. cruise missile attacks on the Sudanese factories that had been loosely fingered by U.S. intelligence as connected to bin Laden. September 21. Faced with the great challenge of his speech to the joint session of Congress on Thursday night, the president managed the task capably enough. The speech was a declaration of lawlessness, with the concept of justice being reduced to that of the freedom to shoot the other guy on whatever terms America may find convenient. How else are we to interpret the much-quoted line that whether we bring our enemies to justice or bring justice to our enemies, justice will be done? This is the language of terrorism. Every nation in every region now has a decision to make, Bush declared. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. Thus has the founding charter of the United Nations been finally discarded, even as a fig leaf, and the founding charter of NATO been reduced to a line from a Western. In terms of substance, Bush has committed America and its allies to the overthrow of the Afghan Taliban, with occupation of Afghanistan apparently part of the schedule. Bush pronounces the forthcoming war as one between freedom and fear, with God most definitely on America's side. We are now witnessing the opening volleys of an assault on constitutional freedoms in this country by a government in which opposition has effectively been suspended. As Bush talked about unified national purpose, the news cameras lingered on Rep. Barbara Lee of Berkeley, everlastingly to her credit the only member of Congress to vote against authorization of open-ended retaliation. Aside from Lee, there were few independent voices in Congress. Among them was the Texas Libertarian Republican, Ron Paul, who told his colleagues, demanding domestic security in times of war invites carelessness in preserving civil liberties and the right of privacy. Frequently the people are only too anxious for their freedoms to be sacrificed on the altar of authoritarianism thought to be necessary to remain safe and secure. Of great concern is Attorney General John Ashcroft's agenda, now being rushed to Congress. There are three components to what has been described as the mother of all anti-terrorism bills: immigration, wiretapping and domestic intelligence surveillance, search and seizure. The bill sought by Ashcroft vests virtually unlimited authority in the U.S. Attorney General to target non-citizens with arrest, indefinite incarceration, and deportation. The arrests can be made on the basis of secret evidence with little or no opportunity for meaningful judicial review. Ashcroft is seeking expanded wiretapping power, plus enhanced ability to snoop on e-sites. The bill seeks roving wiretap ability, meaning that the police could tap any phone used by their target, no matter to whom that phone might belong. As usual, an emergency is being used as the pretext for a far wider assault on basic constitutional rights. Absent dropping a big one, how can the necessary revenge be exacted? Cruise missiles, used by Bill Clinton as a way of expressing his displeasure at Sudan, may be useful for destroying pharmaceutical factories, hospitals, even defense ministries, but the body counts are not dramatic. But who or what is there to bomb in Afghanistan? A land invasion in force, a blitzkrieg sparing nothing and no one? Afghanistan is famously the graveyard of punitive missions embarked upon by the great powers, as the British discovered in the 19th century and the Soviets in the 1980s. One familiar way extricating oneself from confrontation with an unsuitable foe is to substitute a more satisfactory one. Already there's a lobby, the most conspicuous of whom is former CIA Chief James Woolsey, pressing the case for Iraq as possible sponsor or co-sponsor of the World Trade Center attacks. So sanctions against Iraq could be strengthened, its cities bombed and perhaps even another invasion attempted. Bush's entourage have been talking in Mao-like terms about protracted war, or a war in the shadows. The purely nominal ban against U.S. government-sponsored assassination will be lifted. On the morning of September 11, Judge Henry Wood was trying, of all things, an American Airlines crash damage case in the Federal District Court in Little Rock, Arkansas. In the wake of the attacks there were orders to close the courthouse. All obeyed, except Judge Wood, aged 83, who insisted that jury and lawyers and attendants remain in place. Turning down a plea for mistrial by the defendant, Wood said, "This looks like an intelligent jury to me and I didn't want the judicial system interrupted by a terrorist act, no matter how horrible." Wood's was the proper reaction. America could do with more of what used to be called the Roman virtues. A monstrous thing happened in New York, but should this be a cause for a change in national consciousness? Is America so frail? People talk of the trauma of another Pearl Harbor, but truth to say, the trauma in the aftermath of the Day of Infamy in 1941 was far in excess of what the circumstances warranted, and assiduously fanned by the government for reasons of state. Ask the Japanese Americans who were interned. Why, for that matter, ground all air traffic and semi-paralyze the economy, with further interminable and useless inconveniences promised to travelers in the months and possibly years to come. Could any terrorist have hoped not only to bring down the Trade Center towers but also destroy the airline industry? It would have been far better to ask passengers to form popular defense committees on every plane, bring their own food and drink, keep alert for trouble and look after themselves. A properly vigilant democracy of the air. Remember, even if there were no X-ray machines, no searches, No passenger checks, it would still be far more dangerous to drive to the airport than to get on a plane. What sort of accommodation should America make right now? How about one with the history of the past 100 years, in an effort to improve the moral world climate of the next 100 years? We use the word accommodation in the sense of an effort to get to grips with history, as inflicted by the powerful upon the weak. We have been miserably failed by our national media here, as Jude Wanniski, political economist and agitator of conventional thinking, remarked in the course of a well-merited attack on bipartisanship, which almost always means the obdurate determination to pursue a course of collective folly without debate. It is because of this bipartisanship that our press corps has become blind to the evil acts we commit as a nation. America has its enemies circling the campfires and threatening the public good. They were rampant the day before the September 11th attacks, with the prospect of deflation, sated world markets, idled capacity, shrinking social services. Is ranting about Kabul and throwing money at the Pentagon going to solve those national emergencies? There is no compelling reason to accept that bin Laden is the master terror mind of the world. On some fairly persuasive accounts, his resources have dwindled, both in terms of money and equipment. He lives in a cave without phone or fax or email, hungrily devouring long outdated editions of newspapers brought by visitors. He may be an inspirational force to the terrorist codders, but we strongly doubt that he is the hands-on master of terror portrayed by the administration, manipulating world financial markets. A great nation does not respond to a single hour of terrible mayhem in two cities by hog-tying itself with new repressive laws and abuses of constitutional freedoms, like Gulliver doing the work of the Lilliputians and lashing himself to the ground with 1,000 cords. September 22. Deliberating on a back road whether to make a detour and visit the Gila Cliff dwellings, I finally decide it's too late and swing back onto a larger road. Red lights promptly go on and I see a state patrol car with 2 cops in it. After a long interval during which they check me out, a young cop comes over and leans through the passenger window. He alleges I rolled past a red stop sign and then asks me what I'm doing in this part of New Mexico. His ferrety little eyes swivel around the back of the station wagon, linger on some cactuses I picked up in a nursery in Truth or Consequences, linger further on my Coleman ice chest and then come back to my car papers. Either this is a training session for ferret eyes or a pretext stop to see if I'm carrying drugs. Armed with my license and car papers, the two spend another 20 minutes on their radio. Finally Ferret Eyes comes back and lays a $49 citation on me, inquiring as to whether I plead guilty as charged or want to fight it out in the courts. This all seems hurried and devoid of due process, but I tell him I won't fight it. I roll on my way, soured on New Mexico. In contrast to the carefree posture of the Baptists, leaving God to sort it all out, the signs outside the high schools mostly flaunt the worry-ridden "Have a safe summer," until I get to Globe NM, a mining town on State Highway 70, whose high school sign dares to say, "Have a happy summer." September 24. Along State Highway 70 I rolled through Globe. And later on Route 60 I was afforded a definitive vignette of the role of environmental regulation, in the form of a vast, awful mine, like a cross between something out of Caspar Friedrich and a Fritz Lang nightmare. A mountain of shale, its base oozing green pus, topped by a mining building, the whole thing 1,000 feet high, and right at the bottom, next to the highway, a tiny shack labeled environmental compliance, and next to this the cryptic sign, "Zero and Beyond." Then came more mines and astounding red rock sandstone formations, before, 10 minutes later, on the other side of the range, a sign for the Boyce Thompson Arboretum. I rolled right past it and then, always a sucker for gardens and arboreta, made a U and went in. So glad I did, since these 1,075 acres of the Sonoran Desert nestling at the base of Picket Post Mountain now comprise one of the premier horticultural attractions of the country, for which we can thank William Boyce Thompson and, no doubt, Mrs. Thompson. Thompson was a mining engineer from Montana, who made his pile figuring out where to dig some of the big holes I had been gazing at a few minutes earlier. Flush with income from the Inspiration Consolidated Copper Company at Globe Miami, Thompson won his honorary title of colonel by leading a Red Cross expedition to Russia in 1917. As he marched across the arid Asian steppes towards St. Petersburg, the colonel became mightily impressed not only by the extreme hunger he witnessed on all sides but also by the fact that what little food the locals had often came from plants. All foods, the colonel suddenly appreciated, come originally from plants. Back in Arizona he swiftly laid plans for an arid land arboretum where plants from the world's deserts could be brought together, their uses assayed and their seeds distributed. Work began in 1923 and by 1929 it was up and running as a joint project of the Arboretum, the Forest Service, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Civilian Conservation Corps. These days there are over 3,000 different plants flourishing at Boyce Thompson, and among the beneficiaries of the kernel are sperm whales, a substitute for whose oil is the oil pressed from seeds of the desert jojoba bush, now planted on a large scale in Arizona. I wandered about in the 105-degree heat and soon saw in the distance the tapering trunk, some 35 feet high, of an Edria colomaris, otherwise known as the boojum, whose erroneous identification proved so fatal to the baker in Lewis Carroll's masterpiece, The Hunting of the Snark. All around were marvelous cacti and kindred succulents such as euphorbias and agaves. September 26. I had been planning to head straight across Texas to El Paso with a detour south to Big Bend Ranch State Park which sits on the north bank of the Rio Grande, also passing through Marfa which used to, maybe still does, feature Rock Hudson's house in Giant, then coming north again to the Balmorhea Springs, with beautiful stonework done by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s. I was there years ago, in 1988, while driving a 1960 Plymouth Valiant across country. But this July it was ferociously hot and though the 62 Plymouth station wagon was running well, its venerable air conditioning more than satisfactory, I didn't fancy the thought of breaking down in the middle of the Cuesta de Burro Mountains. So, prior to the visit to Midland, I headed northwest for the Texas Hill Country, the region of the Pedernales often associated with the ranch and memory of LBJ, and an hour later found myself in Fredericksburg, which offers the curious traveler not only the Admiral Nimitz Museum of the Pacific War, plus the George H. Bush Gallery, but also a profusion of German restaurants, each displaying meat-heavy, schlag-strewn menus in the broiling Texan forenoon. Consulting the copy of Romer's Texas I'd found in the public library in Midland I found out why. This same Friedrich von Romer is noted as the father of Texan geology, hence grandfather of the delighted cries of Texan oilmen whenever the geology of Texas yielded its proper bounty. In 1845 Romer visited Texas and published an excellent account of his explorations 4 years later, correctly deprecating most previous writings on the state as crude untruths and fabulous exaggerations. Across the Guadalupe mountain range and down into Alamogordo, 60 miles south of the Trinity site, I found point zero for the explosion of America's first nuclear device. It's hard to drive far across the American West without passing a military base or a prison. I drive into White Sands National Monument, which is surrounded by the White Sands Missile Range, some 4,000 square miles of desert which hosted America's first efforts to adapt German rockets, with Nazi scientists toiling happily in their new homes, spirited westward by the same U.S. intelligence services that extricated Klaus Barbie and sent him to Bolivia. One such scientist was George Richke, who was the supervisor at the Metalwerk missile complex that used slave labor from the Dora concentration camp. In retaliation against sabotage to the plant, prisoners would piss on electrical equipment, causing spectacular malfunctions. Richke would hang them 12 at a time from factory cranes, with wooden sticks shoved into their mouths to muffle their cries. Later U.S. intelligence officers obstructed efforts by the Allies, and the U.S. State Department, to try Richke as a war criminal, and brought him to the U.S. where he resumed his missile work at Wright AFB. I drove for a while through the white gypsum dunes that constitute the prime allurement of the monument, whose best feature is actually the adobe reception and office buildings designed and put up by Hispanic laborers under the supervision of a Kansas journalist who had successfully campaigned for the monument in the 1930s. The buildings are now deservedly on the register of historic structures. That evening I drive along the main street of Truth or Consequences. I notice that the Southwest Pharmacy has a sign below it, "Ask us about free Prozac." Below is another sign for the wellness store, a neural pharmacy. Across the street I see the Hot Springs Health Center. I pick the Trail Motel. As for the town's name, I'd always imagined it came from some cowboy bet in the 1880s. Not a bit of it. In 1950, so the chaparral guide in my motel told me, NBC TV and radio producer Ralph Edwards took the occasion of the 10th anniversary of his program Truth or Consequences to put out the word that he wished some town in the US liked and respected our show so much that it would like to change its name to Truth or Consequences. The Mexico State Bureau of Tourism promptly relayed his hope to the manager of the Hot Springs Chamber of Commerce, at long last an opportunity to shake off the town's status of second best to Hot Springs, Arkansas, playpen of Boy Clinton. In a special election, 1,294 of the citizenry voted for the change with 294 opposed. Amid cries from the vanquished traditionalists, there was soon a second poll with the same result. The people were asked to vote again on the matter in 1964 and yet again in 1967, which suggests the diehards were still fighting. September 28. Drive through the interior of California and you drive past prisons. In Adelanto, the mother and daughter who ran the local Days Inn told me that they already had 2 in town, 1 state and 1 federal, and were scheduled for 3 more. Higher up Interstate 5 you pass Avenal and Coalinga, with others over the horizon. In San Jose the headlines spoke of further implosion in the e-markets. Hewlett-Packard was set to lay off thousands worldwide. I chugged up through the wine country and into Humboldt County, and in mid-afternoon, 4,000 miles and 10 days after I left Landrum, South Carolina, having needed only 1 quart of oil and having established an average of 17 mpg, the 62 Plymouth Belvedere swung into my yard in Petrolia. 5 minutes later 2 F-14s, or maybe F-18s, flew down the tiny valley at 500 feet, amid a deafening roar. The sound of freedom, they used to call it. These were pilots being assholes. I watched my horses jump about 4 feet in the air. A mile downriver, Margie Smith's old horse jumped too, wounded itself on a fence post and bled to death. November 9th. Open the November 5th edition of Newsweek and here's Jonathan Alter, munching coyly on the week's hot topic, namely the propriety of the FBI torturing obdurate September 11 suspects in the Bureau's custody here in the United States. Alter says no to cattle prods, but continues the sentence with the observation that something is needed to jumpstart the stalled investigation. The tone is lightly facetious, as in couldn't we at least subject them to psychological torture, like tapes of dying rabbits or high-decibel rap. There are respectful references to Alan Dershowitz and to Israel, where, until 1999 an interrogation technique called shaking was legal. It entailed holding a smelly bag over a suspect's head in a dark room, then applying scary psychological torment. Even now, Israeli law leaves a little room for moderate physical pressure in what are called ticking time bomb cases. As so often with unappealing labor, Alter arrives at the usual American solution: outsource the job. We'll have to think about transferring some suspects to our less squeamish allies, even if that's hypocritical. What's striking about Alter's commentary and others in the same idiom is the abstraction from reality, as if torture is so indisputably a dirty business that all painful data had best be avoided. One would have thought it hard to be frivolous about the subject of torture, but Alter managed it. 2002. February 22. The hoofprints of Lucifer are everywhere. And since this is America, eternally at war with the darker forces, the foremost enemy within is sex, no quarter given. Here are some bulletins from the battlefront, drawn from a smart essay on sex and empire in the March issue of The Guide, a Boston-based monthly travel magazine, whose features and editorials have about the best gay sex politics around, according to Bill Dobbs of Queer Watch, whom I take as my advisor in these matters. In February 2000, 18-year-old Matthew Lemon had oral sex with a 14-year-old male schoolmate. A Kansas court sentenced him to 17 years in prison, a punishment upheld by a federal court in February. Last July, Ohio sentenced 22-year-old Brian Dalton to 7 years in prison because of sex fantasies he wrote in his diary. A woman teacher in Arizona up on trial last month for a relationship with a 17-year-old boy faces 100 years in prison. Apropos the triumph of identity politics across the last 30 years, Bill Andriott, the author of Sex and Empire, remarks wittily that in America, your clout as identity group depends how much of an enhanced sentence someone gets for dissing you, and then observes that the same PR machinery that produces all these feel-good identities naturally segues into manufacturing demonic ones, indeed, creates a demand for them. The ascription of demonic sexual identities onto people helps drive repression, from attacks on internet freedom to sex predator laws. Identity politics works gear in gear with the fetishization of children, because the young represent one class of persons free of identity, the last stand of unbranded humanity, precious and rare as virgin prairie. This brings us into an Olympian quadruple axis of evil, sexually violent predators preying on minors of the same sex. There's no quarreling between prosecutor and judge, jury and governor, Supreme Court and shrinks. Lock 'em up and throw away the key. I went to a bar mitzvah in Berkeley the other day, and after listening to passages from the Torah transmitting Yahweh's extremely rigorous prescriptions for his temple, right down to the use of acacia wood and dolphin skins, heard Marita Meyer, an attorney in the public defender's office in Contra Costa County, describe the truly harrowing business of trying to save her clients' SVPs from indeterminate confinement in Atascadero, the state's prime psychiatric bin within its prison system. Among Mayer's clients are men who pleaded guilty to sex crimes in the mid-1980s, mostly rape of an adult woman, getting a fixed term of anywhere from 10 to 15 years. In the good old days, if you worked and behaved yourself, you'd be up for parole after serving half the sentence. In California, as in many other states, SVP laws took effect in the mid-1990s, on the crest of the repressive wave of hysteria over child sex abuse and crime generally. Mandatory minimum sentences, reduction or elimination of statutes of limitation, erosion of the right to confront witnesses, community notification of released sex offenders, surgical and chemical castration, prohibition of mere possession of certain printed materials, this last an indignity previously only accorded atomic energy secrets. So California passes its SVP law in January of 1996, decreeing that those falling into the category of SVP have a sickness that requires treatment and cannot be freed, until a jury agrees unanimously that they are no longer a danger to the community. The adjudicators vary from state to state. Sometimes it's a jury, or merely a majority of jurors, sometimes a judge, sometimes a panel, sometimes an multidisciplinary team. Mayer's clients, serving out their years in Pelican Bay or Vacaville or San Quentin, counting the months down to parole date, suddenly find themselves back to jail in Contra Costa County, told they've got a mental disorder and can't be released till a jury decides they're no danger to the community. Off to Atascadero they go for a 2-year term, at the end of which they get a hearing, and almost always another 2-year term. Many of them refuse treatment, Meyer says. They refuse to sign a piece of paper saying they have a mental disease. Of course they do. Why sign a document saying that for all practical purposes you may well be beyond reform or redemption, that you are evil by nature, not just a guy who did something bad and paid the penalty? It's the AA model of boozing as sin, having to say you are an alcoholic and will always be in that condition, one lurch away from perdition. Soon everything begins to hinge on someone's assessment of your state of mind, your future intentions. As with the damnable liberal obsession with hate crime laws, it's a nosedive into the category of thought crimes. There the SVPs sit in Atascadero surrounded by psych techs eager to test all sorts of statistical and behavioral models, phallometric devices designed to assist in the persuasion of judge and jury that yes, the prisoner has a more than 50% likelihood of exercising his criminal sexual impulses, should he be released. Thus, by the circuitous route of civil commitment we have ended up with a situation that, from the constitutional point of view, is indeed absolutely evil, that of being held in preventive detention or locked up twice for the same crime. It's using psychiatry, like religion, to put people away, Meyer concludes. Why not hire an astrologer or a Godintrol reader to predict what the person might do? Why not the same for robbers as for rapists? What's happening is double jeopardy. If we don't watch it, it will come back to haunt us. People don't care about child rapists, but the Constitution is about protections. I think it's shredding the Constitution. I get into trouble because they say I'm into jury nullification and that's not allowed. Most of my clients tell me it's worse in Atascadero than in the regular prisons. How do I feel about these guys? When I talk to my clients I don't presume to think what they'll do in future. I believe in redemption. I don't look at them as sexually violent predators, I see them as sad sacks, they have to register. They could be hounded from county to county. Even for a tiny crime they'll be put away. Their lives are in ruin. I pity them. But not goat entrails, surely. The animal rights crowd would never stand for it. February 28. Chalk up another milestone for sex ed. The University of California at Berkeley has put a male sexuality class on ice after the campus newspaper, the Daily Californian, published allegations that as part of their course students were taken to a strip club where they watched their instructor have sex, and also participated in an orgy at an party. A female sexuality course is also under review. As news of the Berkeley ban came in I happened to be leafing through the analysis of a man codenamed Beta, the foot fetishist in Sexual Aberrations, written by Freud's sometime pal Wilhelm Stekel. I must mention, Stekel writes with perhaps excessive enthusiasm, Beta wasn't in the least animated by women's ankles, legs or lovely shoes. No, the dirty beast wanted to see the shoe fit tightly and is promptly enlivened by the sight of corns and envies every chiropodist he sees. He likes only male feet, red, swollen, dirty, sweaty, and inflamed feet. Beta craved to view and smell only the feet of the poor, not out of class solidarity but because their economic condition meant they had badly fitting shoes in which they worked hard all day. On warm days, he goes to the Danube where poor working men may be found in droves, bathing their sweaty, swollen feet. It is the sight of these large, red feet that then gives him a thrill. He rushes home to masturbate. March 2nd. Life is returning to normalcy in Kandahar after the grim supervision of the Taliban clerics. Joyful sons of Sodom are to be seen driving along the boulevards of the ancient city, their catamites demurely installed in the passenger seat. Kandahar has long been fabled as the San Francisco of South Asia. It seems that the rape of young boys by warlords was one of the key factors behind Mullah Omar's mobilizing of the Taliban. There was a famous fracas in 1994 when two warlords faced off in a dispute over which of them would have the right to rape an attractive young fellow who had fallen into their clutches. There was gunplay in which civilians were killed. Eventually the lad was freed by Mullah Omar's group and the one-eyed zealot was promptly inundated with requests to help in other such disputes. The inhabitants of Kabul, who had seen their city devastated and thousands killed in the war between Mujahid warlords, similarly yearned for the security, albeit puritanical, offered by the Taliban. Farmers and poor city dwellers who had seen mass rapes of their daughters by the warlords' armed rabbles also strongly supported the Taliban, reckoning that the compulsory burqas were no bad thing if it meant the safety of women going out in public. One of Omar's first decrees when the Taliban took power in 1994 was the suppression of homosexuality. Accused sodomites endured trial by wall push. In one such trial in February of 1998, 3 men sentenced to death for sodomy in Kandahar were taken to the base of a huge mud and brick wall, which was pushed over by tank. 2 of them died, but in an instructive example of how the Taliban tempered its stern ways with an acknowledgement of the capricious workings of Allah, one crawled away to live and love another day. But now that pre-Taliban normalcy is returning to Kandahar, just as it is to the rest of Afghanistan, Tens of thousands are fleeing to Pakistan to escape banditry and starvation. One can see the pairs returning, Tim Reed reports in the London Times. Usually a heavily bearded man, seated next to, or walking with, a clean-shaven, fresh-faced youth. He adds that it is usually a terrible fate for the boys concerned, but they get out of poverty. Once the boy falls into the man's clutches, nearly always men with a wife and family, he is marked for life, although the Kandaharis accept these relationships as part of their culture. March 12. Back in April 1989, a Billy Graham memo to Nixon was made public. It took the form of a secret letter from Graham, dated April 15, 1969, drafted after he had met with Graham in Bangkok with missionaries from Vietnam. These men of God said that if the peace talks in Paris were to fail, Nixon should step up the war and bomb the dikes. Such an act, Graham wrote excitedly, could overnight destroy the economy of North Vietnam. Graham lent his imprimatur to this recommendation. Thus the preacher was advocating a policy to the U.S. Commander-in-Chief that on Nixon's own estimate would have killed 1 million people. The disclosure of Graham as an aspirant war criminal did not excite any commotion when it became public in 1989, 20 years after it was written. I recall finding a small story in the Syracuse Herald-Journal. No one thought to chide Graham or even question him on the matter. Very different has been the reception of a new tape revealing Graham, Nixon, and Haldeman palavering about what Graham refers to as the Jewish stranglehold on Hollywood and the media. In this 1972 Oval Office session, Nixon raises the topic, saying we can't talk about it publicly. The president cites Paul Keyes, a political conservative who was executive producer of the NBC hit Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, as telling him that 11 of the 12 writers are Jewish. That right, says Graham, prompting Nixon to claim that Life magazine, Newsweek, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, and others, are totally dominated by the Jews. Nixon says network TV anchors Howard K. Smith, David Brinkley, and Walter Cronkite are front men who may not be of that persuasion, but that their writers are 95% Jewish. This stranglehold has got to be broken or the country's going down the drain, the nation's best-known preacher declares. You believe that? Nixon asks. Yes, sir, Graham says. Oh, boy, replies Nixon. So do I. I can't ever say that, but I believe it. No, but if you get elected a second time, then we might be able to do something, Graham replies. Magnanimously Nixon concedes that this does not mean that all the Jews are bad, but that most are left-wing radicals who want peace at any price except where support for Israel is concerned. The best Jews are actually the Israeli Jews. That's right, agrees Graham, who later concurs with the Nixon assertion that a powerful bloc of Jews confronts Nixon in the media. And they're the ones putting out the pornographic stuff, Graham adds. Later Graham says that a lot of the Jews are great friends of mine. They swarm around me and are friendly to me. Because they know I am friendly to Israel and so forth. They don't know how I really feel about what they're doing to this country. After Graham's departure, Nixon says to Haldeman, "You know, it was good we got this point about the Jews across." "It's a shocking point," Haldeman replies. "Well," says Nixon, "it's also, the Jews are an irreligious, atheistic, immoral bunch of bastards." Within days of these exchanges becoming public, the 83-year-old Graham was hauled from his semi-dotage, and impelled to express public contrition. Experts on Graham were duly cited as expressing their shock at Graham's White House table talk. Why the shock? Don't they know that this sort of stuff is consonant with the standard conversational bill of fare at 75% of the country clubs in America, not to mention many a Baptist soiree? Nixon thought American Jews were lefty peaceniks who dominated the Democratic Party and were behind the attacks on him. Graham reckoned it was Hollywood Jews who had sunk the nation in porn. Haldeman agreed with both of them. At whatever level of fantasy, they were all acknowledging power. But they didn't say they wanted to kill 1 million Jews. That's what Graham said about the Vietnamese, and no one raised a bleat. April 23. Late in the evening in back road America you tend to pick the motels with a few cars parked in front of the rooms. There's nothing less appealing than an empty courtyard, with maybe Jeffrey Dahmer or Norman Bates waiting to greet you in the reception office. The all-night clerk at the Lincoln Motel in Austin, Nevada, who checked me in at around 11:30 p.m. a few nights ago, told me she was 81, and putting in 2 part-time jobs, the other at the library, to help her pay her heating bills since she couldn't make it on her Social Security. She imparted this info without self-pity as she took my $29.50, saying that business in Austin last fall had been brisk and that the 57 motel beds available in the old mining town had been filled with crews laying fiber optic cable along the side of the road, which in the case of Austin meant putting it 20 feet under the graveyard that skirts the road just west of town. Earlier that day, driving from Utah through the Great Basin along US 50, billed as the loneliest road, I'd seen these cables, blue and green and maybe 2 inches in diameter, sticking out of the ground on the outskirts of Ely, as if despairing at the prospect of the Great Salt Lake Desert stretching ahead, through league after league of sagebrush. So we can run fiber optic cable through the western deserts but not put enough money in the hands of 81-year-olds so they don't have to pull all-night shifts clerking in motels. At least the lady in Austin was spry and interested in life, refreshed by her intermittent naps on the couch in the sitting room off the reception office, dipping into her book, with the motel cat to keep her company, across the road from the International Cafe, which serves good breakfasts and decent drinks from a magnificent wooden bar that came round the horn from Europe back in Austin's mining heyday in the 1870s. People who drive or lecture their way through the American interior usually notice the same thing, which is that you can have rational conversations with people about the Middle East, about George W. Bush, and other topics certain to arouse unreasoning passion among sophisticates on either coast. April 24. The ripe tones of Archbishop Mahoney of Los Angeles filled my house last week, courtesy of National Public Radio. Mahoney spoke of his horror, his shame, at the stories of priestly abuse. He apologized to the victims. The mellifluous sanctimony of his penitence filled the room with such unction that I burst out laughing. What a surprise it all is. Priests hitting on altar boys. Priests molesting children. We're shocked, shocked. When Oscar Wilde was packed off to Reading Jail in 1895 for sodomy, the railway trains to Brighton and Dover were soon replete with panicked gays fleeing England to Paris. Hundreds of Catholic priests here, many of them in retirement, must be asking themselves whether it might be prudent to remove themselves from the jurisdiction until the heat dies down. It was bound to happen. 5 years ago a senior dignitary in the Roman Catholic hierarchy confided that over the previous decade the Church had paid out over $1 billion in out-of-court settlements as well as court fights on priest abuse cases. Anyone with any knowledge of these cases knows perfectly well that this is no matter of a few rotten apples in the barrel. Sometimes, hearing about one priestly molester after another, one has the impression that not only has the Catholic Church been the prime sanctuary for repressed gays for the past several hundred years but that there isn't a priest alive that hasn't at some point made advances to an altar boy or Boy Scout. At least in the Middle Ages they got off with the nuns, or in the 19th century when they could afford domestics, the maid. And certainly the Church has protected these priests, moved them around the country, away from an area where their activities had become known. The Church has some very dingy closets to clean out. May 15. The Roots of War Rhetoric. Dear Sir, I was amused to learn from Alexander Cockburn that the Vietnam War was caused by Ian Fleming, the creator of James Bond. It is tempting to classify this as a fine example of the Mendocino school of deductive logic. In fact, Mr. Cockburn joins a respected group of American social critics with his claim. In Life on the Mississippi, Mark Twain suggests that Sir Walter Scott caused the American Civil War. It seems that the romantic tales of chivalry so imbued the antebellum Southern culture that military conflict was widely supported throughout years of unbelievable destruction. There is a modicum of truth in each claim. I would suggest a more likely literary trigger to the Vietnam War is Profiles in Courage. The author of that work, John F. Kennedy was certain to believe in the ideals he portrayed, and in fact lived. Sadly, he was also in a position to act on those beliefs. Sincerely, Edwin Shelby, Fountain Hills, Arizona. Alexander Cockburn replies, of all rhetorical modes, irony and hyperbole are the most perilous. There were people who believed Swift's modest proposal was for real, Shelby among them no doubt. May 16. Over the past 20 years I've learned there's a quick way of figuring just how badly Israel is behaving. There's a brisk uptick in the number of articles here accusing the left of anti-Semitism. Of course the rhetorical trick is to conflate Israel or the State of Israel with Jews and argue that they are synonymous. Ergo, to criticize Israel is to be anti-Semitic. These days you can't even say that the New York Times is owned by a Jewish family without risking charges that you stand in Goebbels' shoes. I even got accused of anti-Semitism the other day for mentioning that the Jews founded Hollywood, which they most certainly did, as recounted in a funny and informative book published in 1988, An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood by Neil Gabler. The encouraging fact is that despite the efforts of the Southern Poverty Law Center to drum up funds by hollering that the Nazis are about to march down Main Street, there's remarkably little anti-Semitism in the US, and almost none that I've ever been able to detect on the American left, which is of course amply stocked with non-self-hating Jews. It's comical to find the left's assailants trudging all the way back to Leroy Jones and the 60s to dig up the necessary anti-Semitic jibes. The less encouraging fact is that there's not nearly enough criticism of Israel's ghastly conduct towards Palestinians, which in its present phase is testing the waters for reaction here to a major ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, just as Rep. Dick Armey called for. It's not anti-Semitic to denounce ethnic cleansing, a strategy which, according to recent polls, around half of all Israeli Jews now heartily endorse. In this instance the left really has nothing to apologize for, but those who accuse of it of anti-Semitism certainly do. They're apologists for policies put into practice by racists, ethnic cleansers, and in Sharon's case, an unquestioned war criminal who should be in the dock for his conduct. July 19. Last week Sight and Sound released its list of the top 10 films of all time. My list. 1. The Girl Can't Help It, 1956, written and directed by Frank Tashlin. 2. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1956, based on a story by Jack Finney, screenplay by Daniel Mainwaring, maybe with input from Sam Peckinpah, directed by Don Siegel. 3. Sweet Smell of Success, 1957, written by Clifford Odets and Ernest Lehman, directed by Alexander McIndrick. Best Thing Ever Done on the Press. 4. Some Like It Hot, 1959, written by Billy Wilder and IAL. Diamond, directed by Billy Wilder. The Perfect Movie. 5. La Dolce Vita, 1960, written by Fellini and Flaiano, directed by Federico Fellini. 6. Jason and the Argonauts, 1963, written by Beverly Cross and Jan Reed, directed by Don Chaffee. Peplums Are My Great Love. 7. Pierrot l'Fou, 1965, written and directed by Jean-Luc Godard, with Anna Karina. Wonderful Color. 8. The Fantastic Voyage, 1966, adapted by David Duncan from an Otto Clement, J. Louis Bixby story, directed by Richard Fleischer. With Raquel Welch and a terrific scene of Donald Pleasance being eaten by white antibodies. I think it prefigures the AIDS epidemic. 9. Life of Brian, 1979, written by Terry Jones, Graham Chapman, John Cleese, Terry Gilliam, Eric Idle, Michael Palin, directed by Terry Jones. World's Greatest Political Movie. About the sectarian left, made when the awful trot Gary Healy was wooing the Redgrave family. 10. Eating Raoul, 1982, written and directed by Paul Bartle. Perfect Happy Enders film. Haven't seen too many movies since then, though I watched a funny parody of teen girl films the other day in a motel in Los Angeles. I loved Homeward Bound, The Incredible Journey, watched without headphones on a plane between NYC and LAX and wept when the golden retriever came over the hill at the end. The tough A&R chick in the window seat stared at my tear-stained cheeks, revolted. It came as a big shock when they told me there was voiceover. As can be seen, movies aren't a big thing in my life. I'd like to have included Bergman's Smiles of a Summer's Night, if only because I took Judith Oakley to the Headington Classic in Oxford to watch it in 1962 and held the door open for her. She slammed it on my fingers as a reproof to my male chauvinist profession of manners, which was my introduction to the women's movement. September 7th. Amid the elegies for the dead and the ceremonies of remembrance, seditious questions intrude: is there really a war on terror, and if one is indeed being waged, what are its objectives? The Taliban are out of power. Papaver somniferum, the opium poppy, blooms once more in Afghan pastures. The military budget is up. The bluster war on Iraq blares from every headline. On the home front, the war on the Bill of Rights is set at full throttle. On this latter point we can turn to Merle Haggard, the bard of blue-collar America, the man who saluted the American flag more than a generation ago in songs such as The Fighting Side of Me and Okie from Muskogee. Haggard addressed a concert crowd in Kansas City a few days ago in the following terms: I think we should give John Ashcroft a big hand. Right in the mouth. Haggard went on to say, the way things are going, I'll probably be thrown in jail tomorrow for saying that, so I hope y'all will bail me out. It will take generations to roll back the constitutional damage done in the wake of the September 11th attacks. Emergency laws lie around for decades like rattlesnakes in summer grass. As Joanne Mariner of Human Rights Watch points out to me, one of the main legal precedents that the government is using to justify detaining enemy combatants without trial or access to a lawyer is an old strike-breaking decision. The government's August 27 legal brief in the Padilla enemy combatant case relies heavily on Moyer v. Peabody, a Supreme Court case that dates back to 1909. The case involved Charles Moyer, president of the Western Federation of Miners, a Colorado trade union that fought for such radical reforms as safe working conditions, an end to child labor, and payment in money rather than in company scrip. As part of a concerted effort to crush the union, the governor of Colorado had declared a state of insurrection, called out the state militia, and detained Moyer for 2.5 months without probable cause or due process of law. In an opinion that deferred obsequiously to executive power, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld Moyer's detention. It reasoned that since the militia could even have fired upon the strikers, how could Moyer complain of a mere detention? The government now cites the case in its Padilla brief to argue that whatever a state governor can do, the president can do better. As Mariner remarks, next thing you know they'll be citing the Japanese internment precedents. September 21st. When the young basketball star Len Bias died of a cocaine overdose back in 1986, Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan raced each other to show the world who could punish the poor quickest and hardest. The White House urged the DIA to take ABC News along to raids on crack houses in south-central LA. O'Neill drove through the Anti-Drug Abuse Act, with its 29 new mandatory minimum sentences, and the 100-to-1 disparity in sentencing for crack/powder cocaine dealers. We were on our way to lock-up time for the poor, mostly young blacks and Hispanics. At present rates, the chances of a black man being behind bars sometime in his life are 1 in 4. All through the 1980s and 90s, professorial mountebanks like James Q. Wilson, John D. Julio, and Charles Murray grew sleek from bestsellers about the criminal, probably innate propensities of the underclass, about the pathology of poverty, the teen predators, the collapse of morals, the irresponsibility of teen moms. Now, there was indeed a vast criminal class coming to its full vicious potential in the 1990s, a group utterly vacant of the most elementary instincts of social propriety, devoid of moral fiber, selfish to an almost unfathomable degree. The class comes in the form of our corporate elite. Given a green light in the late 1970s by the deregulatory binge urged by corporate-funded think tanks and launched legislatively by Jimmy Carter and Ted Kennedy, By the 1990s, America's corporate leadership had evolved a simple strategy for criminal self-enrichment. Step 1. Lie about your performance, in a manner calculated to deceive investors. This was engineered by the production of a pro forma balance sheet freighted with accounting chicanery of every stripe and hue, willingly supplied by Arthur Andersen and others. Losses were labeled capital expenditures, losing assets were sold to co-conspirators in the large banks for the relevant accounting period. Later, using generally accepted accounting principles, slightly more realistic balance sheets would be presented to the SEC and the IRS. Flaunting the pro forma numbers, corporations would issue more stock, borrow more money from some co-conspiratorial bank, buy back the stock for the chief executives, who would further inflate its value by dint of bogus accountancy, sell the stock to the chumps and bail out with their millions before the roof fell in, leaving pension funds like CalPERS holding the bag. The scale of looting? Prodigious. This orgy of thievery, without parallel in the history of capitalism, was condoned and abetted year after year by the Archbishop of our economy, Alan Greenspan, a man with a finely honed sense of distinction between the scale of reproof merited by the very rich and those less powerful. When Ron Carey led the Teamsters to victory in 1997, Greenspan rushed to denounce the inflationary potential of modestly improved wage packets. Even though declared innocent by a jury of his peers, Carey, who had actually led a union to victory, was forbidden ever to run in a union election again. Where are the sermons from Greenspan about the inflationary potential of stock option fortunes lofted on the hot air of crooked accountancy and kindred conspiracies? Let someone die in gangbang or crossfire on a slum corner, and William Bennett indicts an entire generation, an entire race. Where are the sermons from Bennett, Murray, and the Sunday show moralists about the CEOs scuttling off with their swag, leaving their employees to founder amid wrecked pensions and destroyed prospects? A street kid in South Central is in the computer by the time he's 10. No criminal propensity profiles for grads of the Wharton or Harvard business schools. You have to go back to Marx and Balzac to get a truly vivid sense of the rich as a criminal elite. These giants did bequeath a tradition of joyful dissection of the morals and ethics of the rich, carried on by Veblen, Moody, Wright Mills, Domhoff, Lundberg, and others. But by the mid-1960s, disruptive political science was not a paying proposition if you were aiming for tenure. A student studying Mills would be working nights at the soda fountain, while the kid flourishing Robert Dahl and writing rubbish about pluralism would get the grad fellowship. Back in the 1950s, we were reading stuff about the moral vacuum in affluent suburbia by people like Vance Packard and David Reisman. I guess inner loneliness soon became inner joy. There was nothing wrong about putting one's boot on a colleague's neck and cashing in. Where are the books now about these forcing grounds for the great corporate criminal cohort of the 1990s, coming of age in the Reagan years? In fact, it's nearly impossible to locate books that examine the class of corporate executives through the lens of cool, scientific contempt. As Charles Derber, professor of sociology at Boston College, explains, much of the current writing on CEO culture is published in magazines like Fortune or Businessweek. And though there are a few authors like Robert Monks who focus their attention on executive culture, nowhere will you find empirical studies on the socio-biological roots of the criminal tendencies of the executive class. Why? The rich bought out the opposition. Back in the mists of antiquity, you had communists and socialists and populists who'd read Marx and who had a pretty fair notion of what the rich were up to. Even Democrats had a grasp of the true situation. Then came the witch hunts and the buyouts, hand in hand. Result, an Enron exec could come to maturity without ever once hearing an admonitory word about it being wrong to lie, cheat, and steal, sell out your coworkers, defraud your customers. The finest schools in America produced a criminal elite that stole the store in less than a decade. Was it all the fault of Ayn Rand, of Carter and Kennedy, of the Chicago School, of Hollywood, of God's demise? You'd think there's at least a time cover in it. October 13th. Here's why I'm against the UN as promoter of federalism and world government. This just in from Geneva, Switzerland, Via Reuters Wire, UN upholds French ban on dwarf throwing. It turns out that a diminutive stuntman who had protested against a French ban on the practice of dwarf throwing has lost his case before some sort of UN human rights judicial body. The tribunal issued some typically pious UN claptrap about the need to protect human dignity being paramount. The dwarf, a fellow called Manuel Wackenheim, argued that a 1995 ban by France's highest administrative court was discriminatory and deprived him of a job being tossed around in discos and similar venues. The UN Human Rights Committee said it was satisfied the ban on dwarf tossing was not abusive but necessary in order to protect public order, including considerations of human dignity. It also said the ban did not amount to prohibited discrimination. Dwarfs and their throwers will have to search out venues, like prize fighters in 18th century England. Soon some place like Slovakia will be the only venue. No doubt a UN embargo will then ensue, with draconian sanctions, appointment of inspectors/spies, followed by the inevitable intervention, NATO bombing, and occupation. So here's a bunch of UN administrators, each of them probably hauling down an annual salary hefty enough to keep a troop of dwarfs in caviar for life, dooming poor little Wackenheim to the unemployment lines, before going home to scream at their underpaid Romanian maidservants or to get a blowjob from a 13-year-old girl from Kiev in the local whorehouse. In the old days dwarfs could stand proud, strutting down the boulevards, around circus rings, or forming part of some amusing display, or matching themselves against pit bulls. I can remember dwarfs from my childhood in Ireland, along with other bodies remote from conventional anatomy. Walking down the main street of any Irish town reminded one of Brupel. Not anymore. I guess even in Catholic Ireland the doc takes a look and chokes nature's sports before they've got out of the starting gate. If the UN had been around at the time, the hunchbacks of Philip IV of Spain would have been forbidden to pose for Velázquez, and Geoffrey Hudson would never have been permitted to step out of a pie on the dining room table of his boss, George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham. Having emerged from the pastry, Hudson saluted Villers's guests, King Charles I and his queen, Henrietta Maria, who promptly adopted him. Spared a UN-sponsored abortion to save him from an existence incompatible with human dignity, Hudson led an adventurous life and survived 2 duels, one against a turkey cock and the other in combat with a certain Mr. Crofts. The arrogant Crofts turned up for the duel with a water pistol, but Hudson stood on his dignity and insisted that the engagement be for real. They put Hudson up on a horse to get him level with Crofts and he promptly shot the man dead. Captured by Turkish pirates, Hudson said his tribulations made him grow, and having held steady at 18 inches from 9 to 30, he shot up to 3'9". Another dwarf, Charles Stratton, killed one of my favorite painters, Benjamin Haydon, who was exhibiting his vast work The Banishment of Aristides, in the Egyptian Hall in London. But the crowds preferred to gawp at General Thumb, on display in the same hall. Thumb drew £600 sterling in his first week, while Haydon got only a measly £7, 13 shillings. Haydon went off home to his studio and killed himself. Dwarf tossing? The job came with the stature. William Beckford, the eccentric millionaire who wrote Vathek and built the famous Folly at Fonthill, was one of the last to have a dwarf in private service, though E.J. Woods, author of The Useful Giants and Dwarfs, says Beckford's dwarf was rather too big to be flung from one guest to another, as was the custom at dinners in earlier days. October 15. The Earth Charter is the spawn of Stephen C. Rockefeller, Canadian eco-mogul Maurice Strong, and Mikhail Gorbachev, who has said of it, "My hope is that this charter will be a kind of 10 Commandments, a Sermon on the Mount, that provides a guide for human behavior toward the environment in the next century and beyond." The portage of the charter at the end of last year began at an Earth ceremony in Vermont, where Rockefeller is Professor Emeritus of Religion at Middlebury College. Present was Jane Goodall, of chimpanzee fame, one of whose thumb tips was once nipped off by a chimp asserting its dignity when Goodall tried to cozy up to it at the Laboratory for Experimental Medicine and Surgery in Primates, part of NYU and located in Sterling Forest. The charter, which finally puffed into Johannesburg in time for last month's Earth Summit, is housed and transported in the cheesy Ark of Hope, furiously described on the New American Patriot website as a blasphemous mimicry of the biblical Ark of the Covenant, which held the 2 tablets containing the 10 commandments that God gave to Moses. Accompanying the charter and the Ark are the Temenos books, containing Aboriginal earth masks and visual prayers/affirmations for global healing, peace, and gratitude, created by 3,000 artists, teachers, students, and mystics. Temenos is the word for the precincts of a temple, and accurately reflects the ersatz religiosity of UN ritualism. According to the charter, we must recognize that all beings are interdependent and every form of life has value. There's the predictable affirmation of faith in the inherent dignity of all human beings, excluding those who are finished off by euthanasia or haled before the ICC or required to clean the bathrooms of overpaid UN bureaucrats. Now comes the jackboot: the Earth must adopt at all levels sustainable development plans and regulations, prevent pollution of any part of the environment, internalize the full environmental and social costs of goods and services in the selling price, ensure universal access to health care that fosters reproductive health and responsible reproduction. In other words, population control, as promoted through the century by the Rockefellers, who of course assigned the Manhattan real estate to the UN for its HQ. December 16. We've been without power for a week now. As the storm winds rattled the window panes and the lamps guttered low, warming the room to the tints of a Latour painting, and as Becky Grant's youngest, Oliver, gambled with Jasper, I sang of the ancient times of 7 days, a weekly I was involved with at the end of the 60s in London. There were about 20 people in the collective, with all decisions, down to the refinements of punctuation and the proper use of the semicolon, settled by debate and democratic vote, 50% men, 50% women. Democracy at that level is very tiring. Late one night as I labored over the photographs with our design team, I heard a crackling on the aged stairs of the old building on Shaver's Place, 100 yards from Piccadilly Circus, where we were perched on the top floor. I pulled open the door, to be confronted by a sheet of flame. It later turned out that some group of Ulster-based Orangemen had taken exception to our measured posture on the Irish question and had decided to torch the building. We decided to abandon ship. Carrying boxes of valuable prints from Magnum, we walked the narrow catwalk that led to the next building, and kicked in the window. There was a screech of alarm as a couple of Palestinians who were working late on their magazine saw the window burst in and thought the Israeli commandos were about to follow. By dawn we had the pages made up, and then it was a rush to the train station, then an hour down to the printers. So different now, so much easier, so much cheaper. Who says there isn't progress in human affairs, though I do miss the inky excitement of those old hot type days. December 18. It's one of the staple and indeed few remaining pleasures of American political life. A Republican taken with drink, speaking unguardedly near a live microphone, or in Trent Lott's case coasting through a ritual farewell speech on automatic pilot, drops a racist jibe or fond salute to America's dark past. The rituals of outrage, apology, self-abasement, renewed outrage, deeper self-abasement, forgiveness, or rejection, duly follow. Sometimes the sinner is ceremoniously booted into oblivion, as happened with Richard Nixon's Secretary of Agriculture, Earl Butz, or Reagan's Secretary of the Interior, James Watt. Sometimes, as is now happening in Lott's case, the Democrats give him a thumping while hoping that in the end Lott will hold on to his post as Senate Majority Whip, the better to remind black voters that this is the true face of the Republican Party, featuring the Klansman's robe, the burning cross and the lynching tree. Better Lott than some oily substitute like Frist of Tennessee solemnly declaring that the Republican Party has finally put the past behind it and that the healing should now begin. One of Bill Clinton's many offenses was that he devalued the public apology. He had to make so many of them that they ceased to be valid as currency, like banknotes in the German inflation of the early 1920s when people had to take a wheelbarrow of cash to buy a sausage for lunch. These days, post-Clinton, a manly mumble of contrition is no good. Unless a politician comes out with a truckload of apologies and keeps sending them round the track for a week, people claim he's refusing to climb down, and keep insisting, does Lot really and truly mean it? And for that matter, why stop with Lot? What about the 4 Dixiecrat states that voted for Strom Thurmond back in 1948? Shouldn't their governors today issue formal apologies, and make available apology bins in every neighborhood wherein those who actually voted for Strom, or their descendants, can deposit personal expressions of remorse? Another factor in this inflation is the fact that sometimes the apology is rejected, no matter how often repeated. The Democrats and the press did this to Jesse Jackson columnists like the late James Reston, who defiled the editorial pages of the New York Times on a weekly basis with racist diatribes about Jackson's effrontery as a black man in presuming to seek the Democratic presidential nomination in 1984 and 1988, then whacked him again for inadequate demonstrations of remorse for his crack about Himmiatown. Senator Joe Lieberman even managed to bracket Jackson and Lott together, saying that neither of them were sincere in covering themselves with sackcloth and ashes. December 29. America has lost one of its senior weapons inspectors, one of its most ardent would-be dismantlers of weapons of mass destruction. Phil Berrigan died in the evening on December 6, at Jonah House, the community in Baltimore he co-founded in 1973, surrounded by family and friends. For 40 years he campaigned against war and violence, most of all against nuclear weapons. Challenge America's weapons of mass destruction, and the state locks you up. Phil Berrigan spent about 11 years in prison in the cause of peace and disarmament. Berrigan wrote a final statement in the days before his death. His final comments included this: "I die with the conviction, held since 1968 and Catonsville, that nuclear weapons are the scourge of the earth. To mine for them, manufacture them, deploy them, use them, is a curse against God, the human family, and the earth itself. Blessed are the peacemakers," Jesus told the crowd in the Sermon on the Mount, and lo, Ronald Reagan named the MX nuclear missile the Peacemaker. The Berrigans and their brave comrades shed their blood on a nuclear warhead being manufactured at the GE plant in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, recalling the blood that Jesus shed for sinful humanity, and lo, they named a ballistic missile submarine USS City of Corpus Christi, the city of the body of Christ, and they probably knew not what they did, aside from honoring the home port of some Texan pork dispenser on Capitol Hill. The word from Jonah House is that those who mourn for Berrigan and wish to honor his memory may make donations in Berrigan's name to Citizens for Peace in Space, Global Network Against Nuclear Weapons, Nukewatch, Voices in the Wilderness, the Nuclear Resistor, or any Catholic worker house. Philip Berrigan was born in 1923 in the Minnesota Iron Range, in the town of Two Harbors, about 30 miles east of the birthplace of the man who wrote Masters of War. He was the first priest to ride in a civil rights movement freedom ride. In 1967 he poured blood on draft files in Baltimore with 3 others, known as the Baltimore Four. A year later he burned draft files in Catonsville, MD, with 8 others, including his brother, Father Daniel Berrigan. That action was known as the Catonsville Nine. He was convicted of destruction of U.S. property, destruction of Selective Service records, and interference with the Selective Service Act of 1967. In 1971, while in prison, he was named co-conspirator by J. Edgar Hoover and a Harrisburg grand jury, charged with plotting to kidnap Henry Kissinger and blow up the utility tunnels of U.S. Capitol buildings. In the event he was convicted only of violating prison rules for smuggling out letters. On September 9, 1980, he poured blood and hammered with 7 others on Mark 12A warheads at a GE nuclear missile plant, King of Prussia, PA. He was charged with conspiracy, burglary, and criminal mischief, convicted and imprisoned. The action became known as the Plowshares 8, and began the International Plowshares movement. He participated in 5 more Plowshares actions, resulting in 7 years of imprisonment. December 30. Many years ago my father visited the secretary of a British society that used certain measurements in the Grand Pyramid in Egypt to predict the future. After running through the basic mathematical drill, the secretary murmured that in his estimation the predictive power of the Grand Pyramid was overestimated. Scenting a possible recantation, my father pressed him. "What sort of overestimation?" he asked. "Well," said the secretary, "many people believe that the calculations to make current predictions based on the pyramid can be done in 5 minutes. Not so. Serious predictions involve math that requires at least 3 weeks to complete. Nuts are never more impressive than when admitting just a measure of uncertainty into the precision of their mad interpretations. And yes, the same can be said of economic forecasters." 2003. January 10. Citation swiping. Editor. I was amazed at the effrontery of the Cockburn, and, presumably, Norman Finkelstein charge of plagiarism against Alan Dershowitz. The fact that the Ottoman-ruled Palestinian town of Safed was a center of rabbinical activities and mystical Judaism in the 16th century is a commonplace of Jewish studies as well as tourist guidebooks, in addition to Ottoman history. To claim that remarking upon it in a sentence that reworks an earlier statement of this fact is plagiarism is as ridiculous as arguing that one could plagiarize the statement Washington, D.C. is the capital of the United States. Further, the argument that in recycling citations, even with identical ellipses, Dershowitz committed plagiarism is intellectual dishonesty on the part of Cockburn, at its most extreme. Reusing citations is not plagiarism even when the wording is identical. Every serious working journalist and author knows this. Stephen Schwartz. Washington, D.C. Cockburn replies, "How piquant that the portly messenger of the prophet should rise in defense of theft. The last time I saw him, it was on C-SPAN whining to a small crowd in a bookstore that Hitchens had plagiarized his patented keyword Islamofascism. God forbid that I should ever be compelled to read his books, but I've no doubt that if I swiped his citations without acknowledgement he would hasten to alert the world to my crimes." The only outstanding question, why does Schwartz want to kiss Dershowitz's ass? January 14. For sale, rare 1985 Ford Escort diesel station wagon, which of course you won't have to smog. Acquired by Alex Cockburn in South Carolina 2 years ago. Driven reliably hither and yon, until fuel feed problems developed from broken off sending unit in the tank. Tank was cleaned out, new sending unit installed, but there's still a feed glitch. This is the car's only problem so far as Cockburn knows, but now he's got other fish to fry. New clutch assembly, new rotors and pads on front brakes, new battery, nice upscale paint job. Newish tires. Does about 40 miles to the gallon. Odo probably accurate at about 68,500 miles. $1,800. Cars in Boonville. April 7. One house I stayed in for a few days was in Thornhill Square, 3/4 of a mile or so north of King's Cross. The neighborhood is on the way up in the world, but still agreeably humble along Caledonian Road itself. Each morning I would walk along, enjoying the simple dramas of the shop fronts, the hopes and despairs of small retail entrepreneurs. The tasteful element always hate them and dream of bulldozers, but I love streets like this, such as the Old Main in Montreal 20 years ago, or Lincoln Boulevard today south of I-10 in Los Angeles. Running north on the east side of the street, from the corner of Caledonian Road and Richmond Street we have, a smart pub called the Tarman, with a fine display of hanging floral baskets, Cali Gents hairdresser, a smart-looking place, Skaters Takeaway, with pictures of a chicken and a fish, Uncle Eric Kebab House, Pleasure Garden, King's Pizza, double frontage of Kime Todner, Solicitor, Crime, Prisoners' Rights, Mental Health, Family, Print and Copy Shop, Caledonian Supermarket, Austin Daniel. Property, Güzel Cafe and Restaurant, Smart Double Front of Istanbul Social Club, Dental Surgeon, 4 more shuttered stores and bags of rubble, including Logman Ltd., specializing in watermelons, William Hill, Bedding Shop, ENA Dry Cleaner, Leonard Villa, Picture Framer, Simul Hair and Beauty Center, Post Office, KIG Cafe and Restaurant, with sign in window, full breakfast, bacon, bubble, eggs, beans, sausage, mushroom, tomato, black pudding, 2 slices of bread, tea or coffee, pound 4.50, chemist. 2 shuttered stores. Smart double facade of Rigpa Tibetan Buddhist Center, drear frontage of London Taxi Club, where to rave, selling trendy gear, Parker Sales and Lettings, Islington Bar, under repair, then Bridgeman Road. Round the corner was Islington Council's West Branch Library, with comfortable reading room, nicely stocked shelves, and a big children's library across the hall. The rack by the entrance featured helpful pamphlets for owners of missing cats and dogs, for male victims of sexual assault, for frustrated litigators, issued by the Law Society, for the worried, a detailed pamphlet titled NHS Abortion. Denizens of hysterical America, note the tranquil, confident tone. Having an abortion, this section describes how the NHS abortion service is organized, and how to access it. If you have decided that abortion is the right option for you, your GP or local family planning clinic can refer you. If your GP has a conscientious objection to abortion, he/she should say so and refer you to another doctor who does not hold these views. On the back of the pamphlet a paragraph calmly explains that it has been produced for any woman living in the boroughs of Camden or Islington who is thinking about ending her pregnancy. This paragraph is reproduced in Turkish, Bengali, Chinese and Greek. The bookcases carried good selections of fiction, biography, politics, and so on. I picked out a volume of the Littleton Hart Davis letters, exchanged in the 1950s between 2 culture gents, one a teacher, the other a publisher. Indeed, Rupert Hart Davis published the first volume of my father's autobiography, In Time of Trouble, in 1956. My eye falls on a quote from William Johnson who, under the name Corey, instructed upper-class youth at Eton between 1834 and 1872. One of the faculties a good education develops, Corey wrote, is to express assent or dissent in graduated terms. I was still laughing over this as I ate a plate of chicken kebab and fresh salad, in the Guzzle Cafe round the corner, cost £4.50. April 21. Walmart's planning to move strongly into organic food. The company's CEO, Lee Scott, said at Walmart's last annual general meeting, "We know that customers at all ends of the income spectrum want organic and natural food. But, frankly, most of them just can't afford the high prices the specialty stores charge. Well, we don't think you should have to have a lot of money to feed your family organic foods." It's a far cry from the 1970s, when organic food meant a bin of expensive potatoes looking like something out of Hieronymus Bosch, in the local hippie co-op. Wait a decade or two and every potato coming out of the state of Idaho will be labeled organic, a word already under very serious stress. The process will be entirely predictable. The big food companies will buy federal and state legislation designed to put the small producers out of business, same way the meat companies finished off the small packers and processors years ago, by insisting on hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stainless steel and other sanitary equipment, all intended to bankrupt the local sausage or ham maker. Repositioning of the definition of organic is already proceeding apace. Again, according to Businessweek, last fall, the Organic Trade Association, which represents corporations like Kraft, Dole, and Dean Foods, lobbied to attach a rider to the 2006 Agricultural Appropriations Bill that would weaken the nation's organic food standards by allowing certain synthetic food substances in the preparation, processing, and packaging of organic foods. That sparked outrage from organic activists. Nevertheless, the bill passed into law in November, and the new standards will go into effect later this year. It's true, of course, that organic food in any acceptable use of the term is better for us and good that consumer demand is prompting this huge shift. But the priorities of corporate farming are not those of the small organic producer. The bottom line will be premised on large-scale production, relentless lowering of costs and attrition of standards. July 1. Perry Anderson and his wife, Keahua Wang, came to stay. Keahua left me this poem. Jasper. Blue sky, white clouds. Familiar from elementary school textbook. Jasper leaping into the water. A black sword through the silence. Tidal sound of Pine Grove, unchanged. A countryside summer dream. Wars break suddenly, gunfire coming from afar. Mideast conflict, Nagasaki, governor's recall. A dagger, a javelin, a counter-punch. A Lusun secluded in his Wang River estate. Has fair play been postponed? Second stanza refers to the rifle practice in distance, the topic of your book on Palestine-Israel, and the conversations of the evening. Third stanza links the two images which Lusun Arbrecht used to describe the thrust of his essays, and your magazine, then refers to the lyrical poetry of Wang Wei, about his rural idyll by the river of the same name. Last line alludes to the title of Lusun's famous piece of 1925, attacking compromisers with the established order, rejecting their calls for fair play with the authorities. September 24. A mighty and a passionate heart has ceased to beat. Edward Said, the greatest Arab of his generation, died in hospital in New York City Wednesday, September 24 at 6:30 p.m., felled at last by complications arising from the leukemia he fought so gamely ever since the early 1990s. We march through life buoyed by those comrades in arms we know to be marching with us, under the same banners, flying the same colors, sustained by the same hopes and convictions. They can be 1,000 miles away, we may not have spoken to them in months, but their companionship is burned into our souls and we are sustained by the knowledge that they are with us in the world. Few more than Edward Said, for me and so many others beside. How many times, after a week, a month, or more, I have reached him on the phone and within a second been lofted in my spirits, as we pressed through our updates, his trips, his triumphs, the insults sustained, the enemies rebuked and put to flight. Even in his pettiness he was magnificent, and as I would laugh at his fury at some squalid jibe hurled at him by an eighth-rate scrivener, he would clamber from the pedestal of martyrdom and laugh at himself. He never lost his fire, even as the leukemia pressed, was rooted, pressed again. He lived at a rate that would have felled a man half his age and 10 times as healthy, a plane to London, an honorary degree, on to Lebanon, on to the West Bank, on to Cairo, to Madrid, back to New York. And all the while he was pouring out the said prose that I most enjoyed, the fiery diatribes he distributed to counterpunch and to a vast world audience. At the top of his form his prose has the pitiless, relentless clarity of Swift. The Palestinians will never know a greater polemical champion. A few weeks ago I was, with his genial permission, putting together from 3 of his essays the concluding piece in our forthcoming counterpunch collection, The Politics of Antisemitism. I was seized, as so often before, by the power of the prose. How could anyone read those searing sentences and not boil with rage, while simultaneously admiring Edward's generosity of soul, that with the imperative of justice and nationhood for his people came the humanity that called for reconciliation between Palestinians and Israeli Jews. His literary energy was prodigious. Memoir, criticism, homily, fiction poured from his pen, a fountain pen that reminded one that Edward was very much an intellectual in the 19th century tradition of a Zola or a Victor Hugo, who once remarked that genius is a promontory in the infinite. I read that line as a schoolboy, wrote it in my notebook, and though I laugh now a little at the pretension of the line, I do think of Edward as a promontory, a physical bulk on the intellectual and political landscape that forced people, however disinclined they may have been, to confront the Palestinian experience. Years ago his wife Miriam asked me if I would make available my apartment in New York, where I lived at that time, as the site for a surprise 40th birthday for Edward. I dislike surprise parties but of course agreed. The evening arrived, guests assembled on my sitting room on the 11th floor of 333 Central Park West. The dining room table groaned under Middle Eastern delicacies. Then came the word from the front door. Edward and Miriam had arrived. They were ascending in the elevator. Now we could all hear Edward's furious bellow, "But I don't want to go to dinner with Alex." They entered at last and the shout went up from 70 throats, "Happy birthday!" He reeled back in surprise and then recovered, and then saw about the room all those friends who had traveled thousands of miles to shake his hand. I could see him slowly expand with joy at each new unexpected face and salutation. He never became blasé in the face of friendship and admiration, or indeed honorary degrees, just as he never grew a thick skin. Each insult was as fresh and as wounding as the first he ever received. A quarter of century ago he would call, with mock heroic English intonation, "Alex Ner, have you seen the latest New Republic? Have you read this filthy, this utterly disgusting diatribe? You haven't? Oh, I know, you don't care about the feelings of a mere black man such as myself." I'd start laughing, and say I had better things to do than read Martin Parrots, or Edward Alexander or whoever the assailant was, but for half an hour he would brood, rehearse fiery rebuttals and listen moodily as I told him to pay no attention. He never lost the capacity to be wounded by the treachery and opportunism of supposed friends. A few weeks ago he called to ask whether I had read a particularly stupid attack on him by his very old friend Christopher Hitchens in the Atlantic Monthly. He described with pained sarcasm a phone call in which Hitchens had presumably tried to square his own conscience by advertising to Edward the impending assault. I asked Edward why he was surprised, and indeed why he cared. But he was surprised and he did care. His skin was so thin, I think because he knew that as long as he lived, as long as he marched onward as a proud, unapologetic and vociferous Palestinian, there would be some enemy on the next housetop down the street eager to dump sewage on his head. "Edward, dear friend, I wave adieu to you across the abyss. I don't even have to close my eyes to savor your presence, your caustic or merry laughter, your elegance, your spirit as vivid as that of D'Artagnan, the fiery Gascon. You will burn like the brightest of flames in my memory, as you will in the memories of all who knew and admired and loved you." September 25. As one who once wrote a book titled "The Golden Age is in Us," I took myself off on a Saturday to look at an exhibition in the National Gallery on Trafalgar Square, called Paradise, a travelling show which had already been shown in Bristol and Newcastle, attracting 160,000 people, apparently double what they would have expected normally in those galleries. People want to know the lineaments of paradise, whose earthly possibilities utopians used to spend much time usefully describing, though not much anymore. The exhibition turned out to be patchy, with the curator scraping together a show from available ingredients, such as a Boucher, a Gauguin, a Constable, a Monet, a Rothko, a couple of Renaissance paintings and so forth. But making my visit entirely worthwhile, there was one marvelous painting, one of Stanley Spencer's Cooksome paintings about the Last Judgment, done in 1934. It shows a dustman resurrected in his beefy wife's arms, she in ecstatic communion with the dustman's corduroy trousers, as Spencer put it. Other dustmen and women, plus a cat, surround the couple. "I feel in this dustman picture," Spencer wrote, "that it is like watching and experiencing the inside of a sexual experience. They are all in a state of anticipation and gratitude to each other. They are each to the other, and all to any one of them, as peaceful as the privacy of a lavatory. I cannot feel anything is heaven where there is any forced exclusion of any sexual desire. The picture is to express a joy of life through intimacy. All the signs and tokens of home life, such as the cabbage leaves and teapot which I have so much loved that I have had them resurrected from the dustbin because they are reminders of home life and peace, and are worthy of being adored as the dustman is. I only like to paint what makes me feel happy. As a child I was always looking on rubbish heaps and dustbins with a feeling of wonder. I like to feel that, while in life things like pots and brushes and clothes etc. may cease to be used, they will in some way be reinstated, and in this dustman picture I try to express something of this wish and need I feel for things to be restored. That is the feeling that makes the children take out the broken teapot and empty jam tin. Small things these, but there was also a big new thing in Spencer's life, namely his attraction to a new arrival in Cuxum, Patricia Preece, and her companion Hilda. Patricia was famous as having been the cause of the death of W.S. Gilbert, the librettist of the noted team of Gilbert and Sullivan. Aged 17 in 1911 and under her birth name of Ruby, she caught the eye of Randy Old Gilbert, who invited her to come for a swim in the lake at his Harrow home. As she splashed about he conceived, or professed to conceive, the notion that she was out of her depth and might drown. Swimming out, no doubt planning to clasp her in a savior's embrace, he had a heart attack and died in front of her. The press had a fine time describing her as a fair-haired 17-year-old schoolgirl. It's the presence of Patricia, though not her image, that suffuses the painting with sexual ecstasy, even though it's the ample Hilda, who'd fled from Cuxum to her mother in Hampstead, who is in ecstatic communion with the corduroy trousers. It's as earthy and beautiful an expression of the paradise of carnal passion as Joyce's pages in Ulysses about Bloom looking at Gertie. Though Spencer was a member of the Royal Academy and had the right to hang 4 paintings in the annual show, it was rejected, prompting his furious resignation. This great painting was without a purchaser till a Liverpool gallery bought it in 1947. Whoever thought to put Spencer into the Paradise exhibit got it right. In ancient times death in the Golden Age was always incorporated into life as a sensate pleasure, followed immediately by an improved life, the way most folks including all those flocking to the show in Bristol and Newcastle would like it. In those earlier times they had Saturnalia, which meant not so much drunken sex sprees as subversion of the conventional moral order. October 7th. People on the left spend a lot more time than they should complaining about the mainstream papers, most particularly the New York Times. They fume at the breakfast table, and often in print, or on the airwaves, bitterly decrying falsities in the newspaper of record. What do they expect? In fact, they should rejoice when the Times gets things wrong, which it mostly does, and take it as a singular event when it blunders into accuracy. The dreariest place on any campus is the J School, and whenever any young person comes to me to write a testimonial for them to get into journalism school I rail bitterly at their decision, though I concede that these days a diploma from one of these feedlots for mediocrity is pretty much mandatory for anyone who wants to get into mainstream journalism. Now the Times is nursing its bruises from the Jason Blair affair. There are so many smellier corpses in the New York Times's mausoleum, not to mention that larger graveyard of truth known as the American Fourth Estate, that it's hard to get too upset about what Blair did. This same Blair was a young black reporter on the New York Times, exposed and denounced at colossal length on May 11 by a team of reporters from his own paper. The guy is now in hiding, his career in ruins. From all the editorial hand-wringing you'd think he'd undermine the very foundations of the Republic. It reminds me of a New York Times editorial back in 1982, commenting on what began with my own exposé of Christopher Jones, a young man who had written an article in the New York Times Magazine about a visit to Cambodia during which he claimed to have seen Pol Pot through binoculars. In this same piece Jones made the mistake of plagiarizing an entire paragraph from André Malraux's novel La Voix Royale, and I pointed this out in a column in the Village Voice, adding the obvious point that Jones's binoculars must have been extremely powerful to have allowed him to recognize Pol Pot, let alone describe his eyes as dead and stony. My item stirred the Washington Post to point an accusing finger. Then the Times itself unleashed a huge investigation of the wretched Jones and ran a pompous editorial proclaiming, "It may not be too much to say that, ultimately, it debases democracy." I remember thinking at the time that as a democracy debaser Jones looked like pretty small potatoes, and it's the same way with Jason Blair now. He made up quotes, invented scenes, and plagiarized the work of other reporters, and if senior Times editors had not been as optimistically forgiving as, say, the Catholic hierarchy in dealing with a peccant priest, Blair would, and should, have been promptly fired after his second major screw-up. But in the larger scale of things Blair's improprieties are of no great consequence. The people into whose mouths he put imaginary words, and from whose imagined front porch he pretended to see tobacco fields instead of tract homes, are not notably put out. Ordinary Americans reckon that since you shouldn't believe a word of anything you read in a newspaper or hear over the airwaves, what's so different about Jason Blair? The Jason Blair scandal comes on the heels of what was one of the most intensive bouts of botched reporting, wild speculation and straightforward disingenuous lying in the history of American journalism, about which prompted an invasion, many deaths, and now, given the way things are currently headed, the likelihood of mass starvation. In other words, the lousy reporting really had consequences. The invasion of Iraq was premised on the existence of weapons of mass destruction. None has yet been found, and most of the U.S. detective teams are now wanly returning home. Did the New York Times assist in this process of deception? Very much so. Just look through the clips file of one of its better-known reporters, Judith Miller. It was Miller who first launched the supposedly knowledgeable Iraqi nuclear scientist Qadir Hamza on the world, crucial to the U.S. government's effort to portray a nuclear-capable Saddam. Miller it was who most recently wrote a story about a supposed discovery of a chemical WMD site, based entirely on the say-so of a U.S. military unit, about an Iraqi scientist whom Miller was not permitted to identify, let alone meet and interview. Thus far there's been no agonized reprise from the New York Times on its faulty estimate of the credibility of Hamza. And though Blair's fabrications about the homecoming of Jessica Lynch were minutely dissected, neither the Times nor any other U.S. paper that I've read has had anything to say about the charges made in the London Times that the heroic rescue of Lynch was from an undefended hospital in circumstances very different and less creditable than those heralded by a Pentagon desperate for good publicity during a time when the invasion seemed to have faltered amid unexpectedly stiff resistance. December 15. The last time I saw pictures of a man with long hair being displayed as a trophy of the American empire, it was Che Guevara, stretched out dead on a table in a morgue in Valle Grande in the eastern Bolivian mountains. In those edgier days, in late 1967, the Bolivian Army High Command wanted him dead, the quicker the better, though the CIA wanted him alive for interrogation in Panama. After a last chat with the CIA's Felix Rodriguez, George Bush Sr.'s pal, a Bolivian sergeant called Terran shot Che in the throat, and Rodriguez got to keep his watch. They chopped off Guevara's hands for later checking to make sure the ID was correct. Years later, his skeleton, sans hands, was located and flown back to Havana for proper burial. "It is better this way," Guevara told Rodriguez at the end. "I should never have been captured alive," he said, showing that even the bravest weaken at times. At the moment of his capture by the Bolivian Army unit, a wounded Guevara had identified himself, telling the soldiers he was Che and worth more to them alive than dead. Back in 1967, most of the world mourned when Che's capture and death seized the headlines. 1 million turned out in Havana to listen to Fidel Castro's farewell speech. It's been downhill all the way since then. The revolutionary cause has mostly gone to hell in a handcart, and the next time America's Most Wanted came out with his hands up, badly in need of a haircut, it was a mass murderer called Saddam Hussein, helped into power by the CIA a year after Guevara's death. "I'm the president of Iraq," he said, and then tried to cut a deal. "I went straight from the Monday morning news clips of the U.S. Army's film of Saddam having his teeth checked to have my own teeth cleaned by Tom, an oral hygienist in Santa Rosa, Northern California. To try to deflect Tom from his stern rebukes for my own flossing failures, I mentioned the footage of Saddam with his mouth open, while someone checked out his teeth. Though he gave no professional opinions on the state of Saddam's gums, it turned out Tom had spent a couple of years in Basra, in southern Iraq, imparting the elements of oral hygiene to the locals. I'd point out to them that their gums were bleeding, and they'd sigh, and say it was Allah's will. Then, like millions round the world that morning, we reviewed the various options awaiting Saddam. There were plenty of pieties in the opinion columns that Monday morning about the need for a manifestly independent tribunal where Saddam could be accorded every legal courtesy and the administration of justice would be scrupulous. It was impossible to read this claptrap without laughing, since that same morning Wesley Clark was testifying in the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, a body conjured into existence by the UN Security Council. As for it being anything other than a US puppet, ICTY was looking pretty slutty that morning, since the US government had successfully bullied the court into allowing Clark to testify in the absence of public or press, in what the ICTY demurely termed a temporary closed session with delayed transmission of the transcript, to allow the US government to review the transcript and make representations as to whether evidence given in open session should be redacted in order to protect the national interests of the US. To further protect the interests of General Clark, he would only have to endure limited cross-examination by Milojevic, a feisty cross-examiner. All the US wants is for Saddam to be hauled into some kangaroo court, and after a brisk procedure in which Saddam will no doubt be denied opportunities to interrogate old pals from happier days, like Donald Rumsfeld be dropped through a trapdoor with a rope tied around his neck, maybe with an Iraqi, or at least a son of the Prophet, pulling the lever. These pretenses at judicial propriety are absurd. I prefer the posture of the Arab-American woman who said Saddam should be put in a cage and drowned with spit. December 27. It has been astounding that a world-scale monster such as Rupert Murdoch has thus far fared well at the hands of his various profilers and biographers. Criticisms of him have either been too broad-brushed to be useful, or too tempered with war-derived facetiousness about press barons. Murdoch is far too fearsome an affront to any civilized values to escape with mere facetiousness. Now at last Murdoch is properly burdened with the chronicler he deserves. The Murdoch Archipelago is written by Bruce Page, a distinguished, Australian-raised journalist who has lived and worked in England for many years, perhaps best known for his work in leading one of the great investigative enterprises of 20th-century journalism, the Inside Team at the London Sunday Times. As an essay in understanding what the function of the press should be in a democratic society, Page's book is an important one, focused on the world's leading villains. I had some brief and vivid personal encounters with Murdoch in the late 1970s at the Village Voice, and I've known Page for many years. In the late 1960s I shared billing with him as one of the four helmsmen of the London-based Free Communications Group, whose manifesto about the media and democracy was set forth in the first issue of our very occasional periodical, The Open Secret. I talked to Page about his book in London in mid-November in the midst of the twin invasions of Bush and Murdoch, the latter briefly alighting in London to crush a rising by some shareholders in British Sky Broadcasting who had been claiming that the company was being run by Murdoch as a private fiefdom in a manner injurious to their interests. It was a characteristic Murdoch performance, marked by his usual arrogance, thuggery, and deception. In one particularly spectacular act of corporate contempt he first told the shareholders at the AGM that Tony Ball, moved over to make way for Murdoch's son James, had received no severance payment, and then revealed briefly thereafter that £10 million was being paid to Ball to make sure he would not compete with Sky's now non-existent rivals. The true function of the $10 million is more likely to ensure Ball's future discretion, since the latter knows the whereabouts of many bodies whose disinterment might inconvenience Murdoch, throwing an unpleasing light on Sky's unfettered use of its Thatcher-derived monopoly. Amid his rampages at Sky, Murdoch gave an interview to the BBC in which he placed Tony Blair on notice that the loyalty of Murdoch's newspapers was not to be taken for granted. Referring to himself respectfully in the first-person plural, Murdoch was kind enough to intimate that we will not quickly forget the courage of Tony Blair, but then made haste to emphasize that he also enjoys friendly relations with the new Tory leader Michael Howard. On the mind of this global pirate is a topic in which one would have thought he would have had scant interest, namely national sovereignty. Murdoch professed himself exercised by the matter of the EU constitution. Slipping on the mantle of Britishness, Murdoch pronounced that I don't like the idea of any more abdication of our sovereignty in economic affairs or anything else. The Guardian found this altogether too brazen and editorialized the following Monday that Rupert Murdoch is no more British than George W. Bush. Once upon a time, it's true, he was an Australian with Scottish antecedents. But some time ago he came to the view that his citizenship was an inconvenience and resolved to change it for an American passport. He does not live in this country, and it is not clear that he is entitled to use "we" in any meaningful sense of shared endeavor. To be lectured on sovereignty by someone who junked his own citizenship for commercial advantage is an irony to which Mr. Murdoch is evidently blind. Then The Guardian got a bit rougher. Readers have to be put on notice that the views expressed in Murdoch titles have not been freely arrived at on the basis of normal journalistic considerations. Page's core thesis is that Murdoch offers his target governments a privatized version of a state propaganda service, manipulated without scruple and with no regard for truth. His price takes the form of vast government favors such as tax breaks, regulatory relief, monopoly markets, and so forth. The propaganda is undertaken with the utmost cynicism, whether it's the stentorian fake populism and soft porn in the UK's Sun and News of the World, or shameless boot-licking of the butchers of Tiananmen Square. I asked Page if he thought this a fair summary. Page, your précis of my argument is exact. It may be worth noting that reviewers of Archipelago drawn from the still persistent old Fleetstrasse culture have produced innumerable contortions devised to miss its main argument. Peter Preston stated that Bruce failed to offer any thesis of how it was all done. Similarly, Anthony Howard, who of course has worked many years under the Murdoch banner. You may recall the first 3 paragraphs of the book. Rupert Murdoch denies quite flatly that he seeks or deals in political favors. Give me an example, he cried in 1999 when William Shawcross interviewed him for Vanity Fair. When have we ever asked for anything? Shawcross didn't take up the challenge. Rather, he endorsed Murdoch's denial, by saying that Rupert had never lied to him. We can show that Murdoch was untruthful and Shawcross far too tolerant, both in the interview and in his weighty biography of Murdoch. Not only has Murdoch sought and received political favors, most of the critical steps in the transmutation of News Limited, his inherited business, into present-day News Corp were dependent on such things. Nor is there essential change in his operations as the new century gets underway, and he prepares his sons to extend the dynasty. I worked quite hard with the Simon & Schuster lawyers to make this so blunt as to show that anyone missing the point was practicing voluntary astigmatism. On one radio show I was put up with a certain Teresa Wise of Accenture. She purported to knot her brow over the question of News Corp's governance, and produced one of the true standard lines, "It's very easy to demonize Mr. Murdoch," into the sagacious pause which would clearly have been followed by a laissez-passer. I managed to insert, "Can we have a little less of this? It is actually very difficult, and very hard work, to demonize Rupert. This is because he is in fact demonic, and he frightens a great many people in and around the media industries. Nobody should say how easy it is to demonize unless they have some working experience of the process." We then had a period of silence from her. Murdoch often denies he is the world's most powerful media boss. There's a natural discretion in those who have unelected political influence, as their power lacks legitimacy, they prefer it to pass unnoticed. But it goes somewhat further in Murdoch's case. Though his Australian-based News Corporation controls newspapers and broadcasting networks to a unique extent, and the governments of America, Australia, Britain, and China treat him with great solicitude, Murdoch considers himself a simple entrepreneur ringed by relentless opponents. He is in reality the man for whom Margaret Thatcher set aside British monopoly law so that he could buy the Times and the Sunday Times, and to whom she later handed monopoly control of British satellite television. His newspapers supported Thatcher with ferocious zeal but switched eagerly to Tony Blair's side once it was clear that New Labour would leave Murdoch in possession of the marketplace advantages bequeathed by Conservative predecessors. But Murdoch says, "We are not about protectionism through legislation and cronyism." In similar transactions, Ronald Reagan's right-wing administration let Murdoch dynamite U.S. media laws and set up the Fox network, and a left-wing Australian administration let him take monopoly control of the country's newspaper market. But to Murdoch, who thinks himself a victim of liberal totalitarians, this is no less than he deserves. He observes no connection between the business concessions government's award to News Corp and the support News Corp affords to such benefactors. Deep subservience in the case of China's totalitarian elite. We are about daring and doing for ourselves, he believes. Cockburn, but surely he retains some sense of irony, of cynicism, when he professes such nonsense. Page, in Alice in Wonderland the White Queen says she can believe 6 impossible things before breakfast, but Murdoch easily outdoes her. Sigmund Freud's grandson Matthew, a celebrated London public relations man, is married to Rupert's daughter Elizabeth and has said with surprise that his father-in-law actually believes the stuff in his own newspapers. We may be sure Mr. Freud is not so credulous. Nor are most people who know News Corp's publications. The London Sun coins money. But opinion surveys show less than 1 in 7 readers trust what it says. In legend Murdoch has an infallible popular touch, displayed in escalating circulations. But the legend misleads somewhat. Murdoch is not commercially invincible in areas where governments can't help. The plinth of his British Empire, the rigorously prurient News of the World, was selling more than 6 million copies when he bought it. Since, half its sales have vanished, while other papers have gained. The New York Post consistently loses money, and most companies would close it. There are many curiosities, political, editorial, financial, fiscal, about News Corp's media ascendancy. But central to it is the psychology of the Murdoch family, and the credulousness Matthew Freud diagnosed. Murdoch is the man who promoted the diaries of Adolf Hitler, and today believes in Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction, scarcely more real, though the two dictators indeed share attributes. For politicians in Beijing, Washington, and London, this psychology makes Mr. Murdoch an ideal media ally. They have illusions to peddle. Murdoch may be relied on to believe, and try to persuade others. Beijing, for instance, asserts that China cannot prosper except by accepting totalitarian communist rule, ignoring, therefore, the party's matchless record of criminal incompetence. Rupert's achievements here are notorious, but those of his son James hardly less. James's speech celebrating in Rupert's presence the strong stomach which enables them both to admire Chinese repressive techniques shocked even the rugged investors hearing it. It appears that Rupert considers James his successor, planning to give him command of Sky B, the British satellite TV broadcaster which News Corp wants to link into a worldwide system. Such an advance in media power will require much political aid, that of the Bush administration particularly, and there is no supporter of Mr. Bush and his wars that can outdo Rupert's enthusiasm. Cockburn, it's awful to think that we have younger Murdochs on hand to plague the planet for a few more decades. Page, such psychology is a family tradition. Rupert inherited the basis of News Corp from his Australian father Sir Keith Murdoch, a great propagandist in 1914–18. Purportedly an independent war correspondent, Keith Murdoch acted in fact as political agent to Billy Hughes, his country's wartime prime minister, plotting with him to conscript thousands of young men into a bloodbath supervised by incompetent British generals. The plot narrowly failed, as did an anti-Semitic intrigue against the Australian General John Monash, whose volunteer divisions broke the German line. Details are an Australian concern, but we should note the success with which Rupert's father later posed as an heroic rebel rescuing young men from ruthless generals, a pioneer feat of spin doctoring and truth inversion. Rupert's media still sustain his father Keith's mythology. The son, born in 1931, has always lived in the shadow of a spurious hero, uncritically promoted. Just such narratives characterize the authoritarian personality, identified by Theodore Adorno, and refined by later psychologists. Growth requires us all to make terms with our parents' real qualities, good or bad, and where that process fails, authoritarian qualities appear: intolerance of relationships other than dominion or submission, and intolerance of the ambiguity which equal standing implies. Such characteristics in Murdoch are shown by the testimony of many News Corp veterans. Executives, editors specially, are ejected, regardless of quality, at a flicker of independence. Murdoch demands internally the same subservience he offers to outside power. Conformity is enforced by mind games like Murdoch's notorious telephone calls coming to his executives at random moments, and consisting on his own part chiefly of brooding silence. The technique generates fear, and those who rebel against it are swiftly removed. Authoritarians often possess charm or skill in flattery. But a strong component is swift, apparently decisive judgment, premature closure, or jumping to conclusions. This explains the credulousness Adorno found in authoritarians, for penetrating complex truths usually demands some endurance of ambiguity. Cockburn, if the authoritarian personality is unsuited to realistic news gathering, how has Murdoch achieved media preeminence? Page, journalists are insecure, because they must trade in the unknown. Their profession, said the sociologist Max Weber, is uniquely accident-prone. Good management may reduce this insecurity, but the News Corp style actually uses insecurity as a disciplinary tool. And the seeming assurance of the authoritarian has tactical benefits. Murdoch can swap one attitude for another with zero embarrassment, and it enables him to deliver newspapers to any power he approves of. Readers naturally grow skeptical. But this does not yet harm News Corp's business model. It would have been remarkable for Rupert to develop in non-authoritarian fashion, given his inheritance. When his father died, he had neither graduated from university, nor gained any real newspaper tradecraft. In order to take control of what was then News Limited, under the trusts Sir Keith established, Rupert had to accept his father as a paragon of journalistic integrity, to convince the trustees, believers in that myth, of his desire to emulate it. Exactly when independence is essential for personal and professional development, a spurious parental image descended on him. And he has emulated the political propagandist, not the mythological paragon. The outcome attracts today's politicians because a sickness afflicts them. In all developed societies, trust in politics has declined. While democracy advances in the developing world, it finds itself ailing in its homelands. Finding themselves distrusted, politicians turn for a cure to tabloid journalism, Murdoch's especially, which they realize is distrusted still more than themselves. They do so just as victims of a slow, fatal disease use quack medicines if the real cure still seems too strenuous. The real problem of politics is the increasingly complex, and therefore occult nature of advanced society. We fancy it has become more open, and it somewhat has. But progress has fallen behind the needs of better educated, less deferential citizens whose problems grow more daunting intellectually. The state for which politicians are responsible cannot explain itself to its citizens. It might reverse this by opening itself far more freely to scrutiny. But against this the bureaucrats, public and private, on whom politicians rely for administrative convenience, conduct a relentless guerrilla attack. Should politicians choose to fight back, they will not lack allies, for most Western societies still have some competent, independent news media, and the demand exists among citizens. In Britain, real newspapers, and broadcasters like the BBC, continue to be trusted as Murdoch's tabloids will never be. But quack remedies still appeal to governments, and all Murdoch asks in return is a little help in extending his monopolies. Of course, if the process goes far enough, only the quack remedy will be available, and democracy's ailment would then be terminal. December 31st. Count our blessings, an act the eternally pessimistic American left usually shuns. 2003 was a pretty good year. Who can complain about a span of time in which both William Bennett and Rush Limbaugh, exposed as, respectively, a compulsive gambler and a drug addict, were installed in the public stocks amid the derision of the citizenry? Some say that they both winched themselves out of the mud, with Bennett's sessions in Las Vegas and Limbaugh's steady diet of OxyContin already faded in the public mind. Maybe so. But still, there's nothing so enjoyable as the plight of a professional moralizer caught in the wrong part of town. For a vivid account of just how bad the New York Times has been for many, many years, I strongly recommend John L. Hess's vivid memoir My Times, a memoir of dissent, published by 7 Stories Press, that came out in September. Hess, cranky, heterodox, cultured, and irreverent, is the ideal type of what any member of our profession should be, but who is usually leached out of the system in the dawn of their careers. He was a brilliant Paris correspondent in the 60s and early 70s, before he returned to New York and promptly wrote memorable exposés of the Metropolitan Museum and of New York's nursing homes. Then he and his wife Karen briefly took charge of the food and restaurant column and caused turmoil in that back-scratching sector. Real journalists don't end up teaching ethics in journalism schools. They write till they drop. John Hess is a real journalist, virtually an extinct breed. Long may he write. Hess writes the Times obituary as America's supposedly greatest paper. In his caustic pages there is nothing more savage, and contrite, than his account of what the New York Times did not report about the Vietnam War in the late 1960s. Every journalism student, and every reporter, should have this book in their backpacks. Of course 2003 was a year in which the governments, the intelligence services, the military bureaucracies, the intellectual whoremongers and whores of two countries, America and Britain, displayed themselves as brazen and incompetent liars as they maneuvered towards war on Iraq. So why did the US want to invade Iraq and finish off Saddam? There are as many rationales as there were murderers on Christie's Orient Express. In the end my mind goes back to something my friend the political scientist Doug Lummis wrote from his home in another outpost of the empire, in Okinawa at the time of the first onslaught on Iraq at the start of the 90s. Iraq, Lummis wrote, had been in the 80s a model of an oil-producing country thrusting its way out of the Third World, with a good health system and an efficient bureaucracy cowed from corrupt practices by a brutal regime. The fundamental intent of the US in 1991 was to thrust Iraq back, deeper, ever deeper into Third World indigence. In the fall I was in London and across a weekend enjoyed the hospitality of the first-class journalist Richard Gott, also of his wife Vivian. At one point our conversation turned to the question of motive, and I was interested to hear Gott make the same point as Lummis, only about the attack of 2003. I asked him why he thought this, and Gott recalled a visit he'd made to Baghdad last year. This was a time when the natural and political inclination of most opponents of the impending war was to stress the fearful toll of the sanctions imposed from 1990 on. Gott had a rather different observation, in part, because of his experience in Latin America. Baghdad, he said, looked a lot more prosperous than Havana. It was clear today, Gott wrote after his visit, from the quantity of goods in the shops, and the heavy traffic jams in the urban motorways, that the sanctions menace has been effectively defeated. Iraq is awakening from a long and depressing sleep, and its economy is clearly beginning to function once more. No wonder it is in the firing line. Eyes other than Gott's no doubt observed the same signs of economic recovery. Iraq was rising from the ashes, and so, it had to be thrust down once more. The only recovery permitted would be on Uncle Sam's terms. Or so Uncle Sam, in his arrogance, supposed. 2004. January 6. My problem with the Hitler-Bush pairing is not so much the comparison per se, which is solidly in the respectable mainstream of political abuse, but in the strange hysteria of Democrats about Bush as a leader of such consummate evil, so vile that any Democrat would be preferable. Any Democrat? George Bush is by definition a warmonger, but Wesley Clark, one of the contenders for the Democratic nomination, actually issued an order that could have sparked Armageddon. Back in the war on Yugoslavia, in his capacity as NATO's supreme commander, Clark ordered the British general, Sir Michael Jackson, to block Russian planes about to land at Pristina Airport. Jackson refused to obey, declaring in one furious exchange quoted in Newsweek, "I'm not going to start the Third World War for you." The central political issue this year is the absolute corruption of the political system and of the two parties that share the spoils. Wherever one looks, at the gerrymandered districts, the balloting methods, the fundraising, corruption steams like vapor from a vast swamp. To rail about Bush as Hitler is to blur what should be the proper focus. If you want to hear an American answer to Hitler as warmonger at full tilt, go and read the speeches John F. Kennedy was making and planning to make when he was shot. Hitler, genocidal monster that he was also the first practicing Keynesian leader. When he came to power in 1933, unemployment stood at 40%. Economic recovery came without the stimulus of arms spending. Hitler wanted a larger population, so construction subsidies produced a housing boom. There were vast public works such as the Autobahns. He paid little attention to the deficit or to the protests of the bankers about his policies. Interest rates were kept low, and though wages were pegged, family income increased by reason of full employment. By 1936 unemployment had sunk to 1%. German military spending remained low until 1939. Not just Bush but Howard Dean and the Democrats could learn a few lessons in economic policy from that early, Keynesian Hitler, whose hostility to unions they also echo. As for warmongering, American presidents and would-be presidents don't need lessons from anyone. As Hitler freely acknowledged in his campaign bio, Mein Kampf, the debt was the other way round. January 28. My dear friend and late nation colleague Andrew Cockburn liked to tell how, skiing in Aspen at the height of the Vietnam War, he came round a bend and saw another skier, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, alone near the edge of a precipice. This was during the period of Rolling Thunder, which ultimately saw 3 times as many bombs dropped on Vietnam as the Allies dropped on Europe in World War II. I could have reached out with my ski pole, Andy would say wistfully, and pushed him over. Alas, Andy shirked this chance to get into the history books, and McNamara survived the 1960s, when, as U.S. Secretary of Defense, he contributed more than most to the slaughter of 3.4 million Vietnamese. He went on to run the World Bank, where he presided over the impoverishment, eviction from their lands, and death of many millions more round the world. And now here he is, the star of Errol Morris's much praised, in my view wildly overpraised, documentary The Fog of War, talking comfortably about the millions of people he's helped to kill. It reminded me of films of Albert Speer, Hitler's architect and then head of war production. Speer loved to admit to an overall guilt. But when he was pressed on specific nastiness, like working Jews or Russians to death in arms factories, he would insist, eyes ablaze with forthrightness, that he knew nothing of such infamies. The fog of war is a tag usually attributed to von Clausewitz, though the German philosopher and theorist of war never actually used the phrase. Eugenia Kiesling argued a couple of years ago in Military Review that the idea of fog, unreliable information, wasn't a central preoccupation of Clausewitz. Eliminating fog, Kiesling wrote, gives us a clearer and more useful understanding of Clausewitz's friction. It restores uncertainty and the intangible stresses of military command to their rightful centrality on war. It allows us to replace the simplistic message that war intelligence is important with the reminder that Clausewitz constantly emphasizes moral forces in war. As presented by McNamara, through Morris, the fog of war usefully deflects attention from clear and unpleasant facts entirely unobscured by fog. McNamara can talk about confusions, fog, about what actually happened on August 2 or 4, 1964, thus teetering unfogged daylight, of which there was plenty, about the moral failures of U.S. commanders, including McNamara, waging war on the Vietnamese. Roberta Wallstetter was a pioneer in this fogging technique back in the 1950s, with her heavily subsidized Pearl Harbor, Warning and Decision, which deployed the idea of distracting noise as the phenomenon that prevented U.S. commanders, ultimately Roosevelt, from comprehending the information that the Japanese were about to launch a surprise attack. Wallstetterian noise thus obscured the fact that FDR wanted a Japanese provocation, and knew the attack was coming, though probably not its scale and destructiveness. When McNamara looks back down memory lane, there are no real shadows, just the sunlight of moral self-satisfaction. I don't fault Truman for dropping the bombs, I never saw Kennedy more shocked, never would I have authorized an illegal action. I'm very proud of my accomplishments and I'm very sorry I made errors. Slabs of instructive history are missing from Morris's film. McNamara rode into the Pentagon on one of the biggest of big lies, the bogus missile gap touted by Kennedy in his 1960 campaign against Nixon. It was all nonsense. As Defense Secretary, McNamara ordered the production of 1,000 Minuteman strategic nukes, this at a time when he was looking at U.S. intelligence reports showing that the Soviets had one silo with one untested missile. To Morris now he offers homilies about the menace of nuclear Armageddon. It's cost-free to say such things, grazing peacefully on the tranquil mountain pastures of his 87 years. Back in 1994 I had a conversation with Noam Chomsky, where McNamara's name cropped up. If you look at the modern intelligentsia over the past century or so, Chomsky said, they're pretty much a managerial class, a secular priesthood. They've gone in basically two directions. One is essentially Leninist. Leninism is the ideology of a radical intelligentsia that says, we have the right to rule. Alternatively, they have joined the decision-making sector of state capitalist society, as managers in the political, economic, and ideological institutions. The ideologies are very similar. I've sometimes compared Robert McNamara to Lenin, and you only have to change a few words for them to say virtually the same thing. Management, McNamara declared in 1967, is the gate through which social and economic and political change, indeed change in every direction, is diffused through society. Substitute party organization for management and you have Lenin. Of course the managerial ideal for McNamara was a managerial dictatorship. World Bank loans surged to Pinochet's Chile after Allende's overthrow, to Uruguay, to Argentina, to Brazil after the military coup, to the Philippines, to Suharto after the 1965 coup in Indonesia, and to the Romania of Ceausescu. McNamara poured money $2.36 billion between 1974 and 1982 into the tyrant's hands. In 1980 Romania was the bank's 8th biggest borrower. McNamara crowed delightedly as Ceausescu razed whole villages, turned hundreds of square miles of prime farmland into open-pit mines, polluted the air with coal and lignite, turned Romania into one vast prison, applauded by the bank in an amazing 1979 economic study cited by Rich as tokening the importance of centralized economic control. So the McNamara of the World Bank evolved naturally, organically, from the McNamara of Vietnam. The one was prolegomena to the other, the horrors perhaps on a narrower and more vivid scale, but ultimately lesser in dimension and consequence. As displayed by Morris, McNamara never offers any reflection on the social system that produced and promoted him, a perfectly nice, well-spoken war criminal. As his inflation of his role in the faux bombing of Japan shows, he can go so far as to falsely though complacently indict himself, while still shirking bigger, more terrifying and certainly more useful reflections on the system that blessed him and mercilessly killed millions upon millions under FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, JFK, LBJ, and Nixon. I don't think Morris laid a glove on McNamara, who should be feeling well pleased. Like Speer, he got away with it yet again. In the weeks after the film was launched he scurried to Washington to participate in forums on the menace of nuclear destruction with the same self-assurance that he went to Vietnam and Cuba to review the record. If Morris had done a decent job, McNamara would not have dared to appear in any public place. March 4. When all seems dark, my father, Claude, used to say when I was a teenager, try reading a little Marx. It puts things in perspective. As I'd mope over the defection of some girlfriend he'd thrust a copy of the 18th Brumaire into my hand and tell me to cheer up. I remembered Claude's advice last weekend, when news that one of the world's great Marxist economists, Paul Sweezy, had died at the age of 93. Sweezy wasn't at all like Marx in personal demeanor. Karl was hairy, bohemian, cantankerous whereas Paul, godlike in his good looks, radiated an amiable and dignified calm, at least in my limited personal experience. Reading Marx, you feel you're getting to the truth of the matter, and it was the same way with Sweezy. He wrote and taught with extraordinary clarity. After Sweezy's death, I asked Robert Pollin, once a student of Sweezy's, for his thoughts on Sweezy. Bob remembered the excitement of Sweezy's lectures at the New School back in the day, and he swiftly furnished many interesting paragraphs about Sweezy's great contributions, in the big books and in Monthly Review, which he founded with Leo Huberman in 1949. At Harvard in the 1930s Sweezy was the star grad student of Joseph Schumpeter. Pollin reckons that Schumpeter was thinking of Sweezy, whom he greatly admired, when he wrote in Capitalism, socialism, democracy, that capitalism would not survive because capitalism breeds intellectual freedom, hence people with critical faculties, and it's inevitable that this spirit breeds powerful minds who will turn their guns on the deficiencies of capitalism itself. Then Schumpeter, conservative himself, wrote that socialism would succeed, maybe unwieldy, but more egalitarian nonetheless, in part because the brilliant thinkers grown dissatisfied with the crassness and injustices of capitalism would also rise to the top in a socialist society, and make it function decently. And again, Bob writes, who else could he have had in mind here but Paul, his student and protege? Different times, brighter hopes. These days we're looking at a lot of socialist rubble, but simultaneously at a capitalist architecture whose stresses and failures Sweezy, in accessible terms, decade after decade, in his books and in the Monthly Review, which he founded with Leo Huberman in 1949, trenchantly detected and explained, the reasons for the New Deal's failure, until World War II bailed out the system, military Keynesianism and the Korean War as the prime factors in U.S. recovery after that war, underdevelopment in the Third World, consequence of dependency that was created by imperialism, as well as the increasing role of finance in the operations of capitalism. Way ahead of most, Sweezy was clear-eyed about the trends, the capture of more and more of society's wealth by the rich, the threat this pyramid of purchasing power poses to the stability of the whole system, the need for the left to bolster what defenses working people can muster against the predators. Sweezy, Bob Pollin writes, was the most powerful Marxist exponent of underconsumptionism since Rosa Luxemburg. Keynes himself later embraced this as his analysis of the 1930s depression. Underconsumptionism is the tendency in capitalist economies for the capitalists to produce more things than the people can afford to buy. Capitalism could solve this problem through more income equality, and more social control over investment spending. But capitalists don't like that solution. Therefore, as Sweezy and Barron argued in Monopoly Capital, they come up with alternative means of getting buyers for the things monopolist firms decide to produce. They get the military to spend, they induce spending through advertising, and they ride the wave of epoch-making innovations like the automobile. Read Sweezy's books and you can understand why we have U.S. Marines presiding over the continuing enslavement of Haiti, why we have John Kerry proclaiming his doctrine of progressive interventionism, why we have Alan Greenspan calling for a renewed onslaught on Social Security. Sweezy taught generations how to understand these things, how not to be surprised. Like all great teachers, he gave us the consolations as well as the burden of such knowledge. If you know what's happening, you're in a position to figure out how to do something about it, and that's always uplifting. March 31st. Michael Newdow, a California doctor with a law degree, has been arguing to the U.S. Supreme Court that the reference to God in the Pledge of Allegiance uttered daily by millions of school children is unconstitutional. The pledge was originally written by a former Baptist minister, Francis Bellamy, in 1892 to promote the 400th anniversary of Columbus's discovery of the Americas. In 1954, amid the freezing gusts of the Cold War, the Rev. George M. Dougherty, pastor at the New York Avenue Presbyterian Church in Washington, D.C., preached to a distinguished congregation including President Dwight D. Eisenhower that the pledge should contain a reference to God, thus distinguishing it from kindred pledges by little Muscovites similarly pledging their loyalty to the hammer and sickle. Living under God, Dougherty thundered, was a definitive fact of the American way of life. He conceded that honest atheists might disagree, but added that in his opinion the First Amendment's guarantee of freedom of expression is not, and was never meant to be, a separation of religion and life, and that, honesty notwithstanding, an atheistic American is a contradiction in terms. America was in the midst of a tumid uptick in religious pietism at the time, powered in part by the need to display America's biggest ally in the fight against communism. In fact, the tremendously popular Eisenhower had had an unconventional spiritual upbringing, with his father's faith stemming from the Mennonite Baptist River Brethren, who had moved from Pennsylvania to Kansas. His mother Ida was a Jehovah's Witness. Eisenhower was the first president to join a church after being elected president. Eisenhower and Congress rushed to implement Dougherty's call. Congress was unanimous, and the only religious group that objected was that of the Boston Unitarians. One nation under God was added to the pledge, and when the federal Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled it unconstitutional last year and that school children didn't have to recite it if they didn't want to, Congress once again exhibited unanimity in reproving the uppity judges. April 12. Today brings us the 100th anniversary of the birth of Claude Cockburn, father of other Cockburns, the brothers Alexander, Andrew, and Patrick, Claudia Flanders, Sarah Caldwell, grandfather of Daisy Cockburn, Chloe Cockburn-Scaife, Olivia Wilde, Charlie Cockburn, Henry Cockburn, Alexander Cockburn, Laura Flanders, Stephanie Flanders. Claude was the greatest radical journalist of his age, an inspiring influence not only on Counterpunch, but on many other seditious journalistic enterprises, such as the UK's Private Eye, the fortnightly at whose helm he stood at a crucial moment in the early 1960s, or the National Guardian founded by Cedric Belfridge, James Aronson, and John McManus. Claude was a child of empire, born in the British legation in Peking, son of Harry Cockburn, the British minister there during the Boxer Rising, who had spent 20 years in Chungking and was on friendly terms with the Empress Dowager of the Middle Kingdom. Claude grew up mostly in Budapest, and went to Berkhamsted School, run by his friend Graham Greene's father. Just young enough to escape slaughter in the Great War, he went to Oxford, lived in Paris, wrote for Ezra Pound Style, worked for the London Times in Berlin, saw the rise of Hitler, and went to New York to describe the crash. He turned left, quit the Times, joined the Daily Worker, the newspaper of the British Communist Party, founded his famous anti-fascist newsletter The Week, and fought for the Republic in the Spanish Civil War, joining the Republic militia before the international brigades were formed. His superiors ordered him back from the front lines to assume the propaganda duties alluded to in the piece below. 1947 saw him quit the Worker and the CP, move to Ireland, and start a whole new life as a novelist and freelance commentator. His first book, Beat the Devil, written under the name James Helvick, was turned into Huston's well-known film of the same name. He wrote other novels, including Ballantyne's Folly and Jericho Road, and 3 volumes of masterly memoirs, collected in I, Claude. He wrote fast, with a beautifully easy style. His prose could be light, ironic, also savage. He was learned but never overbearing, cultivated but never patronizing. He respected and enjoyed people at all social levels and ages. He loved dogs. Under the force of his example, who could resist the lure of journalism? None of his sons did, to the initial gloom of our mother Patricia, who knew firsthand that freelance journalism doesn't always bring home regular slabs of bacon. His body simply wore out when he was 77, though his mind stayed sharp till his last breath. The day before he died in St Finbarr's Hospital in Cork, he dictated a column for the Irish Times to Patricia. He never soured on his ideals, never lost faith in humanity's nobler instincts, never failed to see the humor in life. Shortly before Claude died, amid one of the periodic uproars about upper-class British spies, my friend Ben Sonnenberg asked him to write a piece for Ben's literary quarterly Grand Street. Claude turned in a masterly essay, full of astute observations about Guy Burgess and spy mania, but also with a wonderfully tragic comic memoir about the strange death of Basil Murray in Valencia. I include it here because Grand Street is not easily available. Spies and 2 Deaths in Spain. By Claude Cockburn. Before he was revealed as a central figure, perhaps the mastermind of the Burgess-McLean spy scandal, the rapscallion Guy Burgess used sometimes to join me at a table in one of the bars of the House of Commons and, in the course of conversation, proclaim that he was an agent of the Soviet government. This would come out in a drink-slurred roar, clearly audible to, for example, Ernest Bevin, Foreign Secretary, towering massively at the bar, as well as to any other politician or newspaperman in the place. He would usually, somewhere in the talk, make another emphatic assertion. This was to the effect that he was the illegitimate son of the then Lady Rothschild. It was, he implied, a fact which accounted for his expert knowledge of international finance. The claim about his illegitimacy was entirely false, and quite a number of people who ought to have known better believed it. And his claim to be an agent of the KGB was true, and no one believed it. It was a crude and entirely successful example of the double bluff. If anyone, and I suppose there were some such in British counterintelligence, were to report a suspicion about Burgess's role, his superior was likely to reply with weary contempt, I know, he keeps saying so himself." The ploy about Lady Rothschild appealed to people as a fairly titillating piece of gossip. It was useful to Burgess, and he employed it for the same reason that his contemporary Brendan Bracken, Britain's information minister throughout the war and an immensely successful political and financial pirate, used to claim that he was the illegitimate son of Winston Churchill. Reading the excitingly simplistic accounts of successive spy scandals in British publications, I find it useful to recall these facts about Burgess, which indicate in their own simple way how complex the detection of spies in our midst can be. We have had spy scares every few years, and I have no doubt, are going to have more of them. In the same way, scares about terrorism, together with more or less fraudulent analyses of the supposed activities and motivations of terrorists, will certainly proliferate as the nervous system of the general public increasingly demands sedation in the face of horrifying phenomena. The public nervous system may be soothed by false explanations. But unless people are encouraged to look rather more coolly and deeply into these same phenomena of espionage and terrorism, they will make no progress towards any genuine self-defense against either. At this point, it may be wise to remember that there are those whose hysteria on these subjects leads them to believe that any cool analysis amounts almost to a condonation. Such hysteria is of obvious help to spies and terrorists. Let us also note that nobody in any country can truly and totally evaluate the harm an enemy's spies may have done. The real experts in anti-espionage are a great deal more ready to admit this than the horrified public. Even the outstanding Russian dissident, Andrei Sakharov, father of their hydrogen bomb, is reported as saying that the secrets betrayed by Klaus Fuchs were of minimal importance in the development of the weapons in the Soviet Union. A constant element among the facts and fiction about espionage is what we may call belief in the spy as Superman. All intelligence agencies have a vested interest in convincing the world of their machine-like efficiency. Particularly in wartime, but at other times too, the notion of the spy successfully uprooting our secrets, like a pig uprooting truffles, is alarming in itself, and also because it fits and extends the idea which almost everybody has, that the enemy is not only wickeder but also cleverer than we are. Malcolm Muggeridge once told me how, while working for MI6 during the war, he became for a time profoundly depressed by what appeared to him the ineptitude and even clownish folly of some of our intelligence procedures. His gloom lifted when, after the Allied landings in Italy, his German opposite numbers scampered out of Naples without even burning their vital documents. To his relief, he saw from them that the Germans had been proceeding with an ineptitude and folly at least equal to our own. A frequent element in spy alarm, notably in Britain and France, is the belief that spies belong to, and are protected by, a higher social and financial class than the common citizenry of the country on which they are spying. An awkward bit of this last element is that it often chances to be true, as is apparent to students of the relationships between certain members of the German and British nobility not only before the outbreak of World War II, but in the intrigues directed particularly against Churchill during the autumn and winter of 1939 to 1940. The most insidious of the bases for fear of spies is subtler than the others, yet quite as dangerous. It is rarely formulated but runs roughly, and often subconsciously, like this: if some of our best educated citizens who have had every advantage our society can offer are nonetheless prepared to dedicate themselves to an ideology destructive to that society, may it not be just possible that there is something dangerously wrong with our own philosophy of life? It is exactly this element that accounts for the extraordinary outburst of outraged surprise with which the British public greeted the exposure of Anthony Blunt as a KGB agent. As in the case of Philby and Maclean, here was a young man of good family who had enjoyed to the full the educational, cultural, and social advantages of a reasonably affluent student at one of Britain's two senior universities. He was as far from deprivation as anyone could get. There was no visible cause for him to turn against society. The thought that, despite all this, some extraordinary power of attraction in communism's alien and hostile doctrines had seduced him was terrifying. To judge by the tone of many British commentators, it was as alarming as a discovery that a witch doctor had been secretly at large, exercising black magical powers over the citizenry. Such thoughts paralyze the capacity to see and deal rationally with the problem. The true explanation is a great deal simpler. Blunt and the other young men concerned were at Cambridge during the Great Depression. About 3 million were unemployed, and at that time to be on the dole or in low-paid employment in Britain meant poverty that was often near the starvation line. John Gunther, in his book Inside Britain, notes the astonishment of American visitors at the docility of the British working class under such conditions and the absence of revolutionary outbursts. In this desert of misery, Cambridge was an ostentatious oasis of civilized comfort. It is not at all surprising that Blunt and others should have, with some deep feelings of guilt, questioned the justification for such a state of affairs. On the contrary, it would have been surprising had any sensitive and informed young man coolly accepted his position as though by divine right. The communists did not require secret recruiting sergeants, the economics of the time were doing the job quite well enough. By contrast, only a few years earlier at Oxford, when the economic situation was less spectacularly dire, the majority of the student population was almost entirely apolitical. If, as some recent publications have suggested, there were Soviet recruiters at the Oxford of that day, they should have been fired for incompetence. Politics was in the main a replay, more or less histrionic, of the liberal, conservative struggles of the years before World War I, with labor adding no more than flavoring to a familiar stew. Some who delve needlessly deep into the motivations of international spies, and double and triple agents, have made much of the fact that many of what may be called the Cambridge group of distinguished Soviet agents can be shown to have been homosexual or to have had homosexual connections. But let us note that at Oxford in the mid-20s, homosexuality was as fashionable and obtrusive as communism was not. From the London press, which liked to paint lurid pictures of goings-on at the university, you could have gathered that the undergraduates were about evenly divided between flaunting and artistically outre homosexuals and sturdy British hardies upholding the values for which the preceding generation had died in the war. Such nonsense apart, it is certainly true that in the most flamboyant and trend-setting intellectual circles homosexuality was in some cases so nearly de rigueur that aspiring writers, artists, and above all actors, actually felt compelled to pretend to be homosexual. The slang word for it was so. In reply to the greeting "How are you?" a common reply was, "So-so, but not quite so-so as sometimes." A friend of mine who had the most normal sexual tastes started a literary magazine which, it was immediately suggested, should have been called Just So Stories. When an undergraduate was actually sent down for homosexual practices, astounded observers held competitions to suggest what amazingly spectacular misbehavior he must have indulged in to merit this extraordinary action by the authorities. Another odd fact is that at that time womanizer was a term of abuse. I knew a normally lusty American Rhodes Scholar who could hardly believe that even among those who vigorously deplored the existence of homosexuality, womanizing was worse than immoral, it was unspeakably vulgar. This must have had its historical roots in the long ages when Oxford was so successfully isolated by lack of transport from the outside world that prostitutes were the only women available during term time to all but the richest students who could afford gigs and other horse-drawn vehicles to get them at least as far as reading. By my day the majority of heterosexual people were able to find ways and means of satisfaction, even in term time, but always under the still somewhat inhibiting fear of being dubbed womanizers. It is a pity that so many who write of Oxford and Cambridge in the relevant years are so crassly ignorant of the prevailing atmosphere. They remind me of Mr. Vladimir, the Imperial Russian diplomat in Conrad's The Secret Agent, as he lectures the title character. and Mr. Vladimir developed his idea from on high, with scorn and condescension, displaying at the same time an amount of ignorance as to the real aims, thoughts, and methods of the revolutionary world which filled the silent Mr. Verloc with inward consternation. He confounded causes with effects more than was excusable, the most distinguished propagandists with impulsive bomb-throwers, assumed organization where in the nature of things it could not exist, spoke of the Social Revolutionary Party one moment as of a perfectly disciplined army, where the word of chiefs was supreme, and at another as if it had been the loosest association of desperate brigands that ever camped in a mountain gorge. We find a Mr. Vladimir at every corner today, spouting his confident but dangerously misleading lectures. Still, in the areas of spying and terrorism, even the best are inclined to leave out from their sapient and truthful analyses the factor of unpredictability. Or nonsense, if you prefer. Brooding on this situation, I constantly keep in mind my own experience in the field of espionage, or rather, counter-espionage. Early in the Spanish Civil War I was what, if one were inclined to pomposity, might be called a section leader of the counter-espionage department of the Spanish Republican government dealing with Anglo-Saxon personalities. My job was principally to vet applications by British and Americans for visas to enter Republican Spain. It was, as I realized rather late, a no-win situation for me. Either I allowed in some supposed friend of the Republic who turned out to be a secret enemy, in which case I could very well be shot as a saboteur. Or, overcautiously avoiding this risk, I might exclude some character suspect to me who would later turn out to be a loyal friend of the Republic and a potentially powerful propagandist in its cause. Saboteur again. It was under these circumstances that I had to consider the application for a visa for Basil Murray, son of Professor Gilbert Murray, whose family and connections were luminaries of the British liberal academic and political world. I was astonished, and more than a little suspicious, when Basil, in making his application, explained that having hitherto lived the life of a roustabout at Oxford and layabout in London, he had suddenly seen the light and wished to dedicate himself to the cause of the Republic. Specifically, he wanted to give radio talks from Valencia, where the government was now established. Knowing and liking Basil, but still not quite convinced of the strength of his new resolutions, I discussed his application with the foreign minister, who thought that I was mad even to consider rejecting the son of so distinguished a figure in Britain who was as well the cousin of the British Foreign Secretary. Basil came to Valencia, and with much sweat and dedication produced several excellent broadcasts. Then he suddenly fell in love with a girl of whom one may say that had she had the words "I am a Nazi spy" printed on her hat, that could hardly have made her position clearer than it was. I reasoned with Basil, but found him besotted with love and convinced that, in some bigoted way, I was deliberately thinking ill of this splendid creature. Just as my arguments ran finally into a blind alley, the girl herself suddenly quit the Republic for Berlin in the company of a high-ranking officer of the International Brigade who proved also to be an agent of the enemy. Although I was naturally careful not to belabor Basil with "I told you SOS," he fell into a deep melancholy both at the loss of the loved one and the disclosure of her political vileness. Soon after, wandering bitterly disconsolate along the quays of Valencia's harbor, he saw a tiny street menagerie of the kind that in those days was a common form of popular entertainment in Spain. The little group included an ape. And this ape, Basil said, was the first living creature that since the defection of the Nazi agent had looked at him with friendly sympathy. He bought the ape and took it with him to the Victoria Hotel, which was the hotel housing all visiting VIPs. The next I knew, I received a call from the management of the Victoria, who said furiously that they had already strained themselves to the limit by putting up all the foreign visitors I had recommended, and that now, by God, my latest protégé was demanding a room for an ape. After I had pointed out that there were apes enough already living in the hotel, so that one more would hardly be noticed, it was agreed that Basil be moved to a room with a large bathroom, in which the ape might be accommodated. This arrangement worked well enough for a matter of 48 hours. Then Basil, still disconsolate despite the friendly eyes of the ape, drank heavily and fell asleep naked on his bed in the fierce humid heat of a Valencia afternoon. He had locked the ape in the bathroom, but the ingenious and friendly animal became bored with this isolation and longed for the company of its new master. Somehow it picked the lock of the bathroom door and came into the bedroom looking for a game or frolic. Finding the new master disappointingly unresponsive, the ape made vigorous efforts to rouse him, biting him over and over again and finally in frustration biting through his jugular vein. Apart from my personal regret at the loss of my old acquaintance, I was compelled to see that the situation would be politically damaging. One could surmise at once what a hostile British press would make of the news that a brilliant young Englishman of distinguished family had sought to work for the Red Republic, and had, within a very short time, been bitten to death by an ape. It was possible quickly to announce that Basil had died of pneumonia as a result of the treacherous Valencia climate. It was also arranged that the British government should send a light cruiser or frigate from its Mediterranean fleet for the purpose of carrying Basil back to Britain. A small cortege of suitable officials from the Republican Foreign Office accompanied the remains to the quayside. It was only when the remains were being moved to the cutter for transfer onto the frigate that a member of the cortege noticed that they had been joined by the ape. It sprang into the stern sheets of the cutter. Faithfully, it followed Basil up the companionway. It appeared on the spotless deck and there, in a gesture suitable for solemn occasions, it raised its fist in the red front salute. A British warrant officer, having doubtless been warned of the dangerous and even bestial character of the Reds and of the necessity for vigilance while the ship was in a red harbor, reacted swiftly, drew a pistol and shot the ape dead. Its body fell overboard and disappeared into the Mediterranean. Basil, I believe, had a fine funeral in England, and the episode was closed. But not really. For weeks afterwards I was pestered by the menagerie owner demanding compensation and heart balm for his grief at the demise of the ape. He said that when he had sold it to Basil he had not at all envisaged the possibility that the creature would be brutally murdered by the forces of British imperialism, shooting down that helpless animal as ruthlessly as they had shot down innumerable people throughout the empire. In addition, the British diplomatic mission to Republican Spain immediately spread the story that we, the Republicans, meaning in this case me, had murdered Basil poison in the wine, one of them said. Anarchists and others suspicious of the coalition government somehow spread a story that through the government's carelessness or connivance, a British agent had been introduced, and then killed when on the verge of damaging exposure. Enemies of the Murray family, and those disgusted that Basil should have worked for the Republic, spread in England the story that Basil had had improper relations with the ape. They even, I found later, substituted a bear. As late as the 1950s a close and loving relative of Basil's was delighted to hear from me the true story, which confirmed the genuineness of Basil's determination to do something constructive with his life however grotesque the actual outcome. April 15. As one who regards Jerry Ford as our greatest president, I'd always imagined the man from Grand Rapids would never be surpassed in sheer slowness of thought. But I think Bush has Ford beat. Had he ever made a mistake? The reporter asked at that White House press conference. The president's face remained composed, masking the turmoil and terror raging within, as neuroelectronic networks went into gridlock. It should have been easy for him. Broad avenues of homely humility beckoned him on. John, no man can stand before his Creator as I do each day and say he is without error. Reagan would have hit the ball out of the park. But the president froze. He said he'd have to think it over. August 10. No alien penetration, or treachery of double agents, have ever done nearly as much damage to the CIA as the infighting consequent upon the arrival of each new director, charged by his White House master with cleaning house and settling accounts with the bad guys installed by the previous White House incumbent. Bush's new director, former Republican Florida Rep. Porter Goss and his team of enforcers, now rampage through the corridors of CIA HQ at Langley. Goss was once an undercover CIA officer, so there's probably a personal edge to his mission of revenge, as he strikes back at the dolts who nixed his expense accounts or poured scorn on his heroic endeavors in the field. But Goss's most pressing task is to exact retribution for the stories emanating from the CIA in the months before the election suggesting that the agency's measured assessments of the supposed WMD presence in Iraq were perverted by the war faction headed by President Cheney. Goss and his hit team have acted swiftly. In early November, the CIA's number 2, John McLaughlin, resigned, followed days later by the agency's top man on the clandestine side, Stephen Capps, and his number 2, Michael Sulik. And, no surprise, into retirement goes Mr. Anonymous, Michael Scheuer, leader of the CIA unit hunting Osama bin Laden. I'm with Goss on that one. Scheuer probably spent most of each day hunting down his next book advance and kibitizing about royalties from imperial hubris with his true controls at Brassey's Incorporated, owned by Shadowy Books International. So Goss will exact vengeance, spill blood, leak to favor journalists, and deliver Bush daily intelligence briefings tailored to meet the expectations of his patron. Of course, there's a portentous uproar and wringing of pious hands as the cry goes up that the abilities of the agency to collect and analyze useful intelligence are being compromised by what Jason Vest in The Nation was pleased to call unparalleled political partisanship. We need a director, cries J. Rockefeller, ranking Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, who is not only knowledgeable and capable, but unquestionably independent. There's nothing new in all this. Permit me to take you on a brisk tour of CIA directors. Before Goss we had George Tenet, a former congressional staffer so eager to please Bush that he uttered the imperishable word slam dunk about the supposed ease of making a case for Saddam's WMD. Tenet, whose political agility is advertised in the fact that he was one of the longer-serving DCIS, supplanted John Deutsch, an MIT prof who divided his brief sojourn as director between downloads of the agency's darkest secrets onto his personal laptop, business ventures with a revolving doorman from Dodd, William Peary, and excursions to town meetings in Los Angeles, claiming to black audiences that the CIA had no role in funneling cocaine into the nation's ghettos. Among the few secret files Deutsch apparently failed to download onto his laptop were materials later excavated by the CIA's own Inspector General, Fred Hitz, establishing CIA complicity in the cocaine trade. Deutsch's predecessor was Jim Woolsey, unusual for someone in the Clinton-Gore milieu in having no conspicuous record of marijuana consumption, hence a security clearance, thus qualifying him as the nation's top spy. Clinton and Gore mostly liked Woolsey for political reasons, because he had street cred with the neocons. Woolsey later became a prime lobbyist for attacking Iraq. DCI before Woolsey was Robert Gates, a cat torturer/drowner in his youth, creature of Bush Sr.'s administration, in trouble for lying to Congress. Before him William Webster, brought in as air freshener after William Casey, one of the most consummate scoundrels ever to run any government agency in the entire history of the United States. Casey was Reagan's campaign bag man, then given the CIA with the prime function of misrepresenting the threat posed by the Soviet Union and, nearer at hand, Nicaragua. Casey dislodged Jimmy Carter's man, Admiral Stansfield Turner, a relatively honest fellow. Turner, roasted for firing many in the CIA old guard of that era, took over as CIA chief from Bush Sr., who, like JFK, sanctioned a murder incorporated in the Caribbean, and who wilted under pressure from the Jackson Democrats, aka the military-industrial complex. It was Bush who appointed the notorious Team B to contradict previous in-house CIA analyses suggesting the Soviet threat was not as fearsome as that depicted on the cartoon page of the Wall Street Journal. Bush's predecessor as DCI was William Colby, a CIA careerman mostly famous for running the Phoenix assassination program in Vietnam, battling with the CIA's crazed counterintelligence czar, James Angleton, and testifying with undue frankness in the Church congressional hearings into the CIA. In retirement, Colby continued his career as a conspiracy buff, probing the suicide of Clinton's counsel Vince Foster for his newsletter. Colby finally stepped into his canoe on Maryland's eastern shore after a dinner of clams and white wine and turned up drowned a few days later. Colby replaced James Schlesinger, who ran the agency for a few months in the midst of the Watergate scandal. Ray McGovern, a 27-year career analyst with the CIA, now retired, remembers how he and his agency colleagues were taken aback when Schlesinger announced on arrival, "I am here to see that you guys don't screw Richard Nixon." To underscore his point, McGovern recalls, "Schlesinger told us he would be reporting directly to White House political advisor Bob Haldeman and not to National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger. We'll stop with Schlesinger, but you get the idea." There's nothing new about the political appointment of Porter Goss, who at least has the agreeable distinction of owning an organic farm in Virginia where tiny donkeys run herd alongside hairy sheep from Central Asia, and chickens lay green eggs, thus reduplicating the agency's most expensive op ever, the Afghan caper, where the CIA supervised the Mujahideen at a cost of $3.5 billion, and launched Osama bin Laden on his chosen path. Most intelligence is worthless, with the scant truthful stuff rapidly deep-sixed. Whatever makes its way onto the desks of presidents or congressional overseers is 100% political. Anyone who wants to find out what's happening in the world would be better advised to ask a taxi driver. September 1st. Thanksgiving brought us the one-month anniversary of Bill O'Reilly's disclosure on his show that to protect my family he had settled with Ms. Andrea Macris and her lawyer Benedict Morelli, thus cutting off what millions of O'Reilly haters had hoped would be a protracted season of public humiliation for Fox's apex bully. The settlement established that all parties agreed there had been no wrongdoing, and as an earnest of good faith O'Reilly had paid anywhere from $2 million to $10 million to Macris. Nice money if true, though not as nice as the $60 million Morelli had originally suggested to O'Reilly as a satisfactorily round figure. But there remains the mystery of the transmuted loofah, about which I had been hoping for some pleasing courtroom exchanges. Let's pick up the thread in the court document lodged in Nassau County, New Jersey, by Morelli on behalf of Macris. O'Reilly calls Macris, a 33-year-old innocent, working as a producer on The O'Reilly Show. She, poor lamb, says she thought it was about business and told him she'd call him right back. At this point, we surmise Ms. Macris may have activated a recording device and with the tape rolling, dialed the boss, who promptly got down to business, launching into what the complaint harshly stigmatizes as a lewd and lascivious, unsolicited, and disturbing sexually graphic talk, about how he imagines he would handle personal relations with Ms. Macris if they were in the West Indies. First he'd get 2 wines into Ms. Macris, maybe intravenously. Then, you would basically be in the shower and then I would come in and I'd join you and you would have your back to me and I would take the little loofah thing. A loofah. This is no Motel 6, it's not the Ritz either, where loofahs would scarcely be little, though admittedly size doesn't come up in the definition of loofah offered by the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, 4th edition, 2000. Syllabication, loofah. Variant forms, or loofah also loofah. Noun. 1. Any of several Old World tropical vines of the genus loofah, having cylindrical fruit with a fibrous, sponge-like interior. 2. The dried, fibrous part of the loofah fruit, used as a washing sponge or as a filter. Also called dishcloth gourd, vegetable sponge. Etymology, Arabic luf singulative form of loofah. And what is O'Reilly, so strong, so masterful, planning to do with this thing of Arab origin? I would take the little loofah thing and kinda soap your back and rub it all over you, get you to relax, hot water, and you know, you'd feel the tension drain out of you and you still would be with your back to me. Then I would kinda put my arms, it's one of those mitts, those loofah mitts you know, so I got my hands in it, and I would put it around front, kinda rub your tummy with it and then with my other hand I would start to massage your boobs, get your nipples really hard. 'Cause I like that and you have really spectacular boobs. At this point, in the document filed in the courthouse in Nassau County, which would indeed appear to be a transcript right down to the there's an ellipse. So anyway, I'd be rubbing your big boobs and getting your nipples really hard, kinda kissing your neck from behind, and then the other hand with the falafel thing. Noun, 1. Ground spiced chickpeas shaped into balls and fried. 2. A sandwich filled with such a mixture. What happened to the loofah? Maybe Abe Foxman called him on the other line to warn about going Arab on us. And what is O'Reilly planning to do with the falafel? I would take the other hand with the falafel thing and I'd put it on your pussy, but you'd have to do it really light, just kind of a tease business.